sun has begun to set. If I want to avoid Dad and Jeremy, I'll have to leave soon. She's evenly reading The Lost Ones, for God's sake. I take another look around my room, just to make sure I haven't missed anything. With my bookshelf empty and all the clothes packed away, it feels a little bleak, gloomy. If not for the posters still hanging on my walls, she'd be forgiven for thinking no one had lived here at all. It reminds me of those TV shows where they explore abandoned, haunted buildings. And while this place isn't particularly haunted, at least as far as I know, plenty of terrifying things have happened here. Part of the reason why I want nothing more than to leave it all behind me. I zip up the duffel bag, not particularly easy with my paws trembling so much, and I take my phone out of my purse, reading Chase's messages again. He says he'll be waiting at the diner. When I ask if Leo will be coming along, he replies with an emoticon shaking its head. Figures. I hoist the duffel bag over my shoulder and waddle toward the door, snagging my necklace, the one that Jeremy gave me, off the nightstand along the way. I put my ear to the door and listen for any signs of my family before even thinking of opening it. So this is before they took the door off the fucking hinges. My God. Usually I can tell when they're home by the shouting and screaming of Dad and Jeremy's daily arguments, but I want to be sure. Once I'm sure the coast is absolutely clear, I open the door and start walking. First out of my stuffy room, then out of the hallway, then out of the house. Oh, there's that street. I lock the door and put the key under the doormat, looking over my shoulder at the house where I've spent the past 17 years of my life. It's just a house to me, not a home. Hell, school feels more like a home than this place does. I expected to feel regret setting in about now, but I can only grin like an idiot. Simply walking out that door feels like an achievement. I don't think I've ever felt this kind of a rush before. I'm free! It feels so fucking bad knowing she has to go back. Damn. I'm not going to become another Janice working a mindless, soul-sucking job while sighing to everyone who'll hear. Not listen, because people in Echo never listen about what could and should have been. I'm going to college on the other side of the state, far away from this dusty, dried-up shithole. I'm aware of the consequences, of the potential problems that could await me, yet the pros far outweigh the cons. I run a finger over the gemstone in the necklace, feel a pang of guilt in my stomach. Jeremy will have to deal with Mom and Dad all on his own now. While he certainly hasn't made my life any easier, he doesn't deserve that. Nobody does. If it hadn't been for Clint, he might have turned out all right. But I've made up my mind. And so I head towards the diner, struggling to keep myself upright, duffel bag in one paw, my purse in the other. And while people walking around with shifty-looking bags at night isn't an uncommon sight in Echo, I stick to the shadows regardless. I try to resist the urge to look over my shoulder every 3 steps. Jeremy could be hiding in every shadow, or so my mind tells me. I feel like a child again. I really shouldn't have packed this much. These bags are way too heavy. After nearly tripping over several rocks, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief when the familiar lights of the diner can't come into view. My only reason for thinking that this is not her final time leaving is because of the fact that the door to her bedroom was still there. I remember them saying that at one point they had the door off its hinges. So, but then when she said that she's going off to college, I'm like, well, she was 17, so that might be, this might be her actually leaving. I don't know. So that actually is, this might be it. I don't know. So we have to find out by playing the fucking thing and shutting the fuck up. On the other side of the road stands the motel, a lone car parked in its parking lot. Even as a dot in the distance, I recognize it instantly. It's Chase's parents' car. Oh, Jesus. I walk over as fast as I can on these heels. Oh, Jesus, it's Chase. You fucker, you fucking fuck. Chase is leaning against his car, his face illuminated by the light of his phone. Once he notices me walking towards him, he slides it into his pocket. With his paws still in his pockets, he walks to the edge of the parking lot. The motel's parking lot is quiet and dark, but not unpleasant. It's cooled down considerably. Not quite to the point where I'd be worried about catching a cold, but cool enough to not get heat stroke after taking 10 steps. Let me handle this. He hunches over with a grunt and he lifts my duffel bag from my paws. Shit, Jazz, did you have to fill this thing with bricks? Or did you fill this thing with bricks? Sorry. I giggle at the sight of him, folding my arms. Kind of nice seeing him emote. We don't usually see that. Just the necessities, really. Clothes, a toothbrush, something to read. He grins. All your manga, too? Most of it. Just the issues I haven't gotten around to reading yet. Oh yeah, she is Jasmine here. This is before the Jenna days. Maybe I should have filled it with bricks. It would have made for a nice prank. Once we get seated, my duffel bag in the trunk and my purse between my legs on the floor, I look out of the window to the road I took to get here. I catch Chase's eye. Ready to go? He puts a paw on my shoulder. It's warm, and his paw pads are a little damp with sweat, but it's the most comforting thing I've felt all day. I melt into the touch just a little. I nod. As ready as I'll ever be. I lean forward and turn on the radio. Ah, the fucking... the menu, it's not the menu, but that is the, like the bumper, the Echo Project bumper song. One of Chase and Leo's songs, or as Flynn likes to call them, emo garbage with shitty lyrics, starts playing. Probably explains why the car reeks of Leo's cologne. While I don't particularly like the music, it's still miles better than country music that usually plagues the local radio stations, so I leave it on. Come on. Chase wraps his fingers on the steering wheel in time with the beat. When he notices I'm looking, he quickly averts his gaze, messing with the rearview mirror instead. I chuckle. He's cute. A different brand of cute than TJ, but cute. Where is Wolf Boy anyway? Out with the pack? His parents needed him at the shop. He said it was urgent. I thought his parents' place closed at 6. He shrugs. They call him in at the weirdest times. I've gotten used to it. Still, he glances at his anchor bracelet, eventually straightening it out so the tiny anchor rests on top of his wrist. It's a habit of his, I've noticed, ever since they went out to buy those things. You guys okay? He sighs. We've been better. I feel like we've got different ideas about our future. Where we're gonna take this thing we have once we're done with school. I had a hunch. Oh, less of a hunch and more noticing they weren't eating each other's faces last time I saw them. Do you want to talk about it? It's no big deal. We'll work it out eventually. It sure sounds like a big deal to me. Have you mentioned it to him? He tilts his head back. It's not just something you can bring up out of the blue, Jazz. If it's bothering you, you should do something about it. It'll just get worse if you don't. I'll ask him about it when I see him. He says it with a tone of finality. The anchor drops from the top of his wrist again. So dramatic. We're on the road now, moving further and further away from the diner and the motel until they're just blots in the distance. If there's one good thing about Echo, I suppose it's the spectacular sunsets. It reminds me of all the evenings I spent at TJ's house, sitting in the backyard with his family, just to watch the sun slowly sink. Sometimes his mother would pull out a photo album and tell me all about where they came from, what nature there was like. Chase looks at me from the corner of his eye. We can stop if you like. If you want to say goodbye, I'm fine. My response is a little snippier than I would have liked. I make the effort to soften my voice. You can keep driving, Chase. All right. I'll have to stop for gas when we get to Peyton, though. I promised my mom I'd fill up the tank. I don't mind. I reach into my purse and grab my wallet, but he raises his paw. I'll pay. Don't you worry about it. Are you sure? I mean, you're going all the way out there for me. He smiles. Seriously, don't sweat it. It's hard to do, given the gravity of the situation, but it's a smile I'll gladly return. Thanks, Chase. That's what friends are for, right? I take my phone out of my purse. Dad's calling. Probably got home and noticed I wasn't there. The fur on the back of my neck prickles as I look at the screen. I'm tempted to pick up. The song playing on the radio has stopped registering. All I can hear is buzzing. Finally, I shake my head and hit the ignore call button, thrusting my phone back into my purse, taking out a manga instead. I'm not listening to anything he has to say anymore. What was that about? Dad called. You hadn't even been gone that long. He stops wrapping his fingers on the steering wheel and eyes me nervously. It reminds me of TJ a little, the way his fur bristles whenever something catches the lynx off guard. You think he knows? I flip through my manga, taking out my bookmark. I don't know, and I don't really care. I start reading. In a town as dull as Echo, manga and anime have always filled the void pretty nicely. They've been an escape for me, a gateway to cultures and countries beyond this nothing town, places where I don't have to deal with my family. Strangely enough, I never got into Western comics much. Carl got me one of those collector's edition comics for my birthday once, but I sort of gave up on it when I hadn't finished it after a year. Mental note to get back to that one soon. A gas station. Aghast. I had a gas station. The gas station between Echo and Peyton is a perfect representation of the miserable state Echo is in. It's old and decrepit, to say the least, and what little staff it has consists of mostly junkies saving up for their next fix. Usually they get it from the dealers that show up at night around here. If the gas wasn't the cheapest around, I doubt I'd see any customers at all. Most people already try to avoid it whenever they can. This place gives me the creeps. Looks like it came straight out of a horror movie. It does. I smirk at him. Do you think there's any fuck off! Jesus Christ. You think there's any spiders around, you fucking asshole? He turns to me, an interesting mixture of fear and frustration etched on his face as his muzzle opens, only to close again, like a fish trying to get some air. Don't even joke about that. There's probably some really big ones. I walk my fingers up his arm to the back of his neck, then pinch him. Man, he went all the way out to fucking help you. You're being a bitch. Fuck off. Boo, fuck off. Jasmine! He swats my paw away with a yelp. Stop it! I laugh. I swear, TJ keeps it together better than you sometimes. He snorts. Only because you go easy on him. He's not wrong. One time I played a chase caliber prank on TJ, he spent hours crying in his room afterwards. was the only time I had ever seen his mother legitimately angry, a stark contrast to her usual sunny disposition. Not much scares me, but that was a frightening experience. Hey, he's been through a lot already. I don't want to scar him for life. He raises a brow. But I'm fair game? Well, I get the best reactions out of you. He sighs. Foxes. I always feel a little guilty about playing into Chase's arachnophobia, or Chase's little spider problem, as Mom always calls it. But he's just so damn fun to tease. That's... Man! For a psychology major, fucking ridiculing and playing into someone's fucking phobia. A phobia. Not just like... fuck off. And I can't even say like, oh, this is before her major. Like, she did the same shit after she was in college. So she doesn't learn any better. This is the same shit. Fuck you. I have arachnophobia. This ain't fucking funny. My greatest moment has to be when we emptied an entire bag of those tiny rubber spiders in his backpack while he was changing for gym class. You know what? No, that's the kind of shit that gets you pushed off a roof. I can still remember the look on his face when we opened it when he opened it to get his lunch. Priceless. Fuck off. Oh, did I? Okay. You literally just talked to him about the fact that his relationship is not going well, and now you're gonna fucking reference his fucking hurt relationship. He was helping you. What the fuck? She said, "Aw, did I offend you, Chula? Fuck you." I give him a playful pat on the back. He pulls back almost instantly, as if he's afraid I'll do something. Want me to call Leo so he can kiss you all better? The exasperated look on his face is pure gold, as if it wasn't so dark, I'd be filming right now. Seriously! This is not cool. This is not cool. This is not funny. This is not charming. This is fucking... This needs to stop. Don't... Jasmine. He starts fiddling with his bracelet again. I think there's only hillbilly serial killers around these parts anyway. Nothing to worry about. After getting another look from him, I lay off, completely satisfied. Oh good, I'm glad you're satisfied, you fucking cunt. Chase gets out of the car to pump gas. I look out the window again to the convenience store. There are a few truckers in there, but not much else. This place could use a clean. Shame that most likely won't ever happen. Probably hasn't happened since, what, the 50s? The most recent addition to the building is a poster for the Trinity Weasel movie starring Julia Blasco, which came out about 2 years ago. I think TJ was the only one who really liked that movie, come to think of it. My stomach rumbles when I notice the sandwiches set out on the counter. I eye the clock. It's about 8, and I haven't had dinner. Well, I could have grabbed something at the diner. I didn't want to risk Jenna seeing me and calling my parents. The sandwiches they sell at the gas station may not be as fresh or as tasty, but they'll have to do. I make a grab for my wallet again, catching my phone mid-buzz. Grumbling to myself, I take it out of my purse. 15 missed calls since the last one I saw. 14 from Dad, 1 from Jeremy. I don't know whether to laugh or cry, to be honest. I can only shake my head in disbelief. Not even half an hour into my little escape attempt, and they're already trying to drag me back to the madhouse. As long as they didn't follow me here, I have nothing to worry about. But I can't shake the thought, the possibility of them just showing up or calling the police. Or 1,000 other things they'd never actually do. I don't feel like leaving the car anymore. I don't feel all that hungry anymore either. Something light will do. I tap the window to get Chase's attention, then roll it down. Mind grabbing something from the store for me, Chase?
Of course not. What do you need?
I look up for my manga when he comes back, carrying a small plastic bag with the gas station's logo on it.
One for you.
He says that with a sing-song voice, dangling a strawberry popsicle in front of me, which I greedily snatch from his paw.
And one for me.
These popsicles come from Carl's mom's company, and I've seen and eaten them more times than I could... Yo! I just fucking put that together. I just fucking put that shit together, man. I didn't fucking notice. Oh my god. It totally went over my head. I just recorded arches. It totally went over my fucking head, and I fucking bet a bunch of people fucking commented on it. When James Hendrick's wife, I don't remember her fucking name right now, when she starts talking about making ice cream. Oh my fucking god, dude. It totally went over my fucking head. But that's the origin of the fucking evolution of the James Hendrick's fucking company. And that's where the fucking fortune that Carl's family continues from? That's the origin of it? I can't fucking believe that shit. Oh my god, dude. I didn't put it together. Yeah, just a little old lady that fucking likes tarot cards and ice cream. For God's sake, man. I didn't even put it together at the moment. I just totally didn't even fucking think about it while I was reading it. And I'm thinking of all this other shit. I'm looking at, oh, this is the box that is the tie-in for Echo. I didn't even think about that as the tie-in for Echo. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Oh man, the comments are gonna be fucking ripping me a new asshole about like, oh, you're looking for this and that tie-in for Echo when the ice cream is right fucking there. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Back when we were kids, Carl used to boast that we were paying for his pocket money whenever he caught us eating one. Considering Carl's mom would always give us entire bunches of them for free whenever we visited, though, we never had to buy all that many ourselves. You remembered I like strawberries? Well, that's sweet of you, Chase. I take a whiff of the familiar, sugary, way too chemical scent.
Well, it was the only flavor left in stock. I mean, yeah, I did. Better check the expiration date. It might be a bit older than we are.
The rest of this place certainly is. I take a little bite. I think it's safe. I'm not dead yet, at least. He laughs, unwrapping his own before producing 2 cans of soda from the plastic bag and handing one to me.
That's a relief.
Eating popsicles and drinking soda in the parking lot of a rundown gas station. Sounds rather silly in my mind, but this is really happening. I take another bite. So, have you figured out what you're going to do once you're done with high school? He fiddles with his bracelet again.
I don't know. Leo's dad said he might have a job for me, but I don't think I'd make a good mechanic. I've got 2 left paws. I think I'd just destroy any car that came into the shop.
Why don't you apply for college?
You mean the one in Pueblo?
He gives me a quick sidelong glance.
That's really far away, isn't it? I don't know, Jazz. I can't just leave Leo behind.
You've got your phone. Long-distance relationships are a thing, you know. I crumple up the popsicle wrapper, putting it down in the ashtray. They're actually all the rage these days. I've got this friend who has a boyfriend who lives in the other side of the planet. I turn and look at him. You know, I think you'd be a good fit for college, actually. Smart, motivated.
Really? I mean, I'm I'm not all that good at anything, really. I don't know what I'd go for.
Maybe journalism or something. I mean, you were in charge of the school paper last year. You like filming and taking pictures, right? And having a degree is always good.
What are you gonna major in?
He finishes his popsicle, tossing the stick in the plastic bag. I'm going for psychology.
Oh, like the inner workings of the mind and stuff?
He pantomimes while talking, yelping when he hits his elbow on the steering wheel. I giggle. I suppose. Minus the bruised elbow. I want to find out what makes people do things the way they do.
So what made you do the thing you're doing right now?
His expression takes a turn for the serious.
Why'd you decide to run away?
For a moment, I'm speechless, all the heat drawing from my body as we look right at each other. I thought he was okay with me leaving when I told him, but now his tone is almost accusatory. It reminds me of Leo. I shudder, remembering the stink eye he'd give me when I told him I was leaving. A lot of things. I brush the fur out of my eye, and I'm sorry, Chase, but most of them are none of your business.
I'm the one driving you to your new place. I think I deserve to know what's going on.
He frowns.
What did they do to you? Did they hurt you or something?
None of your business. Grit my teeth. Can we just keep driving, Chase? Please?
Jasmine, please. I want to know.
If you need someone to talk to, someone who can help, me, Leo, my parents will do whatever it takes. You don't have to do this. You can keep living. Is that what this is all about? Gesture to the soda cans, the empty popsicle wrappers, and the gas station. Are you just stalling so you can convince me to stay?
Jasmine.
He puts a paw on my shoulder. I know how you feel, but running away isn't... You don't know how I feel! I smack his paw away. You don't know the slightest thing about my situation, Chase! You don't know what it's like to live in poverty, what it can do to people! And you don't know how it feels when no matter how hard you try to crawl out of that hole, your family will keep piling on even more dirt! I take a deep breath, realizing I'm clenching my fists. I want to live for myself, Chase. I want to go to college. I want to have a future. I can't do that in Echo. It's not the place for me. It never was. It's not the place for any of us. He shrugs. But it's home, you know? It's home for you. It's hell for me. Put my seatbelt back on. Adam's dead. Jeremy's huffing whatever the fuck he can get his paws on, and my parents... I cut myself off, feeling nauseous just talking about them. My parents just keep blaming other people for their own ineptitude. Carl, his great-great-grand whatever the fuck, you, Leo, everyone's fair game. I'm sick of it. Chase gently puts his paw on mine. This time I don't push him away. I feel drained, exhausted. I cry on his shoulder, but I don't even have the energy to do that.
What'd they say about Carl? I mean, Leo and I aren't exactly Echo's darlings, but he's harmless.
Apparently, his family's the reason we're so poor. Never mind the fact that my dad can't hold a job. Hell, he can't even hold anything save for a beer bottle.
Shit. I didn't even know your families had a history together. They had a long fucking history together. A long history together. Whew, buddy, you don't know the 1/20 millionth of it.
We go way back. It's complicated.
Very fucking complicated. And we still don't know all the fucking details, alright?
The story I'd always been told was that one of Carl's ancestors had his business partner, one of my ancestors, lynched for sodomy to cover up his own crimes. My parents always conveniently left out the part where they were gay lovers, of course, but a trip to the library cleared that one up for me. Not that they cared. My breath slows. I've stopped clenching my teeth. I'm not trembling anymore, at least, which makes drinking my soda a lot easier. Finally, Chase smiles at me. Sorry about all that. I just wanted to look out for you, you know. Everyone's been really worried. I know, and I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have lashed out like that. Did you tell your parents that you're helping me?
I told them that I'd be taking Carl and TJ out to see the new Lions Brigade.
He puts the keys back in the ignition.
My mom's been asking about you, though.
That warms my heart a little. Chase's mother is one of the nicest people I know. What'd she say?
Just wanted to know how you doing, if you're eating okay, that kind of stuff. She wants you to come over for dinner sometime.
He laughs.
Maybe she's still hoping I'll go straight one day, huh?
He backs us out of the parking lot. When I look behind me, I see a group of employees crowding around a rather shady-looking wolf. I guess we're leaving just in time. Do your parents not like that you're with Leo?
My dad adores him. I think my mom still wants grandkids eventually, but she's been pretty supportive. She just wanted me to be safe.
I chuckle. Grandkids? I can't really picture you as a dad.
Gee, thanks.
He rolls his eyes dramatically.
You're as sharp as a box cutter sometimes, you know that?
I give his snout a playful poke with my finger. Just saying what's on my mind, otter boy. Don't take it too personally. There's a moment of silence before he speaks again.
Hey, not to change the subject, but won't your family be able to find you over there?
They won't. I've thought of something.
What is it?
I'm gonna get my name changed when I can, once I'm 18. It won't make it impossible to find me, but hopefully it'll keep them off my trail until I can move to Pueblo. As long as I can remember, even before I started thinking about running away, I've wanted to change my name. Jasmine's a name, yeah. Jasmine's a name, yeah, but it's never felt like a name that was really my own. It's the one my parents picked for me.
God, I feel that.
I've always felt like it was one of those names you usually associate with trash, living in a small rural village, a citizen of Echo.
Okay, I don't feel that part. I want to make it clear. I never felt that way about my name. I associated with the first part, not this part.
It's not a name you'd really expect or want to see in the front page of a magazine or a research paper.
Really? Huh.
Yeah. I want something a little more... I bite my lip. A little more... me, I guess.
What kind of name are you thinking of?
In the past, I've considered the names of actresses and singers, from CEOs to scientists. Now, though, I just blurt out the first thing that comes to mind. How about Jenna? Seems like a good enough name.
Jenna?
He chuckles.
Glad you go for something a little more ostentatious.
Well, I don't want to draw too much attention to myself, and to be fair, anything's better than Jasmine.
Definitely. It's just, well, it's gonna take some getting used to.
He stares off into the distance at the empty stretch of barren land next to the road.
Jenna.
Doesn't sound half bad, right?
Hey, it's your name.
What's that supposed to mean?
I guess this is Peyton. Shoot me a message once you've unpacked, okay?
Chase lifts the duffel bag out of the trunk with a grunt. I wobble to my feet once I grab it, rescued by Chase giving me a hug. I struggle to reciprocate it until I drop the bags. It's a little uncomfortable with both our shirts stuck to our fur and it still being warm out, but it's not unwelcome. I nod. Drive safe.
Really?
He chuckles, pulling back.
Seriously, do you see a dent in this car?
Sure, that's what you said about your bike too, right before you fell flat on your...
That was 5 years ago! 5 years!
We laughed together.
It's gonna be different without you around.
I'll still be around, you dip, just in a different town. I chuckle. Maybe we can go do something together sometime. We could go bowling.
It sounds like fun. I'd like that. But only if you promise not to cheat again.
Hey, I beat you fair and square last time.
Of course you did, Jen.
Fine. I fold my arms. I'll go easy on you. He steps back towards the car. After a short pause, he turns around to wave. I walk up to him once again. Wait.
There's Jenna. Is the name.
I take Pueblo University's brochure out of my purse. For you. He looks at it a second, dumbfounded. Summoning some of my courage and a little stupidity, I lean in and give him a peck on the cheek for good measure. If Leo were here, he'd toss me through a wall. Thanks, Chase, for everything. You've been a big help. He just stands there, jaw agape, glancing down at the brochure before looking back up at me again.
I guess I'll see you around.
Bye, otter boy. I grab the bags again, unable to keep myself from giggling softly as he stumbles to the car door, a confused look of bewilderment still etched on his face. He clutches the brochure tightly, and I catch a glimpse of him reading through it before he drives away. When he honks the horn, I do my best to wave in spite of the bags, smiling to myself, all alone in Peyton in the middle of the night. Chase might be the only game Leo ever beat me at, but the odds can still change. With the bags in my paws, I waddle to the old beat-up door and wait for the door to my future to open.
Damn, man. Damn!
I knew you'd be back. You all come back eventually.
War never changes.
War never changes.
I'm sorry.
Why do you try to run away in the first place? It doesn't matter. Even though you're here, you're gonna try and run again. Just stop. Because just like this town, you're only moving in circles.
Is this town like that restaurant and that used to be in Chicago that was on the circle? Like, oh, Jesus. Yeah, Mom, I brought it. No, I've got everything. No, TJ's with us. We picked him up yesterday. No, I did call you yesterday. There was no answer. Fine, yeah, I'll try more than once next time. So of course they're clean. Listen, I'm driving right now, so... Yeah, so I shouldn't be on the phone, should I? I'm gonna hang up. Okay, love you too. Bye. I sigh and finally hang up the phone, dropping it on my lap. TJ, next to me in the passenger seat, stretches back and scratches behind his ear. Aw, that's cute. It's been a while since I've seen your mom. How is she? I shrug. Fine, I think. She wouldn't tell me if she wasn't anyway. TJ taps a foot against the dashboard before yawning. Wow, feels like we've been driving for days. Normally TJ wasn't one to whine, but the long drive was obviously getting to him. It was getting to all of us, honestly. I look over at him. We're almost there. Why don't you listen to some music or something? My phone's been dead for the past 2 hours. I didn't know it was going to take us 8 hours to get there. I sigh. Whether that dig was purposeful or not, I still feel a little embarrassed. I'll admit, I got us lost for a few hours. Route 93 is hard to find, even with a GPS. It's no wonder that Echo's in the state it's in. You should have brought a book. Those don't run out of batteries. They do if you have a nook. I don't have a point here. Okay. I look up into the rearview mirror and see Jenna hold a hefty book called Cognition. Cognition! TJ sighs. A lot of sighing. A lot of sighing happening in this car. All of my books are on my phone. Why don't you listen to the radio? TJ starts to reach for the dial. Don't bother. All we got out here is our Hicks stations. I have some music on my phone, though. Do you have an aux cable, Chase? In this clunker? No, but like I said, we're almost there. Just having the three of us here was a little awkward, unbalanced. I wonder if completing our little group will bring back that old chemistry. Thinking about seeing Carl, Flynn, and Leo again makes my heart skip a beat. Take exit 127 onto Flint Road. I jerk back into the present and press on the brakes as I swerve onto the exit ramp. Whoa! Sorry. Chase, come on, pay attention. TJ adds a little giggle to lighten the chastisement, but my face gets hot anyway. Hey, me and Jenna went 3 hours out of our way to pick you up from CCU. You could have taken the bus. No, I'm grateful. I'd just rather this not be the place I die. Ha ha! That's a vote of confidence if I've ever not. It's shitty passengering. We continue down Flint Road for about 15 minutes in silence while I avoid the ever-increasing number of potholes in the road. I think we're all a little nervous now as we get closer to our destination. Unsurprisingly, there isn't another car in sight. You guys excited? I look at my rearview mirror again and I see that Jenna's put down her book, staring out the window. I actually haven't given a whole lot of thought as to how I feel about the whole thing. Yeah, sure. I'm excited. I mean, my heart skipped a beat thinking about reuniting me with my old friends, so hell yeah, I feel excited. It'll be great to see everyone again. It's been way too long. I meant Echo. Are you excited to go back? Oh. I didn't really know how to answer that. Is excited the right word? It's sure as hell stressful. As long as we can go for a hike. I don't want to be sitting around in the motel all day. Well, it beats having a heat stroke in the desert. Are you seriously hiking the trail? Oh, come on, it'll be fun. At least I know Chase will come. TJ smiles at me, raising his brows. Not everyone can raise both their eyebrows, that's my point. It's too hard to say no to such an eager face, at least right now. Yeah, of course. Anyway, it sounds like you've only got the boys on your mind, Chase. Leo, maybe? Make a slight right onto Lake Emma Road. I ignore Jenna, pretending to be distracted with adjusting the GPS. A few more minutes of silence pass before Jenna speaks up again. So, this news thing you're making, what's it about exactly? I swerve a little to avoid another pothole. A news packet. If you remember, there was that one crazy thing that happened here in the 1920s. I read a little bit about it, and it's pretty fucked up. Come on, Chase, language. Just thought I'd do a little more digging. Honestly, though, I just need to make something that is good enough to pass with. Well, that sounds kind of fun. Are you gonna have enough time to hang out? I know Leo made some plans. This whole thing was Leo's idea, actually. When I told him that I'd be coming down to Echo for spring break, he suggested that we all use it as an excuse to have a reunion. He says it hasn't been the same since the three of us left. Yeah, I should. I just need some B-roll and shots of the old creepy locations. Shouldn't take too long. I catch a flash of blue and I see the lake to our right. The conversation dies down a bit, and pretty soon we're all lost in our own thoughts. Finally, we round a bend and I start to catch some glimpses of the town. The tall, rusted signs of the gas station and motel loom over the rest of the old community. Lake Emma Road merges onto Main Street, where the motel is at. Soon enough, we're turning into the parking lot. Oh, wow. Oh, Jesus. Shady motel as fuck. There are only a few other cars in the parking lot. I park in the closest spot to the door and switch off the ignition, relieved to be done with the driving. I sit back for a moment, rubbing my eyes. Hope you're grateful, TJ. I never want to drive that long again. Thanks, Chase. TJ hops out of the car, clearly happy to be out. Oh, Jesus. Well, this isn't a bad art style. That just caught me off guard. I had no idea who I was voicing. Ugh. TJ puts his paws out and stretches out from his toes to his ear tufts, and I hear a few cracks. Gosh, it feels good to be out of there. I smile as I follow him out and stretch as well, though less flamboyantly. It's good to see TJ reverting back to his old cheerful self. Oh, look at you, Sass Factory. Alright, I made reservations, so I'll check us in. You boys want to bring in our stuff? Sure. Me and TJ head around to the truck of the car, getting our bags and camera equipment while Jenna heads inside. Oh my God! Oh, Jesus. This is Motel Digs at best. Oh my... God damn. I'm pleasantly surprised. Well, it's a bit musty. The room is spacious and generally clean. A lot more than I was expecting from a town like Echo. Although I've lived in this town for most of my life, I've never actually been in the motel. Hey, this is nice. And 2 double beds? Yeah, I thought I'd get one of the nicer rooms, since everything here is dirt cheap. TJ sets down his bags on the bed. So I guess this will be me and Chase's bed? Jenna can have her own, obviously. That's nice of you, TJ. Anyway, here are your key cards. She hands us both our key cards, which I slip into my back pocket. So, where are we gonna eat? I'm starving. My stomach grumbles. We haven't eaten since breakfast, and it's late afternoon at this point. I pull out my phone, checking over my text with Leo. Leo says he's gonna get us some sandwiches from the diner. Did you tell... Yes, I told him to substitute the bread with lettuce for yours, TJ. Nice. Alright, well, I've texted everyone that we're here. Let's at least unpack. It's gonna get crowded, and I don't want all of our stuff in the way. And half hour later, and we've got our stuff... This is clearly a different room! This is a way different room. Oh my God. Half an hour later, and we've got our stuff packed away in the hotel drawers. Now I'm sitting on the bed, toying with my camera equipment while TJ watches TV and Jenna organizes her schoolwork. You know you're on vacation, right? And didn't you already get into grad school? You should relax. That's exactly why I need to be keeping up. There's a knock at the door, and being the closest, I get up to answer it. I'll get it. I look through the peephole excitedly and see a beanie cap with a pair of some familiar horns poking through it. I grin as I unlock the door and swing it open. Oh, hey, look at you! This is Carl. Chase! I slap paws with him. And pull him into a hug. And immediately get a whiff of the pungent scent of pot. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, God, my life, though.
You're not a pothead.
No, but I have a lot of friends who are. Like, Christ, half of my high school just smelled like pot all the time. Like,
same, dude.
hey, buddy, nice to... Oh, all right.
It's like you go for a hug and it's just like a cloud comes off of a...
Right. You just
like
pat
Pigpen with fucking pot.
You pat their clothes and it's just like...
Like dusty clothes out of grandma's attic. Whoosh, whoosh. Despite that, his embrace is warm and plush, and his belly squishes against my body like a pillow through his jacket. There's an underlying sturdiness, though, and I feel his biceps bulge on my shoulders. Has he been working out? I put my paws on his shoulders and push him back, looking him over. He's changed a bit since I last seen him. He's definitely bulkier, and the fur on his face is a bit shaggier. His eyes are a little red, and his expression is a little glazed, like he's daydreaming about someplace away from here. Still getting blazed, huh? You know it. His jokey nature drops a bit as he gives me a genuine smile. It's good to see you again. I feel warm inside as I smile back. You too. Is that Carl I hear? Carl and I step back into the room, and the ram remaining slouched as we do. Hey, Jenna. Carl, how have you been? Not bad, just living life like I'm a bee. What? It sounded like he was going to start singing the lyrics to a song, but he trails off as we all look up at him expectantly. He just smiles back. Huh? Hey, is that TJ? Hi! Though he's smiling happily, TJ is outright crinkling his nose. Still up to your old habits, huh? Carl shrugs. I'm starting to remember that it's something he does a lot, and it's his answer to almost everything. He gets quiet for a moment, then I clap my paws together. So, what have you been up to, Carl? You're not online that often. Carl shrugs. Oh, you know, just hanging out. Must be kind of boring, considering it's Echo. Not going outside helps. You been able to find a job? I know they closed the old corner market that you used to work at. Yeah, it's been kind of hard since pretty much everything's closing around here. On top of that, I still have a car that can get me to Peyton. Ugh, that's right. You crashed the one your parents got you. TJ's grinning sympathetically, but Carl hunches further into himself, looking sulky. Man, don't kill my vibe. What about school? Been thinking about going back? Not really, maybe. Carl's starting to lose that faraway look as he narrows his eyes. You should! You went for what, a semester? That's not really enough time to tell if you're really cut out for college. Classes get easier to handle once you get used to it. Yeah, well, it wasn't exactly the schoolwork that was the problem. You could try smoking less weed, that might help. What? What was it? Was I set up for an intervention or something? Carl looks over at me as if asking for help. Hey, don't look at me. I had to deal with them for the past 10 hours. Yeah, I guess I forgot how naggy they can be. That's because we care about you, Carl. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Chase has been missing you ever since you left school. Carl and I were in the same class throughout school. As a result, we entered college together. We even roomed together for that one semester, which was a lot of fun. Of course I had missed him. Carl seems pretty eager to get off the topic, though. Speaking of school, didn't you get accepted into Weston, Jenna? Yep, going into experimental psych. I start in the fall. That's pretty cool. Congrats. Carl turns back to me. And you're into journalism, right? He looks over the equipment, looking confused. What's all this? Oh, yeah, one of the reasons why I'm out here. I'm doing a news segment on Echo. Sounds like the feel-good movie of the year, Chase. That's what you get out of the feel-good town of the century, Carl. Yeah. Carl scratches his muzzle before turning to TJ. And you're doing what again? Sports, something, Bible Olympics? Athletic training, but yes, it's a Christian school. Carl gives a thumbs up. Super. So we gonna eat? I'm hungry as hell. Hell is a little extreme there, Carl. Not even you can be that hungry. Sure. Where's Leo? He's bringing the sandwiches, right? He actually just texted me that he's here. He was picking up Flynn. So we're all gonna be here, just like old times. TJ almost looks like that little kid Lynx again, his ears twitching around with excitement. Oh, there they are. I grip the bread spread and watch as Carl moves around the corner and to open the door. I hear it open, followed by the distinctive, deep, brassy voice of Lynn. Deep, brassy voice. Okay, I can do that. Alright, bring on Flynn. Hi, why you get the door, Flynn?
Oh, you seem to have fucked up.
Oh, do you like my parents' hold? I can do it lower. Oh. Hey, why you get in the door, fatty? You get my sandwiches, dick face. I've got the munchies like a mother. Where are they? Leo has them. Here he is. Fuck, I don't know what Leo looks like. I don't know what the fuck. I'll just do a Spencer voice, just in case. Hey, they're all in there. Hey, they're all in there? My heart skips a beat and my tail thumps the bed as I hear Leo's high baritone. Damn it! High baritone. That's like my normal talking voice, high baritone. There's some bustling before they start coming around the corner, bringing me face to face with the rest of my childhood friends. Oh, Jesus. Fucking Flynn, dude. You look scary as shit. Oh, god damn. Flynn comes first, slinking in casually, his posture loose and relaxed, slouching. Unlike Carl, though, his slouch makes him look like he just doesn't give a fuck, as opposed to just trying to make himself seem smaller. He wasn't a shy guy, as evidenced by his open shirt. And who you callin' a dickface? Flynn knocks Carl in the head, which makes a loud thunking sound. I actually enjoyed that thunking sound of someone getting hit in the head. Is that weird? It's probably weird. I probably shouldn't say that on the internet. But Carl just grins throughout. Hey, Jenna, DJ, Chase. He nods to the rest of us in turn, rubbing his knuckles. Immediately following him, his arms wrapped around two big brown paper bags, is Leo. He smiles over the tops of his bags, sweeping the room with his eyes along his tall rectangular ears. He pauses on Jenna, then TJ, before finding me. His face immediately breaks into a full-on grin as he walks over to the bed I'm sitting on, setting down the bags. As he comes to a stop in front of me, I reach out my paw to slap his as like I did with Carl. Instead, he grabs it to yank me up into a tight bear hug, nearly squeezing the air out of me. Chase! Man, I missed you. Just like Carl, it seems like Leo's gotten bigger and stronger. He lifted me up without even trying. The tension I've been feeling in my chest melts away like an ice cube on an Echo sidewalk. Oh, everything's fine. All that worry about how he was going to react was for nothing. The hug is lasting kind of long, though. I feel everyone else looking at us. And just like that, he forgets we exist. Leo finally does pull back, then smacking me on the shoulder before turning to greet Jenna and TJ. I shakily sit back down, feeling a whole lot better now that the introductions are out of the way. Fuck, leave Carl in a room for 5 seconds, it smells like a goddamn skunk sauna. The weed is just oozing out of your pores at this point. Flynn theatrical plugs his nostrils, and as he pulls the window open a crack. Carl rolls his eyes, slouching further and jamming his paws into his pockets. Oh, shut up. I think everyone here agrees that my smell is a lot better than your shedding. Nothing like leaving a big pile of lizard dust on the couch for the next person. And by the way, dude, that skunk comment was speciesist. And that lizard comment wasn't? Flynn turns to me while at the same time fanning air from the outside with his hand. What's worse, Chase? Carl's smell or my dusting off? Dusting off, that's not a thing. Try saying white flakes that chip off me with every step I take, except when I scratch my ass, then it's like a fucking blizzard of dead skin. And some of it might land in your mouth. That's what you should call it. Hey, you furballs do it too, it's just less noticeable. Either way, it's hot in here. Aren't you cold-blooded? Someone turn down the goddamn thermostat. Somebody turn down your language, haha. TJ says it to him like a cheerful kindergarten teacher pep-talking a student into using his words. They stare at each other for about 5 seconds, Flynn's expression like a stone, while TJ slowly loses his smile. Well, Jesus butt-fucking Christ, I'll be sure to watch that. Flynn! TJ actually looks pretty outraged, but Flynn just reaches out and yanks him into a chokehold, which the much shorter Lynx easily is dwarfed by the lizard. Shut up, you priss, I'm just kidding. There was this famous wrestling travel story. It was Stone Cold Steve Austin, and I don't remember who it was, but it was someone who was this self-professed Christian, but they were also like a partier, not so holy that they were. But they were traveling, and Steve Austin was in the back, and the guy was in the passenger seat. And Steve was telling the story, and he likes to drop the goddamn all just out in goddamn this, goddamn that, and all this other stuff. And you can just see the guy in the front's face just slowly turning red, and then finally, after like an hour, he just turns around. It's like, Steve, don't say the fucking Lord's name in vain, or something like that. And Steve just totally just like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't know that you were that, all this other stuff. I apologize. And the guy is just like, slowly calming down. He's like, okay, thank you for apologizing. You're goddamn welcome. The guy's like, you son of a... And eventually they just get so mad that they start just laughing about how mad they are. It's so funny. I guess TJ thought he'd get some respect now that we're all adults. Hey, ow! You still said it. Normally I might step in to help, but it's been a while since I've seen Flynn or TJ to go at it. It's just too funny to stop. Look, no lightning. Look, no lightning. What? What does no lightning mean? So much for your almighty goof! Oh, Jesus. That was an anti-God comment. Jesus. Right after my goddamn story. TJ jabs his elbow into Flynn's stomach, doubling the lizard over in a second. Ha, see, God works in a mysterious way. Ah! Flynn reaches up and grabs at one of the tufts of TJ's ears and yanks, earning a yowl from the feline. Foul! Stop! Foul! Species features! Species features was something we made up to make our little tussles a little more fair. It involved any physical difference between our species that might pose a disadvantage, like my tail, Jenna's ears, or TJ's ear tufts. Carl was especially keen on it, being a ram. His horns were often used as leverage against him. TJ, come get your sandwich. TJ finally yanks himself out of Flynn's grasp, smoothing down his fur as he tries to look as dignified as possible. Well, I can see some things haven't changed. With that, TJ walks over to the table and gets his food. I can't help but laugh. I think TJ won that one by technicality. Or did he? He might have fouled too. Flynn's got a soft lizard belly. Flynn snorts, rubbing his stomach. Don't even try to tell me about soft, asshole. It looks like you swallowed a beach ball. Speaking of which, food. Jesus. We all pass the bags around to get our food. A chicken sandwich for Jenna and TJ, roast beef for me and Leo, and 3 large veggie burgers that almost take up their own bag for Carl. Flynn, as usual, isn't eating anything. I think it's a lizard thing. I keep my seat on my bed as I unwrap the foil around my sandwich. The smell wafts up from the beef, making my mouth water and bringing some memories up with it. We'd all spent many nights at the old diner. I can remember the night me and Carl graduated. Leo took us all straight from Peyton High to the diner, skipping out on the all-night graduation party and for sandwiches and milkshakes. I took a huge bite, and a yellow bell paper slips out on the other end, landing back in the foil. Whoa, slow down, you're gonna choke. Suddenly, almost falling over to the side as someone heavy plants itself next to me on the bed. I quickly grab a napkin and bring it to my muzzle, wiping away the grease. Hey, Leo. Leo chuckles at my embarrassment and unwraps his own sandwich. Sorry if the bread is a little soggy. Gurabo over here took his sweet time getting to the car. Hey, walk into the town hall, serious business. I don't have a family business I can just waltz out of like you. Hey, Flynn, I bet that I can eat this whole burger in 1 minute. Is that a fucking joke? Of course you can. Yeah, but what about 2 burgers? Don't choke, Carl. I decided to keep the conversation on Leo's job, since that was the whole reason why we were here, that he's still here. Is business still pretty good? Yes, Peyton's getting bigger, and so is the number of customers. I guess it's a good thing that your dad moved out of Echo, huh? For sure, the place is turning into a ghost town. It'd probably be another decade or 2. By the same standards, by some standards, it already is. I take another bite of my sandwich, biting right into another bell pepper. I'd forgotten how good the diner food is. I notice TJ is sitting next to Jenna at the table, picking unhappily at his lettuce-wrapped chicken. Jenna seems to as well as she leans towards him. What's wrong, TJ? It's just... Never mind, it doesn't matter. Are you sure? It's just the mayo. I forget they put it on everything here. Jenna lifts up the bun of her sandwich, inspecting its contents. None of the mayo actually got on my chicken. Here. No, you don't have to. Jenna picks up TJ's sandwich and swaps out his grilled chicken. She rips off the layer of mayo-tainted lettuce from his lettuce bun before swapping her chicken in. There, how's that? Thanks. It's then that TJ looks up and sees Leo and I staring at him. I see his ears flatten in embarrassment. What? Nothing, TJ. Nothing. So are your parents still letting you live in the house here in Echo? Yeah, we actually tried to sell it last year, but of course no one bought. I think 2 people came to look, but took off once they saw the town. Anyway, my parents are living in Peyton in a house twice as big as the old one. Well, it must be pretty cool living in your own house. My parents aren't constantly breathing down my neck, so that's, nice. Leo's already finished his first sandwich, and now he's unwrapping the second. He sure could eat a lot. How many people are still here, anyway? In the town, I mean. Leo takes another bite, and I hear the crunch of peppers through his muzzle. He chews thoughtfully for a moment before swallowing. Not too sure. Of course, I know almost everyone here, but most don't actually live here anymore. Most everyone's turned their old house into a sort of vacation home now. Really? Why? I can't imagine anyone coming here for a vacation. Unless your hobbies are meth or dying of heat stroke. Well, they've all got their old houses here, and it's cheap to build. And this town is actually trying to turn that old lake into a recreational thing. Lake Emma? Yeah, they're putting in docks and stuff. Huh. Lake Emma is an old reservoir just a few minutes outside of town. As kids, we used to play around there all the time. It was generally an ugly place. Dead fish on the banks, a terrible smell, and mosquitoes everywhere. Then again, if it could have changed since then. I haven't been there in 12 years now. None of us have. Thinking about the lake is making my stomach tighten again, forcing away my appetite in the process. It's been so long at this point, I need to learn to get over things. Actually, that reminds me. The others are pretty deep in their own conversations, but I lower my voice anyway, leaning into Leo. Hey, Leo. Leo turns to me. He had been in the middle of a massive bite, and now he has bell pepper half hanging out of his muzzle. That throws off my train of thought there for a second. Oh yeah. So I wanted to get some shots of the lake for my project. Leo ducks his head to pull out the pepper from his muzzle, only to shove it back in a second later. He chews for a while, but his ears are still tipped towards me, so I go on. It's kind of important to Echo's history. Anyway, you told me that on Monday everyone's free during lunch. I can tell I can tell by the set of Leo's ears that he knows where I'm going, but he's not too into the idea. I wouldn't be too either if the lake is as it fucking sounds. It sounds disgusting. I quickly go on. Of course, we don't have to, but it's been a long time, and if the town is making it look better, it could be fun. Listen, Chase. I feel my face burn a little under the fur. Sorry, it was a dumb idea. No, Chase, if it were up to me, I'd definitely do it. It's just... Leo turns towards Flynn, and so I do as well, finding him still bantering with Carl. It doesn't matter how fucking fast you eat, I'm not gonna be impressed. He's got that classic Flynn look in his face where he's pressing his lips together trying not to smile. What if I ate all 3? You've already eaten most of the first one, so that's not gonna happen now, is it? I look back down at my sandwich. I suddenly feel really guilty. Here I am, back after 3 years, just assuming that I know how everyone feels. Now I'm kind of feeling like an imposter. Leo notices, like he always did, and he nudges me with his shoulder. Hey, don't worry about it. It's not your fault. Suddenly, Leo's ears perk up, and I know he suddenly had an idea. His ears made him easily readable, just as reading people came easily to him. It made it all the more impressive that he was able to tell what most of us were thinking, considering my short, stubby ears. Or Flynn's lack thereof. Listen, there's this cool little spot by the river that's actually pretty close to the lake. We could have lunch, and you could walk over and get your shots. The idea made me feel a little bit better. Alright, that could be fun. Also, this motel doesn't have a pool, so it'd be really nice to swim in something. Otters in their waters. Anyway, I'll have to ask Flynn, but I think he'll be okay with it, so I guess we're an otter? What would really impress me is if you didn't eat the rest. You're a funny guy, Flynn. Carl goes right back to shoving the next burger into his mouth as Flynn looks on in mild disgust. He suddenly notices us watching him and gives us an odd look, but that slowly morphs into a smirk as he focuses on Leo. You're looking pretty happy there, Leo. Not like you've been for the past 3 years. I furrow my brow in confusion as I look up at Leo. I see him shift and he's given Flynn a look that I don't quite understand. Well, of course I'm happy to see us all back together again. I look from Leo to Flynn, and it's pretty easy to imagine a bolt of electricity between them. You should have seen him, Chase. He'd go on days without smiling. Oh, agreed. Leo's been kind of a dick ever since you guys left. Isn't Jenna a counselor? Hey, you should have a session with Leo. I'm still an undergrad, so I'm not going into counseling anyway, and that would just make me sad. DJ is trying to hold his sandwich together and eat it at the same time, not very successfully, and he looks up as well. Leo depressed? It's hard to imagine you not smiling. You seem fine online. Has something been going on, Leo? For the first time since he's arrived, Leo looks truly uncomfortable. You didn't see him like that very often. Flynn, on the other hand, has his trying not to smirk face on. Why? Leo pauses, pinned down by everyone's eyes in the room. He then takes a frustrated breath. Can't people be sad sometimes? Yes, things have been harder. But I'm fine. I think it's pretty clear that Flynn, Leo flicks his long muzzle at the lizard, is just trying to get some reactions. Sure, I'm just saying you're back to your old self, but seriously, it's great. Leo makes a snorting sound. I'm about to ask Leo what's so stressful when he lifts his paw up again, and to try to take a bite out of his almost finished sandwich. I go quiet and look at his paw. A silver anchor, tied around his wrist with leather. The word otters etched into the shank of the anchor. The name Chase is engraved into the stock. Why was he still... Chase! I jump as TJ's voice breaks through my trance, bouncing on the bed once I came down. Leo looks at me as the bed wobbles, an eyebrow raised. TJ puts a paw to his muzzle. Oh, sorry. You were just kind of staring off into space. Yeah, just thinking about stuff. What's up? We were just talking about Endgame. Didn't you tell me that you saw that movie on the drive here? I really don't get you right now, TJ. Endgame was the worst Lions Brigade movie. You're just mad because they didn't follow the comics. Yeah, Carl, as a movie, it was just better. I'm sure the comics are great too, though. Nah, the comics are shit. Carl tried showing them to me once. Blah? See, that's the problem. They never follow the source material and no one cares because they have no respect for the originals, man. You're way too picky, Carl. Endgame was a great movie. Not you too, Leo. I don't know. I think Lions Brigade was always a bit too violent for me. What with all the shooting and punching. I've always liked the Trinity Weasel. She's the thinking man's superheroine. Carl waves his paw dismissively. The Trinity comics have always been pretty lame. They're jerk-off fodder for lonely nerds, and so's the movie. Ha! Don't you mean like yourself? Hey. Hold up, we're talking about Trinity now? Julia Blasco, she's hella fine. Never seen an ass like hers on a weasel before. That's because it's fake. Oh shit. No, I just like the story. It's really kind of deep if you think about it. I was hard to think about when half the shots are slow-mo and she's doing all these flips and backbends and shit. Come on, Trinity does have more story going on than your average superhero movie. Looks like Jenna's coming to TJ's defense. What does all of this fucking matter? I think it's great that you like her character over all the meatheads. Yeah, they all just stuck in all the boob shots and to reel in the dummies like you, Flynn. Of course, that's easy for someone like you to say. Besides, I see what's going on here. Maybe you should watch Lucha Lobo, TJ. He's shirtless the whole time. TJ's ears go flat, tufts pointed at the ground. I better stop with all this saucy talk. The only way this could get any more awkward is if y'all got sprung. We all groan in unison, but TJ shoots right back. And knowing you, that's exactly what you want to happen, isn't Flynn? I get a few surprised chuckles. Damn, TJ, where'd that come from? It isn't that it's a particularly good joke. It's that it came from TJ that makes it so funny. I don't think I've ever heard him talk like that. Even Flynn can't keep from grinning a little bit. Oh, look at this. We talk into the late afternoon. At this point, all my worries have disappeared, instead leaving a happy, warm feeling in its place. It seems silly that I worried so much earlier. In face, I'm starting to look forward to the rest of the week. All right. Leo steps forward, indicating that we should all shut up. Now, we all need to remember that Chase is here to do his school project, so that comes first. But I did make a few other plans for things that we can do in his off time. I'm pretty sure all of us know that we're going to Southwest Adventures tomorrow, so I'll pick these two up. He jerks his head towards Flynn and Carl. Then swing by the motel to get you guys at 9, alright? Sounds good. Then I was thinking about doing some stuff in Peyton towards the end of the week, but we'll make those plans later. In between those times, we should find time to hang out as well. Make the most of this. Leo looks about done, but suddenly snaps his fingers as if remembering something. Oh yeah, Chase, I saw you had a camera. Think you could get a picture of us? It would be nice for all of us to have something that isn't camera phone quality. Oh sure, I was messing with the self-timer earlier. Should be able to get it to work. After a few minutes of me adjusting the tripod and Leo adjusting everyone at the end of one of the beds, we managed to get into position. Alright, here goes! I set the timer and fast walked to the spot Leo saved for me. I think that was a good one! For the next 2 hours we watch a movie on TV, not really paying attention, mostly catching up with each other and how we've been. It's good to be back, and it feels like we're all just picking up where we left off 3 years ago. It's really nice. Finally, about 10, Leo, Carl, and Flynn head out. I spend the next 20 minutes tinkering with the equipment, making sure it's all in order for shooting the next day. Once TJ finishes getting ready for bed in the bathroom, I do as well before getting into bed, head to toe with TJ. There's a soft glow from the corner as Jenna sits at the table reading something. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for her to go to sleep. Aww. There's a chain attached to my ankles. I walk away from the lake, my legs and feet caked in mud. I guess this is our dream, probably. I look back, seeing the chain snaking back around the rocks and reeds before disappearing into the water. Looking ahead again, I see Leo. He's smiling, waving at me. I walk towards him, and the chain stays slack, pulling easily out of the water. There's an anchor in the lake, I say. I stare at him, but he doesn't say anything and just keeps on smiling. I crouch on the rocks, wrapping the chain around my wrist a few times. Leo kneels next to me, rubbing my back and sticking out his arm to compare our bracelets, saying that everyone gets one. He seems happy, but now I'm stuck here. I can't even stand up to walk.
Sunday!
I guess he just feels anchored down to this town? I don't know. Peyton is about 30 minutes away. To get there, you have to get on Route 93, which Flynn tells me isn't even called that anymore. That would make sense considering how it was impossible to find with the GPS. Anyway, to get to the city, you have to merge from the remnants of 93 onto I-40, which runs straight through the city of Peyton. About 15 minutes from Peyton, we all pull over at a rest stop, which sits at a higher elevation than Echo. If you're looking at the right direction, it gives you a great view of the town. I stand outside the old, run-down restroom, a paw over my eyes as I stare out over the desert. A distant, hazy view of a group of small buildings huddled together signals where the town is. From the vicarious distance, it looks small and harmless, hard to imagine all of the things that happen there. Alright, how do I use this thing? I look over and see Leo fumbling with the camera, obviously worried that he was going to break it. I walk over and show him how to use it, checking the white balance and exposure myself. I wasn't too good with cameras, but the equipment manager at the university had given me a quick lesson on how to do things. Oh, it's got like a train sound effect in the background. That's cool. Alright, so I want you to zoom out from Echo, slowly, and while you do that, I'm going to walk into frame, okay? Yeah, okay. Leo hoists the camera up and looks through the viewfinder, ears perked up and smiling. You're not using a tripod for this shot? I've made that mistake before in filmmaking. If you're doing an establishing fucking zoom shot, you can't freehand that shit. You're gonna get points off in your assignment, bucko! Alright, signal me when you're ready. I adjust the clip-on mic while Leo focuses the camera, then raises his paw, signaling that I should start. I walk into frame, keeping one paw in my pocket and using the other to gesture. Hope it doesn't look too awkward. I always feel like I do. Echo first began as a settlement in 1852 after James Hendricks discovered gold in a quartz deposit. The town grew quickly in size, and once it began to serve as a junction along Prescott Railway, it reached a peak population of 6,500 in 1877. It was at this point in time that a peculiar phenomenon of mass hysteria took over. Many say the reason this occurred was due to the discovery of a body within the gold mine and the circumstances surrounding that discovery. While not much is known about this event, what is known is that once it ended, a large portion of the population left Echo, most of those who settled in the nearby town of Peyton. However, the town still managed to prosper well enough until 1942. That's when the government stepped in to shut down the mine, as it became a federal law to divert all mining resources to the war effort. The town's population sharply declined shortly thereafter, and in the 1950s it had dwindled to approximately 2,000 people. A shutdown of the Prescott Railway in the 1960s, followed by the bypassing of Route 93 by I-40 in 1986, was the final nail in the coffin for the town. By the 90s, the population had just dwindled to 150 people. My goal, however, is to investigate the first event which led to the town's decline and possible demise. What happened in that mine almost 150 years ago? I've come to Echo to try to find out what information, if any, can be gleaned from the events of 1877. I wait for a few seconds, then look at Leo. That good? Yeah, I don't know how to stop this, though. Here. I walk over to take the heavy camera off of Leo's paws. That was pretty good. You want to be a reporter? Maybe. I'd rather just write than be on camera, though. Yo, Chase! Leo and I look up towards the car, greeted by the sight of a bright white ram's ass hanging out of the back of Leo's van. I don't really react. I mean, despite being self-conscious about his weight, Carl was pretty shameless about stuff like this. I'd probably seen his naked butt more than I'd seen Leo's, and that was saying something. Make sure you get a shot of my hey! For that moment, Flynn, who's sitting next to Carl in the back, reaches around and yanks the ram's pants down so that they hung around his knees. Even though Carl's pretty quick to pull them back up, I still get a pretty good view of his equally white balls hanging from his legs. Leo snorts, and I can see Flynn laughing his ass off while Carl punches him in the shoulder. Unfortunately for TJ, who was sitting in the middle row with Jenna, he was looking back at the time and probably got a much better view than I did. Now he's facing forward, covering his face while Jenna sits next to him reading a book, looking uninterested. 21, and he's still doing that, huh? Yeah, it's a little more awkward without you three around, though. We head back to the car, and I grab the camera bag from the passenger seat and put the camera away. Hey, did you see my ass? Saw more than that. Your thing's about the horrors of Echo, right? It'll be a perfect fit. Well, if you can even fit it onto the camera. I stashed the camera bag in the footwell before hopping in. Southwest Adventures is an amusement park right in the middle of Peyton. It's decent enough that people come not just from Peyton, but cities up to 100 miles away to vacation here. Because of this, it's usually crowded, and today is no exception. Families and their kids are everywhere. It's a generally nice day. Sunny and in the 80s, and it was being on a Sunday that added to the crowd. I didn't mind, though. The point of this is to hang out with my friends. I don't know about you guys, but I'm starving.
let's get to some funnel cakes.
Jesus, Carl, we just got here.
Hey, I didn't have any breakfast.
You had breakfast all right, a blunt with a side of the munchies.
It's no problem. You can do that while I plan out what we're doing.
Carl ambles off on his way to the funnel cake stand. I snagged one of the park maps from the entrance and I hand that to Leo.
Alright, so usually when my family comes here, we go clockwise and hit all the rides. That sounds like a plan. It's pretty crowded today, so we probably won't be able to do everything, but in this order we'll at least be able to ride Event Horizon.
You sure? The line is always so long for that ride. TJ's looking up towards a tall, spiraling electric red steel roller coaster. It's definitely the most recognizable landmark in the park. You could see it from almost anywhere in Peyton.
Yep, fastest, tallest roller coaster in the West. I think it'll be worth it.
Oh. TJ rubs his arm with one paw, the corner of his muzzle twitching a little bit. I'd forgotten about that. He used to have a pretty pronounced motor tic when the corner of his mouth would twitch up and over again. It used to be a constant thing, but it stopped once we entered middle school. Guess it hadn't completely gone away.
You alright, TJ? We can skip the big rides if you...
Oh, hell, TJ, if you're a fucking adult now.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I just haven't been on a roller coaster in a while.
TJ snaps his head back towards us. He's all tensed up and the movement looks like a rubber band being snapped. I'm riding all the rides with you guys. TJ walks off, his paws shoved deep in his pockets. I feel bad for him. I don't want to give him an out somehow. Fuck! I didn't read all of it. Go back. No, please. But that's when Carl comes back with his funnel cake. It's topped with ice cream, powdered sugar, and strawberries.
Anyone want to share? Yeah, that looks really good. No? Alright, guess I have to eat this whole thing.
Great, now we're gonna wait for Fat Ass to finish eating. Carl pulls his face out of the cake. Even with his white fur, I can still see the powdered sugar clinging to his chin.
No, I can eat it in the line. We're going on Event Horizon first. The wait'll be an hour long at least.
The line ends up being 2 hours long, and by the time we get to the actual ride, I'm dying to get into a pool of any kind. To put it bluntly, an otter needs water. Part of the problem of living in Echo meant that we didn't have any kind of indoor pool system in our house, being as cheap as it was. We ended up having to get an outdoor swimming pool, which was a pain.
Nervous, Chase?
I smirk at him. I've ridden it before, Leo. Though your tail's kind of down. You sure you're not nervous?
Huh?
Come on, Leo. Let's ride in the front.
Oh, well, I don't know.
I watch as Jenna pulls Leo towards the line for the front, which is twice as long as all the others. I opt for the middle, and it was just so happens that TJ comes with me. His tufted ears had been poking straight up the entire time, muzzle giving an occasional twitch. I lean over to him.
You know, there's an exit over there for people who changed their mind.
I'll bet you can slip out without anyone knowing. Looks like not all of us are going to be riding the same train. TJ stares straight ahead, clutching onto the railing. I can see his sharp claws unsheathed, pressing into the metal and chipping away some of the red paint. No, I'm fine. You sure? Yep, perfectly fine. Well, we're in the middle, which is the best place to be if you don't like roller coasters. Yeah. I really wanted to be able to get TJ to skip the ride, but it seems like he's pretty determined to do it for some reason. Finally, our train comes along and I step in as two laughing and painting hyenas step out. Oh my god, that was the most intense, holy shit, do I know, I never get scared on rides, I almost fucking pissed myself. I do a quick check of the seat to make sure there isn't any actual piss before I sit down. I look up and see TJ standing on the edge of the platform, his eyes wide, one foot stuck out to get on. TJ? A bored-looking teenage fox comes by to check my lap bar, and I stick out my paw. Hey, wait, TJ, you getting on? Fox goes from being bored to mildly annoyed. If you're getting on, you need to get on now. We can't hold up the entire ride for you, sir. The exit's that way for other adventures await. People around us are starting to notice. Unfortunately, Flynn, who was lined up with Carl towards the back, is paying very close attention, grinning like he knew what was going to happen. Aw, TJ too scared? Guess you're a pussy after all.
Shut up, Flynn. Hey, TJ, when it gets real bad, say to yourself, at least I'm not gonna die.
Actually, a few people have. TJ! I yell up at him seems to jar TJ out of his trance. He almost falls into the car as he stumbles into it, fumbling with his shoulder restraints before the Fox attendant sighs and leans down to do it for him. I can see the red on the insides of TJ's ears as he blushes, and I can feel my own ears burn a little from the second-hand embarrassment. Now that it's too late, I realize that we shouldn't have started with this ride. We should have started with something smaller to build up his confidence. I'm jolted back as the train moves forward. Oh gosh. TJ's paw lashes out and latches onto my arm. Oh no, why am I doing this? I reach over to try to move his paw from my arm and back onto the handle on his shoulder restraints. TJ, hold on to that, my arm, you're gonna... Chase, quiet! I pause, staring at the links. I'm really not used to hearing TJ yell. He's almost puffed out to twice his size. I just need some quiet right now. Ah! Our train begins its ascent up the first hill, and I can feel TJ's claw pricking into my fur and into the skin. Oh, God. He starts mumbling quietly to himself, his eyes closed. TJ, are you praying? He didn't actually say anything, and soon we've reached the apex of the climb. I give up on trying to move his paw and sit back, a little nervous myself. I really hope TJ doesn't completely lose it. I rinsed the blood off my arm in a dirty theme park bathroom. It wasn't as bad as I thought it could have been, though TJ did start crying when we hit the first inversion. He had scratched the shit out of my forearm, grabbing it with both paws once we started the descent. Unfortunately, Flynn and Carl were still on the platform when we rolled back into the boarding station. Flynn looked really ready to lay into TJ again, but when he saw the tears, he had the decency to hold back. I helped the shaking Lynx out of the car, and somehow we managed to stumble into the bathroom where he quickly hid into the stall. I should have forced him out the exit. He's always had anxiety problems, though I think we all believed it was a childhood thing that he'd gotten over. I don't know if he still takes his medication. So, hey TJ! Yeah. We should probably get back. Leo texted me that they're all waiting by the ride. Yeah, I'll be out in a second. The cheerfulness in his voice is forced. I ignore the weird looks I'm getting from the other people in the bathroom and instead inspect my arm. The scratches are pretty superficial, so the bleeding has stopped. No one would notice under the thick fur, even if it's tender as hell. I hear the stall door open behind me, and through the mirror I see TJ come out. He sees me looking over my arm, and his face crumples up again. Chase, I'm sorry. Is it bad? I really don't want him to start crying again. TJ cried a lot when he was a kid, almost every day. Even at 19, he seems like he's still pretty susceptible. It's fine. Doesn't even hurt. Oh, well, that's good. We stand there awkwardly for a few seconds, and then I air out my shirt, which was starting to stick to my sweaty body. Listen, it's honestly getting way too hot for me to wait in lines all day. I think I'd rather just sit down and watch some shows or something. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Do you want to do that with me? TJ's ears come up a little, and he clutches his paws together, the fidgeting subsiding a bit. Yeah, Chase, I think that'll be fun. I can tell he's at least a little relieved. We both head out back towards the ride, and I spot the four of them waiting by the exit. I furrow my brow as I spot Carl crouch on the ground, Jenna kneeling next to him and rubbing his back. Hey, everything all right? Jenna looks up, a sympathetic smile on her face. Carl's not feeling too good. You want to sit on a bench or something? If I move, I'm gonna... That's just what you get for stuffing your face right before the ride. You think they sell ginger pills here, or ginger ale, at least? A joint would be nice. Of course it fucking would be. Like, I've got no reason other than the popular vote to go for Carl at this point. I don't enjoy his character, but there's gotta be something. There's gotta be something that makes everybody want me to fucking go for this guy, so we'll go for him. Well, there are some vendors over there. I'll go check. I'm actually kind of glad everybody's preoccupied with Carl right now. Takes some of the heat off of TJ.
Let's move you to a bench. It'll be better if you're sitting down.
Slowly, Jenna and Leo lift Carl up, and how I can see from his face that he is really ill. To the average person, our little outing might already seem like a disaster, but this is perfectly typical for us. Nothing ever went according to plan. We sit Carl down on a bench, and he bends over, his face in his hands as he moans softly. TJ comes back with a medium-sized cup in his paws. He sits next to Carl. No ginger ale, but they did have some lime soda. Carl takes it and sips a bit of it before sitting back and belching.
Fuck it. I'm done, guys.
What? What are you gonna do all day? Sit there? Actually, me and Chase are going to see some shows. You can come with us.
Ugh. Guys, we're doing this to hang out with each other, remember?
I'll leave him. We're wasting time. Flynn turns and walks off, his hands shoved in his pockets, hunched like a stone gargoyle. Such an edgelord. Oh, Jesus. He definitely looked the part, being a lizard. Damn, that was probably a bit speciesist.
Well, we all have our phones. Text us, alright?
Sure. Jenna turns and follows Flynn, but Leo hesitates a moment. He looks at me before eventually turning to follow Flynn and Jenna. Oh, poor Leo. 5 minutes later, Carl's stomach settles to the point where he's able to get up and walk. At this point, I'm completely wiped out and just want to sit down. Ooh, look at this amphitheater. This is cool. I point out the first stage we see, and they agree. I sigh gratefully when I sit down.
You look tired as shit.
I crack an eye open and see Carl giving me a sidelong glance. I don't sleep very well in motel beds. I actually woke up around 2. You were gone. Now TJ's looking at me too, and I feel my gut clench for a second. Yeah, I tried to go for a walk down the street. I hoped it would get me tired.
Well, if that happens again, you can just walk over to my house. I'm up until like 3 every night.
Wow, why? Carl shrugs, leaning back and sticking his hooves up against the chair in front of him, earning him a dirty glance from its occupier.
Games, mostly. Sometimes I read.
Carl rubs his chin, opening his muzzle, closing it, then opening it again.
You know, it would be pretty cool if you spent the night one of these days. That house could be creepy as hell when you're the only one in it.
You're alone?
Yeah, parents are vacationing in the regal paradise and having a bloody good time, they tell me.
Carl tries to put on an accent, but it doesn't go... Oh, that was supposed to be an accent? God damn it.
A bloody good time.
Like a bad accent. Oh, did you want to go with them? Carl blows a raspberry, laughing.
Not really. Mom told me right away that weed isn't legal there either, so I took that as them not wanting me to come along.
Oh.
They did say the chocolate there is real, whatever that means, and they'd bring me some. Guess I'm not enough of a fat ass yet.
Come on, Carl.
But dude, I'm getting there. Soon all I'll have to do is stand in the front of the mirror, block out my face, and jerk it to my moobs.
Oh, god damn. What the fuck? Why do you guys like this guy? I make a dumb snorting, croaking sound, and I feel TJ looking at the two of us disapprovingly.
Not the hardest thing to do when you're high.
Wait, so you've actually done it? Carl shrugs, smirking at me. I reach out and grab his chest. From what I can tell, there's a pretty firm set of pecs under there. Carl puts a mock horrified look on his face.
Sexual assault! He touched my breast!
Whatever, Carl. They're harder than mine.
So now we're teenage girls in the locker room comparing racks?
Hey, you're the one that brought up tits.
You know what? I can see it, yeah. You're the hot preppy one that everyone likes, and I'm the big fat chick that you're all nice to, but call Big Thunder Mountain behind your back. And
TJ hadn't been paying attention, distracted with watching some dancers on stage. He looks innocently at us. Huh? You're the cute, naive Christian chick that only takes it up the butt to stay virgin. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, dude. What? Let me feel your boobies, I want to compare. What the shit, dude? What in the world are you talking? No! Small but perky. What the fuck? After a few seconds of tussling and Carl getting smacked in the nose by TJ, somebody shushes us from behind and we're forced into silence. The show starts off with a bunch of mice having a weird sort of hoedown. TJ's really into it and actually starts clapping along. Well, that's nice. I smile. TJ could definitely be kind of cute sometimes. Carl just rubs his nose and leans back, watching with a smirk as the whole thing is a joke to him. As if the whole thing was a joke to him. At this point, my eyelids were feeling heavy. At most, I'd gotten maybe 4 hours of sleep last night. I think about leaning my head back, but the backs of the seats are pretty low, and I just end up with my head hanging over the back. Leaning forward would just be impossible. I could lean into one of my friends. I don't think they'd mind. Well, now's the choice. TJ's doing his thing, so I'll lean on Carl. Also, I'm supposed to be pursuing Carl now. Out of the choice between the two, I personally would go with TJ, but I don't know. Carl is definitely the better choice. Bigger and probably softer, he'd make a nice pillow. Carl, I'm gonna use you as my bed. Huh? I put my head on his shoulder and closed my eyes, feeling the soft, puffy, sleeveless hoodie and his bulk under my cheek. Weirdly enough, he was pretty damn sturdy, and I had expected him to be like a pillow puff. Damn, Chase, you that tired? Well, alright then. I feel him shift, and he's suddenly putting an arm across the back of the bench, giving me more support. The gesture made me feel a little warm. I could see TJ's eyes on us, but I ignore him, enjoying the position of intimacy. The sounds of the clapping and fiddles start to drift away as the lack of sleep takes its toll. I feel along the rough edges of rock and dirt. The only thing I can hear is the shower of debris I'm knocking to the ground. The air is stale, and I have the vague feeling that I'm suffocating. I keep going. I'm gonna reach the end eventually. I just have to keep moving. I can tell that I'm going down deeper and deeper. The space around me is growing smaller and smaller, and soon I'm hunching so that my head doesn't scrape the ceiling. I can hear footsteps, not quite in synchrony with my own. There aren't any kind of footsteps I've ever heard before, though. I stop and listen. There's definitely the sound of feet, but not like they're walking, more like they're stamping down the ground, making as much noise as possible. This is accompanied by a slapping sound, as if somebody is smacking their paws on the ground as well. I imagine a canine toddler, but insisting on walking on all fours while throwing a tantrum. It's heavier, though, like an adult doing it. That image makes the nape of my neck prickle, but I'm not scared. It's not long after I've stepped that the noise stops as well. Just 10 feet behind me, I turn, watching the darkness. I knew you'd come back. They always do. My voice sounds clogged, muted, like the rocky walls are just sucking up the sound of the sound instead of the bouncing them off the tunnel. The stamping starts up again, loudly, coming towards me at full speed. Now I can hear sobbing, sniffling, and a strange guttural grunting. It's just feet away. You're only moving in circles. It veers away just as the words leave my mouth, going back the way it came. I stand there a while, listening until I can't hear it anymore. I turn and continue on, feeling the walls again as I make my way lower and lower. The smell hits me right as my paws hit it. Slick and slippery blood coats the walls of my paws and run along like thick oil. It's warm and fresh, and now I know I'm getting close. A voice abruptly echoes down the tunnel. It's not far away at all. I knew you'd come back. They always do. I make my way closer and closer now, and fear pricks my heart. They always do. I hear muffled screams now, as if someone is yelling with their mouth closed. Now the fur is standing up all over my body, but my feet won't stop. I keep going. I'm getting closer and closer. You're only moving in circles. I'm here. It's right here in front of me, and now I'm reaching out to it, reaching out to touch it. I can't stop. I can't stop. What the fuck? I jump, my head jerks up, and my eyes snap open, looking around wildly. It's like I came up from being underwater too long. Shit! Whoa! TJ and Carl both jump shortly after I do. I look back and forth, and they stared wide-eyed back at me. It takes me a second to realize I'm still at Southwest Adventures. I'm at the stage, watching shows. Jesus fuck, dude, you alright? Carl! I lean forward and rub my face in my paws, trying to stop shaking. I'm fine, just really bad dream. I feel a small paw on my back and TJ rubs it. What about? I'm not really sure. Just a really dark place and some things were in there. That does sound pretty creepy. What kinds of things? I think for a moment. The weird crawling thing, the screaming thing. I pull my head up, looking towards the stage, which is empty right now. Yet there's still music happening. It doesn't matter. It was just a dream. Hey, what happened to the show? Carl chuckles next to me, leaning back again. You missed him, dude. We've been here for like 3 shows. We've seen like 3 shows. Yeah, we even had a segment with otters doing water tricks. We thought about waking you up for it, but you were in a really deep sleep. That's too bad. I've always loved seeing my people laughed at for the swimming clowns that we are. What the fuck? How long's it been? Carl checks his phone, which he already has out. Been about 3 hours. Could probably get some lunch now. Damn, I've been out for a while. I'm surprised I hadn't at least woken up a few times, considering how the uncomfortable position I'd been in. I guess you feel better then? Yeah, I've been feeling better for the past 2 hours now that I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry. Fuck, how many times do I gotta... I've composed myself for the most part and take out my phone to text Leo. It's already 2 p.m., so I tell him we're hungry and that we should meet up. He gets back to me pretty quick, saying that they are mostly done with the big rides. He also says that we should meet at the center of the park at the food court. We meet Flynn at a table in the food court where he's already bought some pizza. Carl immediately sits down and pries open the box, taking out a few slices. Of course, you guys have fun. It was alright. Watched a few shows about our state's speciesist history. Chase took a nap. Flynn eyes TJ, who doesn't say anything as he sits to take his own slice of pizza, a bit more daintily than Carl had. Feeling better, Tej? Yeah, I'm fine. TJ nibbles on his slice of cheese pizza. Yeah, well, the pizza here is a hell of a lot scarier than any of the rides, so you're braver than I am. Where's Leo and Jenna? They're all fucking! They're going at it! Flynn rolls his eyes and nods towards a row of carnival games to the right of the court. Fighting? They've been playing those games for a fucking half hour already. I'm not surprised. I grab my own slice of pizza and a napkin and make my way over there. Keeping with the theme of the Old West, the carnival section of the park is decked out with fake saloons and brothels. I spot them pretty quick. Leo's holding a pink unicorn and Jenna's carrying a green dragon. They seem to be in pretty good spirits, though Leo's grin is a little tight. Looks like a pretty successful haul, you guys. Hey, Chase. Jenna's grinning, looking a little smug as well. You guys finished? We're eating now. Leo shifts in the giant unicorn around. Yeah, we're pretty much done, I think. Damn, Leo, you must have won something pretty hard to get that. Yeah, that was me. I look over at the green dragon Jenna's holding. What about that? Yeah, I won this too. Oh, well, I'm sure you've won a couple. Actually, yeah, I've beaten him at every game. Well, you're visiting. I want your memories of the vacation to be good. Obviously, it's getting to your head, though. What the fuck? Did my light just flicker? Was that me having a stroke? What the fuck was that? Oh, please. Chase, you should have seen his face. Sour grapes the whole time. Oh, really? I would usually stay out of stuff like this. Leo always got a little carried away when it came to competition. Yeah, my light is flickering. What the fuck? Especially when I was around. But it was kind of funny seeing him act like this. Let's just go and eat. Wait, there's the high striker. Why don't we show Chase who's stronger, Oh, Jesus. Leo contemplates that for a second, but seems pretty confident about this one. He's literally almost twice the size of Jenna. I don't know if that's very fair to you, Jenna. I mean... He lets that sit, and honestly, I have to agree. Jenna, though, gets a little fox gleam in her eyes that I knew meant she thought she knew something we didn't. Afraid I'm gonna woo your ex? What? Wow, Jenna's going all out. My muzzle flushes under the fur, but that only seems to decide things for Leo. We're exes? I didn't know that. He flexes his shoulder and sticks out the stuffed unicorn to me. I stuff the last of my crust in my mouth and reach out to take it. Jenna does the same, and now I'm hugging two massive stuffed animals to my sides, tripling my girth. Alright, let's do this. Step right up, test your strength. $3, 3 tries, ring the bell, and you'll win a prize. I'd like a try. Oh, we have a take a big strong wolf like you would have no problem at all. $3, please. Leo hands over the money, and the carny hands him a mallet. Leo points at me with a grin. This one's for you, Chula. What does that mean? My heart skips a beat. He hasn't called me that in a while. But I decide to play along. Don't disappoint me, Leo. I really want that stuffed griffin. I didn't know there were exes. I'm confused. We're learning stuff. I point to the griffin at the big carny's long shelf of toys. Sure thing. Leo spreads his legs and squares his shoulders before raising the hammer and bringing it down hard onto the rubber-looking pad. It's a pretty hard hit, but the chaser only raises up to the 40 mark. Oh, almost, Sir Wolf. Try again. Leo's brow furrows. No, I'm not so sure this was a good idea. He raises the mallet again and grunts as he brings it down even harder, causing the contraption to shake a little. This time, the chaser shoots up to the 70 mark. Even better! This time, put your back into it! I can hear Leo growling a little as he raises the mallet a final time, and it brings it down with a snarl, all the muscles on his arms standing out. I'm pretty sure I feel the ground shake this time as the impact causes a few heads to turn. This time, the chaser only goes up to the 60 mark. Damn! Leo gapes at the game. So close! $3 more will get you 3 more tries. Would you like to try again? Nope, my turn. Jenna already has some money ready and hands it to the carny. Oh, a little battle with the sexes, huh? Well, step up, my fair fox maiden. How will you fare against the big bad wolf? Leo reluctantly hands the mallet to Jenna. All right, beat 70. Jenna points at the mallet at me, winking. Don't worry, Chase, I'll get that griffin for you. The fuck? Leo snorts loudly, folding his arms and looking pretty annoyed. Good luck, I was hitting that thing as... Before he can finish, Jenna raises the mallet into the air and puts it down into a graceful swing. It's as if she was chopping wood and she brings it down onto the rubber pad. It lands precisely and cleanly, in a sharp contrast with Leo's sloppy hits. It's all in the technique sometimes. I stare, Leo stares, the carny stares. Jenna simply raises her paw into the air. Yay! A few onlookers around us laugh and cheer. Oh my, the fair fox has won! Come over and pick your prize! He glances at Leo. Sorry, buddy. The carny shoots a sympathetic but also amused smile Leo's way before turning on to the onlookers. See that? Female fox half the size of this male wolf is ringing the bell. Could one of you be next? Leo looks mortified, but quickly charges his expression to a sheepish grin. He doesn't seem to want to look at me. Good job, Jenna. Jenna bounds back to us carrying the big stuffed griffin. Give those ones to Leo, so I can give you this. I hand off the stuffed toys to Leo, who grumbles a bit as he takes them. Damn thing's rigged. Jenna hands me a griffin. Thanks, Jenna. That was really... She leans over and pecks me on the cheek. See Leo's eyes widen as she does it, his ears standing straight up. Oh, it was nothing. Leo stands there for a few more seconds, working his jaw. Awesome. He turns away and leaves, his arms still wrapped around his giant stuffed toys. Jenna starts laughing. Jenna! Oh, hush, he'll get over it. He's just so damn fun to tease. I have to agree, but not when I'm being used to do the teasing. He's still really sensitive about the whole thing. You guys talked it over, didn't you? Anyway, aren't you gay? I take a deep breath. This is a choice, that changes everything, so, since we're going off to Jenna this time, I'm gonna say, no. Not really. I mean, yeah, obviously I like Leo, but I've liked girls, too. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's not that you're... It's so you can be bisexual in this game. Oh, interesting. I sigh and rub my eyes with a paw. It's a little tired. Hey, don't tell Leo that I work at the state fair every year. Oh, she just fucking knows how to do it. Wasn't planning on it. The rest of the day is pretty relaxing. We ride a few of the more mellow rides. Leo seemed to cheer up when I volunteered to sit next to him on the Ferris wheel. TJ even built up his courage to the point where he rode the swinging ship. Oh, I hate the swinging ship. That fucking womp womp. I fucking hate that thing. I don't like it. I don't like it. I've ridden one roller coaster in my life, and it was the Timberwolf at Worlds of Fun in Kansas City. Thing's made of wood. It sounds like you're gonna fucking die. I hate that shit. Flynn and Carl rode the slingshot ride together, and with the video feed from the ground, I think it's the first time I've ever seen Flynn scared. Ha! Carl did end up barfing after that one. By about 6 p.m., everyone's tired enough that we agree to head back. I'm still exhausted, so I sleep for the half hour it takes to get back to the motel. When we get back, I notice how good the sun looks right now. With a sigh, I remind myself that I'm here to actually get a project done, not just play around. So as everyone sits in the motel, I let them know that I'm about to shoot some B-roll, gathering up my equipment and heading out into the heat. Dragging it outside, I set up, sweating even under the evening light. Even this late in the day, the heat was pissing me off. For some reason, it's a lot cooler in Pueblo. My mind drifts back to the many, many days of summer under the blazing sun. The temperature rarely dipping below 100. Oh, God, I hate that shit. I can't do that shit. I'm amazed poor TJ had never had a heat stroke. When I put my eye into the viewfinder, I'm a bit disappointed at how broken down the town looks, even with the amazing backdrop. What a dump. I'll say. It's then that I hear footsteps and talking behind me. I pause my recording and turn around. How's the filming? It's alright. Kind of ran out of sun, but it's okay. Echo looks like crap no matter what kind of light you shoot it in. Do you need us to stay quiet? Nah, I'm just shooting B-rolls. Was about to come back in. Let's stay out here a minute. Carl and Flynn are getting a little loud. Besides, I want to talk to you two. He wraps an arm around Jenna and reaches out to pull me in so that we're both flanking him. I feel my shoulder press into his warm bulk of his side and chest. He'd always been taller than me. My eyes barely come up to his chin, but now it seemed like he was almost twice as wide. He definitely put on more muscle since I last saw him. While he was always pretty muscular, he'd been more on the lean side. Now his chest and biceps pulled his shirt tight. It felt nice, though, like something very sturdy wrapped in velvet. I suppose it was a mixture of adding on both muscle and fat. I'm at least happy that he's gotten over his little defeat to Jenna. Look at us, the OG crew. Leo's strong voice... The OG crew! Leo's strong voice vibrates from his body into mine. The effect is tranquilizing, and I feel myself relax. Together again. The only thing I miss about this town. Leo is referring to the fact that he, Jen, and I were the original three in the group of 6 to become friends. Later, we would add TJ, then Carl, and finally Flynn and Sydney. Leo had really been the one to unite us all. I remember when you first got here, everyone was afraid of you. I remember when I first got here, I found a bunch of gringos. I don't know what that word means. I don't know what it means. So if I just said something bad, I'm sorry. YouTube, please don't get pissed. Who wouldn't even talk to each other. We all went to the same schools as in Peyton and had our different friends there. When Leo moved in, he thought it was strange that the kids in Echo didn't hang out together. As I entered middle school and high school, I cycled through a ton of different friends, but the ones in Echo always stayed the same. Remember when we'd always have sleepovers at Chase's place? Of course, I'd kick your ass at Claws of Fury all the time. Of Fury. Claws of Fury. Not Claws of Furry. Christ, this channel has fucked me up. I remember. I used to think you guys were only friends with me for my video games. Many times I'd fallen asleep to the flickering of the old CRT television set, watching the outlines of Jenna and Leo twist side to side as they played. I'd wake up hours later only to find them still playing. It was weird. Jenna and Leo get along really well, but there is a bit of competitive streak between the two. Actually, it's one of the few things that gets Leo genuinely angry. I think he even broke one of my controllers once. How long's it been since we first met? Well, when did you move in? I think it was in 2000. So take 2015 and subtract 2000. What does that leave you with, Leo? Leo looks sideways at me and smirks. There's a flash of white canine as it appears from under his lips for a moment. You think yourself a real hotshot now that you're in college, huh? I smirk back, though I know my canines aren't as impressive. Pretty much, yeah. Well, you'll always be those little brats to me. I feel Leo's wagging tail swat me in the butt. Oh my god. I'm not really sure how I feel about that. Speaking of which, are you two getting along over there? Jenna looks at me and around Leo's broad chest. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, we haven't had many chances to hang out. Eh? Why not? Well, it's college. It's a pretty large university. I don't even think we've seen each other in passing. Yeah, things are different. But Jenna, we should do something together soon, before you graduate. Definitely. Leo still looks a little disappointed that me and Jenna aren't keeping up at the university, but I don't know why. She had her friends, I had mine, and we did talk sometimes. Jenna nudges Leo, causing us all to sway. And speaking of that, when are you going back to Mesa? Mesa is the community college in Peyton. Leo went there for a few semesters before taking a break. And by break, I mean he quit. We'll see. I'll have to talk to my parents. It's just starting to get really busy. Why don't they hire more people? You know, you would have graduated by now. You would have had your master's by now. Leo sighs. It's about committing to the family business, not the help he needs. Jenna rolls her eyes, blowing out some air and ruffling the tuft of fur on her head. Wolves and their families. You should try thinking and speaking for yourself sometime. If I hadn't done that, I'd still be stuck in that crank house. Jenna flicks her head vaguely in the direction of where she used to live. Jenna is the only one, aside from Carl, who has family still living in Echo. I wonder if she's going to visit them, even though I'm pretty sure I already know the answer to that. I see Leo tighten his arm around her shoulder, but she goes on without missing a beat. You can start with our otter here. I look up, caught unawares. Huh? What? Jenna, I'm serious. Jenna puts her paw up to Leo's face, cutting him off. I am not going to spend this entire week with you asking me when or how you should do it. Let's just rip off the Band-Aid now. Chase? Jenna. There's a warning tone in Leo's voice as he pins back his ears and drops his arms from our shoulders. I already know what's happening. It's been a long time coming. I take a step back and fold my arms, looking to the side. Chase, Leo has some things to say to you, and yes, it's about that. Now I'm going to head back in and make sure Carl doesn't light up the bathroom. Jenna! His tone changing to exasperation as Jenna turns on her heel and leaves. Judging by the curl in her tail, I can tell that she's pretty satisfied with what she'd just done. I return my attention to the road. I couldn't really bring myself to look at him right now. We both stand there for a minute, 3 feet apart. I hear Leo scruff the ground with his foot. then sniff as the dust rises from the ground. I hear him draw a deep breath. I hear him draw in a breath a few times, as if he's going to say something, but ends up blowing it out with a sigh. We were never good at this, probably why it ended up failing like it did. Leo, I'm sorry, Chase. For what? Not talking to you about this when I should have. Talking to Jenna about it when I should have been talking to you. He reaches out and sits upon my shoulder, the silver anchor on his wrist glinting just a bit in the fading light. He's smiling at me, but I grit my teeth. Why are you still wearing that? His eyes flick from the bracelet and back to my face, expression turning defensive. Why aren't you still wearing yours? Don't you remember what we said? I sigh, looking at the scattering of clouds behind Leo's head. They're tinged a soft pink from the fading sun. The sunset is almost the same color as Leo's fur. Leo, we were teenagers. That's not an answer. He cuts me off and I look back at him. I told you they weren't love bracelets. They weren't just about our relationship. They were about everything. Our friends, family, memories. Echo. I raise my voice above his, cutting him off this time. They were about Echo, Leo. We stand there a while, and Leo's looking closely at me, expectantly, his ears tipped forward. His eyes pierce at me like amber shards. It was always hard to look at him in the eye during our arguments. Hey, there we are. What, do I have to say it? Alright, fine. I fucking hate this place. Everything about it. It's the most miserable goddamn place I've ever been. How many places have you been? Enough to know that it's miserable? Most everyone here is old, obese, on welfare. Half of them are probably on meth. Leo pulls in a deep breath and blows it over my head. I can smell the bell peppers on his breath. No one likes it here, Chase. I mean, it was an anchor. I'm half laughing. Just looking at it makes me feel like I was still tied to this town. I didn't need it reminding me of all that awful stuff. I know it was supposed to symbolize our being each other's rocks or whatever, but it stands for a lot more than that. But a lot of good things happen here, too. No one should forget where they come from. Sometimes I wish I could. At this point, Leo's deflated a bit, going into a slouch, his ears lowered. Wait, you said was. You didn't get rid... No, I still have it. It's just in a drawer in my dorm room. Honestly, if it was anything else, like one of those infinity bracelets we saw, I wouldn't have trouble wearing it. Fuck, why didn't you say anything when we were buying them? I didn't know it was going to be a problem. Leo takes a deep breath again before blowing it out, puffing out his cheeks this time. I don't know what puchika otter means. He puts a paw to his eyes and holds it there for a few seconds. It's a pose I'm pretty familiar with. Even though I haven't seen it in a few years, I'm hit with a wave of memories, mostly of me frustrating or embarrassing Leo somehow. We decided on the anchors mostly because they look pretty. Leo had referenced some wolf metaphor about roots and how we're always drawn back to them. Also some bullshit about how otters were great sailors, but really it was just an aesthetic. For some reason, over the years, we had begun to associate the anchor with being stuck in Echo. It was when I started connecting the anchor to Sydney that I had taken it off. It was too much. Anyway, Leo brings me back to the present, and I focus back on him. They've mentioned Sydney twice now. Only twice in the entire game that I know of, and it's been in this episode. And they also alluded to something happening regarding Flynn, and maybe the lake. So I'm thinking Sydney drowned, maybe. I don't know. Leo brings me back to the present, and I focus back on him. What I was trying to say is that I'm still not okay with how you left. Leo, I said I was sorry, and I still am, or how you stopped talking to me for a while. Okay, I was a kid. I thought I had a good tactic, like Jenna said, rip off the Band-Aid, you know? We did start talking again. It was more like you punching me in the gut than kicking me in the balls. The problem was that you didn't even give me a chance to say anything, or at least tell me why you broke it off. I stay silent for a while, then finally look up, setting my jaw. Like I said, I was young and dumb. I didn't know how to handle it. I can keep apologizing, or we can move on and make the most of this. We only have a week. We only have 1 week, and I want to have fun. Leo looks to the side, paws on hips, as if contemplating, then looks back at me with a smile. Alright, fine, but don't think you're off the hook. I still want to talk soon. Soon, just not right now. I stand there awkwardly for a few moments, then, because it feels appropriate, I step in to give him a hug. He takes it willingly, and he's warm and strong. For a moment, I wonder why the hell I dumped this guy. Jesus Christ. Just then, someone lays on the horn as they drive past us, pulling me out of my reverie. Fat! Oh my god, really? I lean back so I can watch the car speed down the empty road. Leo keeps holding me, though. He just chuckles. Echo hasn't changed much, has it? No, it hasn't. As we're saying our goodbyes, I remind Leo about the shots I need of the lake. He says he'll talk to the other two about it after they leave. We all say our goodbyes before Leo, Carl, and Flynn take off. TJ takes his usual hour getting ready to bed while Jenna does some homework. By the time I'm finished brushing my teeth, I'm grateful to see them both in bed. I get under the covers next to TJ and lay there for about an hour, staring at the ceiling. Slowly, I slide from under the covers, careful not to wake TJ. Quietly, I slip my jeans on, grab my jacket before heading out the door. Toby built a small sandcastle next to the lake, in the process of digging a moat around it. Jenna drops a few twigs next to it before running off to find more decorations. Flynn is talking to Sydney, pointing at Toby's sandcastle. Sydney looks hesitant, but excited. He seems to make up his mind, suddenly running forward and kicking the top of the tallest castle. It breaks easily, with most of it flying into Toby's face. Toby flinches back, shocked, before immediately crying as he rubs at his eyes. Jenna comes running from across the beach, yelling before shoving at Sydney, who's laughing. She turns to Toby, who's trying to help him clean his face, but the lynx pushes her away before running towards the trail back to Echo. Aww. Little bastards. Monday, motherfucker! Let's do this shit. We're on Monday. Yeah, River feeds Emma Lake from the north. It's a farther drive than the lake itself, but it does have a few nice clearings along its edge. One of them has a few branches and a rusted-to-hell public grill that I'm sure no one has used in decades. This is the place that we go. As we're unloading Leo's van, I decide to get the B-roll of the lake right away. It won't have much of a presence in the packet, so I think I'm just going to narrate over it later. The actual lake is only a few minutes' walk from here. It's a bit difficult navigating around the sagebrush, and I know I'm going to have to check for ticks later. By the time I reach the lake, my friends are pretty far behind me, hidden behind a few bends and hills. I'm getting uncomfortable with the idea of me holding this camera while I navigate the terrain. It probably would have been better if Leo had just parked the car near to the reservoir while I got out to film, but I guess even that still wasn't okay. There's a large square of paved ground next to the parking lot now, several benches and a row of brand new grills. Several lamps have been erected around the area too. Leo was right about the town trying to turn the reservoir into a recreational spot. That's a good fucking word. I can actually see a few jet boats skimming through the water, leaving long trails of white behind them. There's even what looks like a feline of some sort fishing in the shallows. It would explain why the motel is still in business. Lake Emma is fairly small, but only about 12 miles long and 5 wide. I look around before climbing to the top of a nearby hill to get my shots. Even with a few people there, it's still pretty quiet, aside from the train horns, and it's kind of eerie. I wrap up and start to quickly make my way back. It's hard to explain why I'm getting freaked out in broad daylight with people around. Either it's because of what happened all those years ago, or I'm just psyching myself out. I'm glad to hear my friends' voices again as I get closer. Then again, it sounds like they're fighting. Been acting like a dick all day. Be glad I came here at all. Apparently, it would have been better if you hadn't. Maybe I should have just fucking leave. Maybe I should just fucking leave then. It sounds like a lot more serious than our usual squabbles, so I quicken my pace. They seem to quiet down a bit once they see me coming. DJ's off to the side, looking out over the river, occasionally throwing a rock into it. Carl sits in a lawn chair, one of the 6 that has been set out into a semicircle. He has his chin on a fist as he lazily stares at me. Jenna and Leo both stand next to each other, looking at Flynn, who's got his back turned, rummaging through the cooler. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. Did you get your film? Yeah, got it. The silence is still awkward, and I have no idea what the hell to do with myself. I finally realize that I'm still holding the camera and decide to put that away. Hey, I'm gonna go for a quick swim. Haven't been in the water in a while. When we first got here, I was completely disappointed to find that the motel didn't have its own swimming pool. Being an otter, I like to swim at least once a day, if not more. At this point, it had been 3. Flynn finally turns around, a beer in his hand, as he cracks it open. It was true that he'd been acting a bit strange today. He'd held the entire trip up by a few hours, and when he finally shown up, his eyes were bleary and he seemed sluggish, like he'd been up all night. When we had asked if he was all right, he brushed us off. Yeah, thanks for the help setting up, Chase. You're about as useful as this fat ass here. He swings the paw, holding the beer at Carl. Flynn? So enjoy that swim while I set everything out. Yeah, I will. Make my soda a diet while you're at it. I've had it with Flynn. He's souring the trip with his need to be an asshole. Go fuck yourself. I ignore him as I strip off my shirt and head to the riverbank. I pat TJ on the shoulder as I pass him before slipping into the water. We're currently in the middle of a drought that has lasted the past 3 years, so the water is low, only about 10 feet at its deepest. It's enough through, and God, it feels good. It's spring, so the water is pretty cold. I swim back and forth a few times before finally diving in. Eventually I settle on drifting to the bottom, laying and gripping on a rocky floor as I stare up at the shimmery light above me. I feel the gentle current run over my body. It's nice to be away from all that tension above me. I feel isolated, alone, and for now, that feels good. None of the others could come down this deep, only I was able to. I remember when I was younger, I would give the others rides around the lake, able to swim its entire length and back. Even Flynn the asshole had done it a few times. It was one skill I had that I was proud of, even if it was inherent to my species. It still made me feel somehow useful, or at least different from everyone else, in a good way. I'd always felt like the odd one out in the group, as strange as it sounds. Where everyone else has a strong, distinct personality, I was just average. Sometimes I wonder if they were just friends with me because we all had to be when we were younger. This whole trip kind of forced me to think back on all the memories I have of this place and my friends. They were always doing cool things, being different, while I was just sort of blended into the background. Even then, I wanted to do something, to stand out somehow. That's what I'm trying to do here, I guess. It's been about 7 minutes, and I only know that because but that's about as long as I can hold my breath. I decide I should go back up and help out, so I slowly let myself float back up to the surface, trying to stay in the same spot. When I surface, it's pretty quiet. For a second, I wonder if everyone's just gone. Of course, that's ridiculous, and as I come over the embankment, everyone's there. Predictably, Flynn didn't get my food out, so I go to the cooler and grab a sandwich and a soda before sitting in an empty chair next to Leo. Apparently, it was a good idea to bring lawn chairs, considering the tables looked like they were covered in a year's worth of bird shit. How was the swim? His tone is bitter and salty. He's not in his usual grumpy but good-natured mood. He's genuinely unhappy. What the hell is his deal? Amazing. I'm going to have to come back here again sometime during the week. You lizard people just don't understand. You hardly even need water. It always scares the hell out of me when you're down there that long. I'm built for it. Remember when you'd give us rides? That was fun. Remember when you'd always scream like a girl when Chase would go out too far? Wow, I remember that now. Hey, I've never really liked water. Anyway, Chase would do it on purpose. He knew I didn't like it out past to a certain point. Carl looks at me. You know what was really cool was when you would take us down for a dive. Oh yeah, Chase was like our own little submarine. I'm starting to get that otters are swimming clowns vibe again. Still, I kind of enjoy the attention. We'd get you to take us to the bottom so we could look for treasure. Leo makes air quotes around the last word. And you know, you probably would have found way more stuff if you guys hadn't been dragging me down. I remember when, are we really fucking talking about this? Everyone turns to look at Flynn. His voice is low and dangerous. There's a chill in the air because we all know what he means. I was actually feeling pretty good about it at this point. Like we crossed the bridge, being able to talk about it for once. Apparently, we haven't. Flynn? No, I'm serious. Do you think it's okay to fucking talk about this when the lake is just a quarter-mile away? You know what, Flynn? I think we should. Isn't that the part of the reason why we're here? No! If that was the case, we'd be over there. And we're here. And why is that? Everyone's quiet for a moment. I see TJ shrink into his chair, staring hard at his lap. Flynn, we came here because Chase needed footage. A change comes over Flynn. His face darkens and everyone sees it. Flynn turns to me and it takes some effort not to flinch back. Yeah, and why is that, Chase? You're gonna put that in your fucking documentary? No, Lakeham is important it's an important part of Echo's history. Just what? Flynn raises his eyebrow bridge at me, and finally I just lower my eyes. This was a stupid fucking idea. You know what, Flynn? If you'd be a little more open, tell us what's on your mind, we'd be able to avoid a lot of this kind of stuff. Oh, you want to know what's on my mind? Flynn swivels and marches up to Carl. Alright, let's start with you. You're fat, lazy, no motivation, no future. What the hell are you even planning on doing with your life? Sit here, waste away in Echo, mooching off your parents until you're dead? Carl stares back up at Flynn impassively, though he's hunched in on himself a bit further. Flynn, don't do this right now. And you thinking you're better than everyone else. I can tell you think everyone at Echo is trash. Just because me and the others haven't left, you think we're lower than you. Just because we don't have an education, we're a bunch of retards. Yeah? Well, you let your whole fucking family behind you without even saying goodbye. You know what's even going on with them right now? What they're dealing with? Yeah, real fucking hero you are. You think I... Stop it, Flynn. Our unquestionable leader. We wouldn't have been friends without you, would we? That's why you brought us here, right? So we can all bond? Oh, wait, was it just because you wanted to get back into Chase's pants? Leo's ears fall flat. Probably. You've been a mess ever since he left, so let me be the one to tell you. It's over. It's fucking unhealthy. You're obsessed with him. Slowly, his head turns to me, and I brace myself. And I can't imagine why. You, Chase, have the personality of a fucking rock, and I wish you could see yourself. You just sit there like a creep watching everyone, weighing everything that we say. And don't think I haven't caught the way you stare at all of us, like we're all objects to be collected. What, are you just planning to cycle through all of us for sex? Sure seems like it. Flynn stops, then exhales. Seems like it's all over. I really hope it is. That proves futile, though, as Flynn turns slowly on TJ. I'd silently prayed that the Lynx would make a run for it, but while Flynn had his attention focused on us, but TJ looked apathetic. Looks like a statue, there's no soul in him. Flynn pauses, though, as if he's at a loss for what to say. Finally. What happened, TJ? Flynn. Leo stands up. From his posture, I can tell the wolf is ready to fight. Memories are starting to flow back. TJ, Flynn, thinking he'd done something, I stand up too. Flynn may sound like he's a hard ass, but physically Leo had him beat easily. Flynn can obviously tell that he might have a fight on his hands, though, and it's clear he doesn't want that. He drops his shoulders, seeming to shrink, as if invisible strings that had been holding him up were cut. He turns to us, then gestures at TJ. I just want the truth. Can we put a stop to this today, right now? I don't think you know how much of a nightmare this has been for me, not really knowing. TJ. TJ stares up at Flynn, muzzle set grimly. What happened to Sydney? Dead quiet. TJ stares at his lap, not moving. Come on, let's. Flynn holds up a hand towards me, still staring at TJ. Slowly, TJ looks up, his face still stoic, he's still made of stone. I already told you what happened. Bullshit! Flynn steps forward, but Leo's there to grab the back of Flynn's shirt and swing him around. I dodge out of the way as Flynn is flung back to land on his ass, kicking up a big cloud of dust. Shit! Flynn, I swear to God, if you start a fight here, I'm gonna drop your stupid ass! Everyone except TJ is standing now, staring at Flynn. Flynn sits there, glaring up at Leo, obviously weighing his chances. He seems to come up short, though, as he spits into the side and stands up, brushing his pants off as he turns away. You're all okay with not knowing? Fuck all of you! He turns back around, hands in his pockets, a bitter look on his face. This whole thing was stupid, Leo. We're not even friends anymore. Flynn scuffs the ground before turning and walking towards the trail that goes back to Echo. God damn it, Flynn! Fuck off! Flynn keeps walking, and it's pretty clear that he isn't coming back. Ugh. I raise a paw and rub it over my eyes. What is he doing? He's a passionate guy that will sometimes just explode with all these insecurities before running away and hiding for a few days. He skewered us all like that before, but that was classic Flynn. But he was especially mean, dark. That part with TJ, I vaguely remember Flynn having some sort of suspicion, but that had been a long time ago. Had he been sitting on that this whole time? I went to the left and see that TJ's gone. Carl's sitting down, but now it looks like he's pulling out a joint. Leo's walking off down another trail, cursing while Jenna follows him. I stand there next to my chair, undecided. I watch Jenna's tail disappear through the sagebrush. They're heading down the same trail that I used to get to Lake Emma. What the fuck is that noise outside my goddamn window? TJ! TJ did seem to head off in that direction while we were fighting, though I can't imagine he'd go to the lake. I should go with them just to help find the links. I'm also a little worried about Leo. It's been a long time since I've seen him get that pissed. When I get there, I find Leo leaning back with his rear against a big boulder on the shore. Bittersweet memories flood in. That rock is almost as much a staple of my childhood as the actual lake is. It's weird like that. Every memory I have of this place is dreamy and gold-tinged, but always has a hint of sadness about it, no matter what the situation is. Jenna's standing in front of Leo, her arms folded as she talks to him. I can't see his face, but his posture is sagging and his ears are down, looking way older than he actually is. I stand back for a while, feeling awkward about intervening at this point. Leo occasionally shakes his head, but then takes out his phone to look at it. I can see Jenna's getting annoyed, but then she says something and Leo turns his head back to look back at me. I seize up for a second, but Jenna is beckoning me with her paw while Leo isn't looking. I start stumbling over the rocks toward them as Leo looks back down at his phone and Jenna starts walking towards me. Just talk to him. He'll listen to you. I feel like if we say nothing, then we'll just go straight to Leo. So, wait. I look towards Leo, hunched forward, ears down, looking like an angry gargoyle perched on the ledge of a church. Hold on, Jenna. I turn back around to face her. I look back over my shoulder at Leo, watching his ears flick towards us. I think Leo wants to be left alone. Jenna folds her arms and looks past me. You sure? I thought you could get him to calm down. I look at Jenna for a while, realizing that I'd just rather talk to someone more collected rather than a big angry wolf. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, alright. Should we head back then? Okay. As we start disappearing into the sagebrush, I look back in time to catch a glimpse of Leo looking over his shoulder. I look back down at the ground, wondering if it would have been a good idea to at least tell him that I felt like he needed time alone. I noticed Jenna looking around, her huge ears perked up wide like sails. What are you looking for? TJ? If it was up to me, I'd be leaving TJ alone as well, but Jenna always worried about him. I follow her through the brush in silence, unsure of what to say.
So why didn't you hang back with Leo?
I move along with her for a while, thinking it over. I don't know. When he's in a bad mood, he's really only good for a fight, you know? I catch up and start walking alongside her since I was starting to taste the dirt being kicked up by her feet. Yeah, thought it would be a good idea to let him cool down for a bit. I sort of envy the way she's dressed right now, with her short shorts and tank top. Jeans don't really breathe well. That's why I don't fucking wear them. I hate wearing jeans. I fucking hate them. I don't own a single fucking pair. I finally start to see our picnic again. Carl's still sitting in the lawn chair, his head hanging over the back and smoke wafting around him. Jenna stops and puts her paws on her hips, looking around.
Where do you think he went? There aren't many places he could have gone.
Her eyes seem to settle, and I follow her gaze to a clump of brush and trees next to the river. If TJ had anywhere to hide in the short amount of time that he did, that would really be the only place he could have done it. Without a word, Jenna starts in that direction. I tag along awkwardly, kind of feeling like I'm invisible to her right now. As soon as we break through the brush, we spot TJ. I watch as Jenna immediately goes to his side and sits down. TJ's ears perk, but otherwise he doesn't look up. After a while, Jenna wraps an arm around TJ's shoulders. I see him bristle for a second, and Jenna says something to him that I don't quite catch. Finally, he leans in and hugs her, and I can hear him sniffling. I'm starting to feel like I'm intruding, and I start to back away, but Jenna sees me and jerks her head.
Where are you going, Chase? Come here.
TJ pulls back from Jenna and starts wiping at his eyes.
Chase?
Yeah. I feel like TJ would be embarrassed to have me around, and he probably is, but Jenna's pretty insistent, so I move forward and sit and stand next to them.
I was just telling TJ about the time we used to float the river on an old inner tube.
I smile and sit down next to Jenna, stretching my legs out.
Do you remember that, Chase?
His voice is strained and a little crackly, but he seems to have things under control now. Do I? Always thought it was ridiculous to use one of those when you could just float on your back.
Sorry, we're not all living floaties, Chase.
We sit there in a while, and now it isn't as awkward. I feel like if it were just me and TJ, things would be a lot more tense. Jenna has a way of making things feel natural and easy. It's like her confidence is a shield to all my weird, awkward stupidity. I hear TJ shift and sniffle as he wipes his face again. I'm sorry, guys, I didn't mean...
Nope, you stop right there, TJ.
He does stop. It's hard not to when she has a tone like that.
Flynn is an absolute dick. Never let him affect you how you feel about things. He only thinks about himself and how he feels. Right, Chase?
I feel like this is just a little bit unfair to Flynn. Yeah, he was pretty selfish, but he did care about other people. At least I think he does, even though he hardly ever admits it. Probably best to agree with Jenna right now, though. Yeah, he's just not thinking straight right now. I think coming here might have been a bad idea.
That really shouldn't matter. In fact, we probably should have gone to the lake. What happened happened, and there's not much we can do about it. Letting it absolutely rule our lives like this, to the point of preventing us from going where we want to go, that's pretty messed up. We all went through it, and it was awful, but we stayed friends, and here we are. Maybe we should celebrate that instead of accusing each other of bullshit.
Yeah. Of course, what Flynn had been saying was a complete bullshit. None of us really know exactly what happened, except TJ.
I didn't have any reason to come here, and if I had the same mindset as Flynn, I never would have.
TJ glances over at Jenna.
How are things with you and my family? The same as it's been for the past 5 years. I don't know. Maybe you could try?
Jenna sighs deeply.
Sorry, I didn't mean... No, TJ, it's fine. It's just...
She seems to be thinking hard about what she's going to say. Man, the things that Jenna could say about her family, I have too many bad memories about that.
That family is completely broken. Like, there's no fixing it. Going back there would just mean trouble. I've learned my lesson. With Adam and Dad gone, it's just my mom and Jeremy now anyway. Not much of a family to go back to. Has your dad not... Has anyone seen him since? As far as I know, no. But I wouldn't really care if he is back.
And if he is really missing, well, Mom never filed a missing persons report, so I guess it wouldn't matter. I'm sorry. Why? You're not the one that messed it all up. TJ looks away, his ears down. Jenna sighs and puts an arm back around TJ's shoulders. And here I am, bringing everyone down when the point was to make you feel better. Chase, remind me of something happy. Remind us of something happy. I jump, then scramble after being put on the spot. Remember when we called it Yee-Yaw River? I remember when you called it Yee-Yaw, Chase. You had a bit of a speech impediment back then. Yeah. I remember that. It was kind of cute. It's quiet for a moment, then Jenna gives TJ a little nudge. So how's school going, TJ? It's not bad. You know what's so fucking weird? Is after all the crazy shit we've seen so far, I chose Jenna so that we could see basically the other side of Carl's route. And it just being back at this feels like when you're going down the interstate and you're driving 70 miles an hour, it's like, oh my god, we're going so fast. And then you get into a town that has like a 20 mile an hour speed zone and you're just like, am I even moving right now? Oh god, it's going so slow. I mean, it's good character work. I'm not criticizing the game at all. It's just that it gets so crazy later on to reread it. It's like, holy shit, this was brilliant by itself. And to see where it goes is fucking crazy. It's not bad. I got accepted into the athletic training program, which is really cool because they're really selective. I think I'm one of 20 that they chose. Wow, that's fantastic, TJ! TJ smiles, though he's still looking at his feet. Thanks. But hey, you got into Weston. I did. I furrow my brows at that. Hey, come on, Weston is like the stereotypical best school in the country. She looks at me and smiles. It's great, I know. Just a lot of stress. Sometimes I'd like to get a break. It was a little surprising to hear from Jenna. Usually she was so energized and had a get her done attitude about almost anything. That's why I assumed she got into Weston in the first place. Maybe you should take a break then. It's kind of up to you, isn't it? Just because I want it doesn't mean I need it. Hey, Teach, weren't you wanting to go hiking while we were here? Yeah, I know things are a bit bad right now, but it would be fun to go. Of course, TJ. I was planning on going with you anyway. Oh, cool. At that point, all of TJ's gloomy demeanor disappears, and his tail quirked and his ears up. Jenna looks sideways at me meaningfully. Yeah, definitely didn't want to do that. I'm not even doing anything, and already I'm sweating buckets and looking at the shiny water longingly. I would have jumped in the water by now if TJ wasn't here. For some reason, that would seem inappropriate. Right then, I feel something pressed down hard on my paw, which is splayed out behind me. Looking over, I see that Jenna has her paw on mine, leaning on it. Oh, yeah, definitely I'm going. Yes! Jenna lifts her paw off mine, and I gulp. It didn't really hurt, but something about her suddenly touching me like that. It's settled then. We should probably get back. We want to get a lot of rest before the hike tomorrow. Wow. Tuesday! Yeah. What the frick? I got a lazy eye. Look at that shit. Look at that shit! Oh my god. And my teeth are fucked up? What the hell? So where are we headed, TJ? Jenna sounds like she's in a much better mood than yesterday. We all are, really. The canyon. Echo Canyon, more specifically. You ever been? He looks at both of us with a grin. Nope. No, me either. His ears fall a little. Well, you know the town is named after it, right? How have you not been there before? I shrug and Jenna laughs. Because you have to walk through 3 miles of snake-infested desert to get there? That makes me bristle, because there definitely are some snakes there. I can't help but scan the brush. You really shouldn't worry about that. They're more afraid of you than you are of them, and they do have a rattle, so just listen for it. Jenna grins and looks straight at me.
Yeah, you're right. The most dangerous animal, and you'll find the most dangerous the most dangerous animal you find on these paths is a blonde. Oh, it means snake. I thought she meant just like a person with blonde hair. It meant a spider, I believe. An involuntary shiver works itself up my spine. Jenna! TJ frowns. That's even less likely, Jenna. Great, now that you said it, I'm gonna be all uptight for the rest of the hike. You're welcome. Alright, let's get going. We want to make it to the top by noon. A few hours in, and TJ's quite a bit ahead of us. I feel a little bit bad about it, but I think he likes it that way. Probably wants to think about it after yesterday. Jenna and I walk side by side, and she's making sure that I drink water the entire time. You should be done with that by now. She gestures at my water bottle, which is still half full. Come on, I've had like 3 already. I take a sip, then almost snort water as Jenna tips up the bottom of the bottle. Hey, I made TJ a promise here. You're an otter. You need it. Stop! I cough a few times, water running down my chin and chest. Even though it feels good, I wipe it away with a forearm. Jenna chuckles before we start walking again. Actually, you don't really need more water than me or TJ, as he could tell you. The water thing is actually more of a psychological need as opposed to a physical one. Oh yeah? I look over at my wet camera bag, which definitely didn't need water. Yeah, you know, back when there weren't really any ethics in research, they separated an otter pup from water, never allowed to swim. That makes me pause. Technically, in this day and age, otters don't really need to swim. A trip to the supermarket gets all that done. But something about not being allowed to be in water, to feel the cool, isolated space that I so long to be in. What happened? Depressed, disengaged, neurotic in general. Then when they were done, they just set him loose into the world. He killed himself a few years later. What the fuck? Wow. Yep, I mean, ethics are in place now, of course. Not that the psychological association is any better. You probably heard about their role in the whole advanced interrogations controversy. Like the waterboarding stuff. Yeah, but it makes you realize how powerful the brain is. It's not all physical necessities. It must have been pretty awful for him that he killed himself. I can't imagine. Talking about offing oneself, though, it's got me thinking about Jenna's brother. So, you're wanting to talking about Adam. You want to... No! Well, I sort of did, but I don't want to... I don't think that would be appropriate at all. I was just wondering, are you getting to see your family sometime during the trip? We talked about it earlier, but I guess you didn't really give an answer. Jenna snorts loudly, tossing her head back. You're kidding, right? I feel my cheeks flush, knowing that I might have said something really offensive. I'm not really in tune with how things are with Jenna's family. Leo dealt with most of that. I mean, aren't you a little bit curious? Curious is the wrong word. Oh? Maybe morbidly curious? Anyway, maybe morbidly curious. Anyway, they haven't bothered contacting me since I left, so as far as I can tell, they're not missing me. Guys, there's a giant dip over here, so watch your step. TJ's quite a bit ahead of us now. I don't even see him anymore around the boulders and brush. I pick up the pace and Jenna follows. How do you miss them? She doesn't say anything for a while, which tells me she's really thinking about it. No. She says it finally, surprising me with a little bit with her bluntness. At least not my mom and dad, not even Adam. Really? Jenna shifts around as she grabs another water bottle out of the backpack and hands it to me. Adam, he had problems. Mom and Dad fucked him up, of course, but he took it out on me. He did some messed up stuff. I debate whether or not I should ask what exactly that messed up stuff was, but I'm way too scared of what it might be. Jeremy, though, I guess I wouldn't mind seeing him again. I gave her an incredulous look. See, Jeremy's the one I would have thought you wouldn't want to talk to. Hey.
Yeah, now Clint is the one that fucked up Jeremy. But he really was a good person before then. Oh, so Clint and Jeremy... Oh, so Jeremy... Oh, because you remember that flashback where there were the older kids were bullying Carl, TJ, and well, they didn't really get to Chase, but they really fucked up Carl. That didn't even connect with me. So I guess Jeremy might have been her brother, might be her brother or something, and then Clint was just like one of his friends. But he really was a good person before then. Jeremy was, for as long as I can remember, a royal dick and bullied me, TJ, and Carl. Along with Clint, he terrorized our childhood. That is, until Leo showed up. I'll never forget the day Leo rammed Jeremy's head into a tree and punched Clint so many times in the face his eyes almost swelled shut. Of course, Leo never got in trouble because neither of the parents gave a shit. Environment is really important to how you develop as a person. I think for a second. Well, you turned out alright. Environment and temperament make us who we are. Some people can just take more. It's clear that her temperament was a lot stronger than mine, whatever that was. If I had parents like that, I don't know how I would have survived. I take another gulp of water, and it's then that I realize how badly I need to pee. Looking off to the side, I spot a rather large boulder surrounded by sagebrush. Hey, you go ahead, I gotta take a piss. Jenna quirks her muzzle and folds her arms. Sure you don't want me to wait up for you? I'm kidding. She turns and starts walking up the trail. Watch out for spiders! Ha ha! Sometimes Jenna's jokes were so dry that I had a hard time figuring out if she was really joking or not. I dodge my way around the sagebrush and tumbleweeds towards the boulder and start to piss. Jenna really is an enigma. She's nice enough and smart, but she has an edge about her that always has me on guard for some reason. Fur prickles on the back of my neck. I'm not sure what it is, but something isn't right. I look left and right in the small chance that someone else is coming up the trail. It's weird feeling like this in broad daylight. Normally I don't get this so uptight until it's dark. Yeah, I hear it's the opposite with species that can see better at night. Something's watching you from the brush. A shiver runs up my spine and I tremble under its influence. Of its own accord, my head whips around, immediately focusing on a clump of sagebrush 30 feet away. And there, right in the middle, someone's face is staring at me. I can only call it a face because there are two eyes and a mouth, and I've never seen anything like it. It's flat, wide, and stretched out, sagging where the chin should be. I can't help myself. I yelp loudly and stumble to the side as I whip my body around to defend myself, somehow conscious of the fact that my dick is still out. Then it all comes together. I stare for a few seconds longer, then force out a tight, high-pitched laugh. Are you fucking kidding me? It's a rock, a white rock, and the sagebrush twigs have fallen over it perfectly to give it features similar to that of a face. I sighed, rubbed my own face with both my paws, feeling my heart hammering in my chest. I always did this shit to myself. As I lower my paws, I notice a wet streak across the left side of my pants. I hadn't finished peeing yet. Fucking son of a bitch! I hiss and turn back to the boulder, trying to work myself into a peeing mood again. Finally, as I start finishing up, the prickling feeling in my neck starts up again. I try to ignore it, but it's getting worse and worse. I shake my hips around a few times, and zip up and start back around the boulder. It's at that point that I give a quick glance at the brush. The rock isn't there anymore. I stare, one paw on the boulder, feeling my fur start to bristle all over my body. What? Maybe it's because I'm at a different angle now. The feeling of being watched is overpowering, though, and it's coming from the other side of the boulder where I was just at. I look up the trail, but I don't see TJ or Jenna at all. I can't even hear them. I look back towards the boulder, wondering if I'm losing my mind. Gritting my teeth, I turn away and start back up the trail at a brisk walk, knowing that I'm acting just like a little kid. Despite that, I feel myself start to panic a little, and soon enough, I'm running up the trail, and I'm not looking back. We made it! He says it, even though he's already sitting down on what looks like a rock bench. He probably got there a good 10 minutes before us. I'm sweating all over the place, but Jenna seems fine. It's embarrassing because it's only now that I realize she's been hanging back because of me. Group hug! TJ stands and holds his paws out. I want to protest because of how gross I must look, but Jenna sort of forces me into it, and TJ walks up to us. This was a lot of fun, guys. Thanks for coming. Well, we're glad you had fun, even if we weren't able to keep up. As we lean back from the hug, I see Jenna's nose wrinkle. I press my tail a little closer to my rear. Oh, I guess we just smell bad? What the fuck? Alright, let's eat. We sit down on the rock bench and TJ starts pulling the sandwiches out of the soft cooler. He's been so excited about our trip that he'd gone to the convenience store by himself at 5 in the morning to make all of our sandwiches. It's actually pretty good, too. There's even avocado on it, even if it's the packaged mushy kind, according to him. We eat in silence, and looking over, I can see that Jen is deep in thought, chewing slowly. What's up? She shrugs, then swallows. Just thinking about how this might be the last time we really get to hang out is all. That's kind of a sad thing to say. Well, think about it. I graduate in a few months, then I'll be off to the other side of the country. Then you'll graduate, Chase, and I don't think you'll be sticking around here. Maybe. And you, TJ, you might just leave the country. That makes sense. TJ's parents are back in his hometown. I think we'll get together again. It's just a matter of planning it right. It might be a while, but it'll happen, and there's always the internet. I'm just saying, I hope Flynn can get over himself before the end of our trip. I don't think this should be our big send-off. We still got time. I lean back and drape my arms over the back of the bench, closing my eyes. I really want to take my shirt off, though. The fabric is almost soaked through and is clinging in a really gross way to my fur. The sun is beating down on me, shining bright red through my eyelids. If there was only a pond up here, I'd be able to sink to the bottom, the sun reduced to a shimmering silver. My type really isn't built for this kind of weather. I feel Jenna shift next to me, and suddenly I feel her nose up against my ear as I shiver a little. What the hell was she doing? I start to turn my head towards her. Chase, do you need some musk off? I open my eyes to squint against the brightness of the sun. What? I said... She leans forward, obviously not wanting TJ to hear. She laughs a little bit before she starts again. You're smelling a little strong. Instantly, my ears burn, and I scoop my away, instinctively lowering my eyes. Shit, sorry. No, it's alright. You didn't know we were on a hike before you packed, but I have some. TJ's looking over at us curiously as he nibbles on his salad wrap. Ears perked, and I really don't know why, but I glare at him, already humiliated enough. He frowns. What? Nothing. Jenna's telling me I stink. Oh. Jenna laughs and then reaches over her to her backpack and opens up the top zipper, talking in a normal voice now. It's the female brand, so it's not as strong, but it should get the job done. Thanks. I grumble and snatch it from her paw, instantly feeling shitty about it because I know she's just trying to be nice. Even though TJ and Jenna are probably the nicest people in our little group, it's still fucking embarrassing. I'd actually prefer Flynn ribbing me right now. I stalk off around a rather large bush and pull down my pants. The can is pink and covered in flowers. Great. I grab my tail and yank it up before giving my ass a good liberal dose of girl smells. What the fuck is this? Butt deodorant? What the... What is this? Of course, if I'd known I'd be doing something so sweat-inducing, I would have brought my own boy-smelling brand. And I'm stuck with this, smelling like a girl in front of Jenna. Guess it's better than nothing. As I come back around the bush, I can tell something's off. TJ meets eyes with me and then quickly looks down, frowning. I glare. I'd honestly be happier if he'd just joined in with Jenna at laughing at me instead. She's buried in her phone right now, which is annoying since she told us before the hike that phones weren't allowed. All done? She doesn't even look up, but points at the bag with a foot. Go ahead and stick it back in the bag.
I sigh and bend over to shove the can back in, and notice that it's been zipped closed again. Without thinking, I zip it back, widen the gap, and immediately find a big, furry orange and black spider glaring out at me from the bag. I scream like a fucking girl and jump, dropping the can, stumbling back and falling flat on my ass as I trip over some rocks. I land on my tail wrong, and sends a jolt of pain up my back. Jenna, who already started laughing the moment I screamed, put a paw to her muzzle. Only one, though, because the other is holding her camera phone as she's filming the whole fucking thing. You son of a bitch! Oh god, are you okay? She's still smiling behind her paw. Fine. Guess I have a decision to make, whether to get mad or just shrug it all off and laugh at them. I go with the latter and grin sheepishly. I'd expect that from you, Jenna, but TJ, what the hell, man? TJ flinches, a sad look on his face. She told me she'd throw me off the cliff if I said anything. Jesus Christ. Hey, I'm gonna do this prank, and if you don't go with it, I'm gonna fucking murder you. That's fucked. That's so fucked. Jenna laughs again and puts her phone away before picking up the can and shoving it into the bag. Success! Where the hell did you even get that from? That one rest stop with the souvenir shop? Alright, everyone done? I know you need to get some shots of the canyon, Chase. Let's go do that. I sit cross-legged next to Jenna, a bit further back than she is, with her legs dangled over the edge of the cliff. I guess someone who's so confident about her life and future isn't worried about falling to 80 feet to her death. Sort of the opposite of Carl, but with the same result. You know, one good thing about this place is stuff like this. Hanging off the edge of a cliff? A lack of people. The mountains. I'll miss that. I hear the mountains back east are small, like hills. That sounds nice, too. She picks up a sizable rock and tosses it off the edge, listening to the clatter and echo as it bounces on down the cliff. Doesn't really matter, though. I'll be living in a big city, way bigger than Peyton. You nervous? About living in a big city? No. I'm more anxious to get started with school, actually. And of course, I'll miss you guys, too. A lot. She flicks her ears back at TJ, who's flat on his back under a tree behind us, snoring lightly. I wipe my forearm across my forehead, the oils from my waterproof fur sliding nastily against each other. Ew! Sorry, but I pull my shirt off. I need to let my shirt dry out. It's fucking gross. She looks over at me, then her silver and turquoise necklace catching the light and flashing briefly. Jenna looks perfect, of course. The fur on her face and arms is brushed with the lei, held together by some kind of spray, probably. By comparison, I look like a soggy log covered in wet brown mold. I blush and look down, the bravado I had worked up to take my shirt off dissipating under her gaze. She doesn't laugh, though. I was wondering when you were going to take that off. Looked really uncomfortable. Yeah, sorry I'm gross. It's not gross, it's just what your body does to survive. Jenna sometimes says things that I suspect carry a lot more meaning than what's on the surface level, but honestly I'm too dumb to figure it out. I really hope my smell isn't overpowering the spray. But I'm in the middle of leaning to the side to see if I can catch a whiff of my butt musk, and I jolt back up. Huh? What was kind of gross is that there was another smell. Oh? Yeah, did you pee on yourself? It takes me a second to register what she just said, and then it hits me this time that I have to close my eyes out of shame. Of course she was gonna smell that. Foxes can smell fucking everything on you that's happened in the last week. Yeah, I did. She laughs this time, and I look away, off to into the canyon again. I know it can happen, but it just smells like it was a lot, is all. I sigh and lean back on my paws, letting my head hang back. Yeah, I debate telling her exactly what happened since it seems so childish, but it's not like she's being mean. She had a demeanor about her that just makes you want to talk. Must be that psych degree at work. I just saw something that scared me a little, so when I jumped back, I got some on me. What'd you see? She lays out flat on her back, legs still dangling over the side and with her paws behind her head, I guess so that she can get a better look at me.
I avoid looking right at her in case she thinks I'm staring. It's gonna sound stupid, but I just felt like I was being watched. You know, when you psych yourself up and everything looks scary? Of course. So I felt that behind me, and I looked back, I saw what kind of looked like a face and some sagebrush. Just talking about it right now is getting my fur to prickle. I hadn't really thought about it since it happened, but now that I am, it's only now that I'm realizing how weird it all was. Huh, like a face you recognized? No, it was sort of flat, like it didn't have a muzzle or white. I look back at Jenna, and she's not looking at me. Instead, it's like she's looking past me. That is weird. Yeah, but it was a rock. We're wired to recognize faces, so when we find them in a lot of things. Yeah, I mean, like, twigs and stuff were falling across in a way that made it look like it had eyes and stuff, but then I realized what it was. But I jumped and got pee on myself, so that's what happened. What's weird is that when I was leaving, I couldn't see it anymore. I say the last part with a laugh, mostly to hide how freaked out I am about it. When I look back at Jenna again, I could see the fur on her neck was lifted a little. It's probably just the angle, though. You alright? Jenna looks back at me, and I can tell she's debating whether or not to tell me something. I wait. Just maybe think about when I was a kid. Hadn't thought about it for years, actually. I pause. Ask, I wanna know, can you tell me? You wanna talk about it? I'm worried I'm about to open a can of worms. It wasn't traumatizing or anything like that. Well, it was, actually, but it wasn't real. Did you see a face? Yeah, not exactly like yours, though. It was more of a red color, but it was flat, too. That's what made me think of it. Oh. Yeah, it had a body, too, but I can't really remember exactly what it was like. Did you dream it? No, not really a dream. At least not in the sense that I was asleep when it happened. I just see it walking around in broad daylight sometimes. The hell? Are these, like, real solid memories? Like it really happened? I don't know. It usually happened when I was sad or angry, like when Dad was having one of his moments. I just see it walk past the doorway or sit in a closet. Really? What the fuck? This was a long time ago, like when I was 5. I don't want you thinking I'm crazy, Chase. I don't. I saw things too as a kid. Yeah, you think you told me. I had, and it's something I really don't want to think about right now. I'm pretty sure it's just something my mind made up because I was under a lot of stress. The brain can make up whatever it wants, really. It's part of the reason I went into the field I did. I want to help figure these things out. Do you see it anymore at all?
She's quiet for a while, then shakes her head. No. My phone goes off, and I jump with a little yelp. Jenna laughs, and it breaks the tension a little bit, so I laugh with her. I know you said no phones, but you already used yours, so I think I get a freebie. Hey, I had to record your reaction for posterity. Looking at the message, I see it's from Leo. Where are you? I stared at it for a second. It seems a little short. Usually Leo throws in cheesy emoticons for everything. When he's not angry, of course. Jenna notices my expression. What's up? It's just Leo. I tap out a quick response, telling him I'm hiking with TJ and Jenna, and did we forget to tell him that? Almost instantly I get a response. Yeah, you did. He's definitely got something up his ass. Too easy. Wolf boy getting pissy? Maybe. I never can tell with him. Jenna's phone goes off right then. Speak of the devil? Since it seems like she's inviting me, I lean over to read her phone. What the hell? Fuck you. I feel myself getting a little angry. What the fuck's his problem? Jenna gives a little playful smirk as she sits up and puts her phone away without responding. He's jealous. That gets me flustered for some reason. You think so? That, and he probably wants us all to hang out together, which we should, but we need some time away before we give Flynn another chance. Anyway, we should head back. If we start now, we can grab dinner at the diner by 6. Jenna gets up and goes to wake up TJ, but I'm sort of lost in thought. I feel bad for Leo. Was he mad at me for not talking to him by the lake yesterday? After being out in the desert for so long, it feels absolutely amazing to be sitting in the air-conditioned diner. Having already ordered our food, I lean back against the booth, my eyes feeling a little heavy. So thanks again for going with me, guys. It wouldn't have been much fun if there wasn't anyone to share it with. Of course, TJ. I had a lot of fun, too. I put in my affirmative as well, grinning. And sorry you guys had to put up with my slowness and smell. Stop apologizing for it. It's like you're a speciesist against your own kind. I'll be sure next time that we don't do such a long trail. If there is a next time. I hope there is. Maybe. It's not exactly much else to do out here. The thought of hiking again makes my knees weak, but I don't say anything. So, Chase, now that I know that you're bi, I have to ask, have you been dating any girls? That question takes me by surprise, and I pause, looking at Jenna. TJ looks surprised as well, but looks at me curiously. Not really, actually. I mean, I guess you could say I lean towards males, but it's not like... I was about to say that I sometimes look at street porn when I'm in the mood, but that might be a little inappropriate with TJ here. Hell, it's probably inappropriate to say in front of Jenna, too. Do guys talk about porn in front of girls? I don't know. It's not like I don't notice girls. I finish the sentence lamely, but TJ just nods. That makes sense. Well, have you ever slept with a girl? Jenna! TJ's face going from cheerful interest to outright horror is so comical I start laughing despite Jenna's question surprising me as well. Hey, this is how boys talk, right? I've been hanging out with you guys since the 4th grade. Don't exclude me just because I'm a girl. I don't talk like that. Despite TJ's reaction, I'm not too bothered by it. No, I haven't. I kissed a girl once at a party, but that was it. Do you want to be with a girl, just to see what it's like? Now I'm starting to get a little embarrassed. Whether TJ's more appalled or not, I can't tell since he's got his face buried in his paws. Maybe, I don't know. Just curious, I'm just wondering why I didn't pick up on this about you before. Jenna grins, then looks out the window. Oh, Gord. I noticed then, with the way the sunset is lighting up the diner, how pretty her eyes are. It almost looks unnatural the way they glow. So, I need to ask you a favor, Chase. I stiffen, wondering what the hell it might be after that conversation. I'm wondering if you could drive me to the mall. I want to get a few things. Oh, sure, what do you need? Jenna hesitates, and for the first time today, she's the one that seems embarrassed. Well, you know, in Pueblo, we don't exactly have a great comic book shop, even though it's huge. Yeah? I wouldn't really know. I never did go to that section of the mall. What's especially lacking is the manga section. I smile. I'd forgotten the way that after getting her first job, I'd drive Jenna to the mall once a week, and she'd buy her favorite manga. Jenna's still not looking at me, but I grin. Yeah, it'll be just like when we were in high school. Have you been keeping up on all those series? I remember being amazed at how much material was in those books compared to the comics, even if they weren't colored. Jenna looks back at me, and I can see that she's a little relieved. Did she think I was going to make fun of her for it? I keep up with it online, mostly. There is more for all time's sake. Oh, this is more for all time's sake. Fuck you. Believe it or not, that mall has some of the happiest memories I have of this place, aside from Leo's house. Of course I'd believe that. I guess there are a few special edition volumes that I would want to get that they might have. I was always surprised with what they were able to bring in. Oh, that's cool. You know, I watched an anime since I last saw you. Oh, really? What was it? I can't really remember. Ichiro, it was a long title, but it was about this old wolf guy that becomes a samurai. Oh, God. That! I'm not even gonna try. She says it quickly, with what sounds to me like a perfect accent. Maybe. That sounds about right. Jenna makes a face like she swallowed a lemon. It is. It's the only old wolf samurai show I know. You gotta watch some of the older stuff. Anime these days is just, no. Well, we need to do that too. One of these nights, we're going to marathon. But the hotel Wi-Fi is good enough for it, I think. Well, I never really watched anime, even if the Ichi whatever it wasn't bad. The The idea of staying up late with Jenna and watching old foreign cartoons sounds like a lot of fun. Want to join us, TJ? TJ looks up from his phone. Huh? What? Do you want to watch anime with us? Sure, why not? I mean, he's staying in the same hotel room with us. It'd be kind of rude to be like, we're gonna do this now. What the fuck? Fuck you. Hey, no phones. I tease him, reaching for it and take it from him. I thought that was only on for the hike. I glance over at the screen, expecting to see some Christian social group or something, but instead it's a text thread from Leo. Yo, Tej, where you at? Hi, Leo, we're hiking. You going somewhere after that? Yeah, the diner. Do you want to meet us there? Is Chase going to? Yeah, he's here. Are you reading my text? That's really rude. I look up at TJ, who's glaring at me from across the table. I look back down at the phone. Alright, on my way. Leo's coming? Yep, he's been messaging me all day. Jenna and I look at each other, both of our brows raised. What? Well, that's when Leo's truck pulls in front of the diner, and I hear Jenna sigh loudly. I almost said lie sourly. What the fuck is wrong with me? Leo's bulky form bounces out of the truck, doing a little jog up to the diner. The bell to the door rings as Leo walks in, all smiles. Hey, Leo. TJ. Oh, no, what the fuck was this way? TJ. Leo immediately squeezes into the booth next to me, almost sandwiching me between him and the window. Chase, what's up? He wraps a big arm around my neck and yanks me roughly into a hug, forcing a little squeak out of my throat. See, this is how it should be. We came here to hang out, not break into little groups and fight. That was Flynn's fault. Jenna says it quietly, eyeing Leo's arm around my neck. Yeah, well, I'm gonna get him to apologize. Things take a little bit of time, you know. Jenna doesn't say anything, instead choosing to look over the menu, even though we've already ordered. You have fun hiking? Leo turns his goofy tongue out, smile on me. I'm about to answer, but that's when his face changes and I see his nose twitching. You smell like a girl. His head snaps to Jenna, and it's instantly obvious as to what he's thinking. Jenna, who's looking up now, just smiles sweetly, not trying to explain the situation at all. You son of a bitch. Oh, Lord. Leo tenses up, arm tightening around my neck, almost choking me. I forgot my musk stuff, and so Jenna lent me hers. Leo looks back at me, and I can tell he's trying to decide whether or not to believe me. TJ, though, for once, chimes in with something useful, cheerfully unaware. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Sorry, Chase. He looks at me apologetically, but honestly, I could kiss him right now. Leo relaxes a little, but his ears are still pointed straight up, a sure sign that he's still tense. Alright, well, next time you go, I'm coming too. Anyway, I'm planning Carl's birthday party tomorrow. I was really hoping we would be able to do that still. I wanted to see if this game was going to follow a linear path with just various parts. Because, like, with extracurricular activities, there's very little overlap with events. Like, there's just certain things that do or don't happen in other paths, and whether or not they actually happen in the story, apart from that, is... I don't know. We don't fucking know. So it's like, does fucking Diana come back to Harold, even if we don't fucking... follow him? I don't fucking know. We don't know, and we will find out when I record that game next, because that's the next episode that's coming out. What? That's like a month away. Yeah, well, there's not much else to do. Jenna leans back in her seat and folds her ears down. That's really short notice, Leo. Couldn't you have told us before so we came so we could prepare? Well, I was planning on doing that today, but you guys just took off without telling me. I don't have a gift. Leo rubs his face. We've still got time to do that. I just wanted to tell you what's up. We chat for a little while longer, then we get our food. Leo orders a milkshake and hangs out with us the whole time. Usually I would love to have Leo around, but something about this feels forced and awkward, and Jenna's gone pretty quiet. Leo doesn't let go of my neck the entire time. Wednesday! Oh, fuck! Let's see. Bring it to me. Bring it to me! Pardon? Hey. He clutches his cell phone, the screen shattered and the metallic innards exposed. No texting. Let's talk. But I can't. Have you decided on what you're going to do after school? Don't worry about it right now. I've still got a few months to decide. Going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. What? Despite being shattered, the phone in his hand lights up. I see something flash on the screen. Hey boy, where you at? From Jared. Who the fuck is Jared? Jared. Oh. I miss you. Calling now, heart. Who is Jared? And why do they look... It's just the Sly Cooper fucking... It's Sly Cooper. I can see that. The picture is a blurred Sly Cooper. You fucking... You can't hide from me. Answer. I want to answer. Let me answer the call. Let me answer. Can I ignore? Oh shit, I did. Ah, fuck. I find myself panting, sitting upright in the bed of our motel room. Who the hell is Jared? My phone is vibrating. I know because I can hear it. Against the nightstand. Reaching over, I grab it and hit the answer button. My eyes still too hazy with sleep to read the caller ID. Hello? Hey. Oh, it's Leo. Who is Jared? What? I haven't heard any Jareds before. Who the fuck? Maybe, nah, I don't, I catch the distinctive bassy rumble on the other end. Leo? That's me. You just waking up? I thought you were gonna film for your project before we hit the mall. Squinting at the screen of my phone, I see that it's 9:02 a.m. Additionally, I realize that Jenna is staring at me from her bed, the covers up to her chest and her laptop in her lap. The sound of running water must mean that TJ's in the bathroom taking one of his legendarily long showers. I'm on spring break. I'm not really imposing too strict of a schedule on myself. I yawn, trying to snap my focus fully back to reality. Oh, big old manity. Despite having slept for at least 10 hours, I don't feel rested at all. Lazy otter. Alright, I just called to let you college kids know that I'll be at the motel in about 10 minutes. Great. What? Nothing. Chase? What? I'm hanging up now. I need to put on some clothes. I'll see. Oh, shit! You hung up on it! I set my phone down back on a nightstand and slide out of bed. Still rubbing my eyes a bit, I dig through my duffel bag for a decent outfit. As I pull out a pair of khaki cargo shorts, I hear Jenna clear her throat. You're still dealing with sleep paralysis? Huh? You woke up swearing pretty loudly. I'm surprised TJ didn't leap from his shower to check up on you. I feel a twinge of embarrassment. Oh. It wasn't paralysis this time, just regular bad dreams and such. Also, Lee will be here in 10 minutes. You might want to get dressed. I see her type something quickly upon her laptop before shutting it. She slides it out of sight beneath the nightstand. I guess she doesn't trust the cleaning staff. Do you still see a therapist? Nah, I'm not sure. The one in Peyton helped, and you know how things are in Pueblo. Everybody's got a mental disorder or something. It's trendy, and no one takes you seriously. That's just the stuff that Leo says. They have free counseling services available running out of the psychology department. You don't pay all that tuition money for nothing. You might as well use it. Oh, do you go? I slide on an old t-shirt with Southwestern Adventures printed on the front, the red dye having faded to pink at this point. No. But I don't suffer from hallucinations, sleep paralysis, or night terrors. Please tell me you're at least still taking your medication. None of that helped, so no. Chase. I catch the look she gives me. It's different from her usual, almost paternal stare. Her brow is lifted, and she seems more than just concerned. A glimmer of worry present upon her face. I find myself looking at an angle of this room I hadn't seen before. What the fuck? Oh, look at that 4x3 TV. If I was feeling one of them more abruptly, I seems something I shouldn't have. Sometimes you want to get busy with something. I took a bagel from our old commercial stock of food on the table, eating over a napkin. I'll give it to you at this point, trying to dry himself out in the bathroom with 2 months all dry. It isn't exactly a food bag that's like the one back in Blaze, so it takes forever. Especially someone food like TJ. You think someone's on poof broth or bag one of those things. Meanwhile, John busies himself with getting dressed behind me. I don't know why this feels so awkward. Usually Jen is the one person whom I can speak with and not worry about this sort of thing. Wolf Boy is here. Just a minute. I step over toward the bathroom door. Hey TJ, Leo's at the door. Hurry up if you can.
What?
Leo was at the door!
Oh, okay. Oh gosh, sorry, I'll hurry.
Glancing over, I see the door handle jiggle. It's still locked. Impatient ass. Not very patient, is he? He never was. The knocking continues, and I hear Jenna sigh. She moves from the corner of her bed to the door, unlocking and opening it. It is at this point I realize she isn't fully dressed yet, her torso only covered in her bra. Oh my god! Leo starts to say something, but the words visibly catch in his throat as he realizes Jenna's state of undress. His jowls visibly thin along the contours of his muzzle, his auburn eyes flicking briefly to me, then back to the fennec in front of him. You said you'd be here at 9:30, Leo. What's your problem? Leo blinks. What's my problem? Why are you naked? Because you wouldn't stop pounding on the door and I didn't want to deal with the creepy guy at the front desk yelling at us. Now wait outside. Like Chase said, just a minute. Oh shit, that's the first part of a word. Jenna shuts the door. I stare awestruck, Jenna moving back to her bag and slipping on a bra and tank top. Chase, you want to bring that snack bag with us to the mall? I think I have some peanut butter pretzels in there. She sits back on the edge of the bed, taking a small comb from one of the drawers and grooming her head fur, despite the fact that it looks perfect already. TJ emerges from the bathroom, his fur not adequately combed and giving him a sort of lion's mane look that usually only punk guys go for. I smirk a little as I grab the bag of food, TJ frowning at me self-consciously. Oh, I see. I thought we were in a hurry. It's alright, TJ, don't worry. There's no need to rush. Don't we have to get Carl all his birthday stuff before the party this afternoon, though? Yes, but this is Carl we're talking about. He doesn't wake up until mid-afternoon. If we show up too early, he'll be too groggy to realize what's groggy. I fucking said groggy! To realize what's happening. That's true. I'm not really sure how I feel about the whole early surprise party idea anyway. But it does give us an excuse to check out the comic book store at the mall, yeah? I want to visit the music store. There's a new Cherry Bloom album out, and I'd like a physical copy. He pauses, TJ seeming to be in the midst of trying push down his excess floof. If we have time, I mean. Jenna nods, picking up her phone and purse before heading to the door. We follow. And off we go. All I'm saying is that it's real stupid that you all drive all the way back here just to hang out with each other alone. Even Carl and Flynn are sticking together by themselves, eh? You all can do that when you three are not on break. Leo stares ahead, poking his tongue against the inside of his cheek, eyes squinted against the rising sun. What the fuck is that? His lecture is answered with a resounding silence. Even TJ doesn't chime in. He clicks his tongue against the roof of his mouth. This is primarily due to Flynn's behavior, you know. You guys should put your pride aside. Oh, Jesus, that is way too fucking... You know what? No. Sir, you should put your pride aside. Really? Oh, God.
I see CJ shotgun in the back seat. Leo insists I say shotgun, so I got really high as well. I'm saying that even if you don't like Flynn a whole lot right now, he wins and he can't fucking get over where he came from. Flynn wins when we continue to put up with his awfulness. He's older than all of us and still acts like a child. I need to apologize when I become aware his actions have consequences. Ignoring the problem like that, like it isn't there, it helps no one. Fuck. That mindset is why I had you speak to Chase early on. Oh, God! You sure are insistent on that, aren't you? Sounding like you got an agenda or something. I see the wolf glance sidelong towards me, his expression briefly softening. Why would I have an agenda to separate you and Chase? He's 21. He can make the decision on his own. I just didn't want to have to deal with you two prancing around it the whole time. Wouldn't be the first time, girly. TJ's practically on the floor at this point. He's so far down his seat. Leo glances over at me again. I can tell my lack of response is starting to put him on edge. Honestly, though, I have no idea what to say. You two have decided on your relationship status, right? It's been years and you're still wearing that bracelet. Come on, let's not have this talk while we're all trapped in a vehicle for the next 30 minutes. Don't worry, Otter. I'm not gonna drive us over the guardrail or something. I wouldn't put it past this fucking game. At this point, that might be preferable to continuing this conversation. Another silence follows. I can feel Jenna's expectant stare upon the back of my neck. Finally, Leo speaks. I'm gonna put on some music, yeah? Any preferences? We don't get any stations but the Hillbilly Cavalcade ones between Echo and Peyton. Well, I've got a CD here. My curiosity piques. I see Leo look toward me, then nod to the glove box with a smirk tugging at the corner of his muzzle. I think I know exactly what CD he's thinking of. I pull the little clasp on the dashboard. Instead of a CD, a slew of balled-up napkins fall into my lap. That's fucking disgusting. Oh god, I don't think much of it till I spy the mostly empty bottle of water-based lube sitting in the glove box. Oh! No! Oh, gross! His eyes go a little wide at the source. That's motherfucker, isn't it? I know Madre is mother, and I think puta is like fucker. Or fuck, or something. So, my motherfucker, I forgot about that. Jenna cranes her head to see what the fuss is about. She lets out an amused grunt. That's nothing you haven't had your hands on before, Chase. Oh! His ears seem downright flushed at this point, pinned to the side of his head. Context is key, as they say, yeah. Don't worry, guys, there's a trash thingy back here. DJ unbuckles and TJ, shit, I didn't, no, we gotta go back. I didn't read it. I didn't fucking read it. Hold on. Okay, are you configured? Good. TJ unbuckles and reaches forward, collecting at least 9 balled up tissues in his paws. We all look on in horror. TJ, put those down! Oh, the innocent. Sure is empty. It is a Wednesday morning. We're like the only car in the back parking lot, though. Kinda spooky. I ain't afraid of no parking lot. Only thing that scares me anymore is college debt. Oh, shit. Makes me glad I'm not going to college, then. Aw, don't say that. I catch up and walk alongside the others. It is strange seeing all these parking spaces completely unused. Why not? I mean, what if you want to make a career change? I'll join the army. That way, if I do want to go back to school, it'll be real cheap with the whole GI Bill. It's unsettling that is the route that so many have to take to get educated. Isn't like I got a nifty tribal association scholarship. I decide this is a good time to interject. I hope this place is actually open. We approach the doors, Leo looking back at us. Moment of truth. He tugs once, it doesn't budge. Stupid thing. It says push. The wolf nudges the door open with one arm. Oh yeah, I know, I was just... TJ giggles. Huh. I remember this place being so much bigger feeling as a kid. Nowadays it feels kind of claustrophobic. Might just be Pueblo spoiling me though. Oh geez, not very busy at all. Everything is shuttered. Internet shopping exists now, Tej. Oh yeah, I figured. It's just kind of disheartening, that's all. The Link steps off towards one of the closed shops, the perforated steel roller shutters allowing just enough visibility to peek in. This used to be the mask shop. I don't think Carl needs any masks, unless he's got a secret bank robbing life we don't know about. Leo grins like he's just said something extremely funny. You know, he might actually want a Lucha Wolf mask or something. I remember as a kid, Carl always spouted off random wrestling facts. The fake kind, though, and most of it sounded more like soap opera storylines than an actual sport. Yeah, that's what pro wrestling is. Fuck you! I never really got into it. But it still was funny back whenever we were facing some problem and Carl's trademark motivational catchphrase was to suplex it. Internet modem not working? Suplex it! Fishing pole all tied? I fucking get it! It's the only thing Sydney and him both got along over. They don't really make those sort of things for ram faces, Otter. What? I have a fucking name! I don't think he'll actually wear it. It's more like a collectible sort of thing. He has enough of that sort of stuff already. His room is already a cluttered mess. We'd just be adding to the pile. Carl sent me a picture of it over Christmas, and it looks exactly the same as it did when we were in high school. It reminds him of better times, I suppose. Yes, but the issue is that he doesn't actually leave his room to make make some new better times for himself. He just dwells on nostalgia for video games I haven't touched since I was 12. Yard sailing a lot of junk might do him some good. Leo chuckles, rubbing his forehead. Happy birthday, Carl. Instead of giving you a gift this year, we're selling your shit. I see Jenna smile, letting out a little amused huff before moving on. Finally they're getting along over fucking roasting someone else. That's nice. Around the King of the Stadium, finally to close my shop. Are you coming? I see him bristle, startled from thought, and pull it back into reality. Yeah, sorry. I just knew a girl who worked here. I hope she's okay. I nod, not really sure what to say in response to that, as the feline catches up to us. We pass even more shuttered shops. Most of the pagodas are still open, but they're manned mainly by really foreign dudes who are transfixed on their cell phones. I don't blame them either. In a place like this, the shift hours must drag on. I was fortunate enough to have a part-time job as a Peyton newspaper printer in high school, and it kept me pretty busy. Plus, I got to tell people that I worked for the city paper. Yes. Oh no, the music store is gone. That's probably the least surprising closure yet. I really like the physical stuff. My mom and dad sent me this vinyl record player for my birthday. My other dorm mates and I listen to it in the common room all the time. Tease, you a hipster now? I see TJ blink, turning to look at Leo a little wide-eyed. What? No! I don't know. Spanish word. Cherry Bloom is pretty underground. They're one of the top-selling alternative music artists of the 2000s. Alternative is just another word for indie. I bet TJ has an aesthetic blog. What? I don't even know what that is, but yes, it sounds like something TJ would have. Jenna covers her muzzle with her paw, stifling a snicker. Usually she is one to put a stop to any TJ ribbing from going on, but I suppose this is lighthearted enough to the point where she doesn't mind. Lord of Pandemonium, thank you for the follow. It's okay, TJ. I enjoy having physical copies of things as well, especially now that I'm living alone at Pueblo. I don't have to worry about anyone going into my room and pawning my stuff. She says this so nonchalantly, but I remember how horrible and common that problem was for her. Leo and Flynn helped her install a lock on her door, but then her parents just took the door itself away a week later. Tubular 10, thank you for the follow. Her parents took the door. Oh god. Oh yeah, she did live in a bad fucking house. I'm not looking forward to having to pack it all up to move to Weston though. I'll stop by and help you pack when the time comes. I say that with a bit more finality than intended, and it makes me feel a bit sad. It feels like Jenna and I barely ever hung out while we had the chance, and now we might never again. That would be nice of you, Chase, thank you. Force a smile and nod. She perks her brow in my direction. As TJ and Leo have a back and forth about how many times the Lynx has worn flannel, Jenna hangs back a bit to walk alongside me. Sure enough, Birchfire Comics is completely gone, the interior dark and empty behind the chain link roller grill. She sighs, crossing her arms over her chest. Her tortoise. I almost said her fucking tortoise eyes. Her turquoise eyes shift sideward. Shit, that sucks. I'm sorry, Jenna. She straightens suddenly, then walks ahead of me. I'm gonna go with TJ and find him a bathroom to wash his paws. That's a bit random. I see her walk up beside the two in front of us. She nudges TJ, saying something to him and Leo before they move off in the direction of the food court. I can't believe TJ is about 20 years old at this point, and she's still getting babied by her. Leo is left standing there, his paws in his pockets and face devoid of expression. He looks back at me, putting on a tepid smile. Wanna check out the family plex? I shrug non-committally. You guys said it yourself, there's no rush. I'm hit with realization and I furrow my brow up at him. You heard that? He just maintains his smile and beckons me along before turning. So, despite being open, the Plex certainly doesn't look like it should be. The carpet is musty, everything smells like mildew, the game machines are decades old and the roller rink is scratched up all to hell. Leo stops next to a claw prize machine and fishes around in his pocket for quarters. What is an aesthetic bag? It's like an ongoing online page. Oh, blog. Fuck. Page that you update with stuff that sort of corresponds to a mood or feeling. A few lights upon the machine light up, moving in a pattern around the glass window. About half of them are burnt out. Oh, I have one of those. You do? Yeah, but it's mainly porn though, eh? He makes a lewd jerking motion with the control stick and I am put at a slight unease, noting that this machine is meant for children. Better than storing it all on your sample music folder, I suppose. I actually got caught with that, you know. Damn it, I told you! Yeah, Otter. Fight me, bitch! I know. My little nephew Eduardo wanted to play games on my computer and he started clicking around on the recent files thing. Oh my god, Leo, he's like 10. He furrows his brow, moving the crane some absently. He's 13. Oh, that's not like 10 at all. His dad is your really religious brother too, right? Yeah. Jesus. Hey, ain't nearly as bad as getting caught cock and paw by the Padres while watching Fox/horse gay porn. What the fuck? I cringe, covering my face. Gah. Hey, look. I pull my paws away from my face to see Leo point to something in the machine. I squint, and in the midst of the puzzle cubes and spinner toys, a boxed Lucha Wolf figure rests. Leo shifts his gaze toward me and grins. I see him navigate the crane perpendicular with the box's point of rest. He hits the lowering button. The metal claw descends into the pit of cheap toys, clenching down upon the cardboard edge of the box. It tugs at it slightly, but it loses grasp and returns to the point of rest. Because of course it does. Shit. Let me have a go. I reach into my back pocket for my wallet, but Leo, I should say, is already putting 2 more coins in. He gestures to the machine and tips an invisible hat in my direction. That's a weird gesture. I find myself rolling my eyes a little as I take position. Thanks.
I decide this time I'm going to try to grab it from one of the corners. It might not be enough to pick it up completely, but it will pull it from the rest of the toy pile for future tries. Speaking of, I try to line up the crane just right, eyeing through the dusty glass from multiple angles to try to get a good idea of positioning. Now that I don't have you so anchored down, or however the fuck you want to see it as, I pause my paw over the lower button. You let any other guys fuck? You at Pueblo? Any big stallion types like the ones in your porn? Oh my god. The tone in his voice, it is definitely one that I haven't heard in years. It seems to carry an extra intense edge. Christ, Leo, no! You haven't had sex in 3 years? You must be really pent up, huh? He laughs breathily. I exhale, trying to keep my nerve. I go ahead and press the button. The crane lowers the claw down once again. You don't have to lie to me, eh? I just want to know the truth. The claw pushes the box down further. It's seeming to have different levels to how low it starts grasping. However, it doesn't even grasp this time. The crane just keeps lowering the claw. We can't even see the figurine anymore. Not that Leo is paying attention. If you like girls now, you can tell me. I feel him now, his thighs up against my what? What the what the fuck? The familiar firmness upon the small of my back. I stare at the machine. The claw still hasn't come up yet. Leo. His paw takes my hip. Can you fuck off? What? Wait, what? Oh shit, there they are. There they are. Wow. Leo's paws are off me now. The wolf turns to face the others. How long have you two been there? Long enough. I was just trying to... I thought you were better than this sort of behavior, Leo. This was a private conversation, eh? That Chase clearly didn't want to be a part of. Well, I didn't know that until... just now. He looks back at me. His eyes are wide and his shoulders are raised up high, the wolf visibly tense. I'm still reeling from what just happened, from Leo's behavior, from my own words. I say nothing. He sucks in his jowls, trying to put on a smile. We found a present for Carl in this crane machine here. Lucha guy, yeah? TJ leans to peer inside the machine. I don't see it. The claw and crane are back at their starting positions. Yeah, well, Lucha here beside me must have buried it somehow. Or, I said Lucha. It's Chula. Buried it? You know what I mean, Tej. He shrugs, visibly not knowing what Leo means. Jenna gives Leo a look I don't quite catch before stepping up to the machine. She squints, looking over a pile of toys. Oh no, I see it. That green and purple cardboard thing in the middle, beneath the Mothman plushie. She reaches into her purse, sifting through it a moment before finding 2 quarters. We all just sort of stand there, staring at here as the lights flash around the window, illuminating her features with golden glow. She fiddles with it a lot longer than I did, 30 seconds passing before she actually hits the lower button. The claw descends, pushing through the muck of plush and plastic. The sound of metal scraping the box is audible, even if it is difficult to see what is happening. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see that Leo's facade of a smile has completely dissipated. He looks at me, though his gaze... oh shit. Is unfocused. It's like he's trying to numb himself, but it isn't working. The claw finally lifts, the metal prongs clutching the central mass of the figurine container and carrying it to the drop slot. With a satisfying clunk, the box falls in and the crane returns to the default position. Well, ain't that some shit? Leo's form stiffens. He stares at the machine, Jenna, and then me again. He crosses his arms, and I see his face start to shake. His eyes clench shut. I'll be in the fucking truck. Oh, damn! What the fuck, dude? As he leaves, Leo smacks a nearby pinball machine so hard the glass breaks. What the fuck? TJ stands up with his paws behind his head and maw agape. And so the real Leo reveals himself.
Oh my goodness. TJ walks over to the pinball machine, bending down to gather up what splintered glass there is in front of his shirt. I watch Leo trudge off around the corner, though I can still hear his heavy footfalls for a while after. I wait a bit to make sure he's really gone. Jenna, meanwhile, steps up, handing me the boxed figurine. So, is there a crappy boardwalk game that you can't beat? Despite what just happened, I see a flicker of a smile tug at the corner of her lips. I just saw the point where the cardboard meets the plastic display front would be where the prongs would ascertain the best leverage. You did most of the work for me by putting it into position. Good job. She moves past me, patting my back some before kneeling down beside TJ and helping him clean up. I turn to face her again. You should be the one to give it to Carl. After all, you're the one who won it for him. No, then I'd be a hypocrite after what I said earlier about his clutter problem. He don't like this from you, though. Yeah, I guess. We should probably hurry before someone besides us decides to visit this mall. I peer around, checking to make sure that we're the only people in here still. I see a coffee sitting at a service desk, so whoever's managing this place today might be back soon. And before Leo decides to drive off without us, he wouldn't do that. TJ gathers the glass from his shirt and places it in a small pile on a bench nearby. Jenna does the same. Yes, well, I'd rather not tempt the odds of the potential 30-mile outside the city limits cab fare. Should we leave some money for the pinball machine repair? No, TJ, it's all right. None of us should have to deal with Leo's mess more than we already have. Ooh, shady. I rest my head against the passenger window as I balance the cheap fast food place red velvet cake in my lap. You got red velvet cake at a fast food place? What the fuck? What fast food place do you know that serves red velvet cake? This is one of the most awkward car rides I've ever been in. Everyone is completely silent. TJ's previous attempts to lighten the mood having been received with idle grunts and nods. My stomach hurts and I have this nauseous feeling that keeps bubbling up when I think about what happened. Leo and I have squabbled in the past, sure, but never like this. Most of the time, we fought about video game shit, politics, and sports. The worst it ever got was when the topic of leaving Echo came up. I danced around answering it for as long as I could, and the truth came out in the worst way possible. But now is different. I've never felt such contempt for him before like I did when he pressed against me, interrogating me like I belonged to him. He probably thought I'd just bend over against the crane machine for old time's sake. Watching him from the corner of my eye now, I see him trying to keep his ears up, but they keep pinning back down. I'm stuck in this shitty feeling of being pissed at Leo and ashamed of myself. He shouldn't have acted that way. But I know I just hurt him in a manner that I haven't done in a long time. Being stuck in a car with someone who is thinking about you and you're thinking about them, and you're both hurting, is hell. I really wish I brought my headphones. I stare out the window as we roll down the first dirt road into Echo. Every street, every corner, every trailer, and every tree has a memory attached to it. There, in the middle of the dusty parking lot that belonged to the corner market, is a tiny stand. That used to be where I'd get ice cream after begging for $1 from my parents. It's crumbled and boarded up now, the paint peeling off in tiny chips. And there, in front of Duke's house, is a big flat rock that Jenna was standing on when she told me she was going to run away from home. I can still remember almost exactly how she was silhouetted against the red sunset behind her. And the old train yard where I kissed Leo for the first time after staying up all night at our first real party. I look over at Leo. He's got one hand on the wheel, glancing up at the rearview mirror occasionally. He hasn't so much as looked at me since the family plex, though I see him staring at Jenna now. She catches his gaze, somehow returning it with an even more curt look. Carl probably isn't even awake yet. Do you have a plan if he doesn't answer the door? We'll call him then. And what if he doesn't answer his phone? Will you shatter the window too? Oh. Leo's muzzle pulls into a snarl. I hear him mutter something I can't quite discern. He shifts focus back to the road, his knuckles tight on the steering wheel. TJ gives another go at trying to fill the silence. Well, I don't think this'll go too badly. It's just like we're hanging out again. Nothing wrong with that. I agree, TJ. Though I do think this is perhaps a bit poorly planned. It should be an alright time. I haven't been to Carl's in so long. The car starts slowing down, and I snap out of my daydreaming to look up, knowing we definitely weren't at Carl's house yet. Oh, shit. That's when I see a round canine figure. Oh, here we go. Here's the peeing. See a round canine figure standing further up on the side of the road. She's standing in the dirt so that separates the road and the field in front of a broken and rusted barbed wire fence. I think that's Janice. I look over at Leo, and he seems concerned, his brows furrowed as he careful steers the car right up next to the coyote. I can see why. She's crouched over, elbows on her knees, staring at the ground. Roll down your window, Chase. I do as he says, struggling a little with the old crank handle. What is she doing out here? We come up to a stop next to the coyote, kicking up some dust. I don't know. Hey! TJ rolls down his window as well, waving. Hi, Janice! Leo leans over me and looks out at her. She's still looking at the ground. Everything all... Leo's voice cuts off in a weird choking sound. I look at him confused, then look back out the window, and I can't help myself but I gasp. It's hard to tell from this angle, but all the dust kicked up from the truck, but now I can see that Janice has her pants down around her thighs, and can also see everything else. I sit back quietly, invert my eyes, looking out the windshield instead. Is she... Oh my god, Leo, keep going! Jenna whispers it, her voice strained. Oh, sorry. Leo stops talking, and I chance a glance at the window again. Janice is looking at us now, and she's smiling. It's a weird smile, because it isn't touching her eyes. It's unnerving. Leo stares back. Leo, let's just go. I hiss out the side of my mouth, staring out the windshield again. He seems reluctant to, though, looking concerned. Janice, do you need some help? His tone is one you might use on a toddler or a crazy person. I don't hear her say anything, except maybe a grunt. Leo bravely keeps trying, though. We can give you a run. Leo stops talking in time for me to hear a pattering sound. A sound I recognize well from being a kid pissing on the dirt roads of Echo. The truck lurches forward and then resumes a smoother acceleration back onto the empty road. What in God's name? I don't know. Leo's frowning, looking as confused as I've ever seen him. Should I go back? No! I look back and see TJ's covering his face. Maybe. She could be having some kind of psychotic episode. Maybe she just really had to go. I'm like that after a ton of caffeine sometimes. TJ, I'm fairly certain you haven't peed yourself in front of anyone since Mrs. Mueller's Thanksgiving play. And you certainly weren't smiling at the audience while you were doing it. Please don't talk about that now. I don't think so. Did you see the way she looked at me? She was probably just on something. Isn't everyone... No, she doesn't do stuff like that. Well, maybe she does. You never know with people. Again, Leo doesn't say anything, and neither does anyone else. We don't go back. Well! And he's not here. Leo stabs the doorbell again, and frustration etched across his face. I shift the red velvet cake in my grasp, trying to hold both it and the lucha figurine. Not really wanting to do more shopping after the incident, Jenna, TJ, and Leo had just bought Peyton fast food as gifts. Carl doesn't get out of Peyton much, so the three took it upon themselves to buy from three different locations. They got a couple of large and juicy burgers. TJ got those tacos that are made from nacho cheese chips, and Jenna got him a bread bowl. I squint, trying to look through the frosted glass on the sides of the door. Maybe he's getting high. He should still be able to hear. I mean, maybe he just doesn't want to. TJ holds up his phone. He's not answering his phone either. Leo knocks on the door hard, his bicep bulging. I could be studying, Chase could be finishing his project, and you and Flynn could be at work right now. Instead, we're doing this. Flynn leans back against the truck a couple of yards. What? Oh, Flynn's there? Damn. Briefly canting his head in Jenna's direction as his name is mentioned. You know, I may be remiss to mention this, but you all are 6 shades of extra bitchy today. Leo stands back, paws out in his waist as he takes a deep breath. His eyes have a sheened, bleary quality to them. Anytime Jenna speaks, he seems like he's wrought to near twitching levels of anger. All of Leo's plans to bring everyone together have had the opposite effect so far. Do they lock their windows? What? Leo growls. It's not like we're breaking in. TJ's ears pin back, a frown on his face. The wolf puts fist to his forehead, closing his eyes. I think he's just asleep, and it shouldn't be too hard to get in there and wake him up. I look over at the side of the house and see a window well. I point at it. What about that? Too small. I could probably fit. She hops off the front porch and crouches down next to the window, pushing at it. Wait, there's a security sticker here. Jen hesitates, then pushes at the window again, but it doesn't bulge. Bulge! Damn it! Budge! Then try the one above it. That's too high? I think this is going a little too far. I'll boost you up. Think you're strong enough for that? Well, you look like you've lost weight recently. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Jenna turns, giving me a quizzical expression. Smooth. She does smile after a moment, looking more bemused than anything. I see her bushy tail flick some behind her. You know, some girls might take that as an insult. Are you one of those girls? No, I get the meaning of your words, and that's where it's flattering, regardless. Oh, well, good, I guess. What the fuck is happening? I'm loving Flynn right now. The first time I'm liking Flynn. I set the cake and figurine down on the gravel. Don't put it on the ground, just give it to someone else. And move behind Jenna, cupping my paws together in front of me for her foot. Steadying herself with her paws against the wall of the house, Jenna steps out into my paws. Slowly, I push her up, feeling my muscles strain beneath my fur. Fucking hell, this is so fucking stupid. There's a light click, and I see Jenna pushing open the top window with ease. Good, now I'm going to try to boost you all the way up, alright? Your arms doing okay? Yeah, peachy. Her tail flicks again, and I get a mouthful of fur. Sorry. Like we're some kind of cheerleading duo, I shove Jenna as high as I can with both paws. She grabs a ledge, and I feel the weight of the burden lift as she dangles against the side of the house. Careful, don't fall! Her bush tail is the last thing we see until she pokes her head back through. Kitchen. I fell in the sink. Okay, unlock the door now. She disappears again, and we make our way back to the front door. Leo, why didn't you help? You're the fucking muscle here. If you don't shut your fucking mouth, Flynn, I'll use my muscles to kick you right in your vag. Sound good? Flynn is doing nothing. For the first time. For the first fucking time in this game, Flynn is doing nothing wrong. Jesus, calm your... Leo turns on him, one foot in front of the other. Flynn shuts up. TJ, meanwhile, has his eyes upon the wall in front of him. Usually he's all smiles when we're gathered like this, even through the swearing and crude stuff. Right now, though, his eyes just look sort of vacant, like earlier at the mall. Finally, we hear the door rattling, and it opens. Called his name, but he didn't answer. Well, he's gotta be here. It's not like he can go anywhere, or would want to. I pick my stuff up and head inside. Carl's house is as massive and immaculate as I remember it. It is a mansion, after all. Well, maybe less immaculate than I remember. There are a few wrappers and pizza boxes on the marble counter. I assume that's because Carl's parents aren't here to tell him not to be a slob. Flynn immediately heads up the stairs. Yo, Carl! Jenna stands in the kitchen, her paws on her hips as she looks around. Strange being back, isn't it? Like in general, or... She shrugs. Carl! I hear the others scampering around the house, Leo moving out to the backyard. DJ, meanwhile, checks the garage. Why would no one... Like, you're checking upstairs, why don't you check downstairs? But that would be too climactic. We know he's down there because we've done the other routes. She pulls out her cell phone, tapping at it a few times. It is very faint, but I can hear a distant ringing sound somewhere in the house. Jenna turns and I follow, stepping past the spacious living room. I didn't know if it was possible, but it looks like Carl's parents got an even bigger TV than when I was last here. Oh, they're in Carl's room. Carl's room looks pretty damn similar to how I remember it. Though usually he makes at least a mild effort to pick up after himself when I'd be coming over. There's so much dirty laundry and trash scattered about I can hardly see the carpet. God, it smells like Leo's glove box in here. Oh! Ooh! I wonder why. Jenna gives me a slight scrunched nose look, pauses, then nods acceptingly. She pulls out her cell phone, calling Carl's number again. This time the ring is much closer, rattling sound audible as the device vibrates against a wood surface. Still, it sounds kind of muffled. Sounds like it's coming from one of his drawers. Ordinarily, I'd be vehemently against rifling through one's personal stuff, but this is a special circumstance. I'm not going to stop you. Jenna starts pulling open drawers in the dresser while I check out the desk. I feel guilty doing it, but there is a sort of thrill to be had in snooping about like this. I start stumbling upon old comics that I'd given Carl myself back when we were kids. The corner's dog-eared all to hell. Next drawer looks to be chock full of portable gaming system stuff, including all his cartridges just scattered about. I remember every day on the bus I'd sit next to Carl just to play, because his parents bought him all the expensive devices. I'd always guilt him by saying that he could play at home whenever he wanted, but so he usually let me play the whole ride from Echo to Peyton. Find it yet? I blink, then shake my head, checking the next drawer. No, but... I don't care that it's a fleshlight, but I'm not fucking saying that word. You can't make me say that motherfucking word! A butthole one, too. Jesus. What? I shut the drawer, trying not to think about it too much. Nothing. Well, I found it. I spin around, moving to Jenna's side. It looks like she grabbed it from somewhere wedged between Carl's bed and a window. Does it have a lock on it? No, it doesn't. Carl's parents probably have always been really good about respecting privacy, yeah? How fortunate for him. Jenna swipes through the messenger tab, though for some reason now she keeps the screen out of sight from me. Her brow raises at something and she pauses. Oh, what is it? She quickly shakes her head. Nothing relevant. She returns to tapping about again. I can hear the others still calling for Carl, so I guess they haven't found him yet. Again, she is wrought to pause. You gonna tell me what's up this time? She stares. So, apparently Carl took a picture last night. There's a disconcerting look in her eyes, which tells me this is different than just another picture of Carl's ass. And the music stopped. Okay. She holds the phone for me to see. Get it out. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, fuck you, you're gonna stop on that? You're gonna stop on that shit? Now I have to go back to it? Oh, god damn it. It's just a bat. Like, I know it's just a bat, but god damn it, no. No! I stare at the sunlight reflected upon the ceiling above me. Its pale golden hue has gradually shifted to a more amber tone as dusk nears. We showed up around, 2-ish? Yeah, usually I'd be at work, but I took time off for Leo's party plan. The patter of Flynn's feet is audible behind me as he paces back and forth upon the tile floor. Glancing over the edge of the couch, his gaze is fixed upon the ground in front of him, the phone cupped against the side of his head. What? He's in the kitchen now, using your coffee machine. All the old gang is here. To repeat, the alarm wasn't armed.
Carl usually doesn't set it. We got in through the top window above the kitchen sink. So I guess he's talking to, like, Carl's parents? Flynn points toward the aforementioned window despite currently explaining it on the phone. We all do it. We all do it. At least I certainly do. Leo stands motionless in front of the kitchen window, facing away from us. Well, Jenna did, then unlocked the front door for the rest of us. Wasn't my idea again. Place is kind of messy, but we didn't see any signs of anything broken into. Jewelry above the bedroom dresser? Give me a sec, I'll check. Speaking of, here she is. Flynn hands the phone off to Jenna before heading upstairs again. She uncrosses her legs and stands up slightly, pausing for a moment as she listens to Carl's father on the other end of the line. She uncrosses her legs and stands up slightly, pausing for a moment as she listens to Carl's father on the other end of the line. Yes, Mr. Hendricks, it has been a while since we've last spoken. 5 or 6 years, actually. I go by Jenna now, yes? Instead of pacing about like Flynn, she moves over towards me. She rests herself against the arm of the couch by my head. Her expression shifts some, but I can't tell much further due to the sun glare coming through the windows and at the angle above me. My brother? Actually, yes. When I went through his phone, it showed that they had texted earlier that... Yes, it does appear Carl was buying weed from him. She's quiet now, listening. I can hear Carl's father on the other end now, meaning his voice is a bit raised. I turn on my side, propping my head up with an elbow on the armrest in an attempt to read her expression. Jenna doesn't appear fazed. She doesn't look at me either. Mr. Hendricks. The voice on the other end continues. The high-pitched rasp of Carl's father's voice is still audible a minute later. There are pauses in what he's saying, but Jenna doesn't interject. Finally, there's a pause around 5 seconds before I hear a quieter, "Are you still there?" coming through. Yes, Mr. Hendricks. At this time, I'm going to file a missing persons report with the county sheriff's office, citing the image I sent you from Carl's phone. Which is that weird-ass picture we saw earlier. Looking over, Carl's phone sits upon the coffee table, the red-eyed image still displayed. Why the fuck? You're gonna run the battery through. Something about it seems so familiar, yet exactly why escapes me, like fleeting deja vu. It makes me uneasy, even without the context of our current situation, which makes it worse. It hasn't been the minimum 24 hours, but as you said, the fact that his phone, wallet, and all your other vehicles are accounted for is worrisome. She waits, listening. I'm going to tell the police that we were given the go-ahead to come and go from the building during the week. If you could confirm that when the sheriff's office calls you later, that'd make things easier for us while we keep up the search effort. Do you and Mrs. Hendricks have any recommendations on that front regarding where he could have gone off to? Hearing the telltale thuds of Flynn's heavy-footed gait upon the terracotta stairway, I glance up. He returns, shaking his head. Shit's still there. Jenna nods, seeming to ignore the now strange look that the Gila was giving us. I sit upright. I think Mr. Hendricks is giving us some advice of where to look. Jenna again nods in confirmation, though Flynn still peers at us with a furrowed brow. Were this any other time, I'd have some shit to say right now. He sighs, nostrils flaring. I lean forward, taking hold of Carl's phone and peering at the image again up close. I'm going to check out some of his messages myself and see if I can find anything. Yuck! Don't like this.
Somebody reading messages like this.
Yeah, because the fucking phone picture.
I need to see these for myself.
I was texting. I wasn't texting. I was driving home from Lawrence, and I had to speed around a dude who was in the left lane. And, like, if you're texting while driving, you're already a stupid fucking person. But this wasn't just like a person, like, they got one hand on the wheel, other phone is down here, just off thing or whatever. Down here a little bit, here it is, whatever, like, text, whatever. This person was holding it, like, up here, doing one of these numbers. Just like, Just doing that while driving, going 70 miles an hour. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Hold up. The fucking game moved while I was talking. You can't do that shit. We're going to pull up the phone again, see if we can... Oh, no. It just does it by itself. The cell phone is plucked from my grasp, Flynn standing above me. Jenna and I already looked through that. Now you're just wasting time by being a snoopy shit. Flynn's emerald gaze briefly flicks to Jenna, then back down to me.
Surprisingly, Jenna nods in agreement, then motions fuck to the stairs. We got this, Chase. Like I said, go see how TJ's progress is going, I guess. She looks to Flynn with a sort of stern, knowing expression before responding to something on the phone. Something in that phone was about us, we don't know. Well, the convenience store is a few miles from here. Does he usually walk that far? My cheeks burn at the scolding, and I rise to a stand. Turning to leave, I can see Leo standing unmoving in the kitchen. He's like a photograph, a still image silhouetted in contrast to the fading sun through the window. It's weird. Usually Leo is the one who jumps into action with this sort of situation, or at least he did when we were kids. De facto group leader and whatnot. Now, though, since we found out Carl was missing a couple hours ago, he's been pretty resigned. Hell, Flynn and Jenna have been the ones coordinating everything so far. He glances over his shoulder, the first bit of movement I've seen him do in about 15 minutes. I can see his red eyes from here. He's staring right at me. I find myself walking over despite myself. Flynn and Jenna busy talking with Mr. Hendricks over speakerphone now. I enter the kitchen and approach him. Hey. Yo. A silence lingers between us. So, Carl. Yeah. Know where it might be? Of course. I'm just not telling anybody because I like all this quality time we're having here, huh? Leo, this is serious. Jenna's about to call the sheriff. Yeah? Good. 2 birds with 1 stone. He holds up his phone, a notification on the screen I can't quite read. Got a call from Mariana back at my parents' house. The police were checking to see if I was there. What? My brow raises. I try to study Leo's expression, but he's stony as all hell right now, his jaw set in near constant grit. Family Plex got my plates from the security camera things at the parking lot, I'm guessing. I sigh, rubbing my forehead. I'm about to open my mouth and say something, though I catch a sort of strange empty look in Leo's eyes that brings me to pause. I decide against my scolding and instead move beside him, taking one of Carl's mugs and pouring myself a cup of coffee from the coffee maker. It's one of those fancy ones that has an espresso maker built in, and a weave basket next to the machine has at least 30 different flavor cups. Fucking hell, rich people. The flavors are mostly dessert-based, with labels like salted caramel, frosted who gives a shit. They sound pretty damn delicious. As far as I know, Carl only drinks energy drinks, and usually obscene quantities of them. After taking a sip, the bitter scald hits my tongue, and I find myself reflexively reeling before getting a chance to swallow. Despite having all these choices available, it looks like Leo went for straight black. Leo's gaze shifts back to me, and I see him perk a white brow. Damn fine cups of coffee, eh, Chula? Chula! I managed to swallow without sputtering too much, putting on a slight artsy flair to my tone. Black as a moonless eve at moonlight, just how I like it. He smiles, though it is a visibly pained expression, which he obscures behind his own cup as he drinks. I bet at university all you drink are those rainbow frappuccinos I saw on the news. I remember when that just came out. My dorm was by the library, and the coffee shop was in there selling them. The line was insane, and they sold out super quick. My friend Vincent, he's a barista there. I wonder if it's the same Vincent from Blackgate. It's evident that would actually, these games are in the same universe, so that would be fucking interesting, wouldn't it? Oh, that the same Vincent from all those photos you've been uploading recently? Yeah, the other wolf guy. Oh Jesus, I can see where this is going from a mile away. I take another drink of my coffee despite the bitterness. I mean, the pictures, they just pop up on my timeline, yeah? I keep seeing them pop up. Yep, same guy. Ah, I hear ya. There's a pause, and I change the topic. Are you going to turn yourself into the sheriff? Not yet. Gotta find Carl, and I think a wolf who's known the horned fucker his whole life can sniff him out better than some overpaid mall cop, huh? It'll be more trouble for you if Sheriff Malco, assuming that's who's in charge, finds you first. We also could be charged with as an accessory if we're hiding him. Leo's signs? I feel like that sighs with a frustrated bassy rasp, his gaze flicking down to the kitchen floor. You sound like Jenna. It's probably because what I'm saying makes sense. The wolf looks up, his bug-eyed gaze focused upon me as if he were searching for something. This damn get-together has gone more badly than I could have ever predicted, you know? I nod, not disagreeing with that sentiment in the slightest. First Flynn at the river, then the shit at Familyplex, now Carl's nowhere to be found. This may all be the worst shit, yeah? But I wouldn't ever be able to forgive myself if I gave up the last chance I ever had to spend time with you guys again, you know? He sets his coffee down, his paws gripping the back of the countertop. Leo, come on, we'll see each other again. You don't know that. Jenna's moving all the way to the East Coast, TJ out of the country probably, and you... After what happened at the Familyplex, you probably don't want to see me ever again either, huh? There's a serious intensity in the cadence of his voice, as if something is practically choking him as he speaks those last few words. The air even feels weird. I think for a moment about what to say, still processing Leo's response. Looking around, I spot an old black beanie hanging on top of a coat rack by the door, and I remember something. Carl once told me something back when I said you were becoming too cool for us in high school, with football and stuff. You know, back when you stopped riding the bus and just spent all your time after school at practice with the jock kids. He said that after all the shit we've been through, none of the present, petty drama stuff matters, yeah? I mean, sure, I'm kind of skeeved, but it doesn't mean I hate you forever. Just hate me temporarily, then? I sigh. You still haven't even said sorry or anything, man. Why would I say sorry for when it's fucking Jenna who showed up and ruined everything, yeah? Are you serious? I told you to fuck off, too! Why? Why? Jesus Christ, man, you were grinding on me 15 feet away from a fucking kiddie corner! You used to do that sort of horny stuff to me all the time! Now you're different! He gesticulates with a swinging motion towards me using both of his paws. Well, I guess I am. That's sort of the point about why it's fucked up. Leo blinks, his shoulders raised high. He begins to speak faster and with more of his old accent seeping through. You didn't even tell me you was uncomfy or nothing. You just told me straight up to fuck off. It felt appropriate at the time, man. This is why I didn't even want you to leave, Echo Otter. It isn't like things were great here between you and I before I left either. Because Jenna got to you. What are you talking about? We had it all planned out. A house, a car, a job waiting for you at my dad's shop. The life we talked about since we were little. Then Jenna started talking to you about Pueblo and how you should go. The hell with all this us hick trash. We are better than them, yeah? Leo. And then she came up with that fucking prank. I see his fist shake and instantly know what he's talking about. You broke my phone! You broke my heart! I don't know what Puchica means. For fuck's sake, shut up! Flynn steps into the kitchen and I realize I can still hear the faint sound of Jenna on the phone with Mr. Hendricks in the other room. Well, you two fuckers are having a domestic. What, a domestic? Carl's getting reamed by the Mothman. Or whatever the fuck that red-eyed shit is on his phone. Leo steps forward, his jowls curled back into a snarl. Get out of here, Flynn. Surprisingly, Flynn holds his ground. The lizard squeezes fists against his chest and stomach as Leo approaches, reflexively defending himself in case swung upon. We don't have time for this shit. Leo stares hard at him, his shoulders raised and fur bristling. Flynn flinches some. It reminds me of how Leo acted towards him at the river, and I'm starting to wonder if this is how Leo treats Flynn when we're not here. Leo, what the hell are you doing? Calm down, alright? I'm still fuming from what Leo said, but I don't even know this bickering. Even I know this bickering is petty in contrast to the problem at hand. I saw 10 seconds of silence pass, neither of the two tall figures budging an inch. Oh, shit! Oh, okay. Finally, Leo steps forward, shoulder-checking Flynn hard enough that he stumbles back against the wall. Could find Carl myself. Flynn sputters angrily, Leo muttering some string of swears as he heads toward the door. At least tell me where you're going to look so I know where not to go. Leo pauses, his hand on the door handle. Danica Street to Elizabeth Road, south to north. Great, good luck. The door slams behind me, and the heavy foot stomps of his feet are on gravel outside. He's gone. I look down and realize that I'm shaking. Even if it had been years, an argument like that with someone who basically defined my childhood and teenage years as a way of hurting deep.
I try to refocus, making my way over towards the knocked-over Flynn and offering him my paw. You okay, man? He glares up at me for a second, then takes my grasp and pulls himself up. The lizard weighs a ton, though, nearly pulling me down with him.
Just go help TJ already. Gonna check the basement again.
He dusts off his front and begins fiddling with his shirt collar, walking off back towards the stairwell before I can respond. Through the window, I can see Leo outside. He's down the road a ways, past his van. He's talking to someone. I see the figure he's talking to point towards the house we're in, and Leo crosses his arms. It can't be the sheriff already, can it? Moving to the window to get a closer look, I can see the figure is a weasel. Duke. Jesus, I haven't seen him in years. I used to see him around on his porch a lot back when I visited Leo's place near Daly. As far as I can remember, he was the loner type, occasionally getting involved with civic stuff and the mayor. I have a vague memory of him being married to a younger lady when I was a kid, but I don't remember seeing her after first grade. His interaction with me were always pretty brief, not much to judge a personality by. Now, though, he is pointing at the house, speaking loudly, though I can't discern what he's saying. Leo just looks angrier, his tail stiff. Despite the range, I can practically feel the old fellow's gaze shifting, meeting mine through the window. His pointing hand shifts, now aimed directly at me. I reflexively blink, stepping back. When my eyes focus, there is a plume of dust in the air. Duke is on his back in the middle of the dirt road, and Leo is quickly marching back towards his van. The hell? Duke is already back up on his feet, sprinting now, away from Carl's house, his mouth still moving. He's saying something. Leo's van peels out of the driveway, gravel kicking up in its wake. Within a few seconds, he's out of sight as well. Jesus. I walk over to the door, locking it once again, just to be safe. Left alone, I head out of the kitchen. As I walk past the living room, I overhear the low rasp of Flynn's voice, his tone serious.
And the fucker shoved me. You said he was pulling at this shit at the mall, too?
I talked to Chase if you wanted more details.
To think he just had to pick this day of all days to fucking snap.
Leo rubs the tip of his snout, his slitted eyes narrowed until they spot me, and then he just looks back at Jenna.
Let's call Malka now.
Right. Flynn begins to dial for the sheriff. Jenna looks towards the door, then to me. We'll talk later, Chase, okay? If you want, of course. I pause, having been about to head upstairs. Oh, yeah, sure thing. She smiles at me, despite everything. Oh, hey! TJ rises from Carl's computer chair, clearly forcing a smile as he sees me. He's clutching his cell phone to his chest. TJ? Yeah? You okay? No. TJ sinks back down into his chair. Perking her brow, I move one of Carl's console gaming chairs over towards the computer area. TJ slides his cell phone back into his pocket. I'm worried about Carl. We all are. We're calling the police, and hopefully they can help us, yeah? I know, it's just that image on his phone, you know? The picture Carl took? Yeah, it's spooky. Spooky doesn't begin to describe my initial thoughts regarding it, but this is TJ I'm speaking to, so gentle words and all. Yeah. One of his canines sinks into his lower lip, the lynx chewing on it nervously. Maybe it's a screenshot of something he had on his monitor. We could check his history and recent documents to make sure. Have you already checked all that? His face flashes with a guilty expression. No, there's a password required to log in. Yeah, the new version of these operating systems make you log in with your email account. It's dumb. I pause, thinking for a moment, then scoot a little closer to the keyboard. May I? TJ blinks. Takes him a second to understand. Oh, yeah, sure. He rolls to the side, and I pull the keyboard closer to me. Clicking the mouse brings up the generic login window. Username Blaze Ice is visible. When we were younger, Carl and I used to play a lot of free-to-play MMO type games. I convinced him to give me his password for one, saying that I'd grind XP for him while he was on vacation with his parents. In reality, asshole me sent his rare party hat item to my character. I tried to tell him that the game devs deleted the item from the game, but I don't think he believed me. God, I was such a shitty 10-year-old. Oh, hey, that worked! Yep, kind of surprised he's still using the same old password, but kind of not at the same time. Carl isn't Carl isn't one much for change, right? Anyway, what should we look through first? TJ scoots closer, his chin practically on my shoulder. I have to shift my head some so that his whiskers don't brush my cheek. His messenger, I guess? Good dragon. Oh, Jesus. I see you and me on here. Most of the others outside our group are his online friends. It's good to know that he's still being social and meeting people after we left. Well, besides the names of the people in our group, these look to be all online people. I played Vox Desperas multiplayer with Carl and that Lucha Leche guy before. He lives on the other side of the planet, practically. I wonder if he still talks to Heather. I hope not. There's a brief silence. Wait, isn't Heather the person in Carl's route at the end that he wanted to talk to? I don't know. Flynn messaged him earlier, though. I see a 1 next to his name. But I don't think he wants us reading that. He didn't want anyone looking through Carl's phone after he and Jenna were looking at it. I think Flynn might have just been venting to Carl about what happened at the river party hard-like. DJ's face briefly scrunches as if flinching in response to that information. I moved to check on Flynn's name. I moved to click on Flynn's name, but TJ stops me. No! Blinking, I look over towards the one-eyed TJ, or the wide-eyed TJ, not the one-eyed TJ, who seems to be now recoiling from his own abrupt interruption. What? Sorry, I just think we shouldn't pry into that, if he didn't want us to see it. To be honest, Flynn was being so cagey about his contact with Carl just makes me curious. More curious. However, if what little stuff Flynn said to TJ to his face was enough to leave him shaken and distraught, I can't imagine what seeing the stuff he didn't say would do. Alright. I scoot back to the side a little, letting TJ take the mouse. He still looks pretty guilty for snapping at me. Let's check his browser history. Okay. TJ moves the cursor down to the star-like symbol on the taskbar. There's something on here called Flesh Affinity. And then, okay, you got, like, Fuda Factory. There's a lot of porn here. Huh, okay. Weed, hauntings, porn, video games, movie reviews, job search stuff, and Let's Plays. I guess pretty par for the course when regards to Carl. Nothing too unusual, but TJ moves the cursor to the Fuda Factory link. I gently yet assertively place my paw on TJ's own and move the cursor elsewhere. It's a store for special couches. Isn't it called a futon? No. Look, the browsing history stops right before midnight. And the picture on Carl's phone was taken around that time, right? Yeah. That's really weird. It is. Let's keep looking. Try recent files. TJ nods, closing the browser and hesitating for a moment before clicking on the most recent file entitled carl.doc. A resume? It looks like it. I remember the Easy Mart. I'm still a little upset that it shut down. I mean, it's no surprise why, TJ. Yeah, it was just nice to have local food back when we were kids. The convenience store just isn't the same. The dietary choices available to people here are now really limited, unless they drive all the way to Peyton. The food desert, I think it's called. A food desert. Plus, it was nice to see Carl there working. He seemed to really enjoy that place. Besides, he got to slack off the whole time, and there were barely any customers. But I get what you're saying. His anxiety about being around people wasn't nearly as bad back then. TJ nods, smiling sadly. I bet Jenna could help him. You know, she's not actually trained to be a psychologist, right? Her studies are more neural med techy. Oh, I know. She's a really good listener, though. I nod. It's her big ears. Chase! A snicker, TJ shaking his head and closing the resume. He moves to open the next document on the list called F-space, all those JPEG. I've moved my mouse over the scene, too, just in case something bad comes up. That doesn't look too bad. What the? Aww. That's my old profile picture I drew for computer class back in 4th grade. Wow, really? It does look familiar, kinda. Yeah, I used it back when we all made social media accounts. My mom made me delete mine when I got home.
was probably for the best. There was a lot of drama around how that site made you pick your top 8 friends and you ranked them like that. That's, I guess, MySpace. A lot of feelings were hurt and such.
That sounds awful. And I think I remember some of it. Sydney didn't ever add me.
TJ's gaze shifts for a moment. I'm wondering why he has this saved, and why he was looking at it yesterday.
Maybe spending time together made him sentimental? I still watch some of the funny movies we made with your camera back then. Your voice used to crack so much. Which is hilarious, because this is the voice I picked for TJ.
I feel the sting of embarrassment rise from my neck to my cheeks. Oh man, I need to delete those.
No, don't! They're really good, as silly as they are. You were really good at making them.
I grunt, waving dismissively. Just open the next file, TJ.
I really like the one where you use that editing software to make a twin of yourself. I think the plot was one of those, one of the twins was a detective and the other was a criminal, both trying to solve their father's murder, and they had superpowers.
I was more ambitious than I probably should have been with that project. DJ, just click the next one.
Alright, sorry.
DJ clicks the next file labeled all of those numbers.png. Oh, that's from the trip we took to the reservation. Another picture with Chase in it.
You live next to a fire!
Back in like freshman year of high school? Jeez.
Look at you two, you were so little. Carl was just getting his beard.
I think we were both just getting used to high school at the time. And it was and that was taken during Thanksgiving.
It's surprising to see Carl smiling in a photo.
It's surprising to see something of Carl other than his butt in a photo.
I wish he wouldn't send me those.
There's only one left from the list of files that were opened yesterday. It's titled To Carl PNG. Wait a second, that sounds familiar. TJ looks at me curiously, then clicks it. Oh man. Oh Jesus, look at our fucking Jesus Christ. Our dumbass face. Oh wow. I emailed this to Carl months ago.
Photos like this make me wish I went with you guys to Pueblo.
Yeah, I wish you went too, TJ. I was actually trying to convince Carl to come back and try again with a different major. His parents really wanted him to stay away from art degrees, which is what he really wants to do. TJ looks like he's about to respond, but his left ear perks. His attention shifts towards the doorway. I hear the sounds of thuds against the carpet out in the hall, and I half expected to see Carl around the corner and ask what the hell we're doing. Instead, Jenna steps in, her turquoise eyes already trained on the computer monitor. She moves closer, leaning over me and squinting at the screen.
I remember that. First year in Pueblo, your parents had just dropped you off. I was wondering what the heck you had on your chin at the time.
Oh yeah, you hadn't seen me with facial scruff yet.
I never took you for the soul patch kind of guy, honestly.
It's a goatee.
It's kind of small for one, don't you think?
I frown, reactively reaching up and touching the scruff at the end of my chin.
It was kind of weird, but now I'm used to seeing it.
I frown deeper. TJ blinks, giving me an apologetic look. I try to refocus the conversation. Carl is missing.
He is. Why are you looking at old photos? Pictures. These were the files he was looking at yesterday.
And we checked his browser history. His online activity stopped just before midnight and didn't ever resume.
Anything unusual there? I think he was looking to buy a food.
Jenna stands there, staring at TJ with a deadpan expression. After about 5 seconds, she looks at me expectantly. He means a futon.
But you said
no, nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay, well, I'll be I'll be sure to let the sheriff know when she gets here.
Oh shit, Flynn, goddamn. Flynn steps into the room beside Jenna. Usually the Gila has a bit of a case of resting bitch face, but right now he looks downright sour. Alright, let's figure out who's going to look where. Wolf Boy's made the decision to go check the roads Elizabeth through Donica. Chase, you've got Margaret Lane through Tetanus Alley, Jasmine Street. I'm giving you more since you've got a car.
I'm fine. I'll be fine. I just want Carl to be okay.
Jenna nods, offering TJ a reassuring smile. Just text me
while you're out. I'll most likely be free since I'm keeping watch here at the house. TJ smiles back sheepishly. Okay.
Before you all scat off to your respective places, I found some weird shit in the basement.
Flynn holds up his fingers, there being some white, chalky substance upon them.
At the entrance of the crawl space, there was a bunch of hoof prints, dents in the wall, and plaster everywhere. Like Carl was headbutting the damn thing. There's nothing I could see in there, though. My theory is that Jeremy gave him bad weed, laced it with some shit, and now Carl's on a real bad trip. Which is why I need you to talk with Jeremy when you get to Jasmine Chase.
He looks sidelong towards Jenna.
Jasmine Street, I mean.
What? I feel a chill crawl up my spine. Jeremy, especially with my friends, made my life hell during parts of my childhood, especially after the lake incident. All of them were native inhabitants of Jasmine Street. If it wasn't for Leo stepping in, things would have been even worse. You can text me too, Chase. She seems to have read the look at my face. I swallow and try to look casual. Okay. Flynn rolls his eyes so hard I can't see his pupils for a moment. Pausing, I remember something. I saw Leo get into an argument with Duke outside the house earlier. Duke kept pointing at it and was saying something to him. Whatever Duke said, it was enough for Leo to push him to the ground and drive off. Knowing Leo's minimum threshold for violent turns, probably hello. Flynn seems to soften a bit at that comment, looking sidelong to hide his smirk before returning to his more hardened expression. But in seriousness, that is concerning. I'll also relay this information to Sheriff Malco when she gets here. I'll text Leo and try to figure out what he wanted. Good plan. Flynn immediately heads out without another word. TJ hesitates a little, fidgeting with something on the computer, but gets up and leaves as well. I'm about to follow suit, but Jenna stops me, her paw on my shoulder. Hey, if Jeremy asks about me, you don't need to lie and say I'm not here or anything, okay? Oh, yeah, I understand. She lowers her paw, recrossing her arms over her chest. We'll talk later, yeah? Mm-hmm. I feel like I'm lingering to the point of awkwardness now. Good luck. You too. With a clearing of my throat, I shuffle my way out. Oh, here we go. I take the bend out of Mary Drive, trying to squint through dust kicked up by my vehicle past the sagebrush ahead. Carl isn't exactly small or stealthy, so if he is around here, I should be able to see him. The more I drive, the more I start to notice how little maintenance the dirt roads receive around here. My tires kick up topsoil and gravel, more divots mar the surface of it and jolt me in my seat. Unlike Flynn's truck or Leo's van, my little clunker isn't meant for these sort of roads. I can practically feel my maintenance bill growing. As I approach the turnoff to Jasmine Street, I pull over to the side of the road. I reach back into my shorts and take my wallet, placing it in the glove box and locking it just in case. Stepping out of the vehicle, a cool sweat begins to form along my neck, and I have to remind myself that I'm 21. We're all adults, I can drink, I have a car, I live by myself, and Carl is in trouble. As I walk through the clearing of dry bush, I'm reminded of the last time I was here. I had a fight with my parents. I think it was over my grades or Leo or something. Eventually, I had enough of being yelled at and took off for a generic teenage angst walk. My MP3 player was with me at the time, so I had put my earbuds in and had the emo core cranked up. Hours passed, and it was like I wasn't even awake, just meandering through the desert, bleary-eyed and directionless. I must have ended up on Jasmine because the abandoned school was nearby. I remember stopping to kick a rubber tire or something, and before I could, an arm appeared. It was furless, sort of pinkish, and incredibly long. It just sort of showed up in the corner of my vision, stretching out in front of me like someone was trying to hug me from behind. The music in my MP3 player had stopped, and there was a complete absence of sound besides ringing in my ears. For some reason, I still don't understand. I didn't move. Maybe I was too scared. I did speak, but all I could say was, hey. And then someone hit me over the back of the head and called me a caretaker. They tried to take my MP3 player too, but I was clutching it so tightly at that point they couldn't get me to release it, no matter how many times they hit me in the head. I ended up telling Leo about it later, and he basically forbade me from ever going near Jasmine Street again.
He kept asking who did it. I told him I didn't know, but Leo thought I was just trying to keep him from harm. He went on this big speech about how where he comes from, if somebody did this shit to a man's significant other, they'd be fucking dead. I was tired and my body hurt, and my head hurt, so I asked him how well that philosophy was working out for everyone in his home country. That just made him even angrier, and he kept going on about how he's supposed to be the protector for us all, and all this other shit. Hell, he even name-dropped Sydney to help prove his point, someone he almost never brings up because it kills the good mood. Oh, here we are. I come to a stop at the edge of a clearing. The street sign on the corner of the base of the hill confirms my location. Jasmine Street. I also know it as Tetanus Alley if you ask also known as Tetanus Alley if you ask Flynn. No wonder Jenna changed her name. I make a point to keep my tail from touching the ground, occasionally checking the path ahead for shattered glass. Looking through the shattered windows of abandoned manufactured homes and littered hilltops, I can't imagine Carl in a place like this. Approaching Jenna's old house, I take stock of how it's aged. Poorly. It's stucco, unlike most of the other trailers about, but it hasn't seen a good coat of paint in at least a decade. The lawn is overgrown with weeds, and old convenience store wrappers lay entangled within the grass. Even as little kids, we never played here. Jenna would always insist we go to Leo's or my house. Listening in and peering through the torn screen windows, I could see that no one is home. Moving on around back, I hear some chatter behind the half-demolished home next door. Some familiar voices stand out instantly. I keep out of sight behind the debris. No, it wasn't like that. Heather says this in a babyish whine, practically a coo. There's a rasp to her speaking voice that I don't remember her having. You lit up with him all day in that shed, and you're saying that you didn't do that? Oh, shit. Who the fuck said that? Oh, Jeremy. Shit. The color on the fucking name is the same. No. He was really, really sweet. I mean, he had an accent and everything. What kind of an accent? Someone says. That voice I don't recognize. It's sort of gravelly, but artificial, like someone's trying to make their voice sound deeper than it is. You know, the Hispanic ones. Wow. Is that still, PC to say? Because my cousin was telling me, fierce-like for using that other word. You called Josh up that word, Heather. Trying to gravelly make it sound fake. But I meant it in a good way, like when I call you my night rat. What the hell? You can call me whatever the fuck you want, Heather. Just don't be throwing that shit around when Jared's trying to sell. Chill, dude. He still bought it from me. How much? It's in the book. You might not next time. Dude, ever since you got back, you're so much more assertive. The unknown voice doesn't respond. Jeremy speaks up again. So what happened with Juan? We just talked, He wants to be a baker. He said next time we meet, he'll bring me some guava compa, whatever the hell that is. Those are those apple turnover looking things, right? God, I'm hungry. Oh, that sounds so good, Jeremy. Why did you have to bring up apple turnovers? Well, that's sort of what I don't know. You brought them up, Heather. Jeremy laughs in his trademark bassy it's a bassy apparently. God damn it. Bassy and abrupt titter. Are you gonna give Juan your cherry pie next time you see him too? What the hell? What? Huh? I don't know how to cook. I don't even have a stove. Fuck me. The voice groans. It's slang for vagina, a slice of cherry pie. I wouldn't put my junk into a vagina that looked like a slice of cherry pie. You're gross. What? He said it. You both are. Humph. Heather says this with a snooty flair, though it's subverted by her voice's more dopey, childish undertone. I need to get out of this town. You haven't even been back that long. Aren't you upset about the dreams again? Yeah, the dreams and shit are getting worse. But it's other stuff too, okay? You just need to relax, dude. Smoke some, That's what works for me when I get them. I'm trying not to use up the stuff I'm trying to sell. I gotta save up, you know? Everyone around here seems to be losing their shit more than usual. Plus that fucking bear's leering around here all the time. Brian keeps pushing me to sell this injectable stuff. Won't tell me what it is. Really? Is this conversation really fucking important? Oh, there's a pause in the conversation.
Keith wants to say hi to his mom before work.
What? What?
Keith wants to say hi to his mom before work.
Oh, that's probably a code phrase.
Heather, Keith wants to say hi to his mom before work.
She probably knows she's being listened to, and that's the code word and all this other shit. What's wrong with her?
Why are you saying that, Heather? An increasing sense of urgency takes hold on Jeremy's usually calm, lackadaisy tone.
Keith, you mean Keith from...
Heather begins to sob. Her crying is sputtering and wet. I can hear it from here. Oh, God. Heather, dude, what's wrong? She continues bawling, her whining cry increasingly shrill and choked. Oh, Jesus. Heather.
I can't deal with this right now.
Micah. Oh, Micah apparently is the name.
Give her a joint.
Micah, what?
What? I'm not giving her any more of mine. She's probably pulling this shit just to get more.
Dude, now I've seen the shit I got some of mine in the mini storage out back. Just hurry, huh?
Fuck, okay.
Hearing footsteps, my heart lurches. I move back around the other side of the structure, praying that my clumsy otter self is actually pretty stealthy for once in my life. However, it isn't long before I see him around the same corner I just did. Oh, what the fuck?
What in the goddamn?
Micah's big eyes widen in alarm, the words catch in his throat, higher pitched than the others. There's a pause, and having been caught, I haven't got a clue what to say.
Well, shit, it really is you.
He mutters, his face taking a more stern expression. What?
What in the fuck are you doing here, schizo?
I'm jolted for a moment, that being something I haven't been called in years. I swallow, crossing my arms and trying to look nonchalant. Looking for Jeremy?
Thought you fucked off to college like the rest.
I thought you disappeared back in '08. Quiet huff escapes the small bat.
Well, I'm here now.
Heather's crying can still be heard in the background, her banshee-like wails providing an odd ambience to this reunion.
Why do you need to see Jeremy?
I'm looking for Carl. An indiscernible expression takes hold upon Micah's face, intense, and his gaze flicking to his surroundings.
Rich Goat ain't here. Why? Is Leo with you?
No. Suddenly Jeremy approaches from around the corner. Oh, shit. You just fucking said you're defenseless. Oh, goddamn it. Fucking hell. Oh, goddamn. Dude, what the hell? The stout Phoenix turquoise-eyed bulge. He's much more round than I remember him, looking like a mix of Jenna with Carl's body.
Schizo's here. Oh, Jesus, where's the wolf? He says he's not here.
Guys, I'm looking for Carl. Even the police are searching for him now. Micah tenses the hell up at that information, his standoffish demeanor completely gone. One of the few people he talked to before he went missing around midnight was you, Jeremy. Have any idea where he could have gone? Jeremy stares ahead of me blankly. There's a certain warmth that Jenna possesses in her gaze that her brother completely lacks in. I look at Jeremy now, and all I can see are the times he threatened me over stuff I didn't do, called me a that word, and hit me. Yet there's definitely something different in his demeanor than I remember. He's less intense.
Schizo, I'd tell you if I knew. I just hooked him up yesterday, like a quarter mile from his house. Ever since he crashed his ride, he makes me come out there to him when he wants to buy.
So he didn't mention anything about running off?
I can't see Carl running. Why the hell would he why the hell would he want to when he's got everything he could ever want in the castle?
The castle. Which is why he's worrying that he isn't there.
Did it look like somebody broke in?
No.
Oh.
You didn't give him anything laced, did you? I don't really know how all that works.
No, it's the same stuff I smoke.
That's not really that's not really that reassuring. But I nod regardless. Well, thanks. We're staying at Carl's if you hear anything or see him around somewhere.
Jeremy frowns, canting his head to the side.
Is Jenna with you?
Yeah. Jeremy's frown deepens, but he doesn't look exactly angry or anything.
Oh.
There's a pause of silence, punctuated by a choked sob from Heather behind the house.
How's she doing?
The usual. Better than everyone else. Jeremy's frown shifts to a lopsided smile, the fox even grinning for a second. One of his front teeth is chipped in half.
Sounds about right.
Micah looks over his shoulder.
Gonna get that joint now.
He sidesteps, grunting as he passes.
Nice soul patch.
Don't say anything. Micah moves on towards the mini storage without incident, though I feel a boiling in my cheeks. My fists begin to clench. We're adults. Why the hell do they still treat me like this? Because they didn't grow up. This must be how TJ feels. Jeremy watches Micah for a moment before scratching his gut. His eyes are upon me now.
Yeah, you should go now.
Oh, yeah. I'll let Jenna know that everything is all good here. Jeremy just stares at me, then walks back to Heather. She's still crying. Huh. That's fucking weird. But that brings us to Thursday. What? What the fuck? What the hell?
Hey. What the fuck is this? So you are leaving, running off to fuck some other wolf? It's a joke. Calm down. We were just trying to have some fun. I was starting to realize that this probably wasn't the best time, but... So you're playing this stupid game of keeping me guessing whether or not you're gonna ditch me by next year, and then you pull this shit. Outside. The hell is wrong with you? Me? You know I told her that there was no way in hell you'd fall for this one, since you already knew how I felt about you. I'm the one that should be fucking offended that you'd think that. That's not fair. You wanted a reaction from me, and you got one. Happy? What's wrong? This was your idea.
The phone clutched in the hand disappears.
It's a prank. Making me think I just lost my orders a prank? If this is a fucking joke, then you need to learn how to make one first. Why don't you learn how to take one? How was I supposed to take that? Just laugh and shrug and say, well, fuck, so much for that. Is that what you expected?
Actually, we just thought you wouldn't fall for it. At least not this hard. I mean, come on, I cropped that from the cover of some teen magazine. It was my number 2, if you didn't notice.
It just wasn't a good time, all right?
No.
No. The hell are you doing there anyway? Semester ended last week. So you're staying at home for the summer? Of course not. I'm staying with Emily. You need to calm down, Leo.
How can we ever have fun if you're exploding all the time?
Telling me to calm down is the worst thing you can do right now. I'm tired, I'm hot, and I just wanted to have lunch with him.
You're overreacting. Oh, cunt. I'm going to Pueblo, Leo. Jesus fuck.
I stare through the grainy darkness.
The motel room air is dry and stuffy. The air conditioner must be off. I look over. TJ is next to me in bed. He's curled up in a fetal-like position, his knees raised and his tail between his legs. TJ doesn't usually sleep like that. Leo lays in the bed across from us. He's laying on his back, his form perfectly still. There's no covers on him, and he's still in his jeans from yesterday. Neither of them are snoring, or even audibly breathing for that matter. Takes me a moment, but I can't actually tell if Leo's eyes are closed or not. I pictured in my mind him slowly turning his head, looking at me with no expression. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't fucking like that. He has no... They're just shadows. I blink, trying to shift my legs beneath the sheets. Fortunately, I can. I'm not dreaming anymore. Leo wasn't actually looking at me. Why did I even think that? Why does it make me so unnerved? And that dream. Jesus. I slide my feet out from under the covers and sit upright on the edge of the bed. Maybe a splash of water will make me feel better. Though I could really use a dip in an actual pool. In Pueblo, there's so many of them around, I take it all for granted. The realization dawns on me that once I graduate, the chances of me being able to afford a place with one nearby is almost none. I wring my tail out, some in my paws. My fur is oily and damp. I'll definitely need to take a shower in the morning. Half the motel tub didn't even look like it had seen 20 years worth of dirty... Hell, if the motel tub didn't look like it had seen 20 years worth of dirty feet, piss, and cum, I'd take a bath. But first, I gotta get that AC going. I walk over to the wall-mounted AC by the window. I'm surprised this place doesn't use swamp coolers like every other home in Echo. It takes a second for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, but I manage to find and turn the control knobs. Despite cranking the thing to the max setting, only a petty stream of air is exuded from the front vents. It is cold, though, so there's that. I stick my face up to it, the blowing air on my whiskers making my jowls raise instinctively. It's refreshing, and the world seems a little less hazy. Still, it feels gross, more so than usual. I remember on Saturday morning, I woke up super early to clean myself, trim my facial scruff and head fur, and just look as presentable as possible. Didn't really know who I was trying to impress. Maybe show everyone that I was all well adjusted and normal now. All the grooming work I performed didn't last 4 hours in the hot car ride up to Echo, though. Especially when the AC went out all the way from Gulch City to Route 93. I was excited to see everyone again, really. Rose-tinted glasses and all that sort of thing. As much as I hate Echo, the moments of hanging with the group growing up are still some of the best I've ever had. Even counting recent college happenings. We were all friends, but that friendship came with a lot of serious weight to it. Baggage that was never unpacked, I guess. Didn't honestly expect us to even try to. Flynn had other plans, and who could blame him? After that, Leo's freak out and Carl going missing, any sort of semblance of a fun, idle spring break is gone. It's like there's this buzzing tension in the air, methane filling up a room and just waiting for the lighting of a match. God, and here I am, whinging about how the mood is ruined and my old best friend is just fucking gone. The hell was I honestly expecting? Us to all hang up a bunch of Christmas lights in Leo's backyard, grill up some asada, get drunk and dance to a bunch of indie playlists? And of course, I'd fantasized about some sort of brief reunion with Leo. I mean, that's natural, right? What I didn't expect was this whole thing with Jenna. I'm still sorting out how I feel about it all. I glance briefly to my camera bags at the end of my bed. I have a feeling I'm not going to get much done for my project. With some reluctance, I pull my face back from the cooling vents and head to the bathroom. Try to shut the door behind me quietly, but it's still pretty loud. I look at the sink and realize that it isn't going to cut it. I tug off my shirt and underwear and place them on the edge of the counter. At home, I just throw them on the floor, but I don't really trust how clean the linoleum is here. I step into the shower. It gets hot quick, so I fiddle with the handle some. There's some red fur tucked in the corner, so I'm guessing Leo took one earlier as well. I was worried the police would come by his place, so he insisted on staying here while we searched for Carl. I remember him and I used to take hour-long showers together back when my family was out of town. My parents had one of those walk-in Roman-style showers with marble tile. He thought it was the coolest thing. I bend down and pick up the tiny complimentary shampoo bottle from the rack and begin to lather the contents into my fur. Not exactly the best for specifically my type of fur, but it'll work for now. I bet Jenna would have loved that shower. She had to use an outdoor one for most of her life, as I recall. I think she lives off campus now in a studio apartment she picked out. I've never actually seen it. She probably splurged with her full ride money and got something really nice. But it beats the hell out of the communal dorm showers, which are not as sexy as porn makes you believe. I begin lathering further down, and the mental image of Jenna's golden form, slick with water, sticks in my head. I cup myself, squeezing a bit. I'm starting to get hard. Wow, with the sexy music. Let's turn that shit up, huh? The smooth pink flesh is a... Yeah, okay, that's his dick he's talking about. I didn't know what that was until I said it. It's a sharp contrast from the rest of my fur, and I quickly cover it in my paw to keep it from the hot water. Jenna's seen me naked plenty of times, but mostly as a kid. And never stiff and ready quite like this. My heart thuds a little harder in my chest. I close my eyes, hoisting my arm up against the shower wall and resting my forehead against it. I can't believe I'm doing this right now with everything going on. Maybe I'll feel a little better afterwards. Jenna has that effect on people after all. I feel myself smiling a bit, swaying my tail some as I begin to... Wow, okay, he's jerking off. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of implied, but he's... Yeah, there he goes. He's jacking it for Jenna. Now we're back in the room. I step out of the bathroom in my towel. I wasn't expecting to take a shower when I first went to the bathroom, so I didn't bring a change of clothes in with me. Creeping over to the pads of my feet, I disrobe and quickly begin to put on a fresh t-shirt and shorts from my bag. Hello!
Chase?
TJ and Leo are no longer in bed. The Lynx is over by the light switch, squinting blearily at me. Well... Leo blinks at me. Buenos dias. I quickly try to scamper on the rest of my shorts before going underwear for the time being.
Oh, jeez. Sorry, Chase.
TJ turns, quickly averting his gaze. Leo just sighs some, squinting his eye, rubbing his eyes. Thanks for the show. Your phone was going off while you were in the shower. My cheeks feel a bit warm as I manage to finally get my shorts up to my waistline. Oh, who called? Leo stares blankly at me, looking more tired than any of us. I wasn't gonna check. An uneasy look punctuates that comment, and it catches me a little off guard.
Can I turn around now?
Yes, TJ.
Thank you.
The Lynx uncovers his eyes and moves to the bed. Sitting back down, he still looks like he hasn't fully woken up yet. Sorry for waking you guys. I was really needing a shower. Otter stuff, you know.
It's okay, Chase. You kind of woke me up from some pretty weird dreams. So, thank you.
He manages a smile, still trying to blink the blurriness out of his eyes by the looks of it. His irises begin to narrow back to a more slitted state. No problem, TJ. I actually should be getting back out there.
It's 3:30 in the morning, are you sure?
I finish putting on my shirt and move to check my phone. Yeah, I'm sure. Man, when I find that goat, I swear to God. He stretches, apparently. He stretches. Aren't I adorable? Just shoot me. He stretches some before stifling a yawn. Not gonna let him out of my sight for a month. It's a text from Jenna.
Hi, Chase. I can't sleep, so I'm heading back to the motel. If you're up, do you want to go out looking with me?
I'm feeling a little better after my shower, so I send Jenna a quick text agreeing to help with the search.
What does it say?
TJ cants his head, peering at me with a sort of dazed, curious look. Jenna was having trouble sleeping, so she wants to go out searching. Leo looks up at me, his expression indiscernible.
Isn't it kind of dark to try to look for him? I mean, not that I'm trying to dissuade you all, just seems kind of harder.
It's that whole 48 hours thing. The harder we look now, the better. Sitting back and praying everything will work out won't do any good. TJ's eyes widened some, looking a bit taken aback. His jowls twitched some, feeling looking down at the sheets between his legs. There's a knock at the door. Sound of jingling keys can be heard coming from the other side. There's a scratching noise of metal on metal, the door being unlocked. After a moment, it opens. Jenna steps out from the darkness, rubbing her arms some, making a beeline for her bag. I jack it to that. I'm just saying. Oh, shove Leo out of the way, why don't you? Hey, TJ, Chase, Leo. She nods to each of us in turn before beginning to rifle through her belongings. Aren't you supposed to be keeping watch at the house? Aren't you supposed to be in jail?
Oh! Oh! Oh, that's a specimen's ball!
GJ makes a noise that sounds like he just choked on his own spit. I try to avoid looking directly at Leo. He doesn't say anything, though I hear the bed he's sitting on creak audibly. He takes out 2 water bottles, tossing one to me. I only barely catch it, mainly because it stopped by my nose first. Ow! My snout tingles with the aftershock. My nose feels wet for some reason, though when I reach up, there's no blood. Must be the burst of blood vessels. Oh. That was a brief amused huff, looking apologetic. You're still trying to wake up, I see. You think that's funny, just walking in and hitting him with that? Oof. Leo's crackling baritone comes out in a few decibels too loud, his tone stern, his stone turn, like a scolding parent or a bolding scarant. That has a way of catching everyone's attention. That wasn't the intent. There's a pause. Leo about to speak again, but Jenna managing to cut him off before he can. Speaking of, we're going to check in with Duke. See if he knows anything. Leo's jaw shifts. He's trying to speak, but the words don't come out. He leans back, then forward again. Have fun. Chase, y'all set? She looks at me, expectant. I guess she's ready to go. Oh, yeah, sure. I force a smile, trying to downplay the cavalcade of tension the room has become. Goodbye, guys. See you later. DJ seems to be doing the same. Leo just stares. We'll text you some updates in a bit. Jenna pats my shoulder once before heading out. I follow suit. The air is surprisingly fresh outside, even a bit damp. It's as if the motel room itself had its own oppressive atmosphere that was permeating my sinuses. And now I'm finally free. Near the horizon, thick gray clouds loom overhead. The reservation must be getting some rain. Jenna seems to notice as well, taking a few steps forward into the mostly empty parking lot before speaking up. Kinda nice out, isn't it? Yeah. She opens her mouth to speak, but pauses some as she looks over her shoulder, a light frown crossing her blonde features. Come on, let's go. She starts moving again, heading toward the street. Duke's house, right? And we're walking. Yeah, that a problem? She glances back. I reach down, feeling the tender, hardening muscles around my thighs and knees. Just a bit sore from the hike, that's all. Oh, you're a tough guy, Chase. I'm sure you'll manage. A tough guy. I also summoned to catch up, the Fennec already on the road. She smiles some as I catch up alongside her. Your phone has a flashlight, right? Yeah? Oh, give me a sec. Reach into my pocket and flick on my phone. Takes a second, but I find the right button. A cracked pavement in front of us, quickly illuminated. Just in case we come across any snakes or spiders. Or overweight rams. Those two. I shine my phone towards the sagebrush that winds along the narrow wash that passes by the motel. It's like I'm half expecting to see Carl's goofy, grinning muzzle peeking out through the brambles. I'm sorry if I woke you. It's fine, I was in the shower. Woke everyone else up, though. Jenna straightens her tank top, peering through the cracked glass windows of the old ice cream shop. Even the for lease sign on the awning is mostly faded away. Still got that old Victorian architecture that you can see on a lot of buildings built originally by the wealthier settlers in the turn of the century. Faded green and pale blue paint still clings to parts of the main facade with the copper metal roof, a mix of dark amber and turquoise. In its heyday, it probably stood out some fierce, colorful contrast to the harsh beiges of the desert, and ultimately an opulent reminder of the old world amidst the new.
I wasn't expecting Leo to be there, honestly. He giving you any more trouble?
I watched the pavement turn to packed dirt beneath my feet as we round the corner onto Gretchen Road. Ooh, music kicking on. It's a desolate stretch of road, the only striking feature being a concrete mixing business that closed its doors back in the 90s. You can still see the big mounds of grayish dirt past the slatted chain link. Ultimately, it takes me a moment to respond to Jenna's question. No, he's just upset. I could practically feel the fox's incredulous raised eyebrow, a trademark reaction if ever she had one. Actually, well, this is gonna sound stupid.
Playing Leo's behavior off as him being just upset is stupid, but continue.
I sigh. Sorry. Jenna frowns some and moves closer, nudging my arm with her shoulder.
Hey, you haven't done anything wrong.
I don't know about that.
Oh?
Again, that expectant look. Here we go. I'm kind of glad you texted me. Didn't really want to go back to sleep. I guess I was having a nightmare. This same sort of recurring one I've been having that's a little different each time. Each dream, I'm facing myself, but it's not me. Not like a mirror me. Things are different, messed up, blurred. Sometimes it speaks and it's all distorted like an old AM radio station with bad signal. It looks away for a moment, then back to me. And each time, it gets a little clearer. And it might just be because it's fresh in my head right now, but I kind of remember what it was saying. I stopped briefly, shining the flashlight on a tumbleweed rolling across the dirt road ahead. Briefly get stuck in a mesquite tree, bouncing against the trunk and leaving a few twigs behind before rolling back along its course. Do you remember when I texted you that I got into Pueblo and you drove all the way back down here to celebrate?
I do.
We were going to surprise Leo, remember?
I do.
There's a delay in her words as she seems to already know exactly what incident I'm referring to. The prank. She lets out a long, drawn-out breath of air.
We pretended you were cheating on him with those fake texts I was sending you. He smashed your phone and you told him you were leaving Echo. Yes, it wasn't the best of practical jokes to play on someone. What the fuck just happened? This side of my headphone just fucking went... I mean, it's still working. I could still hear out of it. But what the fuck was that? Yes, it wasn't the best of practical jokes to play on someone who was already fairly unstable. He wasn't Chase. What does this have to do with your dream?
She cuts me off, her tone more curious than stern. I know, it's just the whole thing was just playing back like some kind of record. Everything that happened. All the fake text messages you sent me as Jared. Oh, okay, so that explains it. Me leaving the phone on the table, Leo confronting me, then you showing up and telling him it's a joke, that he's overreacting, then smash.
Smash. Let me smash. Becky.
I make a motion like I'm going to toss my phone down. Jenna flinches, instinctively grabbing for it before slowly furrowing her thin brows at me.
Has Leo been guilting you about that?
No, not really.
So you've been feeling guilty then? I guess. Why else would this be manifesting in my subconscious and all that? Well, I'd usually recommend expressing this to Leo, if I didn't think that your attempts at reconciliation would be perceived by him as you trying to get back together. She rubs the bridge of her short nose before crossing her arms over her chest. We did already apologize for this years ago, but if you absolutely must, maybe wait until we're back at Pueblo. He's clearly got some issues to sort out right now, and you're under absolutely no obligation to try to solve them. Especially considering his recent behavior. It's incredibly difficult to help people that don't want to be helped.
I agree.
You're probably right. She gives me a sidelong look. I mean, you are right. I rub my paw across my face. You're gonna get coronavirus, touch your face like that. You're gonna disinfect yourself. By the way, cutting the joke, hand sanitizer, if you do come in contact with anything coronavirus related, hand sanitizer won't kill it. It'll just make it dormant. But it'll still be on you. You need to wash with soap and water, because soap will actually destroy the shit. Important thing to remember in case you're like, oh, I'll just hand sanitizer after every customer. Like, wash your hands with soap and water. I rub my paw across my face, smooshing my own facial features into my paw pads. It's just shitty, I guess. You know, someone for 15 years of your life, you grow up with them, and there's like, I don't know, a vested interest. I was there for every big mistake, triumph, you name it. I'm not sure what exactly further support I can even offer at this point. It's just been too long. Plus, I'm gone again as soon as this weekend's up. So what's the point when I'm probably just gonna fuck things up worse? Chase. Jenna's tone was curt, and I look over to see her face very much matches her tone. Leo was dry humping you at the kiddie arcade. You do not need to feel this conflicted about being upset about that. Look, there's a moment of hesitation, like she knows the right words to say, but needs time to phrase them more delicately. I understand that men have a different hormonal attraction to each other than generally what I feel as a woman when I am attracted to someone. For men, that feeling of attraction, and I'm paraphrasing, something you probably already understand, at least on an intuitive level, is broadly more physical and sudden. There's an emphasis on aesthetics and, well, the mechanics of what's happening. I blink, getting the gist of what she's saying, but not exactly sure where she's going with this. As stereotypical as it is, most women feel attraction as a sort of a slow burn. More passion is derived from intimacy, meaning contrast, forbidden love, etc. She gesticulates in a swirling motion. That's not to say abrupt sparks of fancy don't form from into urges being what they are, so I may not be adequately equipped to fully grasp the true nature of your guys' relationship, but what Leo did at the family plex is just beyond dumb latent horniness. It's complete detachment from reality of you two's respective situations. Jenna's voice raises some, louder than her usual controlled level, and probably inappropriate for this time of night. It's upsetting, especially so with all that's going on. I continue to walk slightly ahead of Jenna, unsure of what to say and feeling like if I met her gaze right now I'd regret it. I shine my light on a lone desert willow that sits on the bank of the nearby wash. In the branches, flickers and reflected light shine back. Eyes. They're small, sitting squarely on the nest made from bramble, like that of the tumbleweed from earlier. Bird.
Bird. A bird is a bird. Bird. Bird.
Sorry, I announce, monotoned. Jenna steps up beside me, hands on her hips as she looks where I'm now pointing. She exhales with some exasperation before responding. Yeah. Looks like a wren. How can you tell? As far as I know, Jenna was never much into nature or animals. Wrens are the really fat ones, you know, rotund. She pushes her small hands together, making a circle to emphasize the roundness. Her eyes must be better than mine, because I can only barely make out the beak. I look back at Jenna, and she's still staring up at the tree. Something about the whole scene of it gives me this strange twinge of nostalgia. Us wandering aimlessly about Echo with nowhere to go and nothing to do. And somehow we thought that feeling would last forever. Is it just me, or is this conversation kind of familiar? Not the bird, I mean. You and I walking around talking about stupid things Leo's doing? Yeah, that's not too far out of the ordinary. She smiles some, and I can't help but smile back. Yeah, and that... God. Do you remember showing me those yaoi comics you got from the mail? From the mall, I believe? Oh, yeah, I hid them under a rock about a half mile from my house. I had to fight a scorpion to get you your Coco Tanuki eye issues. Jenna lets out an amused noise, shaking her head. While my relationships with the rest of the group aside, Leo had mainly stayed the same after they found out I like guys. Jenna and I actually grew more close after the fact. Despite not really being too into anime, talking about her manga and the dumb romance stuff, and that was kind of fun. My hero. I said I remember discussing the differences between yaoi and bara. Talking just now kind of reminded me of that. Saying those two words out loud feels weird. Yeah, it fucking does. Boys love and man's love. Right. I do remember that, Chase. I'm a little surprised you do. She says that with a forced teasing tone to her voice for some reason. I cant my head curiously towards her. Why wouldn't I? I really enjoyed all that. Talking with you about it, I mean. Truly. I suppose I thought I was only being humored for my special interest topics that the rest of you were not remotely interested in. It's a little creepy now that I think about it in context. I waved dismissively. No. I mean, you weren't like a fan Yoshi or anything. Hell, you should have seen all that sort of yaoi stuff Leo kept on his computer. Funjoshi and... Really? Oh. Getting crackling in my fucking headphones again. Like, seriously? I just got these replaced. Right? Just got these replaced. In the fucking mail like 2 days ago. And they're already starting to crackle on me. This is fucking ridiculous. This is absolutely buttfuck ridiculous. How long are these things? Because if the Bluetooth just will not cooperate with my computer, maybe I can just use... Oh my god! Did you hear that shit? They just fucking... It's still working! That was fucking absurd! This is bullshit. You hear me? This is bullshit. I bought these fucking headphones, got them replaced like yesterday. And it only does this with the computer. Like, I've never had this problem with it on the phone. When I listen to shit on my phone. Maybe I just gotta fucking deal with the cord. Maybe that'll fucking fix it. Sure, whatever. And yeah, he was pretty into more porny stuff. Jenna laughs. Most yaoi is written by women who've never met a gay guy before, and it's full of gender-imprinted ukisemi tropes and dubious consent. Hey, sometimes that's hot. I'm surprised the words leave my mouth, and I immediately feel a burner on the edges of my ears. Jenna looks at me. Can't quite read her expression now in the darkness, though I'm not about to shine a flashlight on her. Yeah, that's part of why we read it. As long as it's understood as fantasy and not normalcy. Of course. I nod. But to take this back to reality for a second, no one should be forcing themselves on you like that. No matter what they see in the porn or how long they've known you. Right. I appreciate the concern. I nod again at Jenna, who returns to scanning about the nearby underbrush. However, I can't help but feel at least a little like I'm being treated like some battered victim here. Maybe I'm just too numb these days to feel like I probably should. Oh, this is a familiar street. The road turns back into chipped asphalt as we get closer to the old rail yard. The tracks to which run directly behind Leo and Duke's backyards. Not that they'd seen any use in decades. Most of the houses down this road are newer, and the county even installed a street light after an old badger lady got hit by a car 5 years ago. That being said, most of the residences stand vacant now, in various states of disrepair. As we round a bend, I spot Leo's house down the way. It's a little ranch-style house, a long backyard, straight off a dirt road leading from the street. It used to be his family's home before they moved out. No cop cars parked out front or anything, not that I really expected there to be. Oh hey, look at the CG! Look at the CG, look at the CG, this is cool, kinda freaky too. Jenna slows for a moment, peering over shoulder. Nice. Her senses are better than mine, so I listen my pace as well, trying to listen carefully. It's dead silent beyond the usual desert ambience, whatever. The rustle of breeze, swept trees, chirping crickets, and chirps from local night birds. I turn back to look at her. What? She frowns to herself. Nothing. Did you hear something? She shakes her head, rubbing her wrist as she refocuses her attention back on me. No, just some unexpected nostalgia. I smile some, glad I'm not the only one. You're not the only one! Oh? What for? Can't exactly place it. It's just a feeling. Almost sort of what people call deja vu. Oh. I nod sagely, pretending to understand. She watches me for a moment as if studying my features for something deeper. I watch her as well, the golden glow of the streetlight giving her fur a pale radiance, blurring her features into something warm and familiar. Her bushy tail sways, and I can see the light plumes of desert dust scatter away on the asphalt beneath. They dissipate into the air and like smoke from a cigarette. When we were younger, we had many nights like this, walking to and from Leo's place. Most of the time, we'd be chatting about video games we'd been playing or some manga that Jen had gotten into. Looking back, I could tell she savored those times. The fleeting moments she had away from home, where she could express her passions without fear of judgment or ridicule. Well, occasionally there'd be ridicule. But of the good faith sort, I think. Whenever she criticized some dumb thing I said or weird-ass phase I was going through, it never felt like she thought lesser of me. She suffered through my late 2000s frosted tip highlight scene phase, after all. She's just trying to encourage me to be a better person. Those long walk-in talks we had were like ways to gauge our own small-town-induced insanity. It was during those times I felt more secure in myself than I ever did elsewhere. But it's also when we understood we truly didn't belong here. I can't help but wonder if that's what she's thinking of right now. She smiles once and picks up the pace again. I step back and match her speed. I step up and match her speed. I hope Duke still works late shifts. I recall him being quite nocturnal when we were growing up. He works at the Blue Diamond Casino by the reservation, right? Oh, dude, that fucker working at a casino. Poor fucking casino goers. As far as I remember. He used to think that only native people could get jobs there. I know they try to keep it that way, but many of the locals in the res lack the skill sets and training for some of the jobs. Hence the outsourcing. I think Duke works, or at least worked, as a security technician. Huh. Guess I didn't know him that well. Me neither, but he was friends with my father. I can see Duke's house now, a large manufactured home that's raised up 3 feet off the ground. I think Flynn told me once they made him raise it up since it's set in the flood zone for the nearby wash. Said wash pretty much never had water in it except for one particular monsoon season when a flash flood sent white water currents down it. It all drains out into Lake Emma. It's difficult to see in the dark, but the house looks to be in a bit of a sorry state. The yard is overgrown with tall weeds, and there's a bunch of stripped bicycle parts and other electronic components strewn about. Jenna sees it too and lets out an audible hum as if acknowledging some confirmed suspicion. I'm about to ask her what's up when she speaks again. You know, my grandma never left the reservation, no matter how bad it got down there. I used to visit her a lot before she got sick. Oh? There's something about the tone in her voice that makes me think I should stop walking. Turn to focus on her. I don't believe any of you guys ever met her. She's probably the most down-to-earth member of my family. Despite genuinely believing in a lot of the old spiritual aspects of the Meseta culture, like rain dances, Jenna gives me a look that makes me immediately regret speaking, my tail curling instinctively. You're thinking of the Pascawa tribe. They're the ones that did the dancing around the bonfire bit that gets attributed to every native culture for some reason. Right, my bad. Give her a little thumbs up of understanding. I must look especially scorned because Jenna begins to snicker a little. She reaches over, pushes my thumb down, and squeezing my fist. Her grasp is incredibly soft. I feel myself longing for it again as she lets go. Hey, you're a college-educated journalist now. You can't get away with the cute ignorance anymore. I've got one more year left of that, actually, I say with a faux defensive tone. I guess I should hold on to staying cute as long as I can. Oh, that's easy, Chase. All you have to do is lose the goatee. Hey, come on. I reach up and grab my dyed piece of facial scruff, and a bubbled sense of self-consciousness burns in my cheeks. Jenna laughs some more. I'm just kidding. I know Leo isn't a fan of it, though. He told me as much. Let out a bit of a defeated noise for some reason. That also kind of stings. Jenna waves dismissively, trying to get back to what she was saying. She seems serious about getting what she has to say off her chest. Anyway, Grandma had all this ham radio equipment in her house. She started collecting it after Grandpa died, which was long before I was born. She was really into technology and broadcasting, which admittedly was an oddball contrast from a more spiritual tradition-based outlook on life. She crossed her arms, taking a glance inside an old parked pickup truck that's missing its plates on the side of the road. I shine my phone's flashlight inside, but there's just a bunch of bags and what looks like farming stuff, mainly fertilizer. I remember thinking it was neat. She used to sit on her porch with her quilting gear and talk on the radio to passing truckers. Wow, really? I start to picture an old native woman who looks like Jenna, knitting needles, I imagine, in one paw and a radio speaker in the other. Yeah, her radio had some pretty good range. She did this for years. Got kind of a reputation because of it. Sweetheart of Echo Valley, or something along those lines. Oh, she was like flirting with him? Jenna smirked, slightly shrugging her shoulders. Well, I suppose there was probably some of that. I remember Adam mentioning that sometimes she would find flowers in her postbox, sometimes even letters. Grandma was pretty shy, actually, and didn't like how she looked. When she was born, her ears and part of her scalp were malformed. It was at some underfunded tribal clinic up north, so they weren't equipped to fix it. Didn't get the money for it later in life either. She brings her paws up to her own ears, running her fingers down them with the base of her head fur. She always wanted to wear these big sun hats whenever she went somewhere, like she didn't feel good when she was being seen. But over the radio, she would mainly just talk to these truck drivers, ask about their day, about things that made them happy. I remember hearing about this one particular time when she talked with a truck driver who had recently lost his wife in an accident. Naturally, he was very upset and was considering whether life was worth living anymore. So, Grandma told him to pull over and come visit her. He was reluctant at first, but he did. Grandma got together all the other old neighbor ladies and rolled out this big old grill from the 60s. They baked a bunch of fry bread and cooked up a ton of tacos. She even went out and personally got the ingredients to make some homemade cookies, since he mentioned he liked those over the radio. When he got there, she taught him how to make all the food himself. She was worried without a wife he wouldn't know how to cook something decent on his own. She also went around and introduced him to everyone, treated him like a guest of honor. He was like this little rat guy, really meek. At first he was worried when he was being awkward and was out of place, but they talked for hours and hours, way into the night. His wife and him had been together for 18 years, and she was an art teacher at an elementary school in Two Canyons. So before he left, she and him made a sand painting. A sand painting? I'm reluctant to interrupt, but I've never heard of that before. It's my fucking headphone going again. They're plugged in and everything. What the shit? It's a painting in sand, usually done with pigments. What's interesting is they're not really art objects. They're for helping people heal, to become better. Once painted, the person who needs the healing would sit in the center of the painting. The energy and goodwill that was put into the painting was to help the person in need, healing spirits and that sort of thing. I know, nowadays you mainly see them framed up on roadside craft sales, but that's what they were originally for. So, Jenna trails off and I look away as she clears her throat. She takes a slow breath and takes her just a second to continue. My parents weren't there at Grandma's funeral. Wow, okay. It was at some public meeting building out in Peyton for some reason. For my family, it was just Adam and I. Adam? Really? Yes. This was a long while ago before he started changing. We were nearly a third of the way through the service when the rat guy shows up, and I have to ask Adam who he is. The only people there up to that point were us foxes. After that, I started noticing more non-foxes coming in. Some were literally wearing those stereotypical trucker hats and those holy bits in the back. With the holy bits in the back. And of course, half the people there were really confused who these guys were. Like maybe they were at the wrong funeral? They just sat in the back, and then Adam went up to speak. She folds her arms tighter across her chest, smiling to herself as her gaze flicks upward. Adam stuttered his way through his speech, but at the end of it, he started inviting up the new arrivals in the back. A lot of them were fairly gruff-looking guys, you know? And one by one, they get up and start reading letters. She pauses again. Letters thanking her for being so kind, for giving them someone to talk to about their problems, or just being so witty and fun to talk to. The rat guy, God, I wish I remembered his name, went up last. And his letter was addressed Grandma like she was still there with us. He talked about how he was doing, how tough things were after what happened. He mentioned his wife by name, about how losing someone so good and special can make it feel like the world has become so much darker. But how it's always important to remember that there are still good people out there, even if they're just someone who could lend an ear for a while. And that felt like he was actually talking to us about Grandma. I think about it a lot when, Adam passed. I thought about it a lot when Adam passed. About how maybe it wasn't just a chemical imbalance, and perhaps he just needed someone to talk to. She keeps her arms still tight over her torso, though it looks more now like a self-bracing measure. A far cry from her usual standoffish posturing. I also thought about how you're so goddamn alone out here. She gestures with both arms to her surroundings. I peer down at myself, then back to Jenna. She lets out a little noise that sounds like a quick sigh before shaking her head. Not you specifically, but rather anyone stuck in this place. What is it with Echo and taking away all that's good? She's looking at me now, but I might as well be a brick wall for how equipped I am to answer that fucking question. Feels almost rhetorical in nature, something with so many reasons that you could apply that it becomes simply too much to try to put into words. I sheepishly hold up an arm. Would it be too patronizing, too much of the stereotypical guy thing to reach out to her now? It's a moment of vulnerability from someone who's cultivated a life's worth of being invulnerable. I suppose we've all got heavy shit under the surface, Jenna, probably most of all. And while some of us downplay it with jokes, self-deprecation, and lashing out at others, Jenna's always kept it under said surface. Seeing this all brought to light feels like something raw, uncomfortable, something understood to be immovable being moved. I look past Jenna to the wash, like the desert flooding. I exhale, looking back down to her. I can feel my mind going blank, like it did earlier. Her expression's indiscernible, but she's still looking at me. Alright, we got 3 choices here. Obviously, I'm gonna fucking save and make sure that I can go back. I feel like the best choice is we keep each other sane. So let's try that, see what happens. I was really fortunate growing up. I had a boyfriend I loved, a group of friends who supported me, and a family who gave a shit. And I'm not the world's most mentally healthy person, you know? I see a completely alternate timeline where I'm just like the rest of those guys in Tetanus Alley, or, worse. Or the back of my neck, sheepishly. I'm not good at making these reassuring speeches, but this is all stuff I've admittedly thought about before. That rat guy was right. Having someone around who gives a damn means the world. And isolating yourself from said world isn't how you make yourself better. It's the opposite. And for keeping me sane, I do think I kind of have to thank you for that in some part. My voice cracks and I try to cover it up with a cough. Smooth. Thank you, Chase. Jenna smiles lightly. It's actually rather beautiful. Has this been on your mind for a while? I shrug. Lately, at least. Well, I'd like to think that his and your sentiments are true. If we have time, I might stop by to see Jeremy. when I talked to him, he sounded like he wouldn't mind seeing you again. Jenna chuckles briefly. It's strange, isn't it? The notion of you talking to him now, as adults. As kids, we were all so at odds over truly stupid things. I suppose I'm curious whether he's grown up as well. I guess we'll see. Jenna raises a brow. Maybe. All this being said, I'm truly not excited to go back and talk to him or his friends. For Jenna's sake, I can grin and bear it, though. Guess I have to ask, what made you think of this? I mean, the story about your grandmother. Was he just talking about tech stuff in the reservation? Jenna ponders this question for a moment, looking a bit more like her usual self. However, there's still a slight unnerved tinge to her, like her tail has an extra bit of bristle to it. I suppose that's what got me talking about her. Though I started thinking about this all earlier. Oh? Up ahead, the screen door on the side of Duke's house flings open. Oh, God. Oh, shit. I don't like it. A familiar ash-colored figure peers out, attention focused on us.
What are you two doing?
Calls out to us, having to shout since we're nearly 3 properties down. At Pueblo, I'd cringe at the idea of someone shouting out this late in the neighborhood. However, most of these houses are long since abandoned. Jenna and I exchange a look before making our way closer to respond. I feel like Duke had a different text box color than the other one, but I don't know. The lanky weasel is certainly looking rougher around the edges than I remember. The old man taking slow steps into his overgrown front yard. Of course, he's got his gun on him, his paw gingerly clutching it while the other brandishes a cigarette. Or at least I think it's a cigarette. Oh, God, there he is again.
Real late for a stroll,
he mumbles. Jesus, Jenna, you're so short. Why you gotta be so short, Jenna, huh? Why you gotta be so short? Duke? Hi, good morning. It's Jenna.
Is that Chase with you?
All to my paw and wave. Hi!
It is.
Duke takes a drag from his fat cigarette, and I see some embers fling about as he taps the end. In my mind, I imagine one of those little specks of fire catching on the untrimmed grass beneath, setting everything ablaze.
I knew it. What Leo's been saying is true. He was seeing shit as well. Confronted him about it, and he got a wild look in his eyes. Pushed me to the dirt. But here you are in the flesh and talking this time.
I give him a befuddled look. See, we know, as me as a player and you as someone who's preferably watched the entire series up until this point, we know he's been seeing shit. You know, the shadow figure of us. So we know what he's talking about. But if we had not, this would be like, what the fuck? The fuck? I give him a befuddled look. What's he talking about? Well, he was going through a bit of a rough time. That's certainly no excuse for the violence he imposed against you. However, we did see you at Carl's house, and you might have heard that he's gone missing?
What good timing for your arrival then, Jasmine.
It's Jenna now, but that's beside the point. His bloodshot eyes shift from me to her, and that makes me even more uneasy. Have you seen Carl since last night? Dude clicks his tongue, shaking his head more times than he really needs to.
I don't think you're investigating the right mystery here.
Jen raises an eyebrow. He points a swollen pink finger in my direction, still looking at Jenna.
The real question is, why has your friend here been snooping around our houses here for the past month?
What? Jenna furrows her brow,
a light sigh escaping from between her lips. I don't know. I feel her hand discreetly reach over and squeeze my side.
Hold on, Chase,
she mutters, refocusing her attention back on the weasel.
Duke, please focus on me for a moment. Listen to the words I am saying. Have you seen Carl since last night?
Duke hangs his maw open, rolling his jaw around from side to side until there's an audible click as it locks into place.
I don't think you're hearing me. I heard you, Duke. Please, a yes or no answer, and then we can discuss what you saw with Chase here.
Duke's bloodshot gaze flicks back to me, and there's something expectant about the look in his eyes. Like he's waiting for me to say something revelatory. I have no clue what he's talking about, though, and Jenna doesn't seem to want to give him an inch of leeway and to change the topic of conversation. As his teeth grit past his thin lips. Despite the intensity he's putting off, he looks kind of distracted, like we're only getting about 3/4 of his attention.
Maybe it wasn't quite you, though, was it?
His voice is strained and quiet. The weasel scratches his inner thigh.
I didn't see the Ram boy, or his little rich parents.
Okay, thank you. Chase?
Oh, I only got here on Saturday. I wasn't here before then. There's only really one other otter in town, as far as I know, and he probably weighs 150 pounds more than me. So I don't really know who else it could be. Duke just glares in response to that, and I can't help but drift my gaze to the gun he's holding so idly in his grasp. I think he notices as I see his fingers clench around the base a little tighter.
Okay, thank you, Duke. It's really good to see you again. If you have the time, keep an eye out for him, okay? We can't seem to track him down.
He's right there.
He points to me.
No, I'm referring to Carl.
Carl's not here.
Oh, shit. Duke's fucking expression changed. Duh.
Right. We're going to go look around some more and knock on a few doors once the sun's up. You take care, all right?
Before I can so much as raise my paw in farewell, Jenna's already turned about and making her way down the street. Again, I have to hustle to catch up. That's interesting. That fucking Duke would be so willing to admit that it might not have been us. Where in the other route, he was dead fucking certain it was us, or maybe he did have that, like,
Or maybe it wasn't you, but you know what the boo.
So, of course, this is also earlier in the timeline than in the other route. After another half hour or so of searching, we end up heading back to Carl's place. The poor fuck's been laying in his goddamn basement passed out for God knows how long. After the whole interview with Duke, she starts ranting a little about meth use and the physiological effects. Admittedly, I was only picking up on bits and pieces of what she was saying. Apparently, the drug stimulates the parts of the brain that create urges for tinkering, which is why yards of meth houses often look like scrapyards after extended use. Poor Duke. Now, the guy always kind of skeeved me out, even back when we were kids. I think he used to have a wife at some point who I remember being really nice. She used to ride her bike around town all the time, and one day she stopped by to help me set up a root beer float stand. Then one day she just kind of disappeared. Hell, I think I was playing at Leo's house when the cops came to the door and asked if Leo's parents had seen her. We're in the house. Jenna uses her newly acquired spare house key and lets us in. I'd spent so much time in Carl's house growing up that stepping aside always kind of feels like coming home. Carl's parents were never as friendly as Leo's or TJ's, but they were often just straight up absent, which means we got the run of the place. I glance off to the side and notice a divot in the wood paneling next to the door. Carl slammed his head there when we were roughhousing 6 or 7 years ago. It's a wonder we didn't do more damage. There's Jenna, smiling. Jenna nudges me with a shoulder, and I shift my attention back to her.
Hey, I'm gonna put something on in the living room. I've been mainly cramped up there on the couch with my laptop while you guys were out earlier trying to get some studying done. Despite the quiet, it's a little difficult to focus with all this going on.
So you want to watch some TV? Netflix and chill?
Oh, sure, I've got something in mind.
She smiles at me, turning tail to head down the hall. I follow suit, briefly considering raiding the cupboards for snacks, but that feels kind of out of line considering the circumstances. Flynn turned the air conditioning off last night, so we got the ceiling fan going overhead. It's doing a pretty good job of keeping me cool. The blades spinning so fast they almost look still. When I was a kid, I was always afraid of having my fan on the high setting. The thing would start to wobble and click, and I thought at any moment it would spin off its socket and come careening right toward me. This one Carl has looks extremely sturdy, though. Kind of looks like it's made up of some sort of brushed copper with a turquoise painted metal base. It's at this point I realize I'm not doing a good job of focusing on the anime Jenna put on. Oh, that explains why it's so extra. I glance over to her to see if she's noticed my wondered gaze, but I see that her eyes are closed. At first I think she's asleep, though they begin to flutter open after some time. She rolls her head some in my direction, catching my gawking. She smiles lightly, stretching her arms out over her head and letting out a long yawn. What? I put on my best innocent face. Just checking to see if you were as riveted by the ongoing developments of Mr. Wong's fledgling dim sum business. An amused noise escapes between her lips, her left ear twitching some as she stares at the screen with half-lidded eyes. Have the magical demon girls shown up yet? The magical demon? What? I thought this was a nice little... what do they call it? A slice of life thing?
Well, I suppose that's how they get you.
She hums her words, her tone sleepy and warm.
They lull you into something calm, low pressure, giving you a chance to really live the setting before they pull the rug out from beneath you.
I wonder where the fuck that... Jenna's tone is infectious, and even I start to speak with a sort of rumbling, only half-serious whine. They all have to be like that? I mean, what if I just want a quiet, slow burn kind of show? It seems like all of them these days just have fantastical bullshit that comes out of nowhere. On screen, the character of Mr. Wong, a rotund red panda, is cooking a batch of fried rice in a large wok. It's all so lovingly animated for something so mundane. You can practically see each individual piece of egg, pepper, and seasoning he sprinkles on top.
Chase, there's plenty of slow burn shows out there. And how would you even know? You told me you don't keep up with this stuff anymore.
I mean, occasionally I'll put on some anime when I'm bored back at Pueblo.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I guess hanging out with you has made me kind of interested again. Jenna smiles again, and I can see her little tips of her tiny fangs. She shifts in her seat, scooting from her side of the sofa to mine. Her arms wrap around my torso, squeezing me some. Without really thinking, I rest my head against hers and exhale for what seems like ages. I can feel butterflies in my stomach somewhere deep down, the light prickle of goosebumps along my neck. It's so intimate, so beyond the boundaries of closeness that Jenna and I have shared in the past. But it's comfortable. No judgment or pressure. Just two people on the same wavelength, both very tired, stressed out, kind of slap happy. I watch her chest rise and fall against mine, her fur so much softer than mine. It's like running your paws through goose down. I don't know what the fuck that means. I slide my fingers around her shoulder and down her arm and back up again. Is this just platonic? Like one of those cuddly girl slumber party kind of things? We never did anything like this when we were younger, though. Closest thing I could think of is when we shared an air mattress when we went camping for my 16th birthday. Leo haven't been out of town at the time, of course.
You're very cute, Chase.
Her words take me by surprise. The compliment's so blatant and not something I've been told in years. Uh-oh. Oh, that's music right there. It feels like a minute passes before I feel her weight shift beside me. She looks up at me, and I look back down at her. Next thing I know, her mouth is pressed against mine. Holy mother of God. My heart skips in my chest, and there's definitely some tightness in my shorts. My muzzle is small, and my tongue real easily fills it's inside once she opens her lips. We continue for some time, the noise from the TV seeming to fade in the background. It an unimportant mumbling drowned out by our pounding heartbeats and the whir of the spinning fan above. It wasn't until the episode ends and we're left in actual silence that Jenna seems to pause. She pulls back, eyes on my chest, and her expression indiscernible in the new darkness.
I'm a little concerned about moving forward with this. I've seen how these things sorta can destroy friendships, and the one I have with you I truly value. I'm worried we'll look at ourselves in the morning, or in a couple of hours, and be disappointed with ourselves.
Wait. I stopped for a second, frowning. Are you saying you don't want to, at least in part, because you think I'm going to be bad at it? Jenna doesn't immediately respond. Oh no. I've done it plenty of times. The voice comes out a little louder than expected, and Jenna pushes her paw to my mouth, hushing me. I pull her away, repeating myself, but this time more quietly. I'm not bad at sex. I can feel my cheeks burning at this point. Jenna's increasingly amused expression not helping at all.
Chase, oh my God.
Jenna's shoulders shake as she titters, clearly tickled by how flustered I'm getting. I'm serious.
I can see that. That's not exactly what I was getting at, but I'm well aware you and Leo snuck off every chance you could when you were younger. But as you may possibly know, there are several slight differences in anatomy between Leo and I.
I continue to frown at her as hard as I can.
Okay, don't give me that look. Now I actually feel bad.
I grunt quietly. Well, how many guys have you been with? You got to ask me earlier at the diner, so it's only fair, right? After the first year at college, I pretty much lost complete contact with Jenna's social circle. Initially, it was because Carl never really wanted to go out, so he mainly just hung out at our dorm. But by the time Carl dropped out, it was like all social links had been severed. I'd look at the pictures she'd post on her timeline, and I wouldn't recognize anyone she was friends with. It was such a contrast, seeing all her at all these fancy events, wearing formal dresses and receiving awards. For a while, I thought she'd just changed, transformed by college life and the intellectual peers she surrounded herself with. But talking to her again this week, I've come to realize that's not the case at all. She was always that person. It was just everyone else that brought her down to our level, I guess.
Been with?
She leans back some, perking an eyebrow and putting on a professional visage, though she's still got a mirth-laden look in her eyes.
Are you asking about dating or sex?
Both, I guess.
Oh, well, about the same then. 6 or 7.
6.5?
Let's just say 6.
What happened with number 7? She lets out an amused noise and seems to think for a moment as she strokes her chin.
Oh, it was nothing too serious. Just this guy who worked at the gym I went to. I believe he was a draft horse.
My mouth goes a little dry. A draft horse?
Mm-hmm.
She smiles lightly.
He was really sweet, and his muscles were nice. Usually, I don't like being picked up, but it was definitely interesting, with him being nearly 7 feet tall.
I stare blankly at her, eyes wide. She continues to smile at me, though the corner of her mouth twitches and she brings her paw up to cover her muzzle.
Chase, I'm messing with you.
Jenna! I scowl. Wait, is that really your type? I thought you would be more like into twiggy anime boys.
I'll have you know my manga and anime interests do not control my love life. I like people primarily based off their personality.
Oh, I'm fucked then. Jenna chuckles at that. She reaches out and takes my paw, giving it a firm squeeze before patting my cheek. Though it feels nice, I'm still not sure how to take all this. I'm sorry for messing with you. Her voice is clear and soft, and she punctuates the end of her sentence with a kiss on the little tip of my nose. I'm admittedly a little nervous myself. Crossing new thresholds like this can be a little nerve-wracking. But make no mistake, I do want this. I'll let that settle for a moment before reaching up, taking hold of of each of her wrists. Wait, are you serious? She nods happily. If you're okay with it, of course. Really? You and me? She nods again. Mm-hmm. Like, boyfriend and girlfriend. The thought enter my head just before I speak it, and I have just enough time to close my mouth before it's uttered. She looks at me curiously. Just shut up and say yes. Yeah, I'm down with this. Yeah. Wow. What is this? Oh my. This is not a sexy way to start a sex scene at all. What the fuck? What was that? Dot. Yo! You guys been having fun? I glanced down at Jenna, her legs still intertwined in my own. Quickly tried to untangle us, scooting to the other side of the couch while yanking up my shorts. She got a firm grip on my tail for some reason, and I have to grit my teeth to keep from yelping as it tugs. Groggily, I begin to see her turquoise eyes flutter open, blinking at her surroundings, and me, and the sound come from the entrance hall. She rubs her face, trying to shake off the sleep fatigue. What'd you say? There's some clattering noises from the kitchen coming from the kitchen. Oh, God. Like the rustling of plastic bags and clacking of Tupperware. Did he not see us? Thank fuck he's a lizard and can't smell us at least. I asked if you fuckers have been having fun. It's midday. Flynn, you got our text. We were up late last night searching for Carl. Yeah, and making yourself at home here. What you got on over there, hentai? I checked the TV. It's frozen on a guide menu screen grab of a frantic anime girl holding way more bowls of soup than is ordinarily considered reasonable. Jenna yaws into her paw, quietly pulling up a black pair of panties around her thighs, followed by her trademark jean shorts. She's so lackadaisy about it, she doesn't care that if she's caught. Her expression is distracted, but not by Flynn or me. Though she does manage a quick smile in my direction when she does focus her gaze my way. I return the smile, albeit lopsidedly, half my face still feeling tingly and asleep. So we're dead fucking certain that Duke doesn't know shit then. God damn it. You hear the heavy footfalls of the Gila leave the kitchen, making his way around to us. He's holding 4 small plastic containers. He gives 2 to each of us, setting them down on the coffee table. The insides are fogged up with condensation or steam, so I can't exactly tell what they contain. Looks green, I guess. Flynn sees me gawk and lets out an exasperated puff of air through his flared nostrils. The top container's got Caesar salad, the bottom's fresh cooked bluegill. Bluegill? I blink at the steamy container. Catch that yourself? Yeah. Perks a brow ridge. And you cooked it just for us? The line of questions seemed to give the Gila pause, as if he needs to make sure he phrases his next words carefully. Jenna smirks in my direction before blowing her nose into a tissue. Usually I drop some off for Carl. Folds his arms over his chest. You know, to make sure he doesn't go into a full-on diabetic coma. His arteries packed up with pizza and energy drinks. They did not spend much time proofreading this update. That's very thoughtful of you, Flynn. Yeah, thanks, man. I give him a thumbs up, to which he just shakes his head. Whatever. Any word from the sheriff's office? Jenna reaches into her shorts and grabs her phone. She taps at it for a few moments before shaking her head.
Nothing. The person I spoke with at the office said they would reach out to me with any questions or updates they had.
God, fucking useless.
Hey, a slightly different expression from Flynn.
You're so goddamn overstaffed there anyway. How hard can it be to find one fat-ass rich kid in the middle of a vast fucking nowhere?
Apparently rather difficult.
Just waiting for Carl's parents to post for reward money or some shit.
I don't think public entities get to claim those sorts of things.
Flynn scowls at Jenna for a good 4 seconds before turning away, walking to the grand living room window and peering out into the backyard. Well, yeah, I fucking know that. It just don't make a lick of sense. No food, cars, or cell phones missing, nothing valuable stolen, and no break-ins indicated. Besides the scuff marks you made on the way in.
Flynn, if I hadn't gone through the window, Leo would have eventually shoulder-rammed the front door down.
Flynn holds his hands behind the back of his head, clenching his eyes shut. Yeah. God, what a fucking crazy ass. At least his desperate party attempt to help us figure out Carl was missing earlier.
She now pushes herself to her feet, walking over beside Flynn. She folds her arms over her chest. So we briefly skimmed over this yesterday, but with regards to Carl's mental state leading up to all this.
Flynn ever so slightly shifts his head in the Fennec's direction, their size difference stark as they stand silhouetted in front of the window.
Is there anything you can think of that would help us out here?
Anything to cause Carl to say fuck it and run out into the desert without any belongings, you mean?
Yes.
Jenna answers flatly. He's been depressed as hell, but that's how he's been since he dropped out of college. All that digital art shit he used to do, he hasn't done much of that either lately. Whenever I check my phone or computer, he's always online, just sending me memes and shit all day. Despite my efforts, there ain't been much in the line of indication he's been planning on changing that routine anytime soon.
I'm sorry to hear that.
She sounds genuine to that regard, letting out a quiet sigh. Ain't nothing you can do about it from fancy college land. I finally get my ass off the couch, silently hoping that I hadn't left the surface all oily. I think he's been getting high more. Says it chills him out, helps with nightmares and shit.
Nightmares?
Flynn nods. Yeah, he's been going off about how his house is haunted. Says things get weird whenever he goes to bed.
Weird how?
Flynn is starting to look increasingly exasperated at my continued prodding. It evident he wants to shift focus back to the search effort. Oh, Chase, I don't know. Bumps in the night, creepy children whispers, distant laugh, and that sort of shit. Said he only heard them when he was about to fall asleep or was waking up, so he could never investigate.
Interesting.
Really?
You said that getting high was how he coped with this newfound paranoia?
Mm-hmm. Let him sleep over once and my whole room smelled like skunk weed for a fucking week.
He slept over because he was afraid to be here, in this house?
No, he stayed over because I was plowing his ass. His tone is laden with sarcasm, and I even find myself snickering a bit at the shock. Jenna didn't laugh, though, meeting Flynn's gaze with an indiscernible expression. Gila clears his throat, scratching at his stomach. Yeah, he was afraid to be here. I know enough about Carl's family to know that his house is seriously old. His great-great-something or another is the town founder, after all. Yeah, James Hendricks, the guy we just met in the smoke room. The place has been seriously modernized into a more stucco adobe style, but there's some definite history underneath all this. Growing up, Carl started thinking there were ghosts in the house. It freaked him out pretty badly. So much so, his parents basically begged me to have sleepovers with him during the weekends and even some weekdays. Not that I minded, of course. Carl had all the video game consoles that were out, and his parents bought him M-rated games. I got to stay up late with his giant TV, blowing up aliens and running over hookers. I remember he started to become less afraid as time went on, and his parents stopped asking for me to come over as much. So, of course, shitbag younger me told Carl a bunch of stories about a ghost bride who I said I saw standing outside his house at midnight. And that's how I got to spend my whole 5th grade summer vacation living at Carl's place. The fact that Carl still freaked out about this sort of thing is pretty concerning.
Well, to be quite fair, if I held the mindset that my house was haunted and saw whatever that was on the phone out my window, or whatever that was on the phone out my window, she pauses, shaking her head, I'd probably be rather freaked out as well.
Yeah, but would you run outside? That doesn't make any sense. Whatever happened, Carl left willingly. You don't try and kidnap a fucking ram without getting some serious dents and scratches in the drywall. The idea of Carl being assaulted like this is starting to give me a serious pit in the bottom of my stomach. I guess, unless they had him at like gunpoint or something. Oh boy, that's another expression from Flynn. They're all very similar, but just slightly different. There's a look of sudden shock at the direness of my words that flashes across Flynn's face. Anxiety, fear, concern, all expressions seldom seen on the lizard. And there he's back to normal. He quickly stifles them, adopting his usual disgruntled and demeanor, emitting forth a familiar grunt in response.
Guys, I think we're escalating here. No offense to you, Chase, but I think I might want to have a chat with Jeremy myself. You can come along, of course. Same to you, Flynn.
Despite Jenna's assurance of non-offense, I can't help but feel a little shitty about not pressing harder for information while I was there. I mean, fuck, I want to be a journalist, right? I can't be getting intimidated by childhood bullies. Flynn nods, but only slightly. Yeah, but Chase said he told him the drugs he sold weren't laced.
Laced drugs wouldn't result in that image on the phone.
Shit, I haven't talked to that flunk ass in so fucking long.
You were always a bit too old to get the brunt of his sadistic side when we were growing up.
Thought that was mainly Clint.
They all rubbed off on each other easily enough, and probably pretty often.
Flynn pulls out his phone, a rather dated, first-gen looking thing from the late 2000s. He pecks at it with his large fingers, walking off toward the foyer. Gonna text TJ and Pinball Smasher that we're together and asking around.
No need to be more specific than that.
Trust me, wasn't about to tell him where we're headed till we're done.
Poor TJ. I'll make sure to text him to make sure he's alright.
We start to head out as well when he suddenly calls out back to us. Oh, and bring your goddamn lunch. It took me for fucking ever to put that together.
Aw.
Are you nervous? I ask, trying to break the silence. Flynn takes his eyes off the road long enough to peer back at me through the rearview mirror, then glances over at Jenna. She's riding shotgun, cradling her fishy Tupperware in her lap so it doesn't spill.
I already told you I wouldn't mind seeing Jeremy again.
What about you, Flynn? Why are you asking me? They weren't my bullies. I'm not sure if that's exactly true. I have distinct memories of the Tetanus Alley crew calling him all sorts of slurs back in the day. Hell, they even started a rumor that he was some kind of sadomasochistic gay rapist. What the fuck? I mean, what we know about... No. This is the Jenna route. We don't talk about other routes on other routes, except that we do. Why is my green screen acting such shit today? Said rumor somehow wormed its way out of Echo to our high school. Remember, there was this whole thing where he got called into the counselor's office about it. He proceeded to call the counselor a wretched, gashed cunt and got 1 week suspension. It wasn't ever clear if any of that shit stuck. He certainly never cried about it like TJ did. Sounds more like you're the one with the issues. A frown. I'm gonna spill bluegill all over your seats. You'll be scrubbing the upholstery with my foot up your ass if you even open the goddamn lid of my truck.
Chase already spoke with them.
You all said you all only saw Jeremy, Heather, and Micah, correct?
Jenna looks back at me and I nod. Micah. Heard he was back in town a while ago. Never expected he'd turn up again after, 7 years?
Have you gone by to say hello?
There's a hint of teasing in her voice, responding to the Gila's, latent disdain for the kid that's evident in his tone. He stole my fucking dirt bike!
He stole your fucking dirt bike. 8 years ago.
Well, he was kind of a shithead when I visited yesterday. Yeah? I see the back of Flynn's scaly head cant curiously. What'd he do?
Well, he didn't do anything to me, I guess. Just seemed like he hated my guts. I tried to call him out on his shit, and he wasn't having any of it.
He call you a faggot?
Oh, God.
Again, these are characters saying these things, not me. Maybe I shouldn't even use the word. It's a complicated fucking relationship I have to shitty characters. Of course. He smirks into the rear view mirror at me.
Glad to see this is all so amusing to you.
I'm allowed to think whatever the fuck I want is amusing.
Are you gonna ask for your dirt bike back?
I ask, half joking, half trying to break the tension. I did get it back, remember? Little shit dented the fuck out of it and put his weird punk band stickers all over the body, but I got it. Literally had to go to his house and talk with his parents to get it back. Should have pressed charges.
Which house was that again? It was the yellow stucco one at the end of Jasmine. One of the older buildings they constructed during World War II. His and mine were the only houses down there that weren't RVs or mobile homes. I believe it was condemned and demolished a couple years ago. Right, Flynn?
Flynn nods, turning off onto a dirt road. Oh yeah. The roof was caving in, the electrical was a fucking hazard, and the pipes were lead-based.
Lead-based? I thought that was banned before then.
Major cities did. Technically, it wasn't in the building code until the 80s. Jenna frowned to herself. Let's just focus on the missing ram, aight?
We drive some in silence for a while, until we see some smoke rising up from behind one of the older trailers.
The hell's going on?
Flynn pulls over. The distinct smoky smell of burnt mesquite pods? Mesquite pods, okay, wafts through the air. I was like, what kind of verb is pods? It's actually kind of pleasant. Flynn takes out his cell phone, stepping out of the truck and hustling his way over to the source of the smoke. Jenna and I exchange a quick look before following in his wake. Oh, I remember this. This is where we saw Micah last time. The aroma grows stronger as we round the abandoned trailer and make our way to an outcropping overlooking the rest of the area. There's even a slight apple-like smell mixed in. As we round the bend, I can see a few lawn chairs spread about a crackling bonfire. Some of the chairs had faded princess print designs, while the others are of the more traditional camping variety. Next to them is a fluorescent orange cooler and a portable grill-looking thing that kind of looks like a toaster oven.
Don't think they got a permit for this.
Oh God, who the hell is Heather?
Oh, hi!
The high-pitched voice comes from behind, and next thing we know, there's a feline bounding up toward us. Oh, hello. I see Jenna recoil some, the fennec lingering a bit behind the rest of us. Flynn, meanwhile, looks stone-faced, his hands in his pockets. Hello. I was here the other day, but we have some more questions about Carl, if that's all right.
You were?
She stares at me for a long moment. Wasn't this the bitch that was, like, tripping and freaking out? Too long, actually. Flynn audibly sighs.
Oh, I know you. You're Leo's boyfriend, right?
Ex-boyfriend. Jenna chimes in, but seems to visibly regret it as Heather's attention swivels to her.
Oh my God, Jasmine! Hi!
Uh-oh. She's not happy about that shit. She's not happy.
She rushes over to Jenna, wrapping her arms around her in a tight hug.
You look really good!
Thanks. Jenna doesn't correct her on the name change for some reason. Instead, she very gingerly pats Heather on the back before withdrawing back a foot.
I didn't shower this morning, so it's a wonder, if true.
Neither did I!
Astonishing. Where's Jeremy at?
Oh, hi, Flynn.
Heather waves at him, despite the Gila being literally only a couple feet away. Flynn furrows his brow some and limply waves his hand once before stuffing it back in his pocket.
Jer? Oh, I made a joke a while ago and he got really offended and walked off. It was so dumb.
Where'd he walk off to?
I don't know.
Oh shit, Heather's even got some expressions. Goddamn.
Oh, let me get you guys a drink. We're having an AHOA party.
What the fuck is an AHOA party? I don't know what that was. Before anyone can say anything else, she turns heel. She turned heel! What a heel turn of the century! Whatever, fuck, no one knows wrestling around here. A couple people do. And scampers off, her demeanor like an excited child. Once we're alone, I breach the obvious question, what's an AHOA party? Jenna looks over at me and shrugs. Meanwhile, Flynn squints at the land around him, folding his arms over his chest and mumbling to himself. Whose property is this? I thought she lived by the dam with her dad. Lizard sucks in his tongue and quickly shakes his head, his question evidently rhetorical.
She does seem different, doesn't she? I wasn't expecting the compliments after, well, how she treated me before.
And there she is again. Next thing we know, the feline is returning with 3 beers clutched to her chest.
Hurry, hurry, hurry! Take them! They're really cold and get my shirt wet.
I blink and quickly step up to take one, kind of awkwardly sliding it from between her forearm and her cleavage. Not particularly hankering for a beer right now, admittedly, but I didn't exactly want to leave her hanging. After a moment of hesitation, Flynn and Jenna also take a beer.
You guys can have a seat around the bonfire, too.
I glance over to the bonfire. It's pretty small, only about 2 or 3 feet high. Why anyone would want to hang out near a bonfire during a 90-degree springtime heat wave is beyond me.
Half the chairs are kind of small, though, since they're for little girls.
They're not very good for big boys.
She looks up to Flynn, who stands nearly 1.5 feet taller than her. The phrasing is so strange, and her smiling gaze lingers way too long. What? I'm fine standing. Damn! Flynn getting expressionary in here. Oh, hey, my fucking meds are ready to be refilled. Holla freaking Luya. Flynn shifts uncomfortably. She does know he's gay, right?
Yeah, I recognize them. Those are mine.
She points to the princess chairs, specifically one with the print of a female cat in a blue dress and a tiara surrounded by chirping woodland birds.
Or were.
Oh, wow! Do you want them back?
No.
Why not?
Jenna stares blankly at her. Look, Heather, when was the last time you saw Carl?
Oh,
She scratches herself, looking off to the side.
I don't know. You should wait for Jared. He'd have an answer for you. In fact, I'll go look for him for you.
Flynn steps up, his brow ridge furrowed. It's a simple goddamn question that I'm asking you specific-like. When was the last time you saw Carl? Heather reels back as Flynn's tone grows more stern, the cat clutching at her own arms.
I don't know.
You know who Carl is. You blew him in high school. Damn.
What? No, that was Tanya. Carl's gross.
As I recall, Heather briefly dated TJ, not Carl. It was a weird coupling, with her being a couple years older, though I guess I have no room to speak there. She was kind of mean to everyone, so it wasn't surprising that she split. Ended up dating one of Leo's friends on the football team, if I remember right. Fucking whatever. Flynn waves off the correction. I remember taking an investigative journalism course freshman year that discussed interviewing techniques used by the police department. It included this big comprehensive list of tells for someone who is lying, or obfuscating the truth. The way Heather's acting fits the description of a lot of the aforementioned. Wait, Heather, you're like best friends with Jeremy. Heather still looks like she's about to bolt, but responds regardless. He's cool, but what does that... And he sells pot around here? Jenna looks over at me, seemingly curious about where I'm going with this. Do you, need a plug? Because I don't get involved with any of that. I don't know anything. Quickly shake my head. No. You're around him when he does that sort of thing. Were you there when he sold to Carl last? She shifts her posture some, the cat scratching behind her ear as her whiskers bristle. She cuts herself off, trying to think of the right words. They don't want me talking about this sort of thing with other people. Especially you guys, since you all hate us. I'm supposed to say that I don't know anything, but I do. I'm not stupid. Her voice is raised now, and she clenches her fist against her stomach. Yeah, I get that, It's totally cool. You're a fucking brainiac, for sure. Shut up! She screeches at Flynn, the Gila covering his ear holes with a wince. Jesus fucking Christ. Just ignore him, okay? He just wants to find a friend. We're really worried. Her dilated pupils flick back and forth between the two of us. There's another long silence. Like Keith? That name again. Sounds familiar. I looked at Flynn and Jenna to see if it's ringing any bells with them. I'm not getting anything from Flynn, but Jenna frowned some. Hopefully not like Keith. That's why we're here now. Heather's shifting gaze meets Jenna's, holding there for a moment before refocusing to me. I was eating apple smoked jerky with Jer when Carl texted that he needed some stuff. He did the deal, but nothing special happened, I don't think. So nothing out of the ordinary? Heather thinks in silence for a while. Flynn, meanwhile, bites a cap off his beer and takes a swig. Clint and Micah came by later and kept being really weird and pushy. Like Clint was. Micah just stole my jerky, but that's kind of how he usually is. Pushy how? About Carl? I think so. Wait, really? Flynn stops mid-drink, looking on in anticipation following her statement. Yeah, it was about the money stuff, which I don't pay any attention to. I don't really use money that much anymore. I'm aesthetic. Okay, but do you remember anything specific? I think so. I was calling Micah out for the jerky thing, but he just kept ignoring me. Clint was talking over me, and when I got mad at him, he just started whispering to Micah. It was really rude, so I really remember it well. It's actually been, really hard to remember things lately. Oh. That's about all I can think to respond with. As I look over, I can see Jenna tapping away at her phone, typing something. She peers up only for a moment, just long enough to give me a half smile and a nod. She must be writing all this down. Flynn, meanwhile, is putting in an active effort to keep his mouth shut. He's waiting on me expectantly to continue. Before I can follow up, Heather starts speaking again, and this time to Jenna. I don't really remember, why didn't we get along? Because the name Jasmine pops in my head, and it's all like, ooh, that bitch. But I just saw you now, and it all just seems so silly, doesn't it? Jenna doesn't even seem to react to Heather at first. She shuts off the screen to her phone and exhales, looking Heather in the eye. She doesn't speak immediately, and there's this sort of latent tension in the air. Yeah, it is a bit silly now. We're all very much grown-ups here, and I appreciate the hospitality. Actually, we got some spare cooked bluegill in the car. Spare? Flynn grunts. Flynn caught and cooked it himself. Flynn looks slightly less disgruntled after being credited, though it's clear he'd really intended the food to be for us.
Oh, bluegill is good. I really like walleye, though.
I just caught bluegill. Got some bass at home, but didn't bring it. Also, walleye ain't really in season.
That sucks. Cool you caught and cooked it, though. That's really rustic. I usually just get something from the gas station.
You're welcome.
As for issues with remembering things, I'm not quite licensed to be issuing diagnoses, but I did briefly volunteer at a memory center up in Peyton. I actually think I have a card here still at the bottom of my purse.
Jenna digs and through her handbag for a moment before withdrawing a faded little card. Heather takes it, peering it over with some visible trepidation as the clinical text and brain imagery imprinted on the card.
If you can get a ride up there on a weekday, they generally can take walk-ins. The clerk there is a super nice horse guy named Jessup. He can help you get set up with Medicaid to pay for it if you're not already covered.
Horse guy. Ah, he remembered the horse from the gym.
Oh, that's super neat. Thank you. It would be really cool if they could, let me pick and choose which memories I get to keep, though.
Jenna smiles, a flickering sense of melancholy behind her turquoise eyes.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? Of course, the challenges and traumas we overcome shape who we are today.
Oh, yeah, totally. So, double bummer if you're not exactly happy with who you are today, right, Jazz?
Damn. Jesus Christ. She lets out a sad-sounding giggle. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Flynn blink some, then peer offward awkwardly. He spits on the ground, the faint smell of his venom wafting in the breeze for a moment. I'm guessing he bit the cap too hard. Jen opens her mouth to respond, but she pauses. Ear flicks some, and she folds her arms over her chest.
Yeah, double bummer. Let me go get that bluegill. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Jenna heads back toward the truck, and we're left standing awkwardly with Heather.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna go get the other real quick, so... Bye!
Before we can say anything further, she takes off again. In the distance, I can see her start running, her arms flailing with a palsy-like limpness at her sides. I can't help but feel a sort of queasy sensation at the sight. This is what this place does to people. Jen returns with the Tupperware, letting out a long sigh as she sees Heather in the distance. Props to you for not smacking the shit out of her. That was, weirdly cordial, considering.
Oh no, part of me wanted to. Trust me.
That would have made things harder for this whole questioning business for sure.
Well, there was that. And I suppose I was thinking about what you told me when we were walking earlier, Chase.
Flynn raises a brow ridge, waiting for her to explain. She does not. I get the feeling you guys have a more intense history than I thought.
I tried not to talk about it too much back in the day. Back then she was rude to me, even when I'd done nothing wrong to her. I figured she was just insecure and left it at that. Then one night she came to me with no one else to turn to, tears in her eyes. She had some pretty serious problems going on at home and claimed she had no one to turn to. From that point forward, I was ready to defend her, to help her in any way I could. Short of going to the police, of course, because she begged me not to. It started out as little things, favors. She was too emotionally distressed to do her homework, so I did it. She couldn't come to class because of a panic attack, and the teacher wouldn't understand, so I lied for her. She needed money to see a friend in Peyton, so I gave her what little money I had. And this went on for some time, until eventually enough was enough. I had my own problems, especially at home, and I couldn't juggle the well-being of everyone. That's not my responsibility. I told her up front that I was going through a tough time and couldn't do these favors anymore, but I was always available to talk. That wasn't good enough, of course. Despite being busy with her fractured home life and stresses of school, she still found time to create this elaborate revenge on the one person who cared enough to help.
Next thing I know, her latest boyfriend of the week and his friends are pounding on my front door at 10 p.m. And what does he tell my mom and dad when they open the door? She deepens her voice, putting on a dude bro accent. Yo, I'm looking for Jasmine. She told us to meet out here to get some. So not only did they convince my idiotic parents that I was fucking 5 guys, including your boyfriend, she told the whole school. I had my paw smashed in a locker, was fired from my part-time job, and lost almost all my friends outside of you guys. Jenna gestures to the both of us. She made herself the sufferer in that narrative, the one who had mistakenly trusted the weird, horny anime girl. Jenna takes in a sharp breath from her nostrils, her composure otherwise completely solid. And she didn't even have the dignity to atone for her actions when the chance was standing right in front of her. She continues to lie and manipulate her way through every social interaction to make herself feel better. It's the perpetuation of this endless cycle of perceiving herself as this sort of eternal victim, when in reality it's complete delusion that hurts her and everyone around her. With the way Jenna rattles off point after point regarding Heather's transgressions, it's evident this is something she's thought about greatly. Maybe even rehearsed. I can't believe you never told me any of this. When I was hanging out with you guys, that whole drama was the last thing I wanted to think about. It was actually Leo who kept prodding me that something was wrong and insisted he help. I suppose he meant well enough. Down the hill a ways, the dusty shape of 2 figures can be seen emerging from an old shed. One of them pauses as he sees Heather sprinting off down the road. The other ignores her and carries on. Eventually, though, the both of them see us and begin making their way in our direction. I'm not saying it. I don't care what game or what character fucking says it. I'm not saying it. Here comes the gang. I sidestep over to Jenna, lowering my voice some. But are you okay? Jenna seems slightly surprised at the question, giving me a light smile. Maybe one day she'll realize what she did, even if it's not today. So to put it simply, I'm good, Chase. Thank you for the concern. After what she just expressed, it's a bit of an oversimplification, but I'm not gonna press the issue. She probably really wanted that catharsis. So what? Did you come back with your posse to intimidate us or whatever? Jeremy's dull eyes are focused on me. I'm starting to feel increasingly intrusive. Standing next to their bonfire with their beer. This is definitely the sort of shit that would get me smacked down as a kid.
Is he here?
The smaller bat whispers to Jeremy, seeming to be walking directly behind him as if trying to stay out of sight. Nah, man. There's a Mike. Wonder who he is. What they're worried about. Micah lets out a relieved sigh, and after a moment, the familiar white fuzzy form of Micah emerges from behind the rotund Fennec. He's clutching something, though. A long piece of rebar. At first, I think he's holding a sort of self-defense weapon, but then I notice the white-hot ash coated on the end. Guess it's a makeshift poker for the bonfire.
Hello, Jeremy.
Hey, sis. Man, I'd like ask how you been, but I'm assuming good, right?
Generally speaking, yes. Where's Heather?
She said she had to go do something real quick. I think she'll be back.
Well, like I said, I'm well enough. However, we are still looking for Carl, as Chase here made you aware yesterday.
Jeremy looks over at me with a tepid expression, the faint outlines of a grimace forming at the edge of his muzzle. Really? Really? Flynn steps up, Tequila tall enough that his shadow falls directly on the smaller Fennec. Well, Rocky Billy didn't see you much out. I don't see you much out here. Fucking wonder why. Micah glares at him from across the bonfire, the shifty looking bat increasingly agitated by our presence.
We told Schizo all we knew yesterday. Evidently not, and yeah, don't call him that.
Jeremy lets out an amused noise, though it's clear he's also getting a bit tense, especially with Flynn's looming form. Heather was saying y'all were talking about Carl after the drop, all secretive like. Shortly after he fucking disappears. You tit dirts want to extrapolate on that? Jeremy lets out an astonished puff of air, turning to peer past Jenna at me. Wow, dude. You really did fucking go crying to your friends for help. I feel a knot starting to form in my stomach, and I resist the urge to clench my fists. I'm just trying to find Carl. He's your friend too, right? Fuck no, rich tits don't got any love around these parts. Don't even think the guy had friends anymore after you two left. Points at Jenna and I. Flynn scowls but says nothing. Yo, does Mommy Maya know you're here? Micah looks up at Flynn now. 'Cause I won't be harassed, bitch. Jesus Christ, these guys are dicks. I mean, I already knew that, but like, dicks. Flynn actually laughs, exasperated beyond measure. Kid, you shut your mouth before I call your parents. I'm 19 now, you can't do shit. Yeah, I can call the sheriff on you for trespassing on an unpermitted burn-in and an unpermitted burn-in during fire season, and they charge you as an adult. Then why is your ass here instead of them, bitch? Really thinking that bitch is a fucking tough word, ain't you? Jenna rubs her temple with both paws. Okay, let's put a stop to that. We apologies for intruding on your Ahoa party. But we wouldn't be here if this wasn't serious. This ain't serious to me. Seems like a big joke here seeing you clowns back together. Micah, enough! Her tone is so stern and maternal that it visibly catches the bat off guard. He seems surprised that she even remembers his name. Look, let's just have a seat, alright? Aight, sis. Whatever you say. Micah blinks at Jeremy's response and grumbles quietly. Yeah, whatever. The bat looks over his shoulder before moving to one of the camping chairs and taking a seat. Jeremy does as well. Both seem to make a conscious effort not to sit in the princess ones. Flynn takes another swig from his beer and joins them. I hesitate a bit, but Jenna beckons me forward. As I sit, the singeing burn from the fire mixes with the glaring heat of the sun above, and it makes me feel like I'm slowly being cooked. It's incredibly uncomfortable. But I seem to be the only one bothered. Well, by the heat, that is. We got empanadas. Oh, empanadas. Sorry. In the mini oven. Is that an offer? It's a threat. What? Dumbass. Boys? Micah shifts in his seat. Keeps looking to Jeremy as if wondering why he's even humoring this. He miserably pokes at the bonfire with his rebar, sparks flinging forth and dissipating in the desert dust. Jeremy, meanwhile, scoots his chair over and peers inside the little toaster oven looking thing. It's hooked up by what looks like a 50-foot extension cord. That is the wrong cord. That goes into the shattered... Shit! I skipped too quickly. Shattered window of the nearby trailer. Yeah, they probably need a little bit more time cooking anyway. Now, about Carl. About Carl. Yeah, didn't want to tell you, you know. He gesticulates towards me. He's been, like, really depressed as of late. I mean, anyone would get that impression if they talked to him a little. I think, like, once you're so rich you have everything you want and don't need to work, it fucks with you. Life alone ain't good enough, man. Now, if you know what's good for you, this stays between us, cool? He looks from Jenna to Flynn and finally me. Micah is staring hard at Jeremy, the runty bat's lips thinned over his little fangs. Sure. Yeah, whatever. I suppose it depends. Flynn sighs loudly, placing his face in his hands. We didn't do nothing to Carl direct, like. He just kept telling me that he wanted to feel something, you know? Didn't care what it was, didn't care what it did to him. Kept telling him, like, nah, man, you're too soft for this, but he wasn't having it. So I gave him, like, a sample bag.
I thought you told me you didn't give him anything else. I said I didn't give him anything laced. There's a difference, yo. Plus, I figured you would have found his tweaking fat ass by now.
A sample bag of what?
Flynn practically growls. Speed.
You gave Carl meth. Carl asked for fucking meth? That's horseshit.
I don't know what to tell you, man. You must not know him as well as you think. Carl and meth? It doesn't make any sense. Carl got really into the enlightened drug use thing in high school, but he was never on board with stuff that hard. Flynn is fumbling in his seat, and even Jenna looks perplexed. Jeremy, where are you getting meth? Yo, that's enough questions. Yeah, like, out of respect to your situation and stuff, I thought you should know. But we ain't got anything more than that.
God damn it.
Flynn's face is pulled into a silent snarl, eyes clenched shut. Jenna's just frowning to herself, her phone in her lap. No one says anything for a while. I have a million questions, but I don't think they'd answer any of them. For some reason, the first thing out of my mouth is, what's an AHOA party? Jeremy and Micah both look at me with quizzical expressions. Something that Keith came up with. Yeah, it means like happy and mistaken or something. Well, not exactly happy, something more profound than that, I'm sure. Everything had a fucking deeper meaning with him, didn't it? Didn't it? Jeremy lets out a mirthless snark, the Fennec grabbing a few paper towels before taking the empanadas out and setting them on a small tray. Yeah, but who's Keith? How the shit do you not remember Keith? Micah looks downright offended. He sounds familiar, I just can't put a face to the name. Well, you're in luck, Musk man. I'm not sure what he means until I see him move to pick up something sitting on one of the half-folded up camping chairs. It's a picture frame with a bunch of different pieces of handwriting on the back. To my surprise, he walks over and hands it to me. That wasn't really that smooth, but I guess that's Keith. A Fennec with a red cross, cross hat. In the frame, there's a pretty elaborate picture of a stoned-looking fox guy. He's in a ratty lifeguard bucket hat and wearing an oversized hoodie with this stylized-looking eye on it. I feel like I've seen him before, but only in passing. You bring this with you everywhere? Just at the bonfires. Kind of like a super old tradition we picked up after what happened. I know it's like super culty creepy and shit, but Keith would have thought it was neat. He was all about that whole moral support big brother vibe. What happened to him? Question's blunt, and it seems like one hell of a sensitive topic to for these guys, but now I'm genuinely curious. He went missing. One day he's here slinging dope and playing foosball with us in the moldy shack he ran a bar out of, and the next, gone. Nobody knew where he went? Nope. Next thing we knew, Micah poofed as well. The bat looked guilty, squirming in his seat. I didn't expect you to show back up either, though. Same goes to you, I guess. Looks over to Jenna. She responds with a polite smile and nothing more. What's going on here? Oh, wait. Now Clint's here. What's going on? I don't know. I don't have any fucking voices. What's going on here? As soon as I hear Clint's voice, I see Micah quickly sit upright, visibly startled.
There they are! Look, I told you I didn't tell them anything!
Heather is tugging at the weasel's tank top, but Clint quickly smacks her hand away. Clint. Looks like death. Yeah, he looks really fucked up. I don't like that this guy is here. Emaciated, disheveled, teeth rotting out of his head, his fur roll falling out, and pink lesions dotting his flesh. Jeremy and Micah look pretty rough, but nowhere near as bad as him. Quickly hand the Fennec his picture back. We were just leaving. Jenna pulls her purse tight to her side and stands up. Thank you for your hospitality, and it was good seeing you again, Jeremy. I should fucking kill you three right here, you little cunts. Get the fuck out of here. Get, go.
I don't want to get too fucking loud because Bree's on the phone in the other room.
I'm getting my fucking gun. I'm getting it.
And stops off toward the nearby trailer, swearing up a storm. Oh, shit. Micah quickly refocuses his attention to the rest of us. Yeah, get the hell out of here. I half expect Flynn to start shouting back, but instead I look over, he's already up. Tequila is making a clicking noise and gesturing with his hand toward the truck.
No, Clan, it's okay, I swear.
I quickly get out of my seat and fast walk to catch up with him, and Jenna does the same.
What the hell?
It's all Jenna can say as she shakes her head in disbelief. We hop in Flynn's ride and take off without looking back.
Truly. What the hell?
Jenna repeats herself. She's sitting in the back seat, still peering out the rear window with a boggled expression plastered on her face.
I'm not boggled.
Yes, boggled even. I hear ya. What a fucking mess. At least now we know they were hiding stuff about Carl. I try to shine at least some optimism on the situation, however faint that it is. We came out here to get information, and we did learn there was information to be had, so not a complete wash. I don't believe for a titty fucking second that Carl's dabbling in crank. Not saying they're responsible, but they do know something. Honestly, I don't believe they have the wherewithal to plan and successfully carry out something so malicious as a kidnapping. Flynn lets out a long sigh, keeping the truck steady along the dirt road with one hand while the other rubs his scaled face. That doesn't help us figure out what the fuck to do next. Where are the goddamn cops? I'm the fucking city clerk. Why am I stuck doing this shit? There's a silence in the cabin, Jenna turning back around to peer in Flynn's rear view mirror at him.
Because you're his friend, and you care about him.
Flynn seethes at these words. That's not helping, Jenna. I pull out my phone, holding my thumb over the display button. Only 50% battery life. I'll have to remember to charge it later. There will be no later! What day is this? Is this Saturday? This is the day that never fucking ends. Should I text Leo? Text him what? That you want him to raw you again? Jesus. Flynn lets out a little huff and Jenna gives the lizard a stern look. What? I mean about what they just told us. There ain't no reason to. It's all pussy willow lies. What the fuck does that mean? After a while, sighs, what? In a slightly defeated tone, reaching into his pocket and holding up an antiquated-looking phone. Flynn reaches into his pocket, holding up his slightly antiquated-looking phone. I feel like that was... What the fuck happened? That was a coding error. That's
What happened was the original line was he sighs and takes out his slightly antiquated phone, and then they were like, wait, no.
Yeah, we forgot
I thought of a better line, but then he forgot to delete. I've been there, buddy.
Oh, bud.
I've been there hardcore, friend.
I'll just post in the group chat a quick summary. While you're driving? Okay. I'll make sure to let them know how sketch they were being. I nod, despite the fact that no one is currently looking at me. Oh, shit, we're back at the motel. That buzzing. I step outside into the cool air, letting my feet rest on the hard asphalt of the parking lot. I stand there, enjoying the openness of my surroundings. You can only be cooped up with two other people in one room for so long before it becomes increasingly apparent you're all just breathing each other's air. TJ had tried to keep Leo company today while they went out looking for Carl, but TJ was saying Leo was really distant. They ended up getting to the little recreational camping spot right before the lake, and Leo just said he had to go. Left TJ there without a ride. Dick! He said he didn't mind because he enjoys the walk, but Leo's behavior had him worried. Jenna steps out beside me, fidgeting some with her hair. Tough day, huh? She responds quietly. So if we're gonna search tomorrow, have you... I'd actually rather not talk about Carl in the search effort right now, if that's alright with you. Jenna pauses, crossing her arms over her chest. I know that sounds bad, apparently, but we truly are doing everything we can for him. Absolutely above and beyond. We've got a few more places on the outside of town that Flynn and I were going to look at, as well as some more phone numbers to call. Flynn's going to text us with all the details in the morning, so that's settled. I let out a small exhale of relief. I honestly have no idea where else to look, so props to them if they were able to scrounge up a place or two. Well, what did you want to talk about then? Jenna leans up against the nearby post, luminescent light giving her fur a slight halo effect. Really? She's looking at me now, eyes tired and that very faintest of smiles crossing her muzzle. To be quite honest, not much talking is needed. Her smile grows less faint, her tired demeanor shifting to something more akin to cozy warmth. It's infectious, and soon I'm smiling just the same. Your company is fine enough. Really? She nods. Well, same for you. That's good then. It's very good. Great. She lolls her eyes, standing there with that look like she's waiting for something. It takes me a second to realize what for. Oh, so I'm just gonna step over here and take one comically large sidestep over towards where Jenna's standing. The tail swishing behind me in a low arc before slapping down on the pavement. Jenna lets out a little amused noise as she peers up at me, her own tail flicking in a contented sway. Oh? She cants ahead, putting on a front of innocent curiosity as I approach. Whatever for? Well, maybe to do something like this. I place my paws on either side of her face. Her fur is so much softer than mine, with no oily sensation to it at all. I rub my thumb across her cheek, then lean down to plant my muzzle against hers. Our lips meet. Her touch is gentle, a comfortable yet intimate pressure. Soon she opens her mouth, and I find myself doing the same. With Leo, it was always some kind of tongue battle for dominance, which of course can be fun, but right now, this is nice. I can feel goosebumps on the back of my neck as her breath meets mine. It kind of smells like oatmeal. Had she been getting into my dinosaur egg oatmeal packets I bought? Yeah, dinosaur egg oatmeal. Yeah. I hope not. I only have a few of those. Jenna pulls back after a few seconds, her face radiant and glowing. She looks content, despite everything going on. She hums to herself in thought. I take her smaller paws in mine, interlacing our fingers. Something on your mind? Just never kissed a guy in a motel parking lot. She looks up toward the sky. At night. Oh. That response was not exactly what I had been expecting. Just everywhere else, then? I tease, quickly putting on a big goofy smile to emphasize how much I'm joking and hoping to God she doesn't get offended. Right. I'm just making sure I remember to add it to my list. She says this with complete deadpan before pushing away from the post and turning to head back inside. Wait, I was just messing with you. Oh, I know. She walks past me, swinging her arm and smacking me squarely on the ass. The shock of it renders me completely off balance. Oh. It has been quite a long time since someone's done that to me. And I feel my face flush with heat as Jenna walks away. I can see her proud of herself smile stuck to her muzzle even with her back turned. And God, what a backside. I was so nervous when we did it before, I guess I didn't really have time to appreciate things. I wish I could sleep in your bed tonight. I speak without thinking, and Jenna stops, her paw on the door handle. The audible thunks of TJ fussing about inside punctuate the silence. What's stopping you? A genuine question, but she doesn't stick around for the answer. And then I'm alone. With a little sigh, I rest my side against the same post Jenna was, closing my eyes again and just letting the surroundings sink in. Again, it's usually humid out, especially for spring where we usually get less than an inch of rain a month. Monsoon season isn't set to start for another 90 days or so. Holding my paws to the sky and let my tongue loll out, tasting the ozone in the air. It's the closest thing I can get to being in water right now. Not counting the shower, of course. I mean, actually being surrounded in something vast and wet, like a moist blanket that you can let carry you away. Speaking of moist blankets, TJ had been in the bathroom for like an hour, and I really gotta piss. Step away from the high-pitched buzz of the fluorescent outdoor lighting, heading out around the bend of the motel and into the wash nearby. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I recognize that picture. It takes me a second for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. The desert at night can look pretty strange. Like the absence of the sun sucks all the color out of the world. Makes trying not to fall into a ditch all the more difficult when everything starts blending together. Once I find a good spot hidden away from any of the motel windows, as if anyone else is there, I turn my back to it and get to leak taken. I'm making a concerted effort this time not to piss on myself. If that happens twice in a row, Jenna's gonna start thinking I have a fetish or something. Water sports. Why do they call it water sports anyway? If you are actually into water-based sports, you can't really talk about your hobby without the perverts in the room thinking you like piss. Ugh. Though, to be fair, there's much worse stuff out there to be into. God, ew. I remember for the longest time, Flynn had this whole reputation of being into scat. Like, it started after someone called him a shit pusher because he was gay, and of course he told them that he was and loved doing it. Then that got all ambiguated in the high school social mill until Flynn was apparently spending his weekends diving into septic tanks. God damn. Flynn wasn't remotely pleased when that stigma didn't go away. And of course, I thought it was hilarious. Strangely enough, that never got applied to Leo and I, even with all of our PDA. I guess, oh God, that was a click. There's a crunching noise beside me. Dry bramble being tread underfoot and the sudden scuffling of dirt. The noise stops as soon as it starts, and I glance over, realizing I'm not alone. Who the fuck is it? It could be anyone. Who is it? Oh, of course. It's this guy. What the fuck? I blink. Must have finished pissing a minute ago, but here I am, still holding my prick. Micah stares at the aforementioned before looking back up at me. Quickly shove myself back in my shorts, nearly tripping over myself as I step back away from him. Damn it, where'd he even come from? I was taking a leak. The fuck you were, schizo? His voice is strange, distant. In fact, he looks completely out of it, as if his comprehension of the world around him is delayed. You were just standing there staring off into the great dark nothing, cock and paw. Jerking into the void, that's how you defeat it? What are you talking about? Why are you even here? Micah points a half-lidded stare in my direction, his fingers wiggling around the edges of his tank top. He's not so much looking at me as looking right through me. I'm a bad and it's night. I could be wherever I want. So you want to be here? The voice echoes so clearly in my mind, I can't help but say it out loud. So you want to be here? Fuck, no! He sniffs, his answer spoken with a tired, slurred tone. I mean, I'm here 'cause there's dick all for me out there. What the fuck? I mean, I'm here 'cause, like, there's dick all for me out there. What the fuck? Wait, you talking about right here, right now, with you? I look into his widened pupils and slowly nod. Shit. Micah rubs at his face, pinching at his own lightly fuzzed cheeks, his gaze still a million miles away. He's exhausted, or at least appears so now. Like someone on the tail end of a ride on a fierce upper. You can't put sleep off forever. Shit. I'm only half awake right now, and that's the worst way to be. It's like how when you're dreaming, you're flying, but when you're having a nightmare, you're falling. It's always falling. What the fuck? Micah steps back, his heels hanging off the edge of the wash, and I'm sure he's about to tip over into it. Without thinking, I reach out for him, but he seems to lean away from my paw. What the hell am I doing? Don't touch the junkie! Let's just get out of here, back to the motel room. Behold, I was shaped in iniquity. What? He extends his tattooed arms and shows off his wingspan. Before I can say anything to respond to the bat's ramblings, he tips backward like he's expecting someone to catch him. Oh, shit! You okay? Silence. Start creeping closer to the edge to get a look at him, but a small voice rings out from within. Fucking ow. Goes quiet again as dust plumes rise up from the ditch. Finally, another little grunt. I don't like the spooky music. No, where the hell am I? Son of a bitch. Oh, he's gonna think we pushed him in there or something. As I peer over the edge, I can tell it's about a good 3 or 4 foot drop. Nothing too dire, but definitely not pleasant. Micah's dazed gaze meets mine and quickly narrows. Of course, it wasn't just a dream. I stare blankly at him, wheels turning in my head for a second. Wait, you were sleepwalking? If that's what you want to call it. Did you just have your prick out? I ignore the question. Your dream made you do a trust fall into the dirt. I thought you were tweaking out on drugs or something. If only. Micah slowly pushes himself up onto his feet and climbs out of the wash. His backside is completely caked with dirt and goat head bramble. Tries to pick out the stickers from his fur, wincing at each pluck. I thought there was water in there for some reason. He thumbs over his shoulder. There's probably not going to be any in there for another few months. Yeah, fuck, I'll be gone by then. Micah shakes his legs a few times, some more dust scattering to the wind. Having white fur like that must suck in the desert here. If you even get the slightest bit dirty, everyone can see. For me, everything just sort of blends into the brown fur. He squints at the building nearby and lets out a little astonished noise. I made it all the way out to the motel. That doesn't even make any goddamn sense. Fucking hellfire, man. It's just getting so much worse. He shakes his head. He's clearly lucid now, but I don't know if he's really talking to me. You doze off for 1 minute, then everything's an absolute shit show. Cold chill creeps down along my spine. This is all sounding real familiar. Pot helps, keeps the bad vibes down, but it's a quick fix for something that you never know when it's coming. I've been having something similar happen to me, I think. Really bad dreams, mainly. His gaze snaps to me as if he wasn't expecting me to actually respond to him. Fucking really? No shit. The bat extends an arm out to his surroundings, gesticulating at everything and nothing all at once while his wings flap about. You ain't the only one, musk fuck. You ain't seen how it's been. It's real shit down on Jasmine Street. The hum gets bad there. The hum? I frown, unnerved by the bat's words, but not really sure how I should start questioning them. You wouldn't know. After all, you're just having a little fun trip and then fucking right off. Micah says this like it's a bad thing. However, I'm not guilty about wanting to get the hell out of here at the soonest possible convenience. When we find Carl, of course. So, you're gonna leave town too? Micah glances over at me. Yeah, you should go soon as well. But he'll be back. But she'll be back. They all come back. We all come back. What are you on about? I'm honestly not quite sure myself. The words just sounded right at the time. I shrug. I guess that's just what it feels like to me. Not everyone does. His tone shifts more melancholy. The young bat reaching into his pocket and flipping out an old cell phone for a moment. Looks like one of those cheapo ones that you buy the call and text messaging for per usage. Burners, I think it's called. After a moment, I realize who he's referring to. I never really knew Keith. Sorry, he went missing. He stops messing with his phone, yellow eyes flicking back up to me. You didn't know him, and you're not the reason he disappeared, so stop talking like you're personally involved. I feel myself starting to get a little frustrated. Don't know why I'm still here. In fact, I don't know why Mike is still here. He's just lingering about, even after he's claimed to come this way due to sleepwalking or whatever. What was Keith doing before he went missing? This is the point where I seem to have Micah's full attention. He glances around for a moment before stepping forward, lowering his voice to a quiet rasp. What he was always doing, schizo. Trying to fix people. He'd see somebody who'd be utter shit trash, and then find their inner spirit or whatever. You know, native shit. He thinks for a second. Well, native light, whatever. Keith was one of those weird kids who read philosophy books in school. He helped all of us, of course, and I thank him to bits for it. Screw-ass didn't know his limits. Started getting chummy with his supplier, this big bear bastard named Brian. Oh, Christ. Wait a minute. There was a scene where we saw Brian fucking, torturing the fuck out of a holy shit, we saw that. I think it was in, Flynn's route, wasn't it? That was Keith. Whoa, man. Holy shit. Supplier. Keith dealt drugs? Bitch, everyone deals and gets dealt in Echo. This ain't a surprise, or shouldn't be. So let me get you off your moral high horse right now. He squints in thought. Yeah, now that I think of it. Was it your mom, the one that let Sven miserably plow her for Oxy? What? I can't help but be taken aback by that one. No! You're saying your mom didn't take Oxy? No! She had back pain issues and took Percocet, but that's it. That is Oxy, bitch. And enough about your whore mom. Fuck you, he huffs. He's so full of shit, just like before at the bonfire. I dip my paws into my pockets and turn to leave. Get a couple of steps toward the motel before I hear the bat rasp from behind me. Hey, don't be a bitch. I keep walking. The shower's probably freed up by now, and God knows I could use it. If not just for the water, but for the time alone. No, wait. Seriously, stop. Chase. I hear a frustrated sigh. Chase, please. I need to talk to you, serious like. I turn, And if his sight is any good, he can get a good view of how done with his shit I am from my expression alone. Keith tried to help this supplier turn his life around, all that. I hesitate. I didn't expect him to start talking about Keith again. He saw the goodness in him, etc., etc. Before all this, Keith would always take me out after school on Fridays. We'd go fly in those RC planes we tinkered with down by the river. I mean, it sounded about as much fun as plucking pubes to most folk now, but little me loved it. The moment he started getting close to Brian, that stopped. We saw him less and less until... poof. Keith's gone. No one knows where he went, including Brian. So claimeth he. And I had nothing left here. My anger with the bat begins to fade as he looks me straight in the eye. There's something about the tone of his voice that's different. Like this is actually a matter he'd thought about for a long time. Micah, are you? I exhale, stepping forward and lowering my voice. Are you trying to tell me something? Something about Carl? No! I'm trying to get you to whip out your dick again. The runty bat's nostrils flare as he steps closer. Oh my god, is he implying that Brian has Carl? I cover my crotch with my free paw and he rolls his eyes. Do you want help fighting the rich fat kid? I hesitated at his hostile phrasing, but begrudgingly nod. Any information at all could help at this point. Yes, I want help finding Carl. Do you know anything that can help us? Cool, and hopefully. He didn't speak for a time, rolling his cell phone in his paws. Don't report anything about to tell you to the cops. I'm genuinely trying to help you here, but I need you to swear to that. Sure, whatever. I swear I won't tell the cops. I lie. Good. Nothing I did is really illegal, but it can be implicating us all hell if you don't find your friend. Is it about the meth that you guys said Carl was taking? No, that was bullshit. I knew it. Well, Flynn knew it. Like hellfire, I'm gonna start ratting fuckers out in front of everybody. The Hendricks house was marked. Jeremy tipped Clint off that Carl was staying home alone. Clint then brings me on to scope shit out. Just before midnight, at 11. I can see well in the dark, and got a good look at their alarm system. That's when I noticed two big glowing eyes staring back at me. I don't know what happened, but there was a flash, and next thing I know, I'm falling from the second-story ledge into the rip-rap. The photo. That was Micah. The flash of Carl's cell phone camera. That has to be it. He took a picture of you before you fell. We found the photo the next day. The bat's lips tighten. Well, fuck me then. Guess it's good that I'm getting ahead of this. It barely even looked like you, I think. The picture was all distorted. I tried to wave off his concerns with a reassuring tone, reshifting the conversation back to Carl. What happened next? Micah sighs, speaking up again. Next thing I hear is a whole shit ton of thudding. Like, da-lunk, da-lunk. I couldn't move. I didn't want to start sprinting off while anyone inside was still looking out the window. So I huddled up in a blind spot, and the noise kept going for a solid 30 minutes. Then a fucking hell of a cloud of the sound of wooden boards snapping inside. Next thing I know, the fat ass is taken off into the desert, completely spooked. Which direction? South, I think? Anyway, he holds up his basic-looking cell phone. I gave Clint a call, told him what happened. He started freaking the fuck out on me, cussing and swearing and spitting up a storm. Kept insisting he needed to call someone. And that's the last I heard of it. Spend the next 12 hours nursing a bruised tailbone in an abandoned trailer off Route 65. Well, god damn. Actual answers. This is all really helpful, Micah, but why are you telling me this? Why are you ratting out on your friends to someone you hate? The bat groans aloud, a look of exasperation crossing his tired features. Have you been listening at all? There are fuckers out there I don't trust, and if there's anything that can be done about putting a boot to their asses, I'm down. For Keith. The bat taps at his phone a few times before handing it my way. Give me a number. I'll keep you updated on what's going on. The supplier guy I mentioned will be coming into town. I'll see if I can get some more info out of him and Clint about the RAM. I take the phone, slowly using the tiny button-based numpad to put in my number. There's probably a few ways it can come back to bite me in the ass, but at this point, I'm pretty damn desperate for a lead. Just never would have expected it would come from Micah, of all people, and willingly at that. I mean, you can trust it? And here I thought you hated me. I don't care enough about you to hate you, schizo. I hand the bat back his phone, unsure how to feel about that response. If I don't hear from you by the time we have to go on Sunday, you should get the fuck out of Echo. Ooh, his tone fell flat. A matter-of-fact statement that he believes doesn't need further explanation. I nod in response, wondering if it's too late to take my number back. Well, if that's all... I glance back to the motel. Micah looks too. Yeah. Yeah, actually, one more thing. Huh? I perk a brow in his direction. You still with that wolf boy, Leo? I remember him getting skittish about him earlier. He's acting nonchalant, but there's definitely something more to his questioning than casual curiosity. The answer to the question itself is also a complicated one. Not really? Why do you ask? I don't give a shit. He looks down at his phone as he says this. A lie? Then why'd you ask? He talks a lot of shit. Was wondering if he ever talked shit about me. Uh-huh. Micah folds his arms over his chest, staring at his phone screen. To be honest, I don't even recall a time he mentioned you by name. It's the truth. Out of all the Jasmine Street kids, Micah was the one I never really heard Leo talk about. Figures. They're fucking. What? What? I'm out of here. I'll text you in a bit. The bat turns and heads off. Once he disappears around the corner of the motel, I take out my phone and tap over to our group chat. There's the teaser picture. Friday. Oh, so that was just Thursday. We got 2 whole fucking days left, dude. Oh, fuck, dude. This is fucked, bro. Oh, fucked. I'm a great swimmer, I swear it. A young woman's voice. It's distant but near, like a video with the volume nearly all the way down. I strain myself to listen more closely, and the spoken words start to come into focus. Oh my god. What the fuck are those lights in the distance? That's doubtful. You're a Yodi after all. A man's voice, but also barely audible. I'm inside the cabin of a large vehicle. It's rickety, and I have to hold on to something from shaking all over the place. I can see 2 people in the front now, their silhouettes pronounced, but I can't make out their faces. It's like they're distorted, water droplets on fresh ink. The one in the passenger seat is a woman, a coyote. She has lots of jewelry. Not that I can see it, but it jingles around whenever she moves. It reminds me of my mom. The man on the left who's driving is an otter. He's wearing a hunting cap that's too small for his noggin. Whenever he turns his head, I catch a glimpse of him in the mirror, his face blurred. The only part that's distinguishable are his eyes, like shining blue headlights in the dark. think I'm seeing things from his point of view, even though he's not really me. The cabin behind the front 2 seats is empty, like a van. In fact, it feels like there are more people behind me, but I can't look over my shoulder. I'm stuck, shaking around in between the front seat and somewhere in the back, near the rear cabin doors. Yeah, and you're a dirty species, Dave. Dove, whatever. Dave. Fucking. The times are a-changin', and you best get with 'em, elsewise I might need to find myself more sophisticated company, you hear? The woman responds. This is all so familiar for some reason. Deja vu. Jan, you read dirty novels and eat fast food like a hog. I've heard of Macedo witch doctors who are more worldly and sophisticated than you. He grunts, laughing a little at his joke. Oh, please, darling. Reading a little novella with the word penis in it ain't gonna damn me straight to hell. Second, I got my own income now, you know, a job. You might hear of one someday. I can use the money I make from said job to buy whatever I want that makes me feel special. Sometimes it's a little romance book at the drugstore, and sometimes it's a large vanilla milkshake with extra cherries. Third and final, I don't think the Macedo have witch doctors, they got shamans. Met one once. He was a very nice old man, about 4 feet tall too, pocket-sized. The woman sounds rather pleased with herself for countering all the man's comments. The man lets out a dismissive noise. You met one, huh? What'd he do, sell you a love potion? You know, the chitter of laughter at his own joke. I know, hun, you tell me. You reckon it's working? Her tone is flirty. I can practically feel them both smiling. I'm outside now. My head's spinning. I'm walking, but it's not my body that's moving, it's someone else's. Movements are slow and deliberate, a stab of pain when my body's left leg moves too high, the joints rotate at the knees. The fur on their arms is ice white, and the muzzle is feline. Some sort of big albino cat. Hey! Trudging one foot after the other beside the highway, caught up a strange daze. Sepia-tinted memories fill our head of places that look straight out of Southwestern Adventure's frontier quarter. Man, I wonder who this is. These recollections are his existence, and the physical reality in front of him a fading dream, something that causes pain to traverse. This world is not his home anymore, as much as it hurts him to think that. One of his feet steps upon the pavement, then the other, crossing the lanes to walk directly down the little yellow line down the center. The people he loved are all dead, but he doesn't want to join them. He just wants them back. As his own senses fail him, the memories in his head keep getting more and more real. They're there in his mind. He can see the stitching in their clothing, the smell of their fur, the chuckle in their voice, the touch of their paws, the taste of their lips. It's such a sad way to be. I'm back in the van. The otter and the coyote are trading glances with each other now. The more brusque, I don't know what that word is, personality of the otter seems tempered by the coyote, like he's trying not to take himself too seriously around her. Oh, I get a bad feeling. We're in a car, and then there's someone walking in the road. I wonder what the fuck's gonna happen here. The radio is playing something now, something that was there before, but I couldn't quite make it out. It's not music, just voices. Drawn out, distorted, mostly unintelligible. I catch something that sounds like nervous laughter from a high-pitched voice. Then a more baritone one responds with something reassuring. It's okay. At least that's what I think it says. Finally, a squelching noise, like squishing soft putty between your paws. Feeling that something is behind me and the van grows. I've been here before. I know I have. But when? No matter what I do, I can't turn around. Even the rearview mirror reflects a distorted image. I could just barely make out something back there. Undulating in constant restless motion, strobing between pulsating flashes of faint red light. There's applause, like someone clapping. The handles of the rear cabin doors seem to shudder and click like someone is trying to open them from the outside. But that's impossible. We're moving. Feels like I'm yanked back out onto the road again, with the old man walking down the center line. The memories in his head grow more perspicuous. Another word I don't know. Perspicuous. As he walks. As if it's building towards some great zenith or a point of total clarity. I'm not sure how I know this. There's a rumbling of an engine coming up from behind, puttering in rhythmic fashion. Again, I can't turn to face it, but I know it's there, and it's getting closer. The engine roars, it's coming up right behind me. I don't think I'm ready for this. Not yet. Fuck. The fuck am I doing? It's the high-pitched voice from the radio. Oh, damn it. I can hear it now, clearer than ever before.
You're doing great, Shula.
The baritone voice. That was Leo? The albino, older man stops, turning as if he heard this too. Heavy breaths escape my throat and splay forth, fogging up the windshield. The two lovers exchange a kiss, eyes lulled. There are lovers in the back as well, fumbling with themselves in the same red light. That same red light that bathes the entire sky. The cabin doors fling open and I can finally see the person who's been trying to get in from outside. A runty-looking, amber-eyed otter stands there, wearing an oversized blue t-shirt and khaki shorts. It's me. I'm younger, and I don't have the goatee. Somehow, I'm just floating behind the moving vehicle as if we were standing still. The color in young me's eyes starts to fade before shifting to an icier blue. He shrinks, and soon the figure standing there is a little boy in his swimming trunks. Sydney. What does he want? Another shift. Sydney springing up with distorted, jolty movements. The transition is nowhere near as smooth as the first. An otter in his hunting cap. Far too tight for his head, those same blue eyes piercing right through me. Bronson. Mr. Bronson. Sydney's father. Is Mr. Bronson also the one driving the van we're in? I see no reaction from the blurry figure in the driver's seat, still more occupied with the coyote next to him. He's only there for a second before his face practically tears away in jagged artifacting. Mr. Bronson twists in on himself, expressing uncaring as it falls apart and fades into ragged white fur. The elderly albino on the road. It's him. At least I think it is. His silhouette is more abstracted, the detail of his features somehow darker. His form floats there for some time. I keep waiting for it to shift, but it doesn't. Instead, it turns its head and looks directly at me with stark red eyes. They widen, still peering, and I try to step back, but I can't move. Like fluorescent bulbs, they begin to illuminate, blinding me as they grow closer and closer. I hold up my paw just as the old man's mouth opens, about to speak. What? Thunk. Dennis, are you okay?
Bronson, what did you hit? Bronson, don't just sit there. You answer me right now.
Janice, hey. Janice. We know Janice. She goes fucking nuts and other routes. I don't know.
Jesus, sweet Mary Christ.
Mr. Bronson is despondent while Janice is starting to get frantic. Everything's dark, but I can still see a slight red splatter on the center of the windshield. A large chunk of fur is caught in the wiper. Mr. Bronson steps out of the vehicle, his blurry form flickering into something a little more focused. I can see the whiskers on his face like they were my own. His heart is practically beating out of his chest, his fur damp with cold sweat. The fear is electric, buzzing hum, which permeates the landscape. Are they hearing it too? I decide to move with him, seeing from his point of view. Mr. Bronson covers his face, paws trembling. He can't see anything in the darkness. The otter nearly leaps out of his fur, startled by the voice. It's a weak, desperate cry, a gurgling of pain. It follows and it immediately after. Mr. Bronson runs to the source of the pathetic sound, Janice getting out of the van as well. She clutches her bag to her side, her high heels clacking against the asphalt. Bronson! Oh my God! Oh my God! I see it. I see him. The albino feline is stuck, wedged between the fender's skirt and the wheel itself, a space about a foot wide. He's practically folded into it, legs snapped, upward and jutting out the side. Wild red eyes dart from Mr. Bronson to Janice and back again. Can't tell if he's pleading for help or asking why. All I know is he's in excruciating pain beyond the capacity for tears, just instant shock. Images flash before his eyes, and now he's not looking for anyone at all. He's devoid of movement beyond the rapid heaving of his chest. Jesus! She screams. His shoulder's caught right under the tire, and he's bleeding. Oh, God, Bronson, we gotta do something. I know we gotta do something! He shouts back at her, eyes nearly popping out of his head. Jack. Janice gasps at the old man, begins to speak again. A look of realization crosses her no longer blurry face, and she points toward the back of the van. Get the Jack! Mr. Bronson blinks, but then quickly rushes to the back to get his toolkit, flinging the doors open. In place of obscure lovers or a mound of tarantulas burrowing into each other, as if trying to hide from the newly opened doors. Some are blondes, while others are the more standard rust and black color. He does not seem to notice or care about these creatures, which flee from his presence, instead diving for his little olive toolbox. I try to step away, but I'm stuck seeing through his eyes now. He flings his tools around, hammers, wrenches, and rebar clattering to the side. No Jack. Mr. Bronson stares, motionless, until Janice's shrieking voice breaks to silence. What is taking you so long? Get him out of there, Bronson! The otter exhales shakily, then makes his way back to Janice, giving her a blank look. Help me lift. What? I said help me lift! You're kidding me! You don't have a jack! Shut up and help! Mr. Bronson slips his paws under the side of the van next to the wheel, squeezing his palms against the chrome. Janice quickly does the same on the other side of the wheel. On 3, lift! Mr. Old Man, we're gonna get you out of there in no time. You just gotta slide on free once this goes up, okay? She tries to put on a reassuring voice, but the albino just stares past her with those intense red eyes. 1! Bronson, I don't know if I can do this. 2! She shakes, tears beginning to well up within her eyes. Oh, God! 3! The van creaks as it begins to rise up off the ground, at least on its corner. Jenna screams at her own exertions, muscles spasming as her arms shake. I can't! The old man begins sliding his broken legs down the side of the wheel, and one of his free paws grabbing the side of the fender's skirt. Low moans escape from inside his chest, whimpers of unimaginable pain and shock as his crushed bones realign themselves inside him. He makes it most of the way out by the time Janice's arms give out, the van instantly lowering back down a couple of inches. I'm sorry! Fuck! Mr. Bronson spreads his legs wide, his muscles quivering as he tries to hold up the whole van by himself. Go, get out of there! He screams down at the albino, his blue eyes meeting the albino's as the old feline begins to nudge himself out from under the wheel. No! No! The otter howls as the van continues to lower despite his best efforts. The old man feels that it's touched inside of... The old man feels it touch the side of his muzzle. What? Janice, if you can't hold the fucking van, help the man! His breathing quickens, arms reaching for something, anything to help him. Then some gentle pressure. Oh my god, don't. No. His eyes are bleary and moist now, like a lost child's. Then more pressure. And then... Janice screams. She screams and screams until her vocal cords fray like old yarn. Time passes. The body of the old man is dragged into a large open hole in the side of the road. This is the death of Samuel. You know, the protagonist of the other Echo game I'm playing, The Smoke Room. He's gonna get buried on the side of the road. Such a sad fucking state. The body of the old man is dragged into a large open hole on the side of the road. Mr. Bronson's paws are bloodied, nails chipped from digging without a shovel. Janice refused to help, and she's been sitting in the van quietly for the past half hour, crying to herself. She can't stop shaking. He buries the body in the small ditch, trying not to look at his half-crushed face. It seemed to stare at him, asking for help from beyond the grave. A similar sentiment shared, or at least this similar description to when Sydney's father was being buried by Flynn. He could have helped, but he wasn't strong enough. Maybe this is what he wanted after all? To die? Why else would he have been walking straight towards them in the middle of the road? He had plenty of time to move out of the way, but he didn't. It was like he didn't realize the shock of what he had done until he was tangled in the wheel skirt of the van. His bones jutting from his skin and blood dripping from his overalls. Once he's completely covered, Mr. Bronson peers back at the van. The splatter from the impact is still visible. He places a small stone to mark the grave of the unknown man before heading back and getting into the driver's seat. Jenna says nothing to him, and for that, he is thankful. Mr. Bronson drives off the road and into a small valley a short ways away. He parks in between some bushes and collects his things, trying to ignore the new, throbbing pain in his head. Together, they silently exit the van and begin their slow walk back to Echo. That van appeared in Route 65 and in Echo. It's the van that Sydney's father died at, and we saw shit in the back of in Route 65. This van. A lone figure watches from atop a hill, an impossibly tall silhouette with lanky arms that hang past his knees. The creature that Flynn becomes. We're together now. Oh, God. God damn, man. Well, back at the motel, my eyes flutter open and I'm greeted by sunlight pouring through the thin curtains. At first, I'm a little confused, till I realize I'm not in the same bed I'd been in for the rest of the trip. It takes me a minute to get control of my limbs again, and when I turn my head to my side, I see Jenna sound asleep beside me. The way the sunrise is shining through her blonde fur is just perfect. It's such a contrast to the dream from the night before, the details of which were already starting to fade, but some of the imagery remains. The van, The albino getting hit, the tarantulas in the back, the tall figure that was standing watch on a hill. Ugh, hurts to think about. I reach out upon, gingerly stroke Jenna's shoulder. Seeing as TJ's out of the room, I scoot myself up behind her in optimal spooning position. Fortunately, thanks to the dream, I've awoken without morning wood for a change. The moment I touch her, though, she rolls around, nuzzling her muzzle into the nape of my neck. Her whiskers tickle at my chin, and I have to make a concerted effort not to start giggling. She must not be as asleep as I'd thought, because she makes a contented noise as I run my paw down to her hip. She takes hold of my paw in hers and leans forward to kiss me. Not open mouth or anything gross and morning breathy like that, but enough to make my heart flutter. Her eyes open a crack and she smiles as she sees me looking back at her. Hey. Hey. I peck her on the nose and can hear her tail thwap beneath the covers happily. You look beautiful. Truly? She inquires back, stretching her arms above her and yawning. Yeah. She squints at me for a moment. You have sleep crusties in your eyes. I blink. Oh, well, I just woke up. That's probably why. I rub my eyes quickly. She lets out a little laugh. You sleep okay? I debate just saying yeah and leaving it at that, but last night's dream felt so particularly bizarre, it'd feel wrong not to mention. I shrug. More weird dreams. Had one where I simultaneously got hit by and ran over someone with a van. Like the perspective switched back and forth. Oh, well, that's weird. At least that's not the recurring shadow you dream. It actually is. But, oh yeah, definitely. Seeing myself in the mirror is tough enough. I don't need to see that when I was asleep. Chase, please. You're not that ugly. I frown. You have a wonderful way of making your reassurances simultaneously slight put-downs. Do I? Yes. I'm being nagged. Oh, shut up. I hate when guys do that. I'm just teasing you, Chase. Trying to rate someone's physical appearance has always been hard for me. Especially when they're covered in eye gunk. Come on. I'm gonna wipe it on you. Her face crinkles into a look of repulsion. Oh, gross. I pull her body close to mine, our chests pressed together. This softens her scowl a bit. You know, I keep dreaming about my grandmother. No way. But maybe. But no way. I just remembered, like, what the fuck is her name? It's the Masada that worked at the hip. I feel bad. She's like one of the... Cynthia. What was Jenna's grandma's name again? I don't remember. Really? Yes, it's strange. She frowns to herself some, then glances at the clock on the nightstand. It's probably going to be our turn on search duty here in a bit. That information we got from Mike is really helpful, if true. Here's hoping he pulls through with his investigating. Yeah, to be honest, I was kind of a lot happier in thinking Carl just went on a bender and got lost somewhere. He still might have, judging by how you said Mike had described him acting. At least now, when know the general direction to look. Right. I look at the neatly made bed on TJ's side of the room. He had initially given us a bit of a strange look when I mentioned I was going to bunk with Jenna tonight. I can't tell if that's because he was curious about our relationship or offended that I wasn't sleeping with him. I clarified that he didn't snore, just in case. Jenna's phone vibrates beside us and she lets out a little sigh, clearly comfortable and not wanting to move. If I had longer arms, I'd grab it for you. Oh, such a gentleman. Don't worry, you're plenty long, Chase. She winks at me before rolling over and grabbing her phone. I stare ahead with the biggest goddamn grin on my face. Definitely one of the better ego boosts I've received in recent years. Right up there with when the hipster barista girl at the downtown coffee shop told me I had foreign rock star vibes. Whatever that means. She taps away at her phone for a moment before looking at me. I'm gonna meet up with TJ down at the diner for breakfast. Some eggs and bacon sound amazing to me right now. I'm usually not the sort of person who gets hungry as soon as they wake up, but that does sound pretty good. Yeah, with some jam and toast, too. Now you're talking. She gives my rump a little pat and my heavy tail thumps against the mattress. I know you took one last night, but I should probably take a shower first. Gotta, get all the eye goop off of me. That's so offensive to you. Oh. She cants her head in my direction, setting her phone back down. Thank you for being so considerate to those around you, Chase. We appreciate it, truly. I grunt idly and slide myself off the other side of the bed. I'll meet you down at the diner. I'm gonna walk down there this time. The reception's been kind of weird this morning, but I'll text TJ your order. Thank you. I give her a little thumbs up and she smiles, leaning over the edge of the bed to begin rifling through her suitcase. When I step out, about 20 minutes later, I notice that my phone is flashing with that new notification light. I click it on and notice one new message. It's Micah. Your BF is fucking shit up. Hitting Clint. Get down here to Jasmine Street now. Oh, shit. God damn it, Leo. I sent out a big group text last night updating the group on what happened with Micah. Everyone got back to me, except Leo, who never responded. It showed that he'd read the message, though, so I didn't question it at the time. I quickly grabbed my keys and head out. Oh, Lord. By the way, I've done it a couple of times, but last night I looked on Google Earth. The actual town of Echo, Utah. It's a loose inspiration for the town of Echo in this game, and it has a weird number of the staples of the fictional town of Echo. It's nearby a lake, it has a cafe, and it has old buildings, a really sketchy looking fucking trailer, and there's a big ass rich person's house kind of nearby. It's right off of a highway. And if you just look at some of the angles on Street View, it damn near looks like pictures from this fucking game. If I remember correctly, I think someone involved in this game did take a trip in the area, and some of the pictures in here are from it. Obviously not all of them. Like the cafe in the real Echo is not like the pictured cafe in this game. At least not that I know of. From the outside, it certainly looks different, but we haven't seen the cafe from the outside now that I think about it. Have we? I don't fucking know. Point is, if you ever want to have a bit of a trip while playing this game, because obviously this is the last route that has yet to be finished, so presumably you've read and listened to a lot of this fucking game already, so you know what to recognize. Go to Google Earth and fucking do Street View of the town. It's a bit of a trip. I'm just letting you know now. It made me feel very uncomfortable. I make sure to park at least a quarter mile down the street, past the intersection onto Jasmine. From there, I make my way on foot, huffing my way down the gravel road. As I fast walk, I notice that there's little puddles everywhere. But there was no rain last night. At least if there was, I was sleeping too deeply to notice. I can still practically smell the smoke of the bonfire from yesterday as I draw closer. I imagine they probably let it burn down to ashes last night, that group not seeming the real fire safety type. Fuck you! A voice cracks through the silence past a burnt-out trailer down in the valley. It's shrill and raspy, and a violent clash that sounds like garbage cans getting knocked over soon follows. It's unmistakably Clint. There's another voice that follows, this one lower. It's quiet and threatening, but I can't quite make out what he's saying. Something about making Clint's life hell. There's an accent to the way the R's are being rolled, and I realize quickly it's Leo. His English always gets worse when he's emotional. I creep up beside a shed full of what looks like copper tubing, wondering if it's too late to turn back. Peering around the corner, I can see Clint knocked on his ass, a can of half-eaten beans spilled all over his crotch. He's almost completely covered in trash. Jeremy's also next to him, holding his arm and looking like he's about to start bawling. No sign of Micah or Heather, though.
Where is he, huh? You're gonna tell me?
Oh, God. Man. Why you gotta start with this shit? Eat shit! That word, I don't know where your fucking friend is! That's bullshit! Leo snaps back, Clint flinching some as he slides himself further behind the trash can he knocked over earlier. A hypodermic needle is dangling from his thigh, probably poking him through his jeans. Doesn't seem to notice. Eyes flicking around wildly as if searching for something. You won't be so loud soon. Leo growls, tail raised and bristling. It's strange to see him flash his teeth like this. Leo getting truly angry was always a rarity growing up. The wolf usually being the one trying to pacify everyone else. Trying to pacify, I imagine. Whatever his reasons, he's not having any of Clint's shit today. He snatches the ring tail by the scruff of his neck, Clint thrashing for a second before Leo tightens his grip. Jeremy looks up at the two of them, his eyes like saucers. I know you all tried to rob Carl's place, but it didn't work, huh? Carl got spooked and ran off, and you said you were gonna handle him. Well, how'd you handle him? Something like how I'm about to handle you if you don't tell me? Damn it, Leo, there goes Micah's cover. So much for trying to do this the subtle way. I feel like I should step out from my hiding spot and say something to intervene, to do fucking anything to stop this before it escalates. But I just stand there, saying and doing nothing. Clint writhes just enough to clutch at Leo's wrist, his long, unkempt fingernails digging into the white fur. I didn't see him, I swear, I ain't seen him at all, not since last week. And we ain't done none of that robbing shit from his place. House is fucking cursed. His bulging eyes shift next to Jeremy as if waiting for confirmation from the chubby fennec. He's met with only silence. Leo's nostrils flare, shaking his head. You know what happened! Fuck, I know you, goddammit! Don't lie to me! You don't know shit! Sounds like someone's been lying to you. I think I know who. It's very clearly not what Leo wants to hear, jowls pulling back and exposing more of his teeth in a silent snarl. I need to find him. I need to fix this, and you two sacks of shit are gonna help me. The wolf throws Clint back down atop Jeremy, the two colliding with an audible thud. Jeremy yelps, clutching his arm again. Leo must have really heard it earlier. There's a sharp whisper from a broken-down RV to my left. Through the dusty, broken windows, I can see a familiar outline of a pair of ridiculously large ears. Micah. I crouch down, clutching my tail in my paws so it doesn't flop around behind me. Quietly, I make my way to the door and step inside, careful not to step on any broken glass on my way in. Ooh, I don't like being in here. The smell inside is awful. And despite the arid climate, it's surprisingly damp and moldy in here. Micah's hunkered down behind an overturned cabinet, glancing briefly at me before returning his gaze to the scene unfolding outside.
I'm fucked, he mutters, and so's your friend. All thanks to him, all people.
Micah points the wolf outside, whose focus of attention is shifted to Jeremy now.
I didn't know he would react like this.
I whisper back. Yeah, I thought you were going to call the cops on me. Didn't expect this from the Goody Two-Shoes Echo gang. Micah frowns deeply, and I notice a heavy pipe wrench clutched in his small paws. Whoa, you gonna try hitting him with that? Micah swallows. He was asking about me by name earlier. Jeremy said he hadn't seen me, and Leo punched him in the arm so hard he hit the dirt. This is, just in case.
You better not fucking hurt him, you fat fuck. Jesus. Another cry of pain. I think Leo hit him again, and it's hard to tell through my spot at the window. The bat's gaze shifts back over to me. What the fuck are you still doing here? Go out there and stop him, you dumb shit! Micah whispers harshly, his raspy voice intense. Oh, right, but what? I sigh, rubbing my palm over my face. We need to find Carl, but this isn't any way to go about doing it. Nothing, I'll do it. Good, you're schizo, but I never really took you as a sort to be down with torture and shit. Part of me is kind of happy to see Clint get his ass kicked, though. Oh yeah, fucker deserves a deck in the jaw for every now and then, but I've counted 3. A flicker of a nervous smile crosses the bat's face. Yeah, not cool. Thanks. He says that last bit so quietly I almost miss it. The bat's already back to smushing his nose against the dusty window, trying to get a good look at what's happening. His brow furrows. Wait. Where'd he go? His ear perks and his yellow eyes widen. Oh, piss. Takes me a second, but I hear it too. Footsteps. And they're getting closer. Micah scrambles to the back of the RV, opening a half-busted bathroom door and jamming himself inside.
Don't let him see me.
What? Oh, shit. It's just Leo, calm down. I take a deep breath and make my way to the door of the RV, pushing it open. It proceeds to promptly fall right off its rusted hinges, landing in the dirt below. There's the confused face of a man who thought he was on a mission and turns out he's on a mission to McDonald's. Leo stands about 5 feet away, his look of anger shifting to surprise. Jace? Fuck, what are you doing here? I'm not sure what to say. Behind Leo, I could see Clint and Jeremy slumped against the side of the mobile home. I decided to turn the question back on him, swallowing back the lump that had crawled its way up to my throat. Me? Leo, what the hell are you doing here? We had a plan. Yeah, well, so do I. I'm gonna fix this, and you don't have to worry about a thing, okay? Leo, we're in this together. We're not kids anymore. Look, I know you've been away for a while. Yeah, but these guys... He points back to Jeremy and Clint. They just hurt people. Always have. That's all they do. Just a bunch of gay-bashing speed freaks. And now they've crossed the line. Leo steps up, placing his large paws on my shoulders. I flinch. He notices. Then a hurt expression crosses his muzzle as he draws back. I'm gonna fix this, Chase. Trust me. Please. Leo, I don't know. This is kind of fucked. You're just gonna get yourself in more trouble, and I don't want that. Look, it's just like we talked about last night. Everything's gonna be okay. Wait, what? Leo, you and I didn't talk last night. I haven't seen or spoken to you since Wednesday. He just stares at me, visibly confused. He looks down at his feet, then back up again. No. I was watching Carl's place and you came over. I told you about this and the need for action here, and you agreed with me. I blink up at him. After the conversation with Mike, I went straight to bed. I definitely didn't go back all the way back to Carl's. It was probably just a dream or something. It wasn't a dream. It was Shadow Chase. Da-da-da-da. Don't think so. He sucks his tongue for a second before speaking again. Have you seen Micah? Gotta ask him a few questions. No. I lie. I'll track him down. Canine powers and what have ya. He gesticulates with a loose swirl of his paw before letting it fall limply back to his side. Hopefully Micah took a shower recently. I do that thing where we ask him a few questions one at a time and make sure their answers match up. I read about something like that in a spy novel once. And if they don't,
Leo looks at me as if he wasn't expecting me to ask that question. Well, let's hope they don't, yeah? For their own good. He nods sagely, seemingly trying to ignore the fact that I'm staring at him like he's missing a few bolts. When I don't say anything, he just sighs, turning to head back to the direction of Clint and Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy! Oh, God, no! Alright, you should head back to the motel and text the rest of the gang. I'll keep you updated. And if you see the... As Leo rounds the side of the nearby shed, something large, brown, and hairy juts forth and strikes him in the waist. He recoils, staggering to his knee with a gasp. Just as he looks to see what hit him, a second blow strikes him square in the muzzle. I see his whole head rattle, his face contorted in pain as he falls flat on his ass, trying to scoop away from the source of the assault. I got a bad feeling. I think this is Brian. Oh, fuck! Leo! I run up to him just as a huge bear. How the fuck did I know? A huge bear emerges from around the shed. Leo's a big guy, but this man is nearly a foot taller than even him. Scab's coat is matted fur, and a rank smell of stale beer and musk wafts from him like cheap perfume. There's something horrible about him, and not just his acrid odor or lesion-dotted visage. His eyes are empty. Empty not in a physical way, but there's something about his appearance that can't quite be put into words. A combination of factors that make him look like he just walked straight out of a nightmare. Brian! You're here! Shut up, man. Brian. God, this is fucking Brian? No wonder Micah wanted to try the subtle approach. What the hell? Brian chuckles down at Leo, and the first thing I'm struck by is how high-pitched his voice is. It's like this strange combination of a Valley Girl lisp mixed with a hit of helium. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that?
What you doing, boy?
That's fucking weird. I don't like that.
What you
He kicks at Leo's leg, the wolf grunting in pain.
doing?
He smiles, pleased with himself in his little ambush.
You know this is my turf, right? You hurting my boys wasn't a kind thing.
Where's Carl? Leo shouts, covered in dirt as he scoots back along the ground. Brian continues to approach him with that same smile, several of his teeth missing or half-rotted to corn kernel-like husks. He seems to ignore Leo's question, grabbing at the wolf's pant leg while Leo kicks fruitlessly at him. I gotta do something. Brian hasn't seen me yet. For some reason, the first thing that flashes through my mind is, what would Jenna do? Next thing I know, I'm walking toward both of them. I see Jeremy in the distance, his eyes going wide. He mouths one word. Don't. Hey! Hey! Stop it! Right now! The bear stops what he's doing, looking at me with an indiscernible expression. I don't want to see him! I don't want to see him! Get away from me! This just... Oh God, he's huge. Your behavior is getting real inappropriate.
Well, fuck me, it's you.
Oh God, the background's fucking up.
Duke was right. You've been skulking around here these past weeks, haven't you?
Leo growls, taking advantage of the distracted Brian by kicking square in the nads as hard as he can. At least, that's where it looks like he was aiming for. Instead, it hits his thigh. Bear stumbles back with a pained squeal. It's enough to give Leo some time to get back on his feet. Let's get the fuck out of here. I grab my keys from my pocket. My car is still parked a hell of a long ways away. I have no idea where Leo parked his van, or if he even drove in the first place. Come on, Leo, let's go. No. What the fuck? No! Bitch, what the fuck? You're looking straight at the devil's anus, and you're gonna fucking say no? He balls his paws into fists. He knows where Carl is. This is our only goddamn chance, Chase. Get out of here. Get safe. I blanch as he begins rushing the bear, dropping his shoulder for a football tackle. Bitch, you're not Goldberg. You're not going to take out a bitch his size. The fuck is wrong with you? There's no way in hell Leo can take on this guy. Leo, goddamn it. The impact is... Really? That's the best sound effect you had? It sounded like cups being put on a metal tray. Are you shitting me? The impact is hard. Two heavy bodies colliding with an audible smack. The two topple down upon a wooden pallet covered in loose metal pipes. Brian squeals again, thrashing like a spider that's just been spritzed with bug spray. The bear scratches at Leo, but Leo hits him hard in the face. Again and again, pummeling the previously grinning mug into a twisted visage of agony. Brian's squeals turn into outright screams like he's gone completely feral. Jesus, Leo! I said go! Brian jerks forward, sinking his yellow teeth into Leo's shoulder. The wolf's eyes go wide from the shock of pain. It's stunning him still as he's held within the bear's jaws. He tries grabbing at his gnarly muzzle, but the bear only clamps down harder. I can see his nostrils dilating and his acrid breath puffs out in quick, enraged bursts. No! I've never won a fight in my goddamn life, but again, I have to do something. I run up and aim to kick Brian square in the head. Anything to get him off Leo. It's a glancing blow, but it's enough. I see his jaw unclench just as my foot catches and I trip over both of them, splaying chest first into the dirt. Oof. He's gonna owe me so many beers after this. I cough out sputters of dust and dry grass rolling over on my back. I see a flash of fur and there's another couple of thuds. Then those eyes again. The empty ones. Brian's leering over me now, his face puckered like he's just sucked on something sour. Leo's rolled over on his side, retching as he clutches his gut. He must have gotten socked in the stomach and hard. The bear says nothing as he places two large paws around my neck. The expression doesn't so much as change as it cracks into an increasingly wide smile. Then a knee on my chest. I can't move. I can't breathe. My heart begins to race, feeling my own pulse begin to throb. I can feel his thumbs dig down where my jugular is. I gasp for breath, blood vessels beginning to pop. My eyes feel like they're about to pop out of my head. He knows what he's doing. So do you. Get away from him! Thud. Leo slams his whole body weight into the bear again. It takes all his force to budge him, but once he's down, he's stunned for a while. I gasp for breath, clutching at my neck and scurrying back behind Leo. Brian's on his paws and knees now, panting with sick, wheezy breaths. Leo scrambles up to his feet and kicks the bear in the ribs. He barely budges, but Leo keeps at it, strike after strike. He's swearing under his breath, a string of words in his native tongue flowing forth from between gritted teeth. I'm still having trouble catching my breath, my whole head throbbing and lights popping in front of my eyes. Sorry, I smacked the microphone. Brian yanks on the cuff of Leo's jeans and pulls the wolf down with him. He crawls on top, taking Leo's head in one meaty paw and banging it back against the ground. I can see him squeezing down, the wolf desperately flailing to get him off. He reaches for one of the pipes in the nearby pallet, but Brian catches him before he can get a hold on it. The bear pins both of his wrists above him, grinning in a soft, sort of hazy rage. I run up trying to push him off, but it's like trying to move a boulder. A single elbow strikes me and I go flying back. Feels like it just got hit by a goddamn car. I hear Leo scream in pain, followed by a short gurgling noise. I've never heard Leo sound like this in my life. It's horrible. Get off! Another cry. I gotta do something. Maybe I will. Oh my god, not the fucking time! As I push myself up to my elbows, my head starts to spin, the throbbing in my skull intensifying. I can finally see what's happening. Brian's still got Leo pinned on the ground. He has his knee up on his chest and is pressing down with all of his weight. The wolf heaves, trying to free his hands to no avail. A more primal look crosses his eyes. His toes curling down into the dirt and his paws balling into fists. Brian leans down for just a moment to grin at him when Leo snaps. His white fangs sink down into the brown muzzle of the bear. He's biting hard, and I can practically see the cartilage tearing. It catches him off guard enough to let Leo get his paws free again, which he promptly uses to pummel the bear's noggin. Each punch is a short, knuckle-heavy blow, not letting Brian get the opportunity to recover. The upper hand lasts for only a couple of seconds, however, as the bear swings his fist blindly and connects it right at Leo's temple. Another strike catches the edge of his shirt, and Brian tears it away like it's paper. His eyes shut, and he crumples back in a manner that I'm sure means he's unconscious, but he keeps moving, pushing himself out from under Brian and trying to crawl away. Come back here, boy! His shout is loud, and Leo begins to crawl faster. Just as he pushes himself onto his feet, Brian tackles him back onto all fours again, hitting him in the back of the head. Once he stopped moving, Brian pushes his face into the dirt. He rests his chest against Leo's back, breathing heavily down his neck. Fuck off. Leo's eyes begin to dart around rapidly as he realizes what's happening. The emasculating position is very much intentional. Two paws come down and grasp behind the back of Leo's neck, huge fingers pressing down on his airways. Stop! I call out, my voice hoarse. I push myself back up for what feels like the 100th time. If I can get to the pipes on the pallet, maybe I can stop this. I take one step and nearly collapse. What the hell happened to me? Close my eyes for a moment, trying to catch my breath. That's when I hear the sound of pattering little feet scampering across the topsoil. Take this, bitch! Bam! The heavy metal of the wrench strikes Brian in the muzzle right as he turns around. A spray of blood splatters both Brian and the bat, the bear hobbling back before roaring in agony, his teeth falling from the front of his maw. His whole body quakes with rage. Micah! What are you doing? Micah's chest rises and falls in rapid succession, and apparent his fight or flight responses are kicking in. Oh fuck, oh fuck. As Brian turns to face him, eyes wild, it looks like the ladder has taken hold. The bat fucking bolts, sprinting as fast as he can toward the exit of the trailer park and into the desert scrub beyond. Astonishingly, Brian is right behind him. He's way too fast for someone at his size, and he screams like a banshee as he runs. There's a moment where Micah stumbles, and I'm sure that the bear's gonna catch him, but he just dodges out of the way and keeps him going. They run and run until I can't see them anymore, and an eerie silence falls on the trailer park. I head over to Leo, taking him by the shoulder. The fur around his jowls is matted with dry blood, and his tail hangs between his legs completely still. Leo, are you okay? Fuck. That's all he can say as he clutches his head. I agree with that sentiment. So close. Not really, man. I'm about to say something else when I feel the wolf's large arms embrace me. Sorry. Sensitive moment catches me off guard after the brutality which was just on display. Instead of embracing him in return, I'm left feeling uneasy. Sorry? Why are you sorry? He doesn't immediately respond, seeming to ignore the question. You okay? Just dizzy. My neck's swollen, and it kind of hurts to talk or swallow. He pulls back a little and looks at to the horizon. Everything's red for me now. Huh? He doesn't respond, and I pull back to look at his face. He seems kind of distant, probably concussed. I glance back to where Jeremy and Clint were and notice they're gone, no trace of them to be seen. I think for a moment that I see the familiar white fur of Micah's head and shoulders in the distance, but he's well out of sight by now. Damn. Micah saved you, you know that? You saved me? I blink, my brow. I'm furrowing my brow some. No, that was Micah, the short bat guy. I hope he's gonna be okay. He's fast and wily. Should be fine, especially once Brian's adrenaline wears off. Thanks, Chula. I love you. I'm struck by the gentleness of his statement, his tone genuine, if dazed. The frayed mess of nerves that I am right now, hearing that soothes me just a little. Sure. Leo, love you too. Oh, that was the wrong thing to say. Let's get you back to the motel. I look down at the tattered remains of Leo's shirt and we stand up together. Christ, this wasn't productive at all, was it? We limp our way back to my sedan, and after helping Leo into the back seat, we make our way back to the motel. God, you're heavier than I remember. Only where it counts. Ha! It's a penis joke. A wry smile is visible on his muzzle, the battered wolf clearly still loopy from all the blows to the head.
Or at least that's what I hope the explanation is. He keeps squeezing my side as I struggle to keep him upright. With my free hand, I dig around in my pocket and search for the Echo Motel key card. The task is made all the more difficult by the pawing ministrations of Leo, who I keep having to bat away. For fuck's sake, Leo, I'm genuinely pissed at you. We almost died and you blew our chance to find Carl easily. I don't even know how I'm going to begin to explain all this to the cops. Leo makes a dismissive noise. I'll handle it. You don't gotta worry. No, you're so fucking proud of yourself. You're fuck. I hate this guy. Well, me too, but I hate him so much. I prop Leo up against the wall, giving him an incredulous look. Does he not even process what would have happened if Micah and I hadn't stepped in to help him? No, he's clearly all the way gone at this point. What is this? I believe this is Saturday in this route already, so, or maybe it's Friday. I don't fucking know. All I know is he already was having the paranoid delusions, and he thinks we were there with him at Carl's house. He's not really here anymore. He's gone. He is fully succumbed. Leo, you just pissed off some kind of trailer park drug kingpin who now knows exactly who you are. That should concern the hell out of you. Nah. There's a distant look in his eyes. Before I have time to further chastise what an idiot he's being, I hear a voice call out from behind me. Hey! Jen is holding a small plastic bag with the words "thank you" printed on it over and over again in bold red lettering. Jesus.
Chase, where were you? What's going on?
There's Jenna, the person whose route we're actually on. Leo's expression goes a little more flat, his tail unmoving behind him. Jenna. Oh, he's not happy that we have someone else with us. Oh, God. The wolf greets her curtly, eliciting a perplexed face from the fox.
I leave for 20 minutes, and of course Leo is now beaten and shirtless.
She gives me a stern look. What happened? I let out a sigh, pinching the tip of my nose before letting my paw flop down to my side. Leo tried to interrogate the Tetanus Alley crew by himself. And I was doing fine until that squeaky-voiced fat-ass showed up. Brian, I clarify.
Oh, shit.
She reaches into her pocket, taking her own key card and sliding it into the door. Come on, let's get you inside. There's some basic medical supplies in the bathroom. I'll see what I can scrounge up. I think he's got a concussion. Yeah, I don't need to tell you that you shouldn't let him fall asleep. That's a myth. That is a myth. I'm right here, you know. You can talk to me. I would if I think it would do any good, but you obviously don't listen to anything we say, as evidenced by this latest stunt. God, Leo, why are you so stupid? You're an adult. Jenna pushes the door open and I help Leo inside. I'm trying not to look directly at him, but judging by the tenseness of his muscles, I could tell he is definitely not digging Jenna's scolding. I walk Leo over to one of the beds and help him sit down, carefully, so he doesn't smoosh his own tail. I like how subtle the expressions are in this game. Like, his smiling and not smiling expressions are so similar. Easy now, big guy. The wolf palpably softens at those words, and I think I catch a slight sad smile pass towards my direction. Despite all his idiocy, we did just survive near death together. He pats my lower back some, just as Jenna shuts the door behind us. I should probably text TJ. He's doing those sports medicine courses, so he might be able to help us out a bit. He left to continue the search with Flynn after you didn't show up. Though honestly, I think we should drive him to the urgent care down in Peyton. I look up to Leo, anticipating his response before he even speaks. I'm fine. Leo, I said I'm fine, yeah? You shouldn't be babying over me while Carl's still out there. You're right. We shouldn't be having to do this at all. Jenna walks past both of us with a glowering look of maternal disappointment before heading into the bathroom. She does drop the bag of food next to us on the bed, though. Ordinarily, I'd be concerned about getting grease on the covers, but considering the circumstances... I pull out a styrofoam container from the bag and pop it open. Inside are 2 grilled cheese sandwiches with toast, eggs, and bacon pushed off to the side. That sounds amazing. Looks kind of haphazardly put together, but my grumbling stomatch doesn't mind. I hand Leo a grilled cheese and take some bacon for myself. You feeling dizzy? Any sudden sharp head pains?
Just some throbbing. But that's about par for the course when I'm around you.
Oh, nice. He grins for a flicker of a second before taking a huge bite of the sandwich. I can't help but stare at him wide-eyed, my face burning. It's not that I'm super offended by the flirting or anything, but now, of all the times to do it... Leo swallows down a mouthful of bread and cheese. Judged by his expression, he doesn't seem to be a big fan of the taste.
Sorry. Just getting sleepy.
I reach up, clutching his shoulder. Hey, come on, don't pass out on us. You know you can't do that now. Jenna returns with some hydrogen peroxide, gauze, and what looks like a bottle of acetaminophen. I sent out a message to the group chat letting them know what's going. Just going, apparently. The signal was being kind of weird for a second, but it said sent. Good to make that noted. Jenna sits down beside the wolf with her can of disinfectant, to which Leo visibly recoils.
I can do it, just give it to me.
The Fennec's brow furrows, and she actually pulls back the can. No. That is not how you're going to treat me right now.
Like you treat me like shit, yeah?
What?
What? I know you've been talking ill of me behind my back, trying to keep Chase away.
Jenna stares dumbfounded at Leo. I am absolutely baffled by your priorities right now. I'm going to assume this is the head trauma speaking.
So what if it is? You know it's true.
Oh, God. I don't like the tense music building up. Good Lord. Leo shifts his gaze to me.
She has, hasn't she?
I sigh. I really wasn't prepared to deal with this confrontation right now. I probably should have spent more time with you, but to make sure you didn't do anything like you just did. No, Chase, this is not your fault. The sooner Leo realizes he's the one making mistakes, the sooner we can rally and figure out what we're going to do next. For Carl, remember him, the person we're actually trying to find? I wince, having agreed with the first part of what Jenna said, but it's definitely gone a step too far. Jenna, we're all concerned about Carl. I take the antiseptic spray and begin shaking the can before spritzing it on a few of Leo's wounds. The wolf barely even reacts. His pain tolerance was always pretty heavy growing up. He'd win pretty much every game of slap hands or punch you, punch me that Carl or Flynn devised. I used to find that sort of toughness attractive. Guys, let's focus. Jenna holds up the flat of her palm towards me, speaking up with a curt tone. Chase, you don't really believe Leo is doing this out of the genuine goodness of his heart, right? That he has some deep compassion for Carl? Hell, I've spoke with Carl online these past few years. Leo basically stopped talking to him the moment you left for college. That is 3 whole years of not giving a damn. Leo's jowls pull back along with the corners of his maw for a moment, before he reaches up and clutches his temple.
That's real hypocritical of you to say. Don't.
Jenna looks up at the ceiling, her usual cool and collected demeanor gone. It's clear Leo's actions have pushed her past the point of calm understanding.
Don't? Don't what? Don't stop you from laying into me while you're guilty of the same? Yeah, you left everyone behind, didn't you?
Jenna looks stunned for a moment before her brow furrows once again.
Oh yes, Leo, a completely unjustified decision. Unrelenting neglect, abuse, a traumatic influence is no reason to distance oneself from the sacred nuclear family unit.
Not often that Jenna outright expressed what went on in her tiny house growing up. We all figured she wasn't keen on representing herself as someone to be pitied, so we generally didn't pry. Her bringing this up now definitely means this is a touchier subject, and Leo knows this. After this outburst in your latest behavior, is it any wonder that we don't reach out to you much anymore? Oh shit. She said we, and he heard we. Leo's unfocused gaze shifts from Jenna to me, and back again.
Chase talks to me.
I squeeze Leo's shoulder. Guys, Carl. Let's focus on Carl. What are we going to do about him? I flash Jenna a pleading look.
Yeah, he's still messaging me from time to time.
I squeeze harder.
He says he misses me, and that he can't wait to see me again. That he misses us being together.
What? Jenna peers at Leo incredulously, her arms folded across her chest. When no one says anything in response, she unfolds her arms, her expression softening some. Wait, seriously? Her attention shifts to me. You've been texting Leo that you want to get back together this whole time? No, not really. I mean, I barely text him.
It's always late at night.
Leo speaks with a droll monotone.
My phone flashes, and it's you. You bring up all the old times we messed around, and how you want to do it again. You get kind of intense, too. Like last time when you texted about, you know, how you wanted me in you again.
Leo, for fuck's sake! My face absolutely burns. I want to just throw my paw over his muzzle and shut him up. How could he be bringing this up at a time like this? Or bringing it up at all? Jenna's brow is raised high now. Before she can say anything, Leo speaks again, gesturing forward with jittery movements.
I'm not fucking lying, yeah? I can show you the text. I've saved them.
You got rid of them the next morning. Oh, shit! Every time. A dull throb pounds within my head, and the intrusive thoughts as pointed as Jenna's gaze, which is very much aimed at me right now. They made you feel guilty. Out of everything. That's what you feel guilty about. Okay, wow. Neither of you told me any of this? Oh god, she's pissed. I practically want to scream now. Carl, let's focus on Carl! Anything to get the spotlight off me! Well, it really wasn't pertinent. Chase. It is. At least somewhat. She hesitates a second, trying to find some gentle phrasing as she shifts her weight from one foot to the other. Not the nitty-gritty details, of course, unless we were all particularly inebriated. She looks between the two of us. At the very least, it partially explains Leo's behavior. Though I'm not saying it justifies it.
There you go again. I'm right here, and you're still talking right over me.
He hunches forward some. You're injured, Leo. Plus, your words and actions have been exceptionally irrational lately, so forgive me if you aren't given a spot at the grown-up table. Leo ignores her, beginning to mumble.
At first I was confused. Why are you acting like this? Trying to take away my chance to make things right. You always been cruel, but never this bad, yeah?
Cruel? Jenna lets out an amused but exhausted noise, pinching the bridge of her muzzle. Are you implying that I'm stealing Chase from you? As if he were an object to be conquered and taken? That is a regressive... Leo starts talking in that same deadpan voice before Jenna finishes.
You know what you're doing.
God, even his eyes look flat right now. Attitude towards someone you claim to understand so deeply. Jenna continues speaking, even throughout the wolf's words.
But hey, that's just who you are.
Leo, please relax. Stop talking. I begin wrapping gauze around some of the disinfected wounds. It's hard to tell and difficult to focus with what's going on, but some of these might require some stitches. His large head turns to look at me, but his pupils are hidden behind half-open eyelids.
Just close my eyes and fall asleep.
Wait, no, don't do that!
And then you're right there with me again.
Jenna's nostrils flare, exasperated. I'm about to smack him awake. I frown. Don't do that either.
You came down to Echo to surprise me the other week. I thought that was really nice of you. Showed you cared.
I have no clue what he's talking about. For the past few weeks, I've been cramming for midterms and streaming old movies with Vincent in my dorm room. For a moment, I think Jenna gives me a slightly accusatory look, but doesn't say anything. Uh-oh, she's gone. Instead, she grabs a few strips of bacon before walking to the other side of the room and checking her phone. Okay, the signal is completely messed up. My bars are bouncing up and down like they're on a trampoline. It's Saturday, isn't it? Oh, God. She holds her phone higher, squinting at it. Meanwhile, I'm trying to keep Leo upright as I wrap a particularly nasty-looking gash on his arm. He must have cut himself when he fell down. Maybe a tetanus shot is in order when we get to the doctor, too.
You were kind of thin, which was cute. Then you should eat more. I was gonna have Pops cook you those hamburgers with the jalapeno ketchup you liked.
He's not really making much sense at the moment, but at least the focus isn't on me anymore. How is it not? I have a feeling I'm going to get a bit of a scolding from Jenna later, though. I always thought Leo's dad's burgers were kind of iffy, but I never wanted to be rude. Oh, God. I'm getting the fuzz. Yeah, the fucking song in the background is getting that, like, that hum.
The goatee, though. You shaving it was kind of funny. You were so proud of that thing. But it was like you were doing everything you could to be cute for me.
Jenna's frowning deeply at her phone now. Whether it's because of what Leo said or something that's on her screen is unclear. Shit's getting really loud now. If it's not me, it's flattening the color of the screen too. Without looking, Leo brings up a giant paw and squeezes the end of my chin. I quickly brush it away, and he seems surprised for a moment when he feels the untrimmed scruff. Oh God, yeah, it definitely is. The fucking screen is definitely changing. Oh God.
Is that really you, Chase?
I catch Jenna peering pointedly at the wolf before glancing back into her phone.
I'm thinking maybe we should start driving to the clinic now. I'm not even sure if the others got my text, and this stupid phone can barely buffer the messaging app. I've tried both it and the standard SMS.
I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone, the spot where the bars indicating service and Wi-Fi aren't there anymore. At least at first, and I see them flicker back on for a second before disappearing again. That's roaming. I've never seen it do this before. Yeah, my Wi-Fi's messed up too. I press my thumb over the power button. Guess I'll try turning it off and on again. Jenna frowns.
Then I suppose there's no point in checking my laptop.
She lets a long exhale. She lets a long exhale before shoving her phone back into her pocket and looking at me.
Before I give up entirely, let me try your phone real quick. You've always had the best signal. That is, unless you've got something on there you'd rather not show me.
Her tone is idle and nonchalant, but her words are definitely meant as a jab. Hey, come on. I let go of Leo, giving the fennec my best annoyed look. I can explain all this later. It's just bad timing with... And then Leo goes still. I turn to look at his eyes and notice they're still open. Oh, what the fuck? No! Oh my God! There has never been animation in this game before. Holy shit! That was so uncomfortable! Whoa, okay. I can't believe I just saw that.
But there's something behind him. Hey.
What? I step back. Leo mumbles something inaudible. The figure behind him stands still, its body blurred and dark, like the light of the room won't touch it. It's like staring at a funhouse mirror, except the thing in front of me isn't following my movements as I back further and further away. There's a gasp in the corner of the room.
Chase.
Jenna's voice comes after a few seconds of silence. What is that? She speaks in a half yell, half whisper. I don't know. I respond without thinking. The figure still stares at me. As I back away, I notice that its socketed eyes follow me without it ever moving its head. My foot catches the edge of the suitcase and I have to quickly grab the dresser so I don't tumble over. I suck in sharp breath between my teeth, my heart pounding. No reaction. 10 seconds have passed now and this thing is still here. Leo stirs, but only somewhat. His eyes roll back in his head, and he turns slightly toward the direction of the doppelganger. Only then does it begin to move as well. Please don't move. It rests a shadowy furred paw on Leo's own. Don't touch him! Yeah, fuck! Save? No, don't overwrite that one. Overwrite this one. Thank you very much. I would say don't touch him. I wince as the words leave my mouth, spoken without thought. Chase, don't!
Why?
His voice is garbled and sounds nothing like me. Like a clipped soundbite from an old cassette tape. Just don't hurt him. Leo lays there, conked out and helpless. Such a contrast from the fuming predator striking at Brian I saw just 30 minutes ago.
You've hurt him plenty.
No. I try to swallow, finding my throat dry. Leo's lips move again, and this time I can hear him clearly.
I love you. Love you too.
He speaks in my voice this time, crystal clear with no distortion. Wish I'd have known that. Fuck. The affection is slightly perturbed, and I realize it's how I sounded when I responded to Leo earlier. And there you go, my god. Its shadowy visage fades into the surroundings. Until it's completely gone. Okay, time to roll back a little bit. Okay. What if we say nothing? Leo's lips move again, and this time I can hear him clearly.
I love you.
Love you too. He speaks in my voice this time. Okay, so all that happens is the hurt dialogue. And Jenna not wanting us to say anything. Huh. And then it's gone. Weird. I wonder which one is better to have. Like, whether to have the dialogue or not. That's weird. I can feel the goosebumps beneath my fur subside, and breathing is somehow easier all of a sudden. The air less thick. Leo sits up, still in a sleepy daze. He clutches at his paw, and feeling nothing there, a confused and sad expression crosses his white face. I finally look over to Jenna, who's backed against the bathroom door. She rubs her eyes, seemingly looking on in disbelief. Neither of us say anything, trying to process what the hell that was. Felt like a dream, but one I could actually feel. The room itself has a sort of ozone-y smell to it, but that's completely gone now. Surprisingly, Leo is the first to speak.
Thank you, Chase.
He says, still looking at his paw. But what? That's all I can say. One of Leo's ears flick and turn his attention to me.
For being here for me.
Jenna walks up, touching the space where the doppelganger was moments ago.
What the fuck?
She reaches down, grasping her wrist and checking her pulse, pinching herself a few times while she's at it.
Was I drugged? You saw that too, right, Chase?
I nod, trying to speak, but only a croaking sound comes from my throat at first. I cough, then try again. I saw it. I think that was the thing from my dream.
Oh no. No.
Jenna turns, walking back toward the bathroom door.
God, Chase, don't say that.
The thought clearly appears to unnerve her.
I'm sorry, but that was real. There has to be an explanation for whatever that was. I'm ready to start looking for hidden cameras here.
I glance down at my suitcase and spot the familiar orange hard box container that I keep my camera equipment in. If only I'd gotten whatever that was on film. I exhale, noticing that my legs are still shaking. It's all so familiar. We should probably get out of here.
Agreed. I'm gonna grab my stuff and pack your trunk.
You think we should leave?
Yes. I need to get back to Pueblo and take a few mental health days. We'll finish packing, pick up TJ, and drop Leo off at the clinic, and Dad can take him home later.
Leo picks at his freshly wrapped bandages.
Why did it touch him? I need to find Carl.
Jenna says nothing to Leo's insistence, the fennec shoving her dirty clothes into a garbage bag. Leo, I don't really know what more we can do.
I'll handle it. And then you can come back.
His red eyes meet mine for the first time in a while, and I'm struck by the level of compassion in them. For a second, it reminds me of the best moments of our relationship. With my heart still thudding in my ears and my legs weak, I managed to force a smile toward the dazed wolf. Right.
Of course. Doctor first, though. I'm about ready to check myself in, too. He cants his head, peering at me curiously.
I'll find Carl. Don't worry.
Oh god, there's a knocking on the window, awkward taps followed by a crooning falsetto voice. Carl! I found Carl! It makes Jenna and I jump, both of us freezing in place.
Who's there?
Leo acts sleep. Fuck me. Leo asks sleepily. It's me, Micah! More knocking, this time a little harder.
Micah?
Leo blinks, suddenly seeming more awake. He clutches the end of the bed, pushing himself up to his feet. It was a little wobbly, his tail swaying behind him as he tries to keep his balance. Yeah, it's me! Open the door! There's something off about his voice. I don't think it's him. Oh god, fuck. Leo steps over toward the window and draws the curtains before I can tell him to stop. The familiar outline of the bat's massive ears pokes up over the bottom of the sill. He's crouched down, like he's afraid to be seen. Oh god. Jenna steps up beside me, watching on from a distance. Micah lifts his head a little, and I notice he has this strange expression on his face, like he's not fully awake. There's also something attached to the scruff of his neck. Oh god, Leo, gonna get shot. The bat's face is snout squarely against the window, blood squirting from his nose and coating both the pane and his face. Fuck! He got caught. Oh god, Leo, get back! Micah slumps aside, falling out of sight as the figure who was making the voices reveals himself. Brian. How did he get... Oh my god. Even the fucking background is... Oh, Jesus, fuck. I am really not cool with this. The bear rams open the door, bits of splintered wood from the frames showering the carpet. How the fuck are we gonna get out of this? Leo, get back! Leo turns to face him just as something metal strikes across his face. I don't hear the impact, but Leo crumples just the same. He points the thing at me now, and I realize quickly it's a gun. He smiles at me for a second, approaching me next. I try to back up, but there's nowhere to run. He grabs me by the shirt, and I feel my body swing around. Don't you fucking... This is the fucking place from Route 65 or whatever. The coyote latches onto my shoulder, yanking me back. Something hard smacks into my skull, and I feel my mind rattle. I lurch away, essentially butt bumping the coyote as my ears ring from the prior blow. TJ's still on the ground, crying and covered in booze as the bullies stand around him. Is this Route 65? My movements go sluggish, and it's like I'm walking. I've become a zombie. Shambling towards the door as my vision blurs. Is this what being knocked out feels like? I clench my fists and keep up my pace, trying to blink the blurriness away. This is different. Eventually, I reach the entrance. Carl? Leo? As I reach the outside, my knees lock and I drop to the concrete. The impact rattles my bones as I catch myself with my wrists, just barely managing to avoid falling directly on my muzzle. I take a deep breath. I'm still conscious. At least half conscious. I continue crawling, trying to ignore the throbbing pain. Carl! Shouting now, my voice sounds foreign to me. Shrill, childlike, pathetic, and increasingly hoarse. Leo! My voice shouldn't be this croaky. I've barely talked today. Oh, God. I'm in the middle of the road now. Where's Carl? I should get out of here before a car comes. I pull myself along the asphalt, feeling my skin scrape beneath my fur. I want to stand, but I'll probably just fall again. And so I keep crawling,
rolling into what seems like some sort of detention basin. I stare up at the sky, fighting the sudden fatigue and gritting my teeth through the pain. At first, I think it's blood that got into my eyes, but upon rubbing them, I realize that it isn't the case. The sky is different. Like someone slapped one of those colored gel matte filters over it. What the hell? I rub my eyes again, attempting to focus. I can't stay here. TJ is in deep shit. Those idiots, those assholes. Sucking in a sharp breath through my teeth, I rise to a stand, praying my knees don't lock up again. Find Carl. Find Leo. Oh no, it's the fucking van. I stumble out of the detention basin, feeling packed soil beneath my feet. A dirt road. Looking behind me, I realize I must have crawled further than I thought. Parsons looks over a mile away. That can't be right. I see a van ahead. Jesus. It looks rusted and old, but there's a light on inside. I step stiff-leggedly down the road a ways, reaching the bend where the vehicle sits. The same redness that the sky is tinted with pulsates from the interior. I try to speak, but no words come from my throat. It's like a dream. I want to do the rational thing and announce myself, but I can't. I move closer, peering into the dusty back window. Inside the window was another window, and in that window, a little red dot in the corner, flashing on and off. In the window within a window, there is a writhing, flashes of fur contorted and undulating in constant restless motion. Something is trying to hold it in place. I hear a clap and a cry. The clapping continues, louder now, rhythmic, yet singular applause. "This is what you want," says the voice that cried. I stare, slowly finding the will to speak. No, I need to help my friends. Do you know where they are? The voice shifts some, more urgent. We heard gunfire coming from the town. It's real bad. Gunfire? I didn't hear anything. Please, help me find my friends. We can't find them all now. We need to go. They're lost. No, they're not. I'll keep looking. I'll keep looking myself. You're just going in circles. I feel tears well up in my eyes, a lump in my throat containing a choked sob. Please. The van's back door's open. I'm standing too close and it pushes me onto my back. The red light is gone now, replaced by darkness, shifting shadows within. I see them now. Tarantulas. Their 8 legs fuzzed with white and rust-colored stripes. They're on me with haste, 2 of them, one on each of my arms. They bite so hard, so quickly, I can't yell. They pull and tug at me, another pair at my legs. I'm pulled up and into the van, my body stretched upon a squishy something that begins to sink against my arms and legs. There's no more light, and I stare paralyzed at what I think is the ceiling of the van in the pitch blackness. It feels like restraints are binding me in place. This is reminding me of Brian's place. I try to adjust my eyes to the darkness, but everything seems blurry and unclear. My head throbs like a heartbeat, the pangs of pain unrelenting. My fur bristles. Where do the spiders go? Breathing has become more difficult, as if the oxygen in the van was running out. I feel the veins on my neck bulge as I try to gasp for large breaths, but my body is not my own. Lights seem to pop as the ringing in my ears intensifies. Something is above me. I can sense it. There's a garbled muttering coming forth from it as if spoken through a poorly tuned AM radio. It sounds like me. You knocked him out? I swear I barely touched him, man. Fucking pants on. Dude, just go. Leo, go before he wakes up. I'll see you, party. Goes quiet. Then, after a few more seconds, Chase. Chase. Chase! The voice changes. This time, the voice is throbbing within my head. Have you ever killed anyone? No, god damn it. Jesus, what the fuck? Yep, Brian's house. Chase. I hear my name once again and lean forward, only to find my head pounding and something metal around my neck. Chase. I don't know who's saying it. Again, my name is spoken. The voice is a coarse rasp that sounds somewhat familiar. I blink several times, trying to get the blurriness to leave my eyes. They feel puffy, like I've been crying a lot. Sure enough, as I touch my cheeks, I can feel wet stains. So our arms aren't restrained. I must have wept while I was out. Finally, my vision clears enough that I can get a read on my surroundings. It's some kind of trailer, with trash and stained clothing scattered about everywhere. Most of it's beer bottles and old TV dinner packages, a few stacks of vintage science magazines and newspapers along the back wall. Brian must have brought me here. Maybe this is his place? As the reality of the situation sinks in, I quickly try to stand up, but a sudden tugging on my throat pulls me back down. I clutch at it and realize it's some kind of metal collar which is keeping me pinned to the wood-paneled wall. Chase. This time I turn and crane my head back to identify the source. Carl! My heart leaps, but stops cold once I notice the positions he's in. No. The ram's on some kind of table, with bindings around his neck, wrists, and fetlocks.
There he is. The ram cranes his neck in what looks like a painful fashion to look at me. His eyes are puffy and bloodshot, far beyond his usual pink-hued, drug-induced haze. He's been crying. A lot. Carl! I exclaim, my voice a half-whisper, half-shout. What's going on?
Are you really Chase?
His voice is weak, cracking with each enunciation. I can see the veins in the ram's neck bulge through his thin fur when he tries to speak. What? Of course it's really me? Did Brian nab you too? Shakily, the ram nods his head, his horns making clacking noises against the wood table.
It's all a fucking nightmare, dude. I can't tell what's real anymore. Everything's fuzzy.
He squeezes his fists, then wrenches his wrists back, trying to worm his way out of his bindings.
He keeps coming by and tightening the wrap around my neck until, I can only get a tiny bit of air. After a few minutes, I start to see lights popping, and everything goes all dark and grainy. Over and over again.
It's at that point I notice that something's hanging above him on the ceiling. A mirror. Ornately framed with a gold-colored trim and pinned up with rusty metal stakes. It's so starkly fancy and out of place compared to the rest of the trashy interior. Jesus. I strain against the collar around my neck, trying to get a better look at my own bindings. It's hard to see, but this collar looks like it's bolted to the wood-paneled walls on both sides of my neck. Haphazardly, too, as if it jiggles whenever I shift too hard. At the same time, the edges of the collar are not exactly smooth. I feel like if I yanked too quickly, the metal would cut into my own neck.
Are the cops coming? I just want to go home, man.
I share the sentiment, though right now, I'm just trying to get my bearings. The edge of my forehead where Brian hit me throbs with pain every couple of seconds. There's no air conditioning in here either, and I can't help but feel like I'm sitting in a hot car that smells like a dumpster. There's a pungent aroma of body odor mixed with something kind of like a rotting fruit. Every breath I take just brings more of that scent into me until I can practically taste it on my tongue. I don't know. I finally respond. Carl's heart visibly sinks, his eyes darting around the room before finally settling on something to my right.
Leo?
I blink and delicately try to turn my head to peer beside me. Crumpled on the floor and bound in a similar type of bondage to my own is Leo, still unconscious. His lip is split and a little bit of blood is pooled onto the gray carpet. Fortunately, he's still breathing, that big chest of his rising and falling in a slow rhythm. Looks like he took that strike earlier mainly on his muzzle. Hopefully that means his head itself didn't take too much of the brunt, which undoubtedly would worsen the hell out of his concussion. Leo, wake up. I hear him grunt softly, like I had just disturbed him from a pleasant nap. His eyes already seem like they're half open, so whether he's truly sleeping right now isn't clear. Stretching out, I can just barely manage to nudge him with the tip of my tail. Leo, come on! Another soft groan.
He looks beat up.
Carl rasps. Yeah, Brian beat him pretty bad. Twice.
Oh.
Orange-tinted sunlight seeps in from between the slats of the closed blinds across the room. It must still be daytime out, but just barely. I wonder why Jenna isn't here. Maybe she got away? Outside, there's a pronounced puttering noise drawing closer. It vibrates the room we're in slightly. And there's the faint noise of oldies music that carries on along with it. A car, maybe an old pickup truck. Carl goes quiet, listening as well. Next, voices. They sound terse, argumentative.
Going after your fucking sister?
I don't know who's talking. One says, higher pitched and pained. Oh, I don't remember what the fuck Clint's voice was.
They brought it on themselves.
That's definitely not it, Clint. Leah was right. He was involved. Fucker.
What do you think he's gonna do to him?
Jeremy's voice comes through less annoyed than the other two. He sounds almost afraid.
The same thing he did to Keith, you mangy fuck.
That high-pitched voice, it's Micah. Oh, fuck, at least he's alive.
You don't know that.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Micah. Don't disrespect it with this sort of conspiracy shit now. You done screwed several pooches and I ain't covering for you. You don't know shit.
I could hear another car pull up, this one with a much quieter engine. Carl visibly tenses, seemingly recognizing the sound.
It's him, dude.
The car door slams and the voices silence.
Hello there, bit of a day, huh?
The silence continues for a while until Brian speaks again.
After you.
Clint makes a little... The door to the room we're in opens. Oh, the ringtail enters, his composure far more timid than I'm used to. He blinks when he sees Leo and I bound to the wall, staring at the two of us wordlessly.
Go on. What was it you were gonna tell me?
Brian enters in after him, the hulking bear having to duck to fit through the doorway. Carl quickly closes his eyes, trying to pretend he's asleep. The bear's focus remains entirely upon Clint, with Clint looking like he's practically withering under his gaze.
I think Duke said he was gonna be here in a couple minutes. Apparently folk are gathering at town hall, wondering what's going on.
The bear glances back over his shoulder, then extends an arm out through the doorway, grabbing something. I struggle to turn my head, enough to see what. Oh no. Saying let go, I am so fucking, oh god. Let go. God damn it. Jenna's tone is cold, completely curt despite the circumstances. Fortunately, she doesn't look too beaten up beyond her fur getting a little tousled. Brian's holding her by the arm, and tightly, judging by the wince on her face. Her stony demeanor visibly fades as she sees the three of us bound up. This is barbaric! Brian ignores her comments, dragging her across the stained carpet to an old radiator in the corner. With some errant chain, he gets to work tying her to it. She seems to be getting spared the neck choker treatment.
You mentioned there were others with him. The cat boy and the mayor's cocksucking nephew, right?
TJ and Flynn, yeah.
Flynn, right. I know him. He's the one with the big bottom.
Clint rubs his scabbed arms, looking anywhere but Brian.
I don't know.
Quickly tries to shift the direction of the conversation. Duke was talking about them. Do you want us to bring him in too, in case they got some incriminating stuff on their phones?
That works for me. Hey, little Jerry, what you doing out there? Bring in the last one.
Who the fuck is that? Sure enough, Jeremy sheepishly enters the room with his paw on Micah's... Oh, that's Jeremy? Oh, wow. Okay. Haven't seen him before. Sure enough, Jeremy sheepishly enters the room with his paw on Micah's shoulder. The bat is trembling, walking with a limp and a swollen nose. Jeremy looks directly at Jenna for a moment, a flicker of shock on his face at seeing her and the rest of us in such a sorry state.
You guys are such shit. It's finally happening and you're all gonna turn on me just like that? Succumb to it? Amen. You're the one who started trying to kill our boss with a wrench. That sounds an awful lot like succumbing to it to me. He killed Keith. Dude, no he didn't. You're just hallucinating.
Brian lets out an indiscernible noise from the other side of the room, finishing up some bindings around Jenna's ankles. Brian seems like he's in his element, as if this whole kidnapping business is about as strenuous as a trip for groceries. However, the mention of Keith does elicit a visible tensing of the bear.
Don't appreciate that kind of disingenuous assertion. Look, you just need to chill out here. Smoke some weed or something. That's the trick to make it go away, right? Oh, yeah. We're all gonna get real high and ride it out, little fellas.
Brian smiles, showcasing his broken teeth.
You ain't got nothing to fret over.
The rotund Fennec pulls out a phone from his pocket, one that looks a lot like the burner Micah showed me earlier. I still can't get a hold of Heather. We gotta look for her too, man. Clint, who had been unusually quiet, snaps to attention as he realizes Jeremy is talking to him.
We'll pick her pa's place then. We'll check her pa's place then. Oh, you're going there. Take Carl with you. I might need the rack. Only been a few days, and I've almost got him trained already.
Trained?
Shouldn't be too much of a flight risk.
I look at Carl, who's still trying to pretend he's asleep. He's not doing a very good job, as I can see his legs shaking. Not that I'd be able to do any better in his position. Clint, without a word, moves to the table and unfastens each strap and buckle as if he were personally familiar with each. He pulls at the ram's soiled and slightly bloody tank top.
Come on,
he mutters. Carl complies, his fetlocks nearly buckling beneath him as his hooves touch the ground for the first time in a long while. He doesn't dare look at the rest of us, keeping his gaze down.
Good boy.
Brian rumbles, grinning to himself. Carl flinches. Clint pulls something that shimmers in a faint light into the back of his pants. Takes me a minute to realize it's a gun. He presses the metal of the barrel against the ram's spine, its lanky finger hovering over the trigger. As I see the ringtail step around and push open the door, I notice that Carl's not the only one shaking right now. Clint's own hand shivers fiercely, like any second he might accidentally squeeze his finger back. I try not to make any sudden noises, keeping my already strained breath shallow. This is so fucked. The two shuffle out without further word. Jeremy moves to follow them, but hesitates for a moment, looking back at Jenna.
Jazz, just wait this out, yeah? Just go!
Jenna seethes, her words like ice. It's as if any more of that fat Fennec's rationalizing would make her physically ill. Jeremy thins his lips, standing there a bit gormless-like. I don't know what that means. He finally reaches down into his pocket and withdraws a joint and a lighter. Whatever he's got, it's potent. I could smell it from all the way across the room. Ducks his head down, turning to follow Clint and Carl out to the truck. See you guys.
Eat shit, bitch!
Jeremy makes a concerted effort not to react to the bat's sputtered jab and disappears out of the doorway. Brian makes his way over to the door and gently closes it behind them. Slowly, he turns his head back towards us. A light smile crosses his muzzle. As his dark eyes meet Micah's own, his grin widens.
Hey, Micah.
Micah opens his mouth to speak. Nothing comes out. Oh, God. The bat just gawps wordlessly as Brian walks over and socks him in the chest. Little bat doubles over, nearly cracking his skull on the edge of the kitchen countertop on his way down. Jenna gasps.
See, one would think you prissy, God-loving folks would have taught you some proper manners when around guests.
The bear squints down at the crumpled bat, inspecting him to see if he did any real serious damage.
At the very least, Keith shoulda.
Brian leans down, expecting some sort of profanity-laden quip from the bat, but he's met with silence. Micah's furred form heaves, his maw stretching open against the dirty linoleum in a dry retch. The bear continues to watch over him like this, nudging him gently with his foot. No one says anything, and I can see Jenna doing her best to not draw attention to herself. It's quiet malaise which throbs like my pulse, pounding against the too tight restraints. Finally, he speaks. I'm not saying that. The bear begins to rifle through one of the mildewy kitchen cabinets and withdraws a pair of fuzzy white handcuffs. The kind of thing you'd see at one of those edgy mall gift shops for bondage play, regardless of their intended use. I could see the glint of metal beneath the fur. They seem pretty solid. He fastens one cuff around Micah's thin wrist and opens one of the cabinets beneath the sink. With a quick tug, he jerks the bat's arm into it. There's a sound of clicking metal, and then the other cuffs fastened. He must be securing him against the plumbing. Micah resists none of this, fearing further retribution from the bear.
I've had a bit of a scorpion problem under there. Make sure not to get stung.
Brian's about to say something else, but stops as he spies something out the window.
One moment.
The bear hustles outside without further word. Micah clutches his stomach, saying nothing. Jenna doesn't either. The only sound is the quiet groaning of Leo and the clicking of metal on metal as we fiddle with our restraints. At that moment, I hear a soft mumbling in the distance through the thin walls of the trailer. I freeze and hold my breath. It's a little ways off, but I'm almost positive that it's Duke. The high, weaselly whine mixed with the occasional smoker's cough is unmistakable. It's coming closer, and I can start to make out what he's saying.
You guys were already fucked here. You think you could just let him go and it'll all be fine?
I don't know who he's talking to, but the sound of an accompanying heavy lumbering step gives me an idea.
It's worth it, though, if we can figure out what the fuck's going on.
Sounds like they're right up against the trailer now. I can hear them walking around it, towards a small door on the right side of the kitchen.
Leo ain't saying shit yet, but I think it might be the otter. He's the one I seen last week.
The footsteps stop in front of the door, and I listen hard, my heart pounding in my chest.
I hope you haven't done anything to him. Beyond what you already done, that is. Was protecting my property the first time. Haven't done nothing further.
Brian's uncharacteristically high-pitched voice sends a chill up my spine, my fur flaring out with it.
You bet your ass you haven't. If you do any of your fucked up shit to these kids...
I stop breathing, staring at the ends of my feet.
What I'm saying is we got a chance to get out of this. What we done is bad enough, but if we can get them to understand...
I stop talking, and that's when I hear Brian's heavy, labored breath. I'm not breathing at all, worried that they'll be able to hear it, even though they already know I'm here. I let it out with a gasp, but the door suddenly swings open and Duke comes up the steps, looking around, spotting the lot of us.
Brian, you are one sick fuck.
I tense up as a massive shadow appears behind him, and it feels like the entire trailer tips a bit as Brian makes his way up the same steps. Brian's presence is so imposing and frightening that I don't even notice that Duke is now right next to me. I jump when he sets a hand on my left arm. I jerk my head to look at him, wide-eyed.
Hey, calm down. I ain't gonna hurt you.
Brian chuckles and Duke shoots him a look. He turns his attention back to me, softening his expression, at least as much as he can with that scraggly, drug-fucked face.
We just need to get some information from you.
I open my mouth to speak, but all that comes out is a dry squeak. Brian chuckles again and makes his way to stand to my right. I cringe away from him and his stench of old sweat as he grins down at me with his yellow teeth. Despite all the others being here, the two seem especially focused on me.
Brian, get some fucking water.
Brian looks at Duke with a strange face before turning back to the kitchen.
Hey, don't worry about him. I know this thing.
Duke taps the metal collar around my neck with a finger.
Looks bad. But we just gotta hold you here for a bit.
The boys are queer. They like it.
Jesus Christ.
And the girl is probably just like your wife.
Jenna's silent, daring not to provoke the two. Duke glares at him as Brian comes back from the kitchen with a ceramic mug. Oh, good Lord. I'm not saying that. Okay, it was Duke saying you're a queer too, Jesus. Brian visibly bristles and his face loses any of the sick humor it once had. Duke clears his throat.
Things have been happening right here, and we want to find out why.
What? Duke furrows his brows, like a kid trying to figure out something difficult.
You see, people ain't right in the head here.
No shit. Duke seems to immediately read my thought process because he holds up his hands and shakes his head.
Yeah, I know. What we doing ain't exactly right in the head either.
Brian gives his dumb chuckle again, and I keep my face averted from him, partly because I really can't stand the smell.
But we're all a little fucked up here. What I'm talking about is something else. Like what's been going on with the townsfolk. Bad dreams, strange behavior. Sound familiar?
I shift a little as I'm reminded about the past few days. Duke looks genuinely concerned. I look at the weasel's waistband and immediately see the handgun tucked into his pants there.
And I was hoping to stop it before any of this happened. But now...
Everything's gone to shit.
Brian finishes for him, and I can feel him move closer to the platform I'm laying on. Again, I avoid eye contact, not wanting to provoke him in any way.
Yep, and it's only gonna get worse.
Duke just looks at me, like that's all the information that I need. don't know what you're talking about. I see a twitch of irritation in Duke's face, and I hold my breath. I mean, what's happening out there? Duke shakes his head.
What's happening everywhere?
Duke looks back at the window suddenly, his fur standing on end. I look too, but all I see are the leaves and branches, the late afternoon sun filtering through them. Duke's quiet for a while before he starts speaking again without turning around.
It's happened to my granddaddy, my daddy. Now it's happening to me.
I close my eyes, wondering if Duke is just as crazy as Brian. If he is, I doubt he even has a clue of what he's doing right now.
Dale's missing. Cynthia drove off into the desert.
Duke turns around to look back to Micah.
Saw your cat friend screeching about on the river road to the north.
Heather?
She had a little revolver, started pointing at me and telling me to get out of my truck.
Micah's brow furrows slightly, but otherwise he says nothing.
Tried calming her down, but she wasn't having it. Even fired off a shot in the air before taking my keys and heading off toward her pop's place. Girl was on a warpath, haunted. Thing is, we've all got something after us. Something bad. Won't let you leave when it starts. What's after you?
I flinch as Brian speaks just above me, leaning down toward my face. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Bullshit!
I flinch again as Duke's concerned demeanor immediately drops away.
Why do you think we came and get all y'all?
He pauses like I should actually know the answer.
Sans Micah here's already succumbing something fierce to his own demons. Bitch.
Micah mumbles from across the room, and I can see Duke's fur bristle. I feel myself starting to panic again with those two crazy hillbillies looming over my body. I don't know what... Ooh, Duke slaps me, and I gasp in shock. Hey!
You shut your fucking mouth while I stomp your jaw in!
Brian snaps back at Jenna before refocusing its attention on me.
I saw you hanging around this fucking town before you even got here. Late at night, lurking around.
I'm still cringing with a slap, and I keep my eyes closed as if not seeing any of this is gonna make it stop.
And then once all your friends get here, all hell breaks loose. You think that's a fucking coincidence?
It's quiet for a moment, and all I can hear is the rush of blood in my ears. Is this really happening? I feel Duke touch my arm again, and I flinch in fear.
Hey.
I feel like he wants me to look at him, so I slowly open my eyes, tears spilling out as I do. The blurry shape of Duke dances in front of me.
I'm not saying you did it, or that you wanted it to happen.
I don't say anything because I still don't know what he's talking about, but I know I can't tell him that.
It's just that you gotta know something. Anything so that we can stop this.
Duke starts to pet my arm, and I shiver. Brian is breathing heavily next to me, and I glance at him. And a glance at him shows his expression is more interested now, almost eager. I think about Leo, slooped over next to me. I want to cry out for help to him, though what could he do beyond get himself hurt more? I'm utterly helpless, squirming in my own skin. Duke still hasn't answered my question. It makes no sense that they'd go so far as to kidnap us. But why didn't you just ask us? Why all of this? I lift my hands weakly, making the platform rattle. Duke's face darkens.
Because I've been asking Leo all week what the fuck you guys are doing, and he wouldn't say shit. Saw y'all snooping around the Hendricks place, and he attacked me when I confronted him. You just stood there looking out the window with that same condescending look you bunch have always had.
He glances to each of us. Duke stops petting my arm and scratches behind his head.
And someone told me that you know.
I stare at him. Who?
Someone I know, and it makes sense. Something bad happens, and if you don't fix it, it won't stop coming after you.
I shut my eyes and almost sob.
Says they know. And I thought it'd be Leo or you, considering what we've been seeing these past few weeks.
Duke pauses.
Or maybe one of your other friends.
He looks over toward Jenna. She's silent. I don't know what you're talking about. I wait for another slap, but it doesn't come. I put my eyes again, and Duke is looking back out the window.
We're kinda protecting you, too.
I stare at the back of his head.
Things are getting worse out there, and if we don't figure out something soon, we're all gonna die.
Duke's voice is dead and distant. Brian, though, touches my other arm, and I gasp, shrinking away. He's smirking down at me, looking at my stomach or crotch somewhere around there.
Brian, stop!
Duke. What? Brian? Oh, yeah, duh. Duke is turned back around, looking over at me at the bear.
We're not getting anywhere right now, and I gotta get to town hall.
Even though Duke is the one that hit me, I'm terrified of the thought of being left alone again with Brian. Duke sees my face.
Don't worry, Chase. Even though you're lying to us, I don't plan to let this pervert have his way with you.
Brian snorts.
Brian knows what'll happen if he does.
Duke gives Brian a cold, callous stare, and this time Brian doesn't give his stupid grin back.
But you'd better fall in line and think real hard about what you're really doing here, Chase. 'Cause I'll be back.
Duke heads for the door, turning to look over his shoulder.
Just feed 'em and make sure they don't escape. That's it. And I'll need your keys.
What? Brian snarls.
Heather took my truck, remember? You'll get it back.
Brian seethes through his large black nostrils, and I'm strangely reminded of Leo reacting to Jenna's chiding earlier. With a grumble, he fists around in his sweatpants pocket, takes a brass key from his keychain, and pushes it into Duke's outstretched palm.
Thank you.
And with that, Duke briskly disappears out the door, a golden flash of late afternoon light illuminating the dim trailer. Brian and I listen to the weasel's soft, anxious footsteps recede into the distance. As soon as the sound is gone, Brian stands up. I turn my head in time to see him whirl around and smash his fist into the wall. Oh, shit. I jump as much as I can in my restraints before he does it again, this time slamming both his fists against the wall. Whoa. Wow. Okay. The bear shoves his remaining keys into a drawer on the other side of the kitchen. He exhales loudly, staring at the wall and muttering something I can't quite make out. Brian remains motionless as he does so, unmoving as the minutes pass by. It's unnerving, but a welcome respite from the aggression being taken out on us. There's a window in the corner of the living room area that's mainly covered by an olden wooden bookcase. There's no books in it, just mainly stacks of ashtrays, empty plastic bottles, and old appliance manuals. However, the top two shelves are littered with little knickknacks. Takes me a second, but I actually recognize a few of them as prizes from Southwestern Adventures. I'm reminded of the stuffed griffin I have smushed in my suitcase back at the motel. If only we would have packed up and gone when we had the chance. There's some other keepsakes stuck back there as well. Lots of stuff from the Blue Diamond Casino on the reservation. Travel cases, poker chips, canvas satchels, and even a mug with a smiling blue diamond and Masada war chief headdress. It reads Chief Daddy in big bold lettering. Is Brian a father? The idea seems unlikely. Brian stands on his tiptoes and peers out the little bit of window still visible over the top of the bookcase. There's a faint popping sound in the distance, like the 4th of July, like 4th of July fireworks cracking off. Them ain't fireworks, brother. I can't imagine why anyone would be celebrating at a time like this. Probably not fireworks. Brian flinches, a soft frown crossing his burly features. He hums to himself, brow furrowed as he takes a seat in a faded corduroy recliner, turning it in place to face us. His eyes shift over me for a moment. It's like he wants me to say something. I swallow, my mouth dry as a bone, as I begin to speak. Do you think those were gunshots?
Worried about your friends?
Yeah.
Don't be. You should be the worried ones.
He smiles a big, toothy grin composed of what few teeth he has remaining. Oh. There's something familiar about his face now. My mind flashes with images of that smile peering at me from the end of my bed. Could it have been one from one of the countless night terrors I'd seen when my body was still frozen with sleep? Unable to move, just like I am now. Except this is real. His gaze shifts to the rack and mirror beside me, and he's quiet for a while. He suddenly smacks his lips.
Keith, he truly was the best of us. Got me wondering what he'd do if he was around now.
Let us go. Micah's quick-fire response elicits a solemn grunt from Brian.
You know damn well that's what he'd do. Golden rule.
Oh, so I should hit you with a wrench too, then. Got one round here somewhere.
The bat promptly stops talking as the bear starts looking around the cluttered mess that is his trailer. Brian eventually stops, snirking to himself in a strange, nasally fashion. Fucking psycho.
So you won't talk about Keith, huh? Well, all right.
Micah doesn't speak this time, letting the bear mull about.
First, you gotta understand that I see things. I reckon everybody here does. Just a lot of folk don't like to admit it. Oh, don't have it as bad. But when I see things, I see it, smell it, feel it, hear it, taste it, all 6 senses and what have you. When I was a kid in Peyton, I didn't see shit. Even though I had a pretty fucked up childhood. My mom left when I was 6 because my dad was a piece of shit. But you know she's a piece of shit for leaving me with him. Anyway, you know what my dad told me she gone?
No one says anything until Brian turns to look down at Micah expectantly.
I don't know.
Brian cackles and it sends a chill up my spine.
That aliens are taking her.
I press myself deeper into the wall, wishing I could just disappear between the wood paneling.
I think he must have been drunk. Both. But it stuck with me, you know.
I look away, trying to make myself look small and avoid any unnecessary eye contact with him.
Then, when I was a teenager, I got myself a boyfriend. Well, more of a fuck buddy. We kinda hated each other.
I can feel him looking between Leo and I now, and I have a feeling the bear is aware of our former relationship.
At least it felt like that sometime. Fucker wouldn't leave me alone no matter how much he was saying I disappointed him. Gotta be my best self or whatever. He talked too much, but he was a good fuck and the only other I knew. So I came here every other week so to fuck him. Things got a little better between us, and he convinced me to help him out with restoring his old bar off of 65. Was a complete shithole. But he loved his vices. Booze, drugs, and fucking peddling all that was like a dream to him. But then something weird happened on one of my trips out here when he wasn't around. I remember the moon was red that night 'cause of forest fires out west. But I kept looking at it, and that's when I saw a flying saucer. Like one straight out of a cartoon with lights and a dome on the top. I couldn't believe it. But there it fucking was, floating through the sky, and you know, even though it looked stupid as fuck, I knew I saw it, and it was fucking evil. I just knew it.
Brian finally looks down at me again.
That night and almost every night after, I'd wake up and couldn't move, and aliens would be around my bed. And there was this one alien that I knew was my mom. She didn't look like my mom. She looked like an alien. But I knew it was her, and she'd do these things to me. Sometimes to my mouth and eyes and nose, but usually to my dick. Torture me. And it felt fucking real.
Brian chuckles, still staring at Leo and I.
Fucked me up good, and I blame my boyfriend for it, for bringing me to Echo, 'cause I was sure that that's where the evil came from. I outed him that year, skull-fucked him when his mom was still home, and got him caught, so he had to leave town 'cause of it.
Micah's lightly fuzzed face seems to lose some color to it at that, his wide eyes shifting to the linoleum beneath him. The massive bear shakes his head.
Didn't stop the dreams, though.
So he just left us all behind then?
Oh, no.
Brian straightens up in his chair, creaking loudly.
He stuck around to res on account of him being my Seda and all. Found him at a gay bar. What does that mean? It means I have an idea.
Brian stands up from his seat and disappears into one of the back bedrooms. He calls back to us.
Something to pass the time with. I was saving this for Clint, but he's been keeping scarce lately.
He comes back with what looks like a step stool, a medical satchel, and a whip. Upon closer inspection, it's not a whip, but a noose. Little bits of metal embedded around the edges. Razor blades. A noose with fucking razor blades? This is, What the fuck? Yeah, that's what I'm fucking thinking. Who would even think of that? Brian gets to work tying it up to a conspicuous hook on the kitchen ceiling. He's incredibly quick with tying the knot, like he's done this 1,000 times before. I can feel my heart pounding in my ears, each blade on the noose glinting with what little light there is in this trailer. I try to crane my neck to look at Jenna, but I'm still having trouble seeing her. Brian smiles down at Micah, bending down and taking the bat's cuffs off just as quickly. Oh my god, no. This is fucked. This is so fucked. This is fuckity fucked. This is not good. Oh my god.
What the fuck you doing?
Shut up, it'll be okay. Be calm, don't struggle.
God, I fucking hate this. Brian's voice reminds me of how children show presenters with his squeaky, reassuring cadence. The context of his words make it deeply unsettling, and I'm struggling against my collar restraint whenever he's turned away. I have to get out of here. Brian sits down the stool squarely beneath where the noose is hanging.
Step up onto the stool. You're short enough so this'll actually work.
You're fucking crazy! Micah reels back away from him, but Brian grabs him by the hand. He starts bending it inwards, and the bat squeals in pain.
Okay, you either do what I say or I'm gonna start breaking every joint in your body, alright?
Brian continues to shriek, finally wrenching free after nodding. I imagine that one. I don't know. Okay, Jesus.
Put your head through the noose.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm gonna have to put a fucking disclaimer on this episode, because I'm age restricting this shit. Oh my god. I can see the turmoil in Micah's face, 1,000 fight or flight responses running through his head.
The inside of the noose itself don't got any blades. Just the outside, so you can't be grabbing it.
Micah stares through the hole in front of him. Dad! Oh my god. He's about to grab the bat's hand again, but Micah shoves his head through just in time after stepping up on the stool. I'm in. Good. Oh my. Ow. Oh my god, my shoulders just exploded in pain. Good. The bear reaches up and tightens the noose more firmly around the bat's neck, looking proud of himself as he does so. Oh my god! He's cinching it hard until it's clear the bat is struggling to breathe. With a smile, he reaches down and tugs off one of the legs of the little step stool. Brian chuckles to himself as the bat teeters, Micah nearly kicking the stool away. He just barely manages to keep himself upright, with the tip of his toes catching the edge. His cheeks flare as more of his weight is starting to be held aloft by his neck, this strain causing his neck veins to bulge. He gasps like a fish for breath, swaying his hips from side to side to the other to get more solid standing position. I could see him resisting the urge to grab the noose, an act that would surely strip his fingers to the bone. Brian, meanwhile, chuckles to himself, tickled deeply by the display.
There you go.
Brian has turned away from me now, but even from this angle, it's clear he's rubbing himself through his sweatpants. Petrified, wanting to scream out to make him stop, but not daring to make a sound. This is what Duke was warning Brian not to do, and he did it anyway. I close my eyes, praying to see that weasel again to put a stop to all this.
Hey, don't think I forgot about you all.
When I open my eyes again, he's looking directly at me.
Well, you two at least. I mean, given a choice of a bunch of guys and one girl, what kind of queer would pick the girlie?
He says the word queer with distaste, the bear beginning to reach into his little satchel. He looks to Jenna as he pulls out what looks like a long spool of string.
The others tell me you were a bit of a bitch anyway. At least, that's what your brother said.
I keep expecting Jenna to start speaking, talking him down, full psychoanalysis and mode like all those thriller movies, but right now she's completely silent. Leo stirs slightly beside me, mumbling something incoherent. Brian has scissors now as he kneels down in front of us. I begin to feel faint as he points the edge of them toward me with a smile. Instead of cutting me, he begins snipping along the side of my shorts and underwear, cutting up the waistband. What are you doing? Micah teeters in the kitchen, letting out a blubbering, choking sound as he struggles for breath.
Saw you a few weeks ago. You had no eyes. Heard you talking to the empty rail yard, saying that you two need to stay close. Thinking I should oblige that request.
What? The eyeless chase. The thing we saw earlier? Leo stirs some as I shout, shifting slightly as Brian does the same to his pant leg.
Don't worry, I won't get your bits out.
He reaches into his little medical bag and pulls out a suturing needle.
I think you're supposed to shave the fur before you start doing this, but oh well.
No, please, you don't need to do this. That thing you saw, it wasn't me. I've seen it too. Brian blinks, canting his head slightly.
Well, I figured that much. that it wasn't real. You still have your eyes for now. And that goatee.
He's pushing our legs together now, and my heart feels like it's in my throat. My vision's starting to blur.
Don't squirm now, or it turns to joint breaking time. And I can always stitch other things together.
Oh God, no. Oh! No. The needle hits me first at my mid-thigh. I cry out, squeezing my fists against my chest. God fucking damn it. I can't. I want to deck him, punch him, do anything to make him stop. I yell so loud I slobber out of the front of my shirt, tears once again welling in my eyes. I can feel the metal pierce my skin far too deep. As it tears through muscle and tugs it back out again. He begins to writhe slightly as it goes through his leg, though he doesn't wake.
There's one.
Stop. I start to feel faint as blood pools from the new holes in my thigh. The needle re-entering promptly wakes me back up. Fuck. 2. Stop. Jenna speaks from the corner of the room, her voice unlike I've ever heard her before, quiet. So much so that I don't know if Brian even heard her.
3.
Mike gasps, wobbling erratically as blood drips from his left hand. He must have gripped a rope for a second and cut himself.
Don't fall, kid.
Brian calls to Micah before looking back. He has a lurid gaze as he stares directly into my eyes, pushing the needle in again. So deep that I'm sure it scrapes the bone, and it's like my whole body has been lit on fire. Snot dribbles on my nose. I can't fucking take it anymore. Brian keeps counting 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Leo's writhing has gotten more intense, and each tug of the leg spreads the puncture wounds more. I can't take it. Something begins to move in the corner of the room, in the closet beside the bedroom. I can't tell if it's just my blurred vision or whether the door is actually opening. In the kitchen, the stool tips over. Mike is suddenly dangling freely. Oh, God. Mocho gurgles escape the increasingly red-faced bat. His arms begin to flail wildly at first, and then, in a more coordinated rhythm, it takes me a moment to realize he's batting his wings. He flaps as hard as he can. Finally, it looks like he manages to get a gulp of air. His hovering is erratic, never enough to keep him completely suspended. Brian peers over his shoulder, eyebrows raised slightly. Help him. Brian ignores her.
Would you look at that? He can fly.
The exertion is clearly taxing Mike, and he's still having trouble breathing. His face continues to turn an unnatural hue. He can't keep this up. Help him. Out of the corner of my eye, the closet door shifts open further. There's something inside. Someone. They're a reddish-white color, half cloaked in shadow, eyes wide, mouth open. Moves like there's a strobe light behind it. Its motion's choppy and unnatural. It's like it's not moving at all, but rather a series of images projected in front of my eyes, changing every second. And each second it gets closer. Looks to be as tall as Brian, impossibly slender, with arms and legs that look warped and burnt. It has no eyes, no mouth, just holes. This is the electric socket man that we know Flint turns into. Next thing I know, it's in the kitchen and Micah just drops. That hits the floor with a heavy thud. The cut noose still around his neck. Brian sees it now too. He reels back just as it begins to approach him. They're real. Is all he could say before the bear is yanked about with immense violent force, his body bending like a flicked rubber band. The contents of his pockets, one of his pant legs, and a small chunk of flesh smack against the kitchen wall. What? The rest of him goes flying out the window along with the figure. My mind immediately thinks back to when I was a kid. I'd seen plenty of stuff, lots of horrible things, but the psychiatrist had said that it was normal. Sometimes kids hallucinate. Not like this, though. There's glass scattered across the stained carpet, blood-stained dapple, the turquoise polka-dotted drapes swaying slightly in the new breeze that comes through the broken window. This is real, right? Past all reasonable doubt, it has to be. Shock of the situation had eclipsed the pain in my leg, though that brief respite fades quickly. It's wretched and like being stung by 20 little bees every couple of seconds. Rivulets of Leo and I's blood pools together and runs between our connected thighs. I writhe against my restraints, my head spinning and heart pounding. Every base animalistic neuron in my brain is firing to flee the situation, to make the throbbing stop and to just find safety, but there's nothing I can do but gasp for breath, one eye on the window and the other on the struggling, bleeding silhouette of Micah. Vision blurs. When it refocuses, the bat is up on his knees, yellow eyes wide and bloodshot. He says something. His voice is high-pitched and quaking, utterly indiscernible, at least to me right now. He scrambles on his hands and knees, coughing and wheezing while yanking open several of Brian's kitchen drawers. Dirty silverware, cooking utensils, and faded yellow receipts shower the floor. The ruckus is immense, but I'm sure the thing outside hears it. That is, if it's even capable of hearing. He pulls another drawer completely out of its socket, and an assortment of bottle openers, chip clips, and twist ties, panting out ragged breaths. His fingers grab something glinting and silver from the new pile. His eyes widen. Keys. For a moment, his gazes trails to the door, then back to us. He coughs again, swearing some obscenity that I can't fully make out. Scampering along the kitchen to the other side of the room, he begins using the key on Jenna's restraint. There's a satisfying click, and I can hear Jenna gasp. "Thank you," she whispers. Micah wastes no time moving back into my sightline for a moment to reach Leo beside me. "You." Leo moans, seemingly aware of the bat's presence as a large paw reaches out to touch the bat's soft mane of white fur. Micah stops for a moment, blinking some at the still, definitely out of it wolf. Leo's arm goes limp again, the bat exhaling a coarse breath, trying to steady his own shaking hand so that he can unlock the wolf's restraint. Jenna quickly heads to the kitchen, grabbing a knife from the torn-out cutlery drawer. "I'll get you out of this in a sec. Just don't squirm, okay?" She looks at me, her turquoise eyes wide and glistening.
"I'll be fine,"
Leo murmurs. Jenna doesn't even look at him as she brings the blade between her thighs. With a little slice, she manages to cut through the first stitch, and the fresh runnel of blood leaks from the puncture points. It's as if the wound is hissing at me, my ears ringing as I clutch my fists against my chest. Don't scream, don't scream." I whimper as the knife nicks the second, but doesn't quite break the string. Instead, it tugs up, widening the piercing and tearing at the skin. "Ah!" Leo stirs his fist, clenching his half-lidded eyes, try to focus on Jenna. Bares his fangs briefly, trying to stand up. This pulls harder at the stitching, and I can't tell what'll give first, the stitching or the flesh on my legs. I cry out between grit teeth, Jenna trying to pin the wolf back down. "Stop moving! You're only making it worse!" Jenna tries to cut the stitching faster now. She gets one rung, 2, 3. Fuck off me. I looked down to see that Jenna's blade had struck into the wolf's thigh. Even more blood trickling from the fresh wound. "Just be still!" I never heard Jenna so tense. Leo only writhes more, reeling against his restraints with such ferocity that Micah can't undo the lock. "God, just fucking give it to me!" The bat stops fiddling with the lock and extends a hand out to Jenna, the fennec turning to look at him. She doesn't move to give him the knife, but she does loosen her grip. Micah doesn't hesitate and plucks it from her with the deftness of a pickpocket. Gingerly, he places the flat of his free hand against Leo's chest. In the other, he makes a quick slice between our legs in one motion. The pressure keeping us together is suddenly gone. I can freely pull my leg away from his. The pain is still immense, but nowhere near as bad.
"You are so fucking lucky."
I look up at the small bat as he moves to unlock Leo's restraint. If I'm lucky, I certainly don't feel like it. "Yeah? So are you." The bat lets out a sharp exhale as Leo is freed. Surprisingly, he stands right up, albeit less than steadily. Still not entirely clear that he knows where he is, blood still running down the side of the leg. Micah takes a cautionary step back, though the dazed wolf doesn't appear to be outwardly hostile towards him. In fact, the two meet each other's gazes for a moment, and Leo sobers slightly.
What?
He mumbles, bracing himself with a large arm against the wall. As Micah shifts his freeing efforts to me, Jenna nimbly steps around the broken glass and makes her way to Brian's fridge. She pulls open the door, tugging out various foodstuffs and plastic bags. Finally, she pulls out several bottles of water and hurries back over. Click. I gasp, holding my throat as I jerk my head forward. Big gulps of air enter my lungs with a refreshing sensation unlike anything I've ever felt. My whole body buzzes with a mixture of pain and relief. Jenna quickly hands me a bottle of water, and I don't hesitate to start chugging it. Oh, I try to, and then I realize the cap is still on. After rectifying my error, I can see clearly the frazzled look in Jenna's eyes. Her usual cool demeanor gone, and in its place a deeply unsettled visage that matches how I feel. She briefly looks off to her side, toward the broken window, then back to me.
Chase,
Micah takes the two of her water bottles, giving one to Leo and one to himself.
That thing.
Jenna nods.
Yeah. Was that the thing you mentioned to me on the hike?
Her bristles, the fox finding the notion incredibly uncomfortable.
I don't know what that was. Something the authorities will investigate later, I suppose. So I wasn't fucking seeing shit. That really was some burnt motherfucker leaping out of that sick fuck's closet.
Micah squeezes the bottle, splashing his face with the cold water.
Must have been 7 feet tall, at least. A burned man? Is that all he was?
Just another victim of Brian's cruel tortures stashed away until now?
Do you think he's still outside?
Maybe. Jen responds in a hushed tone.
I doubt Brian's in much of a threatening state, though.
Yeah. We all seem to be fixated on the broken window, though none of us are jumping at the chance to investigate more closely. No one except for Leo. I glance over to see the big wolf stumbling forward, arms outstretched. His movements are jittery, robotic, I imagine, his maw hanging open slightly. His eyes still aren't fully open, yet he grasps the windowsill and peers into the darkness. He stays there, motionless. Seconds pass, at least 10, and finally he turns to face us.
Never seen that before,
Leo mumbles. You see anything?
Yeah.
Micah stares at him bug-eyed. Well, what do you fucking see?
Red.
Micah sets his water bottle down, picking back up his knife and the contents of Brian's pockets. Fuck this, we're getting out of here. If that person we totally all just saw wanted to do us in, it would have done so. I just want to get into a car, get some distance from this place, and call the cops on a payphone. He furrows his brow at something on the ground before picking it up and shoving it into his shorts. And spend the rest of the night cooped up in one of those 24-hour pancake houses where the waitstaff is always around to watch you.
Carl, gotta save him.
Leo blurts this out like a spoken belch, his disoriented eyes seemingly swimming in their sockets as he looked at no one in particular. The notion swells up a knot in my stomach. First fear, then guilt. Carl had been subjected to this for days, and maybe he knows more about the thing in the closet.
That's a job for the police.
She says this with an initial reassuring tone, though she falters after a moment.
Though, those gunshots earlier, we would have heard police sirens by now. I'm assuming the phone service and internet is still down.
So, let's find a fucking car then. Drive to Peyton, rat out those murderer-abiding fucks I called friends, and never look back. Jenna sighs, closing her eyes for a moment, then nodding.
Yeah, that's as sound of an idea as any. Let's go.
I'm not seeing any car keys here. Pretty sure Duke has his ride.
Gotta save Carl. Now.
Leo interjects, and Jenna just looks at him, dumbfounded.
Oh, go right ahead, Leo.
She speaks up, gesturing toward the door flippantly.
We'll be in Peyton. You go right ahead and tell us how that goes,
Leo blinks slowly, before again slowly meandering to the door.
Wait, what?
I try to stop him, wincing at the pain in my leg.
Oh, Jesus.
I managed to grab his shirt, and that staggers him enough to stop for a moment. I wasn't serious! Leo, please, come on. We'll stick together and get this taken care of.
Carl.
I could feel him pulling away, so I try to think of something to get him to stop. Leo, man, we need you. I need you. I squeeze his paw briefly, just enough to show him I'm here as his eyes close once again. Like a lost child, he squeezes back. The physical contact feels nice, though after being stitched to him, I'm relieved when he lets go. You two, good move. I take a tentative step, and Jenna takes me by the arm in case I fall. The pain is dizzying, and I have an overwhelming urge to just down a bottle of ibuprofen and crawl in a corner, but I definitely can still walk. I'll manage. Jenna smiles faintly at me. I'll help him. Leo, in all his stupid glory, says nothing as he pulls open the front door and steps outside into the dark. Micah steps up beside us, his skinny arms folded tightly over his chest. Okay, urgent care for him, and then the pancake house. Oh my god. What? Sunday. Ooh. Sunday. Most of the other routes end on Saturday. So the fact that we're on Sunday... Oh my god, I'm gonna save real quick. I can still feel the stitches in my leg, even though I pulled out the little bits of line a half hour ago. Despite living here a vast majority of my life, even I have had trouble figuring out where the hell we were. As I walk and the stinging throbs with every step, I close my eyes and realize how exhausted I really am. Running off extreme adrenaline for a day will take the wind out of you. So will multiple blows to the head and torture, apparently. I keep imagining that when I open my eyes, I'll be back in my dorm. I'll sit up from bed, and Vincent will be tapping away at his laptop on the other side of the room. I'd tell him I had a fucked up dream, and he'd tell me in that too cool for school tone to blog about it. That rhythmic tapping was at first really annoying, but now it's kind of like a white noise machine. It helps me sleep It helps me sleep for some weird reason. Maybe because it makes it feel like I'm not so alone. Chase. I inhale sharply, nearly tipping over a clump of weeds. Jenna places a precautionary arm out in front of me before easing back when she sees I've got my balance again. You still with us? She looks me up and down as if looking for signs that I'm turning into another Leo situation. Said wolf is still with us, ambling along like he can't even feel that half his leg is stitched to mine less than half an hour ago. Less than an hour ago. Whatever, fuck. I look back to her, nodding. Yeah. Exhausted? Well, that's to be expected, I guess. Ordinarily, I'd love a quiet walk with you at night, though considering the circumstances. She pauses, looking over her shoulder. Well, it could be worse. You had a guardian angel. She noticeably stiffens as I bring up the topic of what just happened. I'm trying not to think about it. None of us had gone around to check out where Brian was dragged. In fact, we made a beeline in the opposite direction. Ordinarily, the lights of the town would guide us where to go, but everything's dark. The moon, our only real source of light. And even that is partially obscured. The productive thing to do is to just think ahead right now. We'll come into town along the back roads, get to the motel, and take your car. He gave her an affirmative thumbs up. Micah, meanwhile, is clutching his knife tight. It reminds me of how he was with the wrench earlier, when he was worried about Leo attacking him. Now the two walk nearly side by side. Everyone but Leo is rattled, that's for sure. I can't tell if it's the supposed hysteria fault or just a completely rational reaction to all the shit that's happened today. Micah's usually arrogant and gruff demeanor is replaced by a more timid posture, the bat rubbing his neck like he can't believe he's alive. I try to think of something to say as he turns to face me. Micah, I'm sorry about Keith. Yeah. He responds simply, sucking in his lower lip for a moment between one of his fangs before speaking again. Still not sure exactly what happened, but now I have a more definitive idea. He looks ahead again, shifting the topic. I had a dream about you, you know. Oh? After we spoke, I only got a little bit of sleep, but what I dreamed stuck out to me. You were holding me underwater, drowning me. A cold chill creeps along my spine. Jenna looks over, raising her brow curiously at the bat. Leo stares straight ahead, unfazed. That's weird. Why are you telling me this? Micah waves his hand, dismissing my question as he continues. You were holding me underwater. It was fucking terrifying because I couldn't breathe. Your hands around my throat felt exactly like that noose did, the way they bristled and cut into my neck. He points to matted fur around his throat, the pinkish, raw, rubbed flesh visible even in the dark. But talking emotionally and shit, I started feeling thankful. Thankful that I was killing you? That's rather macabre. The bat nods, seemingly well aware of how strange this sounds. Yet, he doesn't relent, noting how exceptionally strange everything else has been lately. I'd be willing to take anything at face value at this point. Like you were freeing me. Real fucked up suicidal shit. When I was up in that noose, though, I didn't want to die. So that part didn't translate. Honestly surprised I didn't piss and shit myself. Did you guys? Jenna stares blankly at him. No. I did not, no. Leo, of course, is silent. To think I only almost left town a couple of days ago. Would have never gotten caught up in this mess. Well, why did you really disappear that first time? Back in 2008? Micah fiddles with something in his pocket, taking it out and peering it over. Can't quite make out what it is. Something plastic and thick. Lot of reasons. My folks turned on me after finding out about some shit one night. Came home to find my room torn up, all my belongings outside. My mom, the cunt, wouldn't stop fucking bawling, screeched like a dying chicken at me. My dad, meanwhile, had this old police baton, kept coming at me with it whenever I tried to come inside. Kept screaming to let me in and apologizing for every little screw-up that I could think of. None of it worked. I tried to sleep on the porch, but Dad came out and started kicking me in the back till I left. Jenna grimaces. That's awful. Leo looks back over his shoulder, slowing his pace some to match ours. I can tell he's at least half listening now, no longer as spaced out. Kate was gone, and I didn't have anywhere else to go. Wasn't too popular, as I recalled, even with Heather, Clint, and Jeremy. They had their own problems.
Should have told me.
The words catch Micah by surprise, the wolf staring at him from across the shrubbery. Hey, I know we just survived the near-death experience together, but no need to be getting all retroactively sappy. We turn a small bend around a sandy embankment, some old car parts, I imagine, scattered in the underbrush. The moon is finally visible from behind Echo Canyon, and I can make out what Mike is carrying. Brian's cell phone. I guess he's going to try to take that in as evidence. As he moves to push it back in his pocket, it slips and clatters against a rock beneath him. Ah, fuck.
I'll get it.
Leo bends down, taking hold of the phone. The screen is shattered, and a few slivers of glass fall to the ground. Damn it! The bat extends out his hand. Thanks. Leo doesn't budge, still staring at the shattered device. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Then from beyond the desert scrub and scattered car parts, a mechanical roar. Light flashes before us, and Leo holds up his paw to shield himself from the light. It takes me just a moment to realize that they're headlights, and the roar is from the start of an old engine. It's a van sitting right in front of us. It's all too familiar. Yep, I saw this CG on the update page. Oh, man. That fucking van, that's the one that killed who I believe is Sam from the smoke room. The one that the people were driving and abandoned because it was, and the stuff that was in the Route 65. Fuck. It's that fucking van. Oh, god damn.
What the?
Jenna reels back, eyes wide.
That wasn't there a moment ago.
She mutters, craning her neck some to peer through the red-tinted window to see who's behind the wheel. After a moment of inspection, it's clear that there's no one inside. Jenna.
What?
Jenna.
This is the van from the dream. The one I told you about. Oh, come on.
Jenna doesn't sound incredulous to my claim, just exhausted. That's how I fucking feel at this point, man. She crosses her arms tightly over her chest, not letting her eyes leave the sight of the idling vehicle.
Okay then. What's it doing here?
I don't have an answer for her, and therefore remain silent, stepping away from the front of the vehicle in case it somehow takes off. Micah, meanwhile, looks confused. He peers around, his yellow eyes bright and shimmering in the focus of the headlights.
What the fuck? I know where we are, but we were heading into town toward our motel. How the fuck we here? We didn't cross the highway, did we?
I look to our east, and sure enough, there it is. The weathered asphalt of Route 65. I would have noticed if we had crossed pavement. Somebody would have. It's the complete opposite direction that we should be heading. Jenna gasps, suddenly, seemingly realizing that this, after a little after the rest of us.
We've been here before.
Leo speaks up, clutching the side of his head with a wince.
You recognize it too, right?
Leo still sounds half asleep, turning to face us, though it appears he's only speaking to Micah and I. The bat blinks.
Oh, fuck. You dreamed about this too, Chase?
I swallowed and nod, clutching my clammy paws against my shirt. I think so. The dream from earlier had already begun to fade from my memory, as most dreams do. But the way I felt watching it was still very clear. And this whole scene is starting to give me some serious deja or something like it. There was an albino guy. Although we speculated to be Sam, and I believe someone mentioned somewhere that is confirmed. But let's see how we go. He had bright red eyes and got ran over. The van's motor continues to idle, humming as it waits.
Mine was a little different.
Micah doesn't elaborate.
No, we've been here before in real life.
Implying that this is not real life? Micah glances over at the wolf, and the two exchange a look for a moment. Jenna steps forward and tugs at the driver's side door. It opens with a quiet creak. Some errant cobwebs fraying apart as the door is pulled fully open. She squints at something by the wheel, then reaches in and taps it. Keys are in the ignition, and there's this big red light on the dash. Maybe a check engine light? She frowns to herself. Looks like this thing hasn't been used in a while. Sans whoever turned this on, but I'm no mechanic.
If only there were one amongst us now.
Leo? She pokes her head out, raising an inquisitive brow at the wolf. You're welcome to take a look if you're feeling up to it. She eyes Leo up, examining his physical condition. Her expression is a mixture of skepticism and concern. Leo begins to limp toward the van, and Micah quickly steps beside him to keep him from tipping over. He grunts appreciatively in response, speaking up.
It's probably not a check engine light.
What makes you say that?
Those didn't really exist back when this was made. Before the mid-90s.
Are you guys thinking we can drive this out of Echo? I'm a little more concerned with wondering who turned this on in the first place, and how we even got here, but that's an optimistic thought, Chase. So, maybe this is a gift horse that we're looking squarely in the mouth right now? Doubt it. Micah rasps, helping Leo prop himself against the driver's side door as Jenna steps inside.
The light. Looks like it isn't coming from the dash.
Leo clumsily grasps the steering wheel, peering closer.
It's like it's being reflected off the odometer, but I don't see a direct source.
How Leo can see clearly at all after repeated blows to the head may be the real question here.
That's fucking weird.
A shuffling noise comes from the back of the van, and everyone freezes. There was also a shuffling noise in my audio, and that's because Bree's in the office with me today. Yay! Yeah, she's working. She's got headphones on, so she ain't listening to what we're doing, and we ain't gonna be bothering her, but we're in here together. There's a raggedy fabric partition hiding everything past the front seats from view. Gingerly, Leo pulls it aside and squints into a red light, illuminating his face.
Is anyone back there?
Leo doesn't immediately respond, and I can't see him well from where I'm standing. I limp my way beside Jenna.
Leo?
She inquires again, more urgent.
No. Not right now. There's something back here, though.
Well, that's obvious enough.
I'm too big to squeeze in between the seats. Gonna go around.
Everyone takes a step back out of the now seemingly coherent Wolf's way as he exits the van. Oh god, we've seen that picture before.
Fucking deja vu something fierce right now. You too?
Jenna gives us both a quizzical look as Leo braces the handle of the rough... Dude, I fucking got deja vu. Holy shit. Of the rusted van door and gives it a yank. At first it doesn't budge, but after another hard tug, the door flies open. One door practically unhinged as it dangles off to the side. There's something standing in the middle of the van on 3 spindly legs. The red light projects from something on the top, and it begins to flash on and off. A camera on a tripod? At first I think it's mine, but upon closer inspection it looks like an older model.
No fucking way!
Micah quickly backs away, nearly tripping over a prickly pear cactus in his haste.
Nope, this ain't real. Everybody pack it up.
We're being filmed? What is this, some elaborate prank show? This is 100% not funny!
Leo says nothing, climbing up into the back of the van, turning the display monitor on the camera around. On it, a little red dot on the corner flashes on and off, in time with the illumination of the rest of the cab. The display screen itself shows us standing there on the back of the van, though the image is fuzzy, distorted. I wonder how long this has been here.
That's my camera!
Micah shouts in surprise, looking briefly to the rest of us before lowering his voice some.
Well, the high school's camera, but they were shit at keeping inventory. I ditched it after my folks kicked me out.
Okay, but what's it doing here? And why is it recording?
Judging by the looks on everyone's faces, I don't think anyone has an answer to that. Leo brings a heavy paw up to his eyes, rubbing them some before peering at Micah, then the screen, then back again. Micah cants his head some at the wolf, letting out a slow exhale.
Either this is one fucked up joke, wolf boy, or I'm beginning to think that this is the Hum's doing.
The Hum?
The Hum. He mentioned that before by the motel. Wow, I haven't heard that word in a while.
What's the Hum? Is it the sound we're hearing in the background? Because this one note's been playing a long time. Whoever's pressing the note down on the fucking synthesizer, their finger's gonna go broken.
It's, hard to describe. Bad dreams, like we talked about before. Feels kind of like Vision Quest shit. Real spiritual stuff that Keith talked about a lot. Wasn't good vibes, though. Bad energy only. Thing is, it only really happens when you're sleeping, and I'm wide-ass awake.
He extends his arms out to his sides for a moment before gripping the van's door, thumbing at the chipping paint.
I haven't thought about that in a while. Jeremy and Adam talked about it when I was younger, after I mentioned seeing
the thing we just saw a half hour ago she wants to say, but she still can't visibly quite accept that. Not yet. That which we know as being a fucked up future version of Flynn from his route.
You know what? I don't, but as I was saying, you can kind of tell when it's happening because it's more than just a nightmare. You start buzzing. Like one of them orchestra bands tuning up, violins in your skull, you know? A creeping sensation that I know exactly what he's talking about builds up in my gut. You hear it too? What, like right now?
Leo stares for a moment before nodding. One of the bat's large ears flicks and he turns his head from side to side.
I don't think so.
He pauses.
Maybe. It might be the engine.
He shifts attention back to the vehicle, yanking on the van's door some.
The spooky-ass ghost van engine.
The metal frame of the van seems to rattle in response, though that might just be my imagination.
Sometimes I'd go out into the hills and just camp out away from home because the hum wasn't as bad there. As I did it a bunch with me too, though she had other reasons.
Jenna nods, exhaling slowly before crossing her arms over her chest.
So, I suppose then you have a theory about all this? One based in, Masada spiritualism? Honestly, I thought it was like radon poisoning or something. But you get the hum in a few other places around town too. I've slept all over. The rail yard, the lake, this van. They're all real hummy places.
That's all places where murders have happened. Murders, I tell you.
You've slept in this van before?
Despite everything that's happened, the idea that anyone would want to take a nap in this creepy thing is dubious at best for Jenna.
Well,
Micah trails off. One usually so coarse and brazen, his seeming awkwardness right now feels out of place for him.
We both have. Briefly.
That's what they were filming. Leo places the flat of his palm on the bed of the cab. Flattened cardboard boxes and ratty bits of fabric that must have once been blankets and towels cover the surface. Large canine's brow furrows some, and finally he looks back up at all of us. May just be me, but he doesn't seem as sluggish anymore. Jen lets out an exhausted, amused noise, letting her arms flop down to her sides.
Truly? I'm not sure I see the appeal.
Leo and Micah look at each other. There's a silence. Wait.
Hold on. You're not saying I was so stupid. We were both stupid.
Micah squeezes the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes as if cringing at himself.
I was such a skeevy little bitch back then. I don't know why I pushed... No, I didn't mean for that, Micah. I meant for what happened after. You had it rough and I didn't care. Or if I did, I didn't wanna, because of what happened at the party.
I feel like an outsider looking in on some intimate conversation I don't understand. Which is a feeling I can't say I've felt when I'm around Leo. He'd always go out of his way to include me in everything. What party? What are you guys talking about?
Chase, 2008. The Dia de los Muertos party at the Parsons warehouse. The one where you told me you were gay. The night we got together.
I blink. My parents had caught me watching gay porn that morning on the computer, and I was afraid to come home to them, so I went to some party at the Parsons. This is Route 65, if you recall. That night itself was kind of a blur. I remember getting in a very brief fight with a guy who dumped beer on TJ, then waking up with Leo over me, eyes full of concern. Somehow I ended up confiding everything to him about me being into guys. He apparently had a hunch about it, and next thing I knew, he was ushering me out of the old warehouse and to walk home with him. We kissed in the rail yard by his house, and that was about the start of our relationship proper. Still, something always seemed a bit off about that party, the way Leo was acting. I think I remember some dude trying to come up to talk to him and Leo telling him off before insisting that I not ask about it. He seemed really serious at the time. Didn't want to ruin a good thing or something like that. I didn't get a good look at the guy he talked to, but he was carrying a camera? The wolf taps the side of the tripod with his fingertips.
Leo, you are reprehensible.
Jenna's voice is cold and curt.
Jenna? Shut up.
Jenna looks taken aback, but only for a split second before shaking her head in disbelief. Leo winces, clutching his wounded head. His reddish eyes flick up to meet mine.
I shouldn't have agreed to it. I was just...
Jenna quickly interjects, stepping in front of me.
No, Leo. This whole week has just proven to me time and time again that you are just...
She stares, letting out a hot puff of air between her lips before spreading her arms wide. What did I just click on? Sorry.
Just perfect for Echo. You truly, truly belong here. You know that? God, how old were you then? How old was Micah? Did you even care? Fucking hell, you about done?
The bat pivots on his heel away from the van to face Jenna, his eyebrows narrowed beneath his bangs.
Look, you don't know me. I ain't some fucking victim. Shit was my choice.
What? What was your choice?
Chase, you are an absolute idiot sometimes.
Jenna sounds very disgusted. I frown at her, wondering what the fuck I did wrong.
And I abandoned you.
Jenna visibly seethed.
None of this.
She points to the rusty van, some red light flashing on and off.
Makes any sense. But all your actions completely do. You are just all so perfect for this town, thinking any of that was okay.
She throws up her hands, legs shaking with frustration. Is she including me in this?
It is. I'm gone. Done.
Jenna! She turns to leave, though a crackling from the front of the van brings her to a halt.
Hey.
From the console, the distorted voice I've become all too familiar with rings forth again. Oh, the screen is going dark. Oh, God. It's coming from the old radio, the audio crackling through dusty speakers. Jenna recognizes it instantly and begins stepping back away from the van again.
We should go. Now.
Her voice is shaky. The air itself seems fuzzy, electric. Like I'm breathing in hundreds of tiny strands of vibrating twine. That sounded like Chase.
Aye.
He was the only one to outright respond back. Micah looks at him with a bewildered expression.
Don't talk to the hum.
It's Chase.
Chase is right there, dipshit.
He gestures to me, still standing gobsmacked at the back of the van. Leo slowly looks back at me, squinting at my chin, then my eyes.
It's me. Let's go home.
He sees that it isn't my mouth moving, and his eyes widen a little more. A small line of blood runs down from a spot just behind his ear down to his jaw.
I promise I won't bring it up again. Let's go home. Who gives a fuck what the others say? You know I'm right.
I remember saying those exact words after Flynn blasted us for skipping Jenna's birthday party in 10th grade. I'd convinced Leo to hang out with me instead. I was addicted to private time with him.
I promise I won't bring it up again.
We're all silent, staring at the dark cab where the noise is coming from. Except for Leo. He's looking directly at me.
Leave.
Why?
He asked me. I'm not sure what to say. It's not me speaking, but those are my words. Everything feels hazy. Hazy and wet. Micah leans his head into the van, trying to get the wolf's attention.
Leo, Keith always said not to talk to the hum. That's what this shit is, no doubt.
The hysteria.
It has a voice? Apparently, it's your fucking voice, Chase. No wonder everyone is so damn riled up about you coming back. But why me? Do I look like some kind of a Sata Wiseman? Wiseman? I look like a Wiseman.
Micah grunts, fidgeting from foot to foot. Despite his demeanor, the night seemed more serene than Morgan Fiend and Morgan. Sorry. He's definitely visibly unnerved by all this. I'm parroting shit I heard from a guy who's probably dead. For a while, when I was younger, I thought I heard Keith's voice too, telling me the shit I wanted to hear, but shit that wasn't good for me. So I got the fuck out of town. Jenna throws her hands up, squeezing the pendant on her necklace. I can't handle this! I'm gonna do what the spooky van wants and leave. It's not the van. A voice in... Shit, sorry. Oh, fuck. A voice in my head speaks softly, like a whisper from right behind my ear. It's a masculine voice, but not my own. An older man, with kind of an old Western accent. Familiar. Glancing back, there's no one there. Without thinking, I speak. It's not the van. And how do you know that? I don't know, I admit. There's a long silence, and Leo's tail curls inward. He's biting the inside of his cheek, thinking hard. Finally, he looks at me in the eyes again. It's me. That thing. It follows me. I thought it was you, but it's not you. You're different now. He gesticulates in my direction. Leo, I love... Please, be quiet for a second. Leo interrupts the otherworldly voice like he's shushing a small child. Now he's looking at me, but his gaze seems to shift towards the horizon. 1,000-yard stare, and the background just shifted again. Chase, you all left, and it never was the same. So I tried to cope. I remember all the stuff you used to say to me, even the naggy shit, all your banter. Hell, I imagine every day at work that you're there with me, talking to me while I'm fixing cars. I pretend I'm teaching you about the basics, like changing oil or replacing headlights. I know it's not riveting stuff, but in my head, you love me and I love you. There's just some distance, that's all. And I drive home, listening to whatever's on the radio, and I imagine you reacting to it, groaning every time the word truck is mentioned in a country song, or making some snide-ass remark about the political ads. A little smile curves up along his jowls, though it diminishes as quick as it forms. The little drop of blood running down the fur of his cheek suddenly splatters on the cab floor beneath him. When I get home, I go online, and there's this pulling in my chest. Like a dread, you know? I click on the social media shit, and it's you. The real you. And you're different. You're wearing new shirts, hanging with new friends, drinking fancy college beers, growing terrible facial hair, sorry. Touch my goatee briefly. Micah gives me a sidelong glance. And it feels like I'm losing you all over again. So I just avoid it. I pretend. I pretend that we still drink together on the patio as the sun goes down on Saturdays. I pretend that you're there beside me at home, watching me play my games. And I pretend at night that pillow I've got my arms wrapped around is you. Make your little noises you do, and I ruffle your head fur and squeeze you. Leo plants his rump against the side of the cabin, sliding down to a sitting position as he clutches his head. And then one day, you started talking back. At first it was quiet. In the back of my head, not even really noticeable. Over time it just got more real, yeah? Soon I was looking in mirrors and seeing you standing there. A reflection in a window or a pool of water. Sometimes I swear you could even touch me. But it wasn't you. Not the real you. It was the you I wanted you to be. This perfect, subservient
thing. But it didn't make me happier. It was just a dream. A dream that kept blurring between, like, what was real and what wasn't. And so I wanted to see you, the real you, to, I don't know, get a grip, fix me. But it just made things worse when you didn't give a shit. When I would smile and you would look away, and you'd take every chance to hang with others instead of me.
His eyes flicked briefly toward Jenna before trailing back to the space between his feet, the wolf breathing slowly.
These past few days, it's been unlike anything I've ever felt before. I'd forget what was real and what wasn't. It drive me up the walls, you know. So sorry, I just...
Rubs his face.
Fuck.
The wolf goes still, the gravity of his words rendering everyone silent. Even the radio. Jenna, who seems to be constantly wavering between lingering and noping the fuck out of here, glances back over her shoulder. Her grievances with Leo and Micah are apparently lessened in the face of continued paranormal onslaught.
So this thing that we're seeing, as manifested by the hum, is some sort of tulpa?
Tulpa? The name sounds familiar, like something Carl mentioned to me in passing.
In layman, a more advanced version of an imaginary friend.
The Fennec frowns deeply, thinking.
The process of induction, visualization, thought form, and other mental forces can stimulate these sorts of psychosomatic happenings. Generally, you see it with people who say they talk to Jesus or other religious icons that encourage prayer and meditation upon idols.
You're saying I'm like some kind of worshipped idol? Jenna sighs as Leo slinks down a little.
Sure. It still doesn't explain why we can see and hear this thing. Honestly, it's more likely we're enduring some sort of collective traumatic hallucination. But right now, I'm just spitballing here to rationalize this.
She swirls her paw in the direction of the van. A person that others can see and interact with. Born from a dream. We watch the radio, though it doesn't chime in.
I think it's gone.
Another silence. Finally, Micah speaks up.
Jesus fuck, Leo. Can't you just print out Chase's yearbook picture and tape it to the fleshlight like a normal person?
Wow, okay. Leo looks to Micah, his tired, wounded face slipping into a grin before he starts to chuckle. It's the first bit of proper laughter I've heard from him in days, even if it is bittersweet.
Micah, I'm sorry.
Dude, for real, it's fine. Micah watches Leo with some wariness in his golden eyes, crossing his tattooed arms over his chest.
Nah.
What do you mean, nah?
Nah. We may have just been messing around, but you had some shit rough at home. Everyone knew it. And I just didn't want to think about it, yeah? You just disappeared one day, and that was that. But you were small. I didn't have nobody to turn to, and I should have been there for you.
Micah scuffs his foot against the dirt, looking a mixture of frazzled and embarrassed at the conversation taking place. We didn't have that kind of relationship, not like you and Chase had. Relationship? The bat looks at me, quickly clarifying. It wasn't really a relationship or nothing. That was a bad word to use. Just two kids who both knew that they liked dudes and experimenting. There's a twisting sensation on my chest as I look at the both of them, then imagining them in the van. Right before what was essentially the most romantic night of my life, the day I most loved and special out of any,
with a $700 camera and a 3-year age difference.
Micah ignores Jenna. Judging by your expression, I'm guessing he never told you. I don't blame him. Leo scoots himself to the back of the van, hanging his legs off the end as he looks at me.
And I should have. I just didn't want to lose you, you know?
He's looking at me now. And yet, he lost you anyway.
Oh.
Oh, that's all I can manage to say. Leo turns his attention back to Micah.
I'm no replacement for Keith, but I should have helped you get back on your feet, introduced you to the group. Dios, you and Chase would have gotten along after a while. Didn't you want to be a journalism major?
Jenna, despite the apologetic tone of Leo, definitely doesn't seem eager to stick around for this conversation. Man, that was a lifetime ago.
We could have taken your feral ass in, shown you how society works. Come on, you probably don't even know how to do your taxes.
Micah clicks his tongue against the roof of his mouth, kind of like how Leo does.
Fuck taxes. Government ain't getting shit.
Anyway, he clears his still raspy throat, wincing as he swallows.
If you want to get ahead in life, you can't rely on others. Gotta get it for yourself.
He passes a glance toward Jenna for a moment. We did. I chime in, still trying to wrap my head around that revelation from earlier. Micah looks like he's about to snap back with something biting, but just waves it off with a flop of his hand. Anyway, if you wanted forgiveness, you got it. Let's just put some distance between us and this hotspot, okay?
Please.
Micah grunts once, beginning to walk off behind Jenna. After a moment, he slows some, looking back to Leo. Glad you finally woke up, though. Wow. I gotta tell you, that conversation, that revelation from Leo, his admittance of all that is... I mean, I know, like, it's become a thing now, right? Me shitting on Leo, but, like, that does affect things. That does affect my opinion of the person, and it takes a lot to admit something like that, especially in the face of something so dire. Delusion is a temptation a lot of people can face, and one that is so easy to cling to in the face of overwhelming opposition. Delusion can make great people into pets and can ruin otherwise great things. I'm going to have to think about my opinion of Leo after that. Jenna rubs her face into the pads of her paws. She's shaken, nerves frazzled. Micah and Leo, too. Though I just feel numb. All this insane shit is happening around me, and it's like a dream. Something not even real. There's a layer of separation between what I perceive and what's really occurring in front of me. Watching a playback of memories projected right onto my own eyes. It's not the first time I've felt like this, even outside of this supposed hysteria, but it's never been so strong. And as I glance behind me, the van's still there, real as ever. Mike and the newly sobered Leo walk on ahead.
Maybe it's like a minefield, you know? Projecting thoughts and shit for everyone to see.
Yeah, just think real hard about Carl. We can take his spooky fucking doppel home with us instead, save us some trouble. After a while, I can't make out what they're saying. They're talking with a more serious tone, their voices lowered. I'm not sure if I even want to know what they're discussing now. As we approach the edge of the old highway, my eyes settle upon a small mound of dirt with a carefully placed stone on the center. I'd walked down this stretch of Route 65 about a dozen times growing up, and I've seen this before, but was never curious enough to investigate. There's something about it that draws my attention, and then I realize why. The dream from last night. The grave. That's the spot. I stop, the others still walking ahead. Following the road back to town, or at least until we get to the railroad crossing, and then we can follow that. I look back to the mound of dirt, and I'm compelled to approach it. Without really thinking, I'm on my knees. Oh, God. Okay, well, the lovely assortment of choices here. I can't imagine what I'm going to fucking pick. What? Just do it. Oh, God, no. Leave me alone, indecision. Next think I know, I'm scooping the tips of my paws through the packed soil, digging up dirt and tossing the clumps aside. I don't know why I'm doing this. Close my eyes, trying to snap out of it. It doesn't help. And soon there's a musty smell in the air, like the inside of an old attic. I managed to get about a foot down into the earth so far, and the smell is only getting stronger. At about 2 feet down, something solid touches my fingertips. Keep going, dusting off dirt around whatever it is. The surface is curved and cracked in places like pottery. Even before I get all the dirt off, I have a hunch of what it is. 2 empty sockets stare up at me, and I stare back. Hello. Voice plays in my head, much more profound than I've ever heard it before. After all this time, to end up here. The voice almost sounds like it sighs, then goes silent. Are you the guy in the grave? I ask the voice, which rings more clearly with each passing word. The way he sounds, it's like he's right here, despite the unnatural cadence. The voice in my head? I whisper to the skull, compelled to touch it. Any skin or fur has long since rotted away, and the head itself is a yellowed ivory color. His clothes, from what are visible, are in tatters, but the remnants of a button-up shirt and suspenders still can be seen. The voice doesn't respond, so I ask another question. Who are you? Tumbleweed rolls by along the road in front of me, the others getting further and further away. Instead of responding, I feel myself begin to dig further down, scooping out a few more mounds of dirt until something leather and small can be seen. A hardy little wallet with a snake emblem pressed into the center. Flipping it open, several business cards and dollar bills practically dissolve into the exposed air, though there is a plastic ID card in the back. It's a driver's license, clearly decades old, with the faded ink of several stamps covering most of it. Oh, God. What text can be seen is in an old-timey typewriter font. I wipe my thumb across the surface, wiping away the dirt and grime. Just say it, man. Just say it. Fuck! Oh, God, I didn't... This makes me so fucking sad, man. Like, just devastating. This is devastating to me. I saw somewhere that they said that this is only one possible outcome for Sam, but like, fuck, man. Samuel Ayers. Date of birth, 1888. There's a little picture of an elderly, pale feline with stark, reddish-looking eyes that remind me slightly of Leo's. It looks haggard and sad. Ancient, really. A relic of another time. The man from my dreams. I should be terrified, but again, I still feel disconnected. A passive viewer who can only sometimes speak without any control. Now you know how I feel. I managed to swallow, peering into those sockets like they were looking back at me. I've never met a ghost before, I remarked quietly. Not a ghost. Then what are you? Another drawn-out silence, though this time I waited out. Maybe something like that thing on the radio in the van. Just older and changed now. It's gone, but I'm still here, clinging to you like a lifeboat in open water. We've been together for some time. Didn't see one another for a while, but you came back. They always come back. Together? I trail off, trying to wrap my head around what he means and what's really happening. I lean back some, feeling less resistance on my movements. I feel weird, like I'm not really here. You've felt this way for a while now. It always happens like this over time. It's just a little stronger. With me. My gaze is pulled down to the license in my grip. Again, I read the name. Samuel Ayers. He goes quiet for a moment and speaks up again. With him. His voice falters, a strange conveyance of emotion in his otherwise stilted, monotone presentation. I speak up again. There's something wrong with me. It's like I'm not doing things on my own anymore. You're not. I'm with you. You are indecisive by nature. What? How? I choose. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why are we connected? How do I make this all go away? Don't. He says nothing, but I can hear him rumbling, stirring. At least 15 seconds pass before said stirring turns into words. You came back to find the truth, and that's what you told yourself. Or that's what you told yourself. Yeah, you've known it all along. You just bury it, over and over again. Each failing, uncomfortable moment or horror, you can't face anything. You're just like him. The man with the hat that's always too tight. Brains splattered on fresh grass, pine needles, and a whimpering child.
Oh, so that would be Sydney's dad. The man with the hat that's too tight, is that Sydney's dad?
I don't... You're weak. You are pathetic. There's a why is Sam? Why are you being so salty? There's a pause, and again his tone shifts, a deviation from his uniform speaking pattern. His voice sounds softer, distant, like an echo. They said the thing of something said far away. Be safe, kid. Before I have time to comprehend anything, I hear footsteps upon the asphalt in front of me. Chase, what are you still doing back here? What are you looking at? Jenna steps closer, peering into the little hole I had dug. She thins her lips. Oh, what's going on? Leo's booming voice calls out from down the highway, the wolf looking back at us. Jenna stares at the desiccated? I don't know. Remains for a moment before calling back.
Chase dug up old corpse!
God damn it, Chase! And of all the things to add to the situation, Jenna sighs, resting her paws on her knees and letting her head hang down. What he said. She looks up after a moment, spying the card in my hand. Is that an ID? Yeah. Samuel Ayers is the name. I think he's the one who got hit by the van. Oh. She looks off to the side. Great. Huh? What, Chase? She responds, exasperated. Don't you care? Someone died here. I think he matters somehow to me. Chase. Her eyes drift to the skull cropping out of the mound of dirt. God, I've passed this so many times just out here walking. Never knowing there was a person buried here. How old is the ID card? I squinted some of the smudged text. 70s, I think. I think that's when it was last renewed. Jenna frowns. Poor guy. Yeah, really poor guy.
So if we follow the fucking line of succession of sorts, we know that fucking here it's with Chase, yeah, and then before him was Sydney, and before him was Sydney's dad, and before him it was Sam, before him it was Jack, and as people have very kindly pointed out in the smoke room, that's apparently supposed to happen after the stuff with John Begay, so maybe somehow there has to be a link between that and Jack. Somehow Jack wound up with it, or maybe it was just in the mine where the murder happened, or that's still a little bit all unclear. Maybe people can can explain it all to me in the comments, but in Flynn's route, it gets passed off to him, and then he becomes the fucking the wall socket man. I don't fucking know what the rules are. Jesus Christ, though. He crouches down beside me, taking the license from me. You should hold on to this so that we can give it to the proper authorities for them to handle. I wonder if anyone out there is still looking for him, or even remembers who he is.
Her eyes flick over the little card, settling on the picture.
He looks kind of familiar, too.
She hands me back the ID, then extends out her arm to help me up. With a nod of my stow match, I take her hand and use her weight to rise up without putting too much strain on my injured leg. I think he might be in my head. The words leave my mouth more casually than I meant, and Jenna does a little double take towards me before letting go.
Well, tell him I said hi. We'll deal with him in a bit.
She's just like Cynthia sometimes. That's a fun callback. Not really fun. That's just a callback. He says you're just like Cynthia sometimes. Oh, God. Little, is that the grandma's name? Is that what wound up with Cynthia? Jenna just stares at me, then the grave, then back to me. She brings 2 fingers to her temple, massaging it.
Chase, please don't listen to the voices in your head right now.
Oh, here we go again. She responds curtly as Micah arrives behind her, Leo hobbling at his side.
You okay, Otter?
I look at him for a long moment and answer honestly, I don't know.
Same.
Let's just get going, okay? Chase, you can keep leaning on me if it hurts to walk.
Give her a grateful nod as I rest an arm on her shoulder. Thanks. As we head off, Micah lingers a little behind us, staring into the shallow grave. He steps off the road, pushing the dirt I'd removed back into the hole with a few hasty swipes of his foot. Before anyone can ask what he's doing, he catches back up with us, but is staring straight ahead. We've been walking for what feels like ages. The moon's still high in the sky and the taste of water in the air. Maybe it'll rain. Nah, you're just coming up to the lake, I imagine. I keep playing back that conversation earlier in my head. The voice that seemingly activated when I found the skeleton. I've heard it 1,000 times before, but I always had just assumed it was me, my subconscious. Particularly bitter side of myself that would chime in every now and again just to add insult to injury. Yeah, why is Sam being such a jerk?
Really, lives out in the boonies, doesn't she?
Who's she? Leo winces some as he walks, no longer using Micah as a walking crutch. Yeah, I don't get out here often. Be wary, though. Apparently she's got a gun, so no threatening movements or nothing if we see you.
Glenn's got one, too. Should have swung back to my place so I could grab my piece.
Leo, for God's sakes, we're not getting into a firefight tonight.
But mine's better than 2 junkies with pop guns.
Oh, yes, that heavily concussed, hobbled wolf certainly has an advantage over Clint and Heather, both of which spent a considerable portion of their free time shooting random objects in a trailer park. I know because I grew up listening to it.
She ain't lying, at least for Clint. He ain't no fan of you. Should probably let me do the talking. Should probably let me do the talking.
Didn't you betray them? I think I might just be the better person for this. The neutral party, so to speak.
Yeah, but I know them. I can sort this shit out quick, like. Oh! Ooh, an actual choice! Jesus, we haven't had, like, an actual choice in a while. Let me hit that save, just in case what I choose is fucked up, as I am oft to do. But seeing as we are still on the Jenna route, whether that matters at all, I imagine this is one of the last choices between us picking a good or bad route. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, I don't know, man. For the time being, I'm gonna click on Jenna, but if I get it wrong, I'll come back and record the better one. I mean, I've recorded bad routes before. So Jenna, Jeremy's her brother, and Clint is Jeremy's best friend, and presumably Heather listens to both of them. She's not really been involved in any of the drama so far, so I trust her to get this taken care of. I look down at Jenna, who I'm currently leaning against. She can put her degree to work.
Oh God, don't put it like that. For the last time, I don't study any of that interpersonal communication business that shrinks do. I lean more towards neuroscience anyway.
So Rich Goat is in great hands then? Nice. Rich Goat. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be Carl, obviously. Micah responses tersely, Jenna giving him quite the side eye. She still seems pretty disgusted with him and Leo for the van revelations. I got a feeling I chose wrong. I got a feeling someone's gonna die. And the further we get away from it, I'm starting to feel myself get more and more ill at the thought. The camera, Jesus. Leo had asked if we ever wanted to film anything before when we were together. But I always said no. I shut my eyes, trying not to think about it. Focus. Just gotta find Carl. A long, curvy gravel road leads halfway up Echo Canyon. Several houses are dotted along its length, though most are empty and dilapidated, squatting grounds for seasonal transients. A little pink house stands out amongst the rest, with a big utility vehicle parked out front. I've actually been inside before. We should be careful. The front door is open. What? Jenna points, and sure enough, the double doors leading into the house are cracked open. Doors themselves are strangely ornate, painted like a drawbridge with big knockers on both sides. A creeping sense of dread begins to dawn upon me.
Hunker down. Let's go in quiet.
Oh, Lord. To be continued. Oh, fuck. Okay, so I'm going to make a save here with the original one. And then, okay, there's no load button. So I'm going to go to title. Yes. I'm going to load in and see what the conversation would be for the other one. And then make a save for that. So let's go with Micah. Well, I presume Mike is the one who would generally know how to talk them down. I doubt they're really taking orders from Brian, and now that he's dead, presumably, hopefully dead, it should be easy to get them to stop all this shit. Mike offers me a tired smile. Jace, I'm gonna steer you something nice when this is over. You need a new MP3 player. Chuckle a bit, shaking my head, which was a bad idea since it's smart something fierce. I just use my phone for music, thanks though. Jenna, who is still supporting me as I walk, huffs. I'm just worried about Carl. It's hard to put my trust in someone when his life is on the line. Yeah, but like I said, I know them. Jeremy ain't the same kid you ditched back in high school. Jenna hums. Yes, I noticed that when he left us in a torture trailer to die. I doubt he knew how far Brian would take it, but yeah. Cunt level's gone way up.
Still pretty dangerous, no matter what.
Jenna looks sidelong toward the wolf, narrowing her gaze some. Still seems pretty okay. Yeah. Okay, so that's... the Hunker Down's going quiet. No, okay. So that... The second one, I'm going to put it... I'll put it right here. Fuck it. Okay, so the first one is us choosing Jenna. The second one is us choosing Micah.
And so we do. Well, as much as I'm willing to do with my legs still feeling like it's on fire. I can even see Leo wincing as he crouches down in front of some shrubbery. God, he's getting more lucid as the time goes by. You guys all good for this?
Yeah. It's just like I got bit by 20 fire ants.
There's probably something we can wrap your legs up with inside. Legs whoop.
And the tips of your fingers, Batty.
Batty?
Said Batty. Said Bat gives Leo an incredulous look before letting out a little harumph. I got a harumph out of that guy. And facing forward again. I squint past the two of them through the brush, and I can make out the text and logo on the utility vehicle. The choice we had, which I imagine is important, because it's there, is whether to rely on Jenna's negotiation skills or Micah's negotiation skills in dealing with them. The argument for Jenna is that we're on her fucking route, and she's training to be a psychologist, and ergo she would be a better mediator. However, Micah's argument is that he's actually familiar with these people,
and is saying that he knows how to talk to them specifically. So, we'll see what the fuck happens. I don't honestly remember which choice we made. I feel like I should know that before going... fuck it. We'll see how it goes. Here we go. It says, the Reclamation Bureau. With a little river insignia surrounding by the national flag. That's how you know they're doing their best to make sure it's not stated specifically what country this is. The national flag. No one fucking says that. Jenna squats down beside me. Here you're twitching. She quickly peers over her shoulder, staring hard at something behind us. Thank you to user Mayday for pointing out my inconsistent Micah voice. Thank you. Horned Rabbit says that we should choose the Micah one. So we're already on that one. Good, good. Okay, so out of the 14 comments I got on that episode, only one actually voted. Which makes me think none of y'all actually watched to the end of the episode. You bastards. I'm kidding. It's fine. Whatever. Do what you want. But the one vote was for the route we're actually on, so... Let's see how the Micah choice goes, now that we're already pretty far into it. We'd be further into it, but I just shut the fuck up. She quickly peers over her shoulder, staring hard at something behind us. I follow her gaze, though all I see is a vast stretch of desert between us and Lake Emma. Micah looks too, letting out a little gasp. Who the fuck? What? I don't see anything. Shush. Jenna places her paw up to my lips, a frown, peering past her fingers into the dark. Finally, I can hear something. Twigs snapping, quick footsteps, and maybe some panting? There's a rumbling behind it, too, that sounds almost mechanical in nature. My first thought is the van from earlier. Whoever turned it on, had they gotten it running and followed us out here? The silhouette of a figure emerges through the sagebrush, its motions frantic. Eventually, I can see its eyes, which are a familiar bright blue. TJ! Tej! Leo quickly runs up to catch the flailing feline, only to be met with slashing claws that push him away. What the fuck? The wolf seethes audibly, stepping back. TJ, stop! It's us! He whispers sternly. Oh, sorry. Damn it! Say how you're saying things before you say the line. Trying to snap him out of whatever's come over him. We know that in other routes he's gone, like... He's gotten so upset he's gone past the point of hearing anyone. TJ keeps looking over his shoulder, panicked. It's coming! It wants to following me! Apparently, I remember a remark in another route. The lady from the diner fucking saw him running down the street screaming about being followed. Crazy. TJ shouts and Micah visibly flinches. Kid, shut the fuck up. He's hysterical. Yes, I hit him or something. Leo blinks. Leo blinks, frowning deeply as he tries to wrangle the cat by the scruff of his neck with little success. What? I am not gonna punch TJ. Oh, so you get to beat up my friends and it's totally fine. Mike, you're really liking Micah's sass here, aren't you? Micah's grumbling trails off into a disgruntled mumble as TJ yowls. He keeps trying to scramble away, kicking up clouds of dust everywhere. The cat looks horrible. Goat head brambles stuck in his fur, tumbleweeds, sticks in his shirt, his pants ripped at the seams. Looks like he's been out running in the wilds for a while. Jenna squeezes my shoulder some before moving from my side, approaching the increasingly feral-looking lynx. TJ, it's me, Jenna. She speaks softly, a calming tone to her voice. I'm here with Leo, Chase, and our new friend Micah. You're okay. The rumbling sound is getting closer. Soon I can see headlights gleaming across the desert. It's a pickup truck, and it's not even on the roads. The driver just careening through the desert straight toward us. TJ's eyes bulge, head swiveling around the sound, even as Leo wrestles him to his knees. Oh no, oh no, 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 no! It's the thing
Turns into a fucking pigeon.
Fucking pigeon noises. That's a defense mechanism. He breathes in sharply, looking at me for a moment. The monster! The monster? Jenna repeats. Repeats, peering at the approaching truck. Fuck, is that Jeremy and Clint? No. She lets out a relieved sigh. I recognize that busted grill. The vehicle begins to roll until it rolls into idle and parks about 10 meters from my skip too early! From where we're squatting. A towering figure emerges from the inside, a rifle in his hands. Is it Flynn? It's a Flynn. Fucking hell. Flynn blinks at us all, then shifts his attention back to TJ. The Lynx is staring at him as if it's as if he is just the horror of horrors. Jaw gape and silent scream as he writhes in Leo's grasp. Flynn! Jenna growls. Damn it! Flynn! Apparently. God damn it. Just put it. God damn it. I guess we're all just hollowing now. Micah briefly glances over his shoulder toward the house. No movement inside. What did you do? Oh, god damn it, Jenna, you judgmental ass motherfucker. What did I do? I sure as shit would like to know. One minute we're searching for Carl, the next he's just staring at me with that crazed look in his eyes. He started crying, snotting all over the place. I've been chasing this little shit for fuck knows how long while the whole town is falling apart. Lost him for a bit, so I went home and grabbed my repeater. Flynn holds up his rifle, and I can see it's pretty damn old-timey looking. Like the sword you'd see in old westerns, with a metal that looks as more brassy than iron. Shifts his gaze from TJ to the rest of us, and frowns. Fucky you guys been up to? No one immediately speaks. To be fair, I'm not quite sure how to answer either. It would take hours to summarize everything that's happened since Flynn and TJ were around. Trust me, I fucking know. Surviving. I rub the back of my neck. But we found Carl. You did? Flynn perks right up. The visible exhaustion he'd worn like a second skin seeming to dissolve right off him. Where? Where is he? I swallow, realizing how dry my throat is as I try to make the right words. Duke and my brother have him. Jenna interjects. We were briefly and unwillingly detained at Brian's. Carl was there, but Jeremy and Duke were told to take him to Heather's place. Hence, she gestures toward the pink house. Why we are here. Pink house! Now, we've seen a pink house in the smoke room that belonged to that estranged widow. Oh, she doesn't think... She thinks she's a widow? Or no, she is... Whatever. The lady with the pies. You're fucking shitting me. We are not. Flynn is wrought speechless, bringing his fingers to his forehead and gritting his teeth. This is so fucking nuts. He brandishes a repeater across his chest, pulling back the lever and checking his clip with an increasing look of trepidation on his face. Let's not waste any more time, then. He stuttered a bit. He slams the This is not supposed to be a funny scene, ma'am.
Well, stop being like...
What fucking... You over here tee-heeing like a schoolgirl?
Tee-heeing?
Making jokes? I'm trying to tell a gripping story so vividly so you can see it in your head, see it in your mind. You over here giggling, talking about a story that means a lot to me. I'm never gonna get to this fucking update. It's gonna be days of trying to read 3 lines. He slams the clip back into place, stepping forward. TJ flinches, though the lynx looks less terrified and more confused now. Whoa there, Mayor's boy. Jeremy and Duke might be packing, and we know for sure Heather is. So, slow your roll, yeah? Hearing this information, it looks like roll slowing is the exact opposite of what Flynn wants to do, but he does stop. Glancing back, he seems like he's about to snap at Leo. It spots his bloody leg and the swelling around his muzzle and forehead. Oh, fuck, what the hell? Oh, his eyes he's looking the other way. It looked for a second like his pupil just disappeared. I was like, what the fuck? He's getting possessed. His expression softens. Hey, there's the whole fucking group. All battered and beaten.
Guys?
Our attention shifts to the lynx cradled in Leo's arms, who is peering at us through bloodshot eyes. Tej. Leo loosens his grip on him, and the lynx props himself up on one knee, taking stock of his surroundings as if for the first time.
Hello?
Jenna exchanges a look with the rest of us before speaking.
Welcome back to reality.
That hum's nasty stuff, ain't it, kid?
Hum?
He clutches his ears.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Leo snaps his fingers a few times in front of TJ's face before waving his paw in front of him. TJ stares, flinching with a delayed reaction.
Not too sure he's fully back with us yet. Just yet.
Flynn swipes his hand through the air, grimacing. Okay, enough of this! Wolf boy, what's the plan? I blink, realizing how naturally everyone defers to Leo when the going gets rough, just like when we were kids.
I don't see Jeremy or Duke's rides out front, so I assume they ain't here. We should take a look around inside, but we need to be careful.
They could be back any minute.
Yeah.
Or they could be in there, just waiting around a corner.
I'm gonna shoot him. Bang, bang, bitch.
We all begin to follow in line behind Leo. Oh, a straight line! Perfect for a bullet! All of us pretty damn well aware our element of surprise is long gone. They still have theirs, though. We're about to reach the open door when I notice that Jenna isn't with us. Again. Where the fuck, man? It's a straight line. How are you getting lost? I glance back over my shoulder and see her staring into the underbrush back by the truck. Everyone else starts filing in before I get a chance to get anyone's attention, so I wait outside for her. Good, splitting up. That's the exact thing you should do. A wave, trying to get her attention. Sure enough, she finally looks my way and quickly scurries her way over to me. It's amazing how silent she can be, even while running. It's one of those enviable fox traits she has. It's tough to think of any aspect of foxes that's a hindrance, actually.
What's up?
Why was it spelled like that? Oh, it's whatever. I look at her, trying to keep my voice down. She peers at me with a scrutinizing expression, as if I had said something rather offensive, and she's waiting for me to talk my way out of it. Jenna?
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing real.
Huh? She walks in, not offering any elaboration.
Come on.
I sigh, following her. Jenna, Oh, what the fuck? This looks like a basement. Got a dartboard, a bunch of shit, and those random long lights that everyone has, but some kids' toys. What the fuck is this? Sewing machine? What is this dump? I can't say I could have ever expected the interior of Heather's home to look like this, ever having known her most of my life. This is clearly a basement. You can even see the fucking floorboards above her. The first thing that hits me is the smell. It reminds me of one of those fancy candle and soap stores in the mall, but with this sort of dusty, mildewy stank that lingers in my sinuses. Very floral overall. Potpourri, I think it's called. Next thing I notice is the decor. Much like the exterior, this definitely appears to be some kind of a fantasy, castle-like theming going on here. What castle has a dartboard? What are you talking about? Is this the wrong picture? This looks like a hoarder's basement. What the fuck? However, the person going for said theme is certainly no interior designer. Bubbly wallpaper, cheap knickknacks, and blurry printed JPEG pictures of fairy tale characters coat the walls. The walls are cinder blocks, or it's like cement, and there's nothing on the wall except that dartboard. I'm not trying to make the dartboard a thing here, but like, you're describing something completely opposite of what I'm seeing.
Also, can we just talk about the fact that they're trying to save their friend and all they're doing is ripping apart this old lady's decor?
Oh, man. Pink pennant banners dangle from the ceiling, and crushed glitter can be seen reflecting from within the weaving of the carpet. It's like a child's birthday party took place here, but judging from the faded appearance, it's been like this for a while. As I glance to my left, I notice an entire wall has been knocked down, the structural framing inadequately hidden by flower-coated curtains. Beyond said curtains is a large chair, and a long red rug leaning up to it. It takes me a moment to realize that it's supposed to be some kind of throne, lit harshly by the bright white fluorescent lights. Despite the attempted fanciful presentation, cluttered floors hinder whatever intended effect of opulence they were trying to go for. You can see old VHS tapes, candy wrappers, CRT monitors, disposable cameras, children's toys, all scattered about. Past the throne is what I think was supposed to be the living room. But instead of chairs, there's just this mattress on the floor, which is covered in throw pillows and beach blankets. I even recognize one as having the logo of Southwest Adventures. Seeing that makes me realize how long ago it feels like all of us were at that theme park, carefree for the most part. Flynn steps up to the knockdown wall, a repeater clutched under one arm. Guessing they didn't get a permit for this demo. As if on cue, a gust of rolling wind hits the house, and I can practically feel it shudder. Unstable. Tequila quickly refocuses, keeping his slitted gaze pointed down the hall for any sudden movement. Beyond that, the house is quiet for the most part, outside of the occasional dripping noise coming from somewhere I can't see. Nuts. Completely nuts, Leo mutters, shaking his head at his surroundings. Yeah, none of us come here. Never actually been inside before. And his dad never lets anyone in. Now I can see why. Leo and the rest begin moving down the hall while Jenna steps up beside me. She has a contemplative frown upon her muzzle. It's kind of weird and familiar in a way. That's all I can say initially until I begin to start placing why. This place reminds me of, like, old thrift stores and cheesy parties I went to as a kid. Can't imagine living here. God, I know that feeling. It's not as dirty as I thought it would be. Jenna muses, though something catches her eye in the entranceway to the kitchen. Soon, I'm following her, approaching what looks like a laminated colored pencil drawing posted on the wall with rainbow color tacks. King and Princess's Palace. Jenna's frown deepens. On the picture, there's a large, bespectacled feline man sitting on a grand golden throne. It's quite an upgrade from the dingy orange recliner draped in cut-up fabrics that they've got out front, that's for sure. Next to him, sitting cross-legged, is what looks like a drawing of Heather. She's in a stereotypical pink princess gown with a little tiara on her head. Two are holding hands. Such a sentimental picture, it actually seems pretty sweet that even Heather has someone who cares about her enough as this. However, Jenna's dour expression does not relent. She quickly turns, heading down the hall with the rest of the gang. Flynn and Leo continue to take point, the Gila keeping his rifle at the ready. Still no sign of anyone, though. Part of me wonders how wise it is to be carrying a gun with all of this mind-altering hysteria business going on. Flynn turning on us, any of us, is pretty unfathomable, the lizard having always been all bark and no bite.
I got a gun! I got a gun! I got a gun! I got a gun! Okay.
Still, seeing one of my old friends brandishing a weapon. It's a weird feeling. Now, this is just straight up the worst waiting room you could possibly have at like that dentist you don't like. I pop into one of the rooms along the main hall that still has the lights on. Looks like some kind of study, and it's much less cluttered than the rest of the house. There's a small desk beside the door with a laptop and a stack of papers next to it, most of them with Reclamation Bureau letterhead. With a Reclamation Bureau, I imagine. At a glance, the documents mentioned things like water tables, hydrology reports, and map revisions for floodplain boundaries. It all sounds like pretty heady stuff. It's odd that Heather's dad lives in such a shitty place despite having such a technical-sounding job. It actually makes so much sense to me. When you're exhausted from work, you don't exactly feel like doing interior design when you get home. DJ wanders in beside me, staring blearily into the empty room. I reach over, placing a paw on the lynx's shoulder. He flinches a little, but doesn't draw back. "You feeling better, Tej?" I ask, keeping my voice soft for his sake. "Yeah," TJ responds, rubbing his arms. His fur looks puffier than usual, most likely the result of him being so on edge. "I know we're looking for Carl, but I hope Heather's okay too." I withdraw my paw, giving him a sidelong look as I check behind the few pieces of furniture that are in here. "Oh, I didn't figure you two were that close. At least, not anymore." "You don't have to be close to someone to be worried about them." I'm not about to argue with TJ on this one, but the way he speaks makes it sound more like he's reciting something than speaking from the heart. I step back out into the main area. Down the hall, I hear the clatter of falling boxes, followed by a hushed swear from Flynn. "Watch your step." "Get off my ass. My adrenaline buzz is wearing off." "You can relax. It doesn't look like anyone's here." "What? That doesn't mean you can fucking relax. That means that Carl is still out there with those crackhead fuckfaces. I'm sure when he's dead, you'd relax plenty." "Flynn." I'm gonna hear the lizard spit, cutting him off. "Fuck you, Leo." "Flynn, you know I didn't mean it that way." The bickering continues as I realize there's still a room in the back of the hall with the lights off. Make my way over, stepping into the doorway and peering into the blackness as I fumble around for a light switch. Another room in the basement. I find myself shielding my eyes from the glare of the unshaded light hanging from above. For a moment, I thought I saw something move in the corner, though it must have just been the glare. Yeah, I'm sure it was that, because you mentioned it. The room reminds me of the foyer, a cluttered mess with exposed drywall, electrical wiring, and damp spots all over the ceiling. There's a window to my right. I think I can see Duke's truck parked outside. Duke mentioned something about Heather taking it while we were locked up with Brian. At first, I think it's some kind of storage room, but then I noticed the pink couch in the corner with a blanket, pillow, and alarm clock. The bedroom. There are dirty clothes piled up beside it, and judging from all the bras and panties, this must be where Heather sleeps. There's even a little closet in the corner with crayon children's drawings posted over the door. Take a step in, though. I stop when something catches my eye. In the right-hand corner of the room where I thought I saw something move earlier, a little green light blinks in the shadows. As I approach, I notice something. A pastel pink baby monitor thing plugged into the wall. They're watching us! It appears to be decades old, judging by the worn paint, but it's apparently still functional. For some reason I can't really explain. I pick it up and press the single circular button in the center. It crackles with a low hissing noise, and that's when I realize that it's some kind of walkie-talkie. After a few seconds of holding the button, I speak into it. "Why are you doing that?" "Hello?" Dots. I nearly jump out of my skin at the groaning noise. Mainly because it isn't coming from the device, it's coming from inside the room. It's coming from inside the house. My eyes dart around for the source, eventually finding one of the blankets piled up on the floor behind the table. It starts to move and I quickly back up. Leo, get in here! Heavy footfalls can be heard sprinting down the hall outside, the wolf pushing his way in with wild eyes. What? What's going on? He looks ready to pounce, though is met only by me and a bedraggled-looking ram, trying to untangle the comforter from his horns. There he is! The gang is back together, and good lord, are they not happy about it.
Look at him and his little wife beaters and fucking cute little Carl. Little Carl.
Jesus. Yeah. Oh, shit! Carl! There's a squeaking noise from the closet, and I notice Carl's unfocused green eyes start to wander in that direction. I look over and see the folding doors are slightly ajar. Were they like that before? That's when I see it. An eye. It peers through the crack wide and bloodshot. The door is rammed from the inside, knocking it to the side, sending toys and other miscellaneous junk flying. A hanging light bulb flickers in the closet as a figure steps through. I quickly realize it's Heather. She has blood on her legs and a revolver in her grasp. Yo! Get out! Oh my god! Go the hell away! I quickly throw up my paws. Leo hesitates a moment and then does the same. Hey, girlie, we mean you no harm. We just need... Leo stops talking and I'm not sure why. That is until Heather shifts out of the ways and I can see more clearly into the flickering closet. Hunched against the wall is what looks like an enormous doll. Upon further inspection, it's not a doll at all. It's a man. And there's a red smear on the wall behind him. I recognize him from the drawing, a portly fellow with circular glasses, each of the lenses shattered by bullet holes. They're just empty sockets where his eyes once were. Atop his head is a little plastic crown, embedded with costume jewelry. Oh, shit! Micah walks into the room, quickly recoiling at the sight of Heather and the figure in the closet. Carl huddles back down against the floor, seemingly trying to make himself look small. First, Micah starts to approach the closet, but quickly stops as Heather brings up the revolver, pointing it at all of us. I've never actually looked down the barrel of a gun before. The feeling is petrifying. Heather, what the fuck are you doing? It's me, Micah. I don't care. You need to go. She shifts the revolver over, aiming it unsteadily at Micah. I'll take a step back, my back now against the wall. Where the hell is Flynn? Did you shoot your dad? Holy fuck, Heather! Micah, Leo rumbles in warning. That's a fucking dad in the closet. I will kill all of you. Yeah. I would say that more genuinely, but there are certain phrases I don't feel comfortable yelling, even in an environment where I know no one will take it wrong. Oh shit! A shot rings out and Micah flinches. The weapon was aimed at him when it went off. He blinks, shocked. The bat's hands beginning to shake as he checks his torso. He whirls around, spotting a light spray of blood around the bullet hole in the wall. That's when the pain hits him. He slowly begins to raise his wing. Clipped right through the center is a bloody hole. The edges of the impact site look like frayed fabric. The bat slumps back, exuding ragged gasp. You fucking shot me! Leo's eyes bulge and he starts to move, but stops when that revolver is swiveled towards him. Heather! I shout, trying to draw attention away from the others. I quickly realize I have no clue what to say. We're just here looking for Carl. Remember, like we mentioned during the bonfire? My voice is shaky. What the fuck? Okay, it says Jenna, but I have a feeling that's us because right after that it says my voice is shaky, crackling as I speak. Alright, so that's probably a typo. It's okay. My voice is shaky, crackling as I speak. The cat's chest rises and falls like she's hyperventilating. It's been that way since she stepped out of the closet. She makes her way toward the slumped form of Carl, still half covered in his blanket. Then she points the gun down at him. I'm gonna shoot him in the stupid, fat, ugly face unless you leave right now! She's absolutely screaming, her demand spouted with such a pitch her voice constantly cracks. Tears begin to roll down her already wet cheeks, her eyes puffy. Beneath her, Carl covers his face with the blanket, visibly trembling from a mixture of fear and exhaustion. Okay, right on. I swallow. That's the plan, right, guys? We're just gonna leave, nice and slow. I do my best to put on a calm face as I nod to Leo and Micah. Are you fucking kidding me? Micah's outburst is directed toward me. No, not after we came all this way. We're not leaving the rich boy. He practically hisses his words. He's cupping a hand over his wound and trying to avoid stretching the skin of his wing, as that seems to just make the hole bigger. Yeah, that you got no reason to be keeping that chunky bitch here. Micah. Oh, no. Micah. Micah. Just let us take his ass and leave. Leave? Oh. What is this face? Heather repeats. I have nowhere else to go. Nowhere! What? Everything used to be bad, but not terrible like this! Keith barely talks to me anymore, and when he does, he says... Keith's dead, by the way, in case you... she breathes in shakily. He says the meanest things. I cover my ears and I can still hear him. Keith is fucking gone. Unless you gave him some secret cell phone number I don't know about, you can't be speaking to him. Micah neglects to mention that what we discovered about Brian's habits and the potential fate of his fox friend. But it's probably the best that it isn't brought up. This is all home shit, plain and simple. Duh, stupid! I know that! That doesn't explain anything, though! You just give it a silly name, but it's not silly, it's horrible, and I hate it! Mike opens his mouth to snap back, but Heather shrieks, a blubbering of spit coming from her mouth. Ew, it's not ew, writing ew! She begins to press her finger closer to the trigger. Carl, move! She doesn't fully finish pulling the trigger, leaving us all staring wide-eyed in suspense. She looks like she's dry heaving, trying to throw up, and immediately an immensely sick feeling within her that will not leave. Oh my god. I can barely hear anything anymore. The ringing is so loud. Good lord, man. Fuck. I mean, there would be ringing, because you just shot in an enclosed room.
Right.
But that doesn't seem to be what she's talking about. It sounds just like him, he won't stop. Oh my god. There flails in the direction of the shadowy figure in the closet. Even though the man in the closet is very much dead, he's propped up in a way that makes it look like he's watching Heather pace around the room. His dark sockets following her while her back is turned. She seems afraid to look at him. Feline closes her eyes for a moment. I can tell Leo is weighing his chances of whether he can tackle her to the ground before she can get a shot off. Before he can move, they open again, and she speaks, her voice still shrill but quieter. Everyone thinks I'm stupid, that will never do anything but rot away like everyone else. It has nothing to do with what Duke or Brian or Jeremy or Clint or anyone thinks will fix things. This whole town is so shit. No arguments there. Micah mumbles wide-eyed. And it's your fault. They're wrong. I don't even really know you. She points a pistol at me. It's like my heart crawls up into my throat, my whole body rigid with fear. This town is evil, and I'm going to stop it. I'm going to do something with my life for once and not be some plaything. Sorry. She growls at the ground, and as she says this, It's what Keith told me all the time before he went away for a while. Heather stands there, shaking in place as if trying to muster the courage to do something. She begins to strafe. I don't know what that word means. Alright, we got a word of the day. In the middle of all this, we're gonna fucking stop. Gonna pause, and we're gonna look up what that word means. Yeah! Everyone's favorite moment of these videos. STRAFE. Definition. Here we go. Strafe. Verb. Attack repeatedly with bombs or machine gun fire from low-flying aircraft. I got a feeling that's not what it is. Noun. An attack from low-flying aircraft. I still feel like that's not what it is. She begins to strafe, whatever that means, getting closer to the closet and bending down to pick up something beside the corpse. It's a bloody folder, with a little booklet stapled to the front. I recognize the emblem on the cover, the Reclamation Bureau. Heather's paw covers the front, but I can still make out Otter's Dam Basic Operation and Procedures Manual. Outside, there's some movement by Duke's truck. Trying to not draw attention to myself, I glance out the window and spot the familiar pattern of orange and black scales and TJ's tufty fur. There's a glint of something metallic. Flynn's repeater, which is currently sighted towards the hysterical cat. Heather is so close to us now. Flynn wouldn't risk trying to take a shot, right? The idea of Flynn shooting anyone is just unfathomable in its own right. What are you even talking about? I'm gonna make so there's no town. As Heather turns away, she catches a glimpse of the blood in the folder and looks back toward the closet. She screams, but she's not staring at the corpse. It's like she's looking above it. At something else at eye level. Daddy. Oh my god. She blubbers before promptly stumbling out of the room in a full sprint, elbow checking Micah so hard that he gets knocked on his ass. We stand there in silence as Heather's footsteps fade out of earshot. Sound of a car being started can be heard. As I peer out of the window, I can see her father's utility vehicle peeling out of the driveway. Fuck me. Micah whispers harshly, pushing himself up to his feet. The smell of blood and gun smoke lingers heavy in the air, and I realize my legs feel like gelatin. I nearly collapse back against the wall, trying to catch my breath. As desensitized as I've been feeling, the fear was very real in that moment. Everyone all right? Leah was asking in my direction, though gives a little look towards Micah. Yeah. Peachy. Micah promptly walks toward the closet door and slams it shut. I don't want to look at that anymore. There's no objections to that. Jenna walks over toward the blanket Carl is hiding under. Gingerly, she pulls it off of him, exposing the rough-looking ram underneath. She flinches at first, but the next thing I know, Jenna's pulling him in for a tight hug. Carl's own massive arms envelop her, the two embracing long enough for Flynn and TJ to finally arrive. Carl! TJ gasps. Flynn, meanwhile, stops dead in his tracks in the doorway, looking a little shaky upon his feet. Jenna pulls back, wiping her eyes with the back of her forearm in such a quick movement I don't think anyone but me noticed. Carl himself can't stop shivering as if the room is freezing. He's still visibly disoriented, mind racing as all these familiar faces appear in front of him. Carl, you big cloven idiot. Oh my fucking god. Flynn drops his rifle, stepping up and resting a large hand on his shoulder. Dude. He mumbles, a rasp of disbelief. I'm gonna get him some water. Hey, Micah, come with me and look for some food. Something that'll go down easy, yeah? Bat nods, not as interested in this tender reunion as the rest of the gang. They head out towards the kitchen. He's hurt. Flynn points at the raw, inflamed-looking skin around his neck, as well as the various cuts and bruises that appear elsewhere on his body.
Looks pretty surface level, but we should definitely get him to a doctor in Peyton.
We're free? As Carl asks, looking up at me. Looks like it. As long as you get the fuck out of there, don't linger, bro. I respond casually, approaching him and giving him a big hug of my own. He's so warm, and his shaky breath against my neck actually feels pretty good. TJ joins in as well, sobbing into Carl's fur and muttering things I can't quite make out. Hey, you too. Carl eases his grip some on me, peering up at the tall lizard leering over him. What? You heard me. Flynn frowns, but ultimately relents and crouches down, giving his friend a stiff hug. Carl, meanwhile, clings to him like his life depends on it, evoking a few irks and grunts from the scaly one. Despite the pain noises, I catch a glimpse of Flynn's face. He's smiling, and more broadly than I've ever seen in a long time. Carl scoops up another spoonful of tapioca pudding, the remnants of the other empty cups he'd gone through sitting on the counter next to him. You're still there? Get the fuck out of there, bro! I've only managed to get halfway through mine, feeling pretty messed up to be eating a dead guy's food. In my free hand, I'm fidgeting with a pink walkie-talkie thing from Heather's room. Not entirely sure why I picked it up. When Leo gives me a look, I shove it back into my pocket. Carl vomited after we got him to the kitchen. Twice. So I guess that it's good that he's at least doing a little better. He cried for 15 minutes straight while our wounds were tended to. TJ seems to have mainly snapped out of whatever funk he was in earlier, beyond the occasional strange look towards Flynn. His knowledge of sports medicine actually came in handy with patching everyone up with what we could find on hand. Fortunately, Heather's dad was not short on painkillers.
Don't give me any of that fentanyl shit. But you got shot. And? TJ stares dumbfounded. There's not too many nerves there. It just hurts a bit when I stretch the skin. I'm more hurt by the gall she had to fucking shoot me, for Christ's sake. Are you sure? Those cuts look pretty painful, and it'll be a long ride back to Peyton.
TJ inspects the prescription bottle. Curiously enough, the pharmacy label has Brian's name on it.
I've lost too many friends in Pueblo to that stuff. You went to Pueblo?
Jenna chimes in from across the hall, watching out the kitchen window.
Well, I wasn't exactly enrolled at the PU. I bummed around the outskirts.
I'm surprised you never ran into any of us there.
We most likely didn't frequent the same spots, unless you really like tattoo parlors and ska. I love ska. Shut up, Toby. It's TJ now.
Alright, I gassed up my truck with a few of the gas cans laying out in the carport. It's got a full tank, so we don't gotta risk stopping at the gas station on Flint. We load up, gun it, and we should be in Peyton just before daybreak.
Sounds like a good plan.
Does it? Oh, fuck. I clutch my forehead, the voice from earlier ringing between my ears. After everything had settled down, I honestly hadn't expected to hear it again.
Any sign of Heather?
No. Last I saw, she was heading northbound on 65. She frowns in thought.
North?
Fucking beats me. There's not much going on to the north. There's no real exit back to the main interstate system. Just the old military area. Lots of country roads that lead nowhere. And the dam. The dam. Oh, fuck. All eyes shift to me. She's heading toward the dam. Her dad works there. Worked there. No one has opened the closet since Micah shut it. And? Flynn grunts, dangling his repeater from his fingertips. She took that folder with her when she left, the one about the dam operating procedures. Really?
I didn't get a clear look at what she was holding.
Yeah, I'm telling the truth here.
I believe you.
Flynn squints his eyes some. Are you saying Heather is going to fuck with the dam? I mean, what else could she be doing? We all heard her speech, right?
Yeah, she was screaming it.
The bitch can barely operate a doorknob. You think she can figure out how to open a floodgate of that size?
Micah pulls a beer from the fridge, sipping on it gingerly before speaking.
I'm pretty sure I remember her dad brought her up there to work a lot when we were growing up. She hated it.
Yep, disappears back into the kitchen. For someone who has experienced the things we have this evening, he seems oddly composed. Makes me wonder what kind of shit he's seen before all this. I think back to some of my preliminary research I did for my project, and by preliminary research, I mean looking at the county's website historical section for 30 minutes. One of the things that jumped out at me was how big Lake Emma used to be, over twice the size it is now. Most of the lakes in this part of the state are man-made, but this one is natural, ancient. The settlers had just shrunk it down, siphoning away the water for the iceberg lettuce and cotton fields to the east, past the mountains.
All right, let's load up, everyone.
Leo changes the topic, him and Flynn heading to the door.
Wait.
Jenna steps over beside me, seemingly in deep thought before regarding at everyone else.
So, we know what Heather's plan is, and you all still intend to leave?
Yes,
Leo responds promptly.
No way she can manage what she's planning. We gotta get Carl and the rest of you lot some medical attention.
You sure about that? She's got her dad's keys, the codes, the guidebook, and presumably she's gotten pretty keen knowledge of how all this shit works already. I mean, shit, I want to get out of here, but the poor fuckers who are still here better know how to swim.
You think Echo would flood?
Micah shrugs. Jenna presses her fingertips to her forehead, exhaling.
I truly hate to say it, but we should go after her.
What?
No way. Absolutely the fuck not. There ain't no goddamn way you're making me drive the opposite direction of ending this whole nightmare of an evening.
Jenna turns, giving him a look.
Fuck you.
It cut immediately to the goddamn road of them driving. That was some sitcom timing. Jenna smiles tiredly up at the big Gila.
I knew you had some common sense in there somewhere, and maybe even a heart.
I get stuck here because I'm the only fucker who knows how to shoot, and someone needs to watch your asses.
He pauses.
Also, I just know my aunt would kill me if I let this shit go down.
Her being the mayor and all?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
she might be dead. Ugh. Since when did you suddenly start giving a shit about Echo Townies?
Question is clearly directed at Jenna, the lizard grunting in her direction. Jenna shifts in her seat, having to straddle in between Flynn. His truck isn't very big, and none of us particularly wanted to ride in the back. Besides TJ, of course, who always seemed to enjoy being in the truck bed. Ow! Fortunately, I managed to call shotgun, which may or may not have been the wisest thing to shout when everyone was on edge, but too late now. I don't know, she says, all matter-of-factly. This evokes a raised brow from the lizard. I just thought about myself, leaving everything behind like that, knowing what might happen. And I didn't want to be that person. You also have shit at the hotel, you know. She's trying to save her laptop, you know. Yeah, that's whatever. Flynn blinks, wondering if this is truly Jenna he's talking to right now.
Fuck, college does make you a bleeding heart, doesn't it? Leo wasn't kidding.
He sighs, the highway stretching on in front of us for miles and miles of email style. Jenna turns to me, giving me an appraising look before speaking.
Thank you for coming, Chase. I know you didn't have to, but it means a lot.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Every inch of my body longs to be heading homeward, driving back to Peyton, to freedom, but here I am. At least Jenna's here. despite everything that's happened. Brian's attack, hallucinations, the kidnapping, the haunted van, the voice in my head, Heather's house, and the town going nuts. Everyone is silent as our headlights shine down the long stretch of Route 65 ahead. Maybe we're just exhausted. Physically, emotionally, spiritually. I exhale and rest my forehead against the cool window, watching the town's lights blur past. Soon the lights stop and are replaced by darkness. Shadows of shapes barely visible through the condensation-tinged glass. We never go this way. No one does. We're getting close to Echo Canyon. The bumps and hills of Echo being replaced by vast open desert, contrasted by the sheer cliff face of the western mesa. There's not much out here, but land owned by the feds, most notably the dam and the old proving grounds. I remember there used to be a checkpoint booth up ahead, but it hasn't been manned in decades. Here you can see the lake most clearly. All of it. It seems smaller than I remember. Yet there's still that tightness in my gut and the urge to look away. So I do. Keep my eyes fixed on the space between my feet, Flynn's camouflage patterned floor mat oddly captivating. Then I notice a blinking green light shining through my left pocket. Instinctively, I think it's my phone to reach for it, but then I remember as I pull it out. It's the pink walkie-talkie baby monitor thing from earlier. Run my thumb over the surface of it, feeling the worn, chipped plastic. Looks like there might even be little teeth marks on the side, like a small child gnawed on it at some point. I remember being like that, thinking everything colorful must be some edible dessert waiting to be bitten into. I press my thumb against what I think is the talk button, but any labels on this have long worn off. Bringing the device up a little, I open my mouth as if to speak, but stop short of actually saying anything. I realize I don't want to freak the others out right now. Seeing the lake again, I look back down.
Hello, good sir.
What the fuck? I freeze. Hello? Flynn looks over at me. Jenna stares ahead.
Hello, good sir.
The same voice, crackling and old, spoken into the same cadence as before. Glance over, and Flynn's gone back to focusing on driving, and Jenna's still looking at the road blankly. No one's reacting to this thing going off.
Hello, good sir.
Is there a voice really coming from this old toy? I stare at the flashing green light and am reminded of the van from earlier. That voice felt much more vivid, alive, real sound. This one is like I'm remembering a sound. I've never heard this voice before.
And how are you?
Huh?
And how are you?
It repeats. It's distorted, but it sounds like a... Wah, fuck, it's a woman's voice. Damn it! I've been better, that's for sure.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh. I guess I can read my thoughts. That's comforting.
Things will get better soon.
I start to consider sliding the walkie back into my pocket. Nothing this thing is saying can be doing me any good right now. Especially noting that I'm the only one hearing it. Just more hallucinations. Crazy swamp gas, tulpa bullshit. Then they seem to be saying anything now. Minutes pass and I begin to relax some. I look past the device in my paw, the night sky reflected upon the surface of the lake, a streak of white light where the moon is.
Not your fault.
The voice comes through a little clearer. What do you mean?
Not your fault. Intentions pure.
The words start coming out even choppier, as if hastily clipped from an audio file.
It was a loving act, and one cannot fault themselves for a loving act.
What are you talking about?
I wish we could talk more, but you have places to be. Places to be.
The road begins taking us into the canyon proper, and the light on the... Yo! Yo! You remember the story about fucking Jenna's grandmother, who I personally have a theory might be Cynthia? She fucking talked to people on the radio. Like, way back then, about truckers who drove on this fucking road. That's probably what that is. The road begins taking us into the guy already said that shit when a light on the walkie flicks off. There's the dam. I've never actually been here before, I mutter.
Fascinating. Now keep your fucking voice down. I see your car up by the service building.
The building itself isn't too large, like about 500 square feet with windows on all sides. I'm worried for Flynn's sake. Flynn dies in like every fucking route, so I'm thinking he ain't making it out of this one, but I'm hopeful. We creep forward, Flynn with rifle in grasp. Micah, Carl, TJ, and Leo are hunkered down behind the truck, out of the line of fire. They had been pretty insistent on going with us to approach, but Jenna and Micah agreed that would probably be a bad idea. Unsurprisingly, we're the only vehicles parked out here. All right, Jenna whispers, wiggling her paws out of on either side of her as if to shake her nerves out. I'm going to announce myself and approach. Flynn, please just keep line of sight. Maybe she won't be as crazy out here. You know, on account of it being less hummy or whatever. Flynn looks utterly goddamn perplexed at whatever I'm talking about. Honestly, I don't fully understand it myself, but its effects were pretty damn evident earlier. Well, that's a theory. That's all Jenna says, giving my waist a gentle pat, to which I frown.
Okay, I need to set up.
Flynn eyes an outcropping along the side of the canyon edge next to us, pointing to it. The slope isn't too steep to climb, and the bushes and rocks act as natural cover for a vantage point.
I'll be up there. If you need me to shoot, just make the Charlie horse symbol behind your back or something.
The Charlie horse symbol? I ask. Flynn rolls his eyes and moves his hand down his thigh and makes the okay gesture with his fingers, but turns it upside down.
Got him.
Oh, fuck you. I realize it instantly, I recognize it instantly, moments before Flynn strikes my thigh with his knuckles. Ah! Jenna quickly shoves her paw over my muzzle, shooting a glare at Flynn. Flynn! Unacceptable! Flynn appears unapologetic, checking the lever on his repeater.
Okay, I'm heading up.
Jenna lets out a little puff of air. Her tail, fuck off! Her tail's still behind her. Flynn turns, glancing back at her.
I got your back.
She gives the Gila a grateful nod. Thank you, Flynn. There's a pause, and she speaks again. I'm glad you've cooled down since your outburst at the river. I know how much you wanted to talk. There's a strange timing to Jenna's words, a finality to them. As if she's getting words unsaid out in the open before facing the danger that awaits us. I think Flynn recognizes this and stops.
Sid's dead. You two ain't yet. Let's keep it that way.
Damn! Jenna and I stand there for a moment. Wow, I mutter. I can tell it's an oversimplification of Flynn's feelings on the matter, but right now that particular spat can wait. The others are starting to peek their heads out from behind the truck, wondering what we're doing. Not too late to back out, you know. Come on, Chase. Of course, I do appreciate the sentiment. I could always just take Carl's advice, though. He spoke to you? He was zonked out in the truck last I saw. She nods, lowering herself to a crouched position. I do the same, with a grimace. He mumbled, suplexer. Take that bitch to Suplex City. Let out an amused exhale through my nose, untangling my tail from a bush I'm pushing through. Oh, Carl. Good to have him back. As we approach, I can see the front door to the service building is open, light spewing out from the inside. We're far enough away that our truck isn't really visible. We prop ourselves up on either side of the door. Sniffing and distraught mumbling can be heard from inside, including the rapid flipping of pages and clicking noises from a computer terminal. Hey, Heather? The noises stop. Oh boy. Jenna looks over at me, lowering her voice.
Chase, you may want to get back.
What?
No, I'm not leaving you.
Jenna? You followed me?
Here we go again.
Jenna comes out from her cover and I peek in as well. Inside, a computer with a bunch of monitors hooked up on the wall is turned on. One of those monitors has a window open called Floodgate Control. Maybe she knew what she was doing after all?
Chase?
I grimace, trying to quickly shift it into a smile. I could practically feel the cringe from Jenna beside me. I don't know why I said hello like that. Long night. Clear my throat. We wanted to make sure you were okay, and maybe see if you wanted to maybe reconsider your course of action. Heather reaches over toward the desk, and next thing I know, she has her pistol trained on us. Quickly duck back behind the wall.
You two can't stop me! I know this is what I have to do! I saw the future in, a waking dream! Everything worked out! Everything was underwater! There was peace. This has to be done.
The fucked up thing is, she's kind of right. The whole point is that the land is cursed. So if you get rid of it, I don't know, does the curse move downstream? I don't fucking know.
There's a basic legend, especially more in Hispanic culture, that a curse never actually goes away, it just changes.
Fun. Of course, it is an interesting scenario where the lake is the scene of multiple drownings, and if you release the floodgates, the lake will get so big it'll drown everyone.
Right.
So that's interesting.
Curse is secretly the lake.
Maybe.
Murder.
It has to be done. Oh god. Her eyes flick to the murky black water at the foot of the dam.
There was quiet. It was a dream, but it wasn't a dream. You know what I mean?
Jenna watches Heather, keeping close appraisal of her twitchy hand upon that revolver.
Yeah, I do.
Jenna responds flatly. I think we all do at this point. At least somewhat. I can see Flynn up on the rock ledge, moonlight glinting off the metal barrel of his repeater. He's looking at us with a curious expression.
Then you understand? You don't, do you?
The question must have been rhetorical because she answers it before we can.
I knew it! I should have stopped you when you broke into my house! You're bad, just like the rest of them!
She raises the gun. There's a pitter-patter of small feet behind me, and the next thing I knew, Micah's right by my side. One of his paws in the small of my back, and the other outstretched in front of us. Whoa, wait a second! Heather's tear-filled eyes shift to the bat.
You again? God, why are you all here?
Hear me the fuck out.
No, you hear me out, idiot! Keith was like an umbrella. All the bad stuff just bounced off when he was around. After Keith left, everything went to crap, and you know it. Everyone started getting weird or leaving. You left. You never saw how it got bad. You didn't have to watch it happen. We were all such good friends, and it's like I'm watching everyone dying. I feel like I'm dying, Micah. Everything hurts, and I can't think well anymore. Daddy.
She takes in a sharp inhale in between her fangs, sputtering a ew.
I just need to make it all go away, then everything will be fine.
gonna move somewhere happy. You can move on and be happy right the fuck now. Nothing is stopping you. Micah spits back. It's just a hum talking. You and I know how this shit goes. It'll pass, and you'll feel better. We'll all feel better. No! She screams, and Micah quickly ducks behind the edge of the doorway as she brings up her revolver. I do the same, though for a second I think I see a flash of color behind her that wasn't there before. Oh, there's the fuck... We hear the hum. We hear the actual hum, the sound effect. Peek past the edge of the concrete wall long enough to realize what it is. Jenna sees it too. That same tall, burned figure from Brian's trailer. It's Future Flynn, Light Socket Man! It looms in the back of the room, staring at us, waiting. It's almost like a statue, unmoving beyond little twitches where it's suddenly shifted in position. It's unstable, or at least that's the best way I can describe it. Jenna, I see it. Heather's ranting about something, but I can't really focus. It's getting closer. Another foot nearer to Heather. What the shit? Jenna steps out from behind the wall suddenly, holding up the palms of her paws. Wait! Astonishingly, both Heather and the thing stop. Though it's still very much there, looming in the background. As if the world itself is distorting around it. 3 holes pierce its face where its eyes and mouth should be. We'll look back up where Flynn is at. He definitely should have been able to see this thing, and I half expect a shot to ring out at any moment. When I glance back, the thing isn't looking at Heather anymore. Its dark holes are aimed towards the hill outside the door, where Flynn is. Heather stands wide stance, her finger an inch from the trigger. Heather, when I was growing up, I was very fortunate. It's not something I truly realized until relatively recently. Despite my circumstances at home, I truly had some incredible people and other things. Jenna's eyes briefly flick up to the figure, looking out for me. The figure's head tilts ever so slightly. Brian is dead. Your father, he's certainly fucking dead. Some zeal to Jenna's words, and it becomes rather evident she thinks this is a good thing. And they can't hurt you anymore. A thick tear streaks down Heather's cheek as Jenna takes a step closer, pointing outside to the south. Back in town, there are still people who genuinely care about you. The ones who have stuck with you throughout all this. Jeremy, he's a complete turd, but I'd give him a piece of my mind if I'd give him a piece of my mind if I saw him. But he genuinely likes you. Same with Clint. But Clint talks about all the things we used to do to you guys growing up, all the things that were said. Why are you saying they're good? What we do as children does not have to define us as adults. Heather, I don't honestly believe you want to hurt your friends. Heather shudders, hugging herself. I'd honestly be tempted to rush her for the gun if that thing wasn't still standing behind her, watching Jenna speak. Heather sobs, her thin wrists trembling as if the weight of the pistol in her paws had burdened her for too long. Finally, they droop, the gun limply hitting the floor. I flinch, though thankfully it doesn't go off. The red entity lingers so close to Heather it's practically touching her. Then, it's as if a great silent wind sucks it backward, its body contorting to the pull, a strip of its flesh disappearing into the void. And then, it vanishes, fading into nothing. I rub my eyes. It's gone. I can hear Jenna shudder beside me before stepping up and taking the guide and keys and tossing them promptly into the water below. Micah picks up the gun, flicking open the chamber and spinning it with his thumb. Atta bullets. Fucking hell. Flynn skids down the hill, nearly tripping as he hustles over.
You mad fucking tit dirts actually did it.
Micah and Jenna are staring at the spot where the monster was moments ago.
Flynn, despite having us in his sights the whole time, seems oblivious.
You should get the key to the city or some shit. Though that probably only unlocks an outhouse or something.
Micah walks past him, letting out a string of unintelligible expletives, shaking his head. The sun begins to rise past the mountains to the east, the sky starting to become illuminated with purple and amber hues. In the distance, you can barely make out one of the Mormon settlements down the river, on the edge of the reservation. I rest my head against the side of the truck, mentally exhausted beyond words. I try to think of the entity, but it's like trying to remember a dream, a fading horror that seems so real at the time, but surely couldn't be. There's a soft thud beside me, and I soon realize it's Leo's butt, the wolf holding his concussed head in both paws as he rests beside me.
Not ready to head out, Otter?
TJ and Carl approach, the ram shivering and the lynx gently rubbing his back.
Oh, we're going?
He helps the ram up into the back. I mean, in a bit, I guess. Jenna and Micah are talking to Heather. Flynn wanders over, throwing the rifle in the back before leaning his rump against the tire. In the past, when shit got tough, the lizard would always run off to deal with things on his own terms. Yet, here he is, slumped and exhausted like the rest of us. Finally, Jenna joins us. I give her a little thumbs up as I pass. She returns the gesture before sitting down as well. She props her chin up in her paws, her fluffy tail perked up to avoid getting smushed in the dirt. We sit in relative silence, beyond the faint sound of crickets and gently lapping water. I'm getting the image of the mid-title screen. It's like the only time they actually are all sitting at the truck.
You know, I'm gonna miss this place.
A lot of dots happening. Jenna glances over, frowning some.
You know I was joking, right? I expected some laughter there.
I think you're plenty funny, Jenna. I respond tiredly. Micah, seemingly out of nowhere, comes up and props his elbow on the hood.
Shut up, Chase. Now, are we fucking off or what?
Oh, that was a fade out. Oh, we're at the diner? What? I dab my napkin in TJ's glass of water, wiping off the sticky syrup stain on my seat before sitting down. The lynx gives me a little look before taking a sip from his glass.
Ah, about time. Here they come.
Flynn's peering out the window toward the sheriff's office down the street. Sure enough, our trio of friends exit through the double glass doors, checking for traffic before crossing over to us. The reporters from the parking lot spot them and try to get their attention, but Leo ushers them forward. He mutters something and Micah laughs, glancing over his shoulder. Jenna shakes her head, clearly annoyed but relieved nonetheless. A few more squad cars roll out, honking at the news vans to try to get out of the way before heading down in the direction of Echo.
The police sure were busy in there.
Yeah, no wonder. They're all gonna be in deep shit for the lack of response to all this. What was it, 14 hours before they even sent out a squad car to investigate the blackout?
The detective I talked to claimed they sent them out earlier, but there was some kind of traffic trouble. Couldn't get to us.
Oh yeah, traffic trouble. That sure is a fucking valid excuse to ignore a whole town suddenly losing its internet and telephone communications.
Flynn grunts, the Gila looking over toward the quiet ram at his side. He's still wearing his dirty tank top, though the EMT's bandaged up the cuts on his arms and fat locks. Fortunately, Leo's dad called and said that he's going to pick up a fresh pair of clothes for him. He also stated that Leo, Flynn, and Carl could stay over at their house while the authorities sort everything out. Since they closed off the Flint Road access to Echo, no one can exactly go back for their stuff. Not that we're in any rush to go back, of course. The ram stares at the checkerboard patterned tabletop, saying nothing. Flynn frowns, nudging the ram with his shoulder.
Hey, fat ass. Why don't you take a look at the menu? I bet some chocolate chip waffles and ice cream sound good right about now, eh?
Lizard smiles down at him as he slides over a menu. Carl looks up for a moment, then sluggishly flips it open. I think they serve your parents' brand of ice cream here. TJ forces a smile, which is a strange sight in and of itself. A happy face usually comes so naturally to the Lynx, but now he just looks frazzled. Understandable, really. I got a little stutter.
Something cold sounds good right about now.
Fuck yeah, I bet.
Ram flips to the next page, though I can see he's not really reading anything. His face starts to scrunch as he exhales through flared nostrils. Scrunches again, and soon his gaze falters, his arms beginning to shake. His eyes press shut, and he lets out a nearly inaudible sob, tears rolling down his cheeks. Flynn reaches over and puts an arm around him, tugging him close.
Shh, it's okay.
Squeezes the ram's shoulder. Carl sniffs, hiccuping once before letting his muzzle push into Flynn's chest. DJ looks away, his own eyes beginning to water again.
I'm gonna order you a banana split and a big glass of lemonade.
He pauses.
Also a salad for your health and shit.
Lynx begins to quietly cry, though keeps his face hidden by a napkin. We must be making quite the scene for the other folks in here, but I rightly don't give too much of a damn. However, this is all making me realize that I sure could go for a hug about now. Flynn, still holding the traumatized Ram, looks at me across the booth with a soft frown. As the two non-weeping members of our group here, I guess there's some solidarity in that. Not that I feel particularly great or anything. Certainly feel a lot less numb than I did in Echo, though. Thinking about all that happened really freaks me out, so I've just been trying not to. At least, right now.
Chase.
Yeah?
Thanks.
His tone of voice is so strange and sincere I can't hide my look of surprise. No problem, though I think we owe most to Jenna and Micah.
Yeah, I already thanked them at the station. Never would have thought that little shit head bad would ever do anything that didn't serve himself.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, I guess. I kind of think you'd get along with him. Flynn lets out a little grunt, running a hand up and down along the Ram's arm.
Wouldn't push it that far. Guess we'll never know, 'cause I'm moving the fuck out quick like. My house is probably worth jack shit now, even less than it was before, but I'll worry about money later.
TJ wipes his eyes, clearing his throat. Maybe you could start one of those online fundraiser things, since this is getting so much attention on the news. I'm sure there are plenty of people, like the folks at my church, who would be happy to donate to help get you on your feet.
Take charity from strangers?
Flynn looks out toward the news vans outside. A particularly antsy-looking newswoman is currently getting chewed out by a police officer in SWAT gear. It looks like the news lady is grilling him right back, shoving a microphone in his face. To think that's what I want to be one day. A guy with a camera, chasing tragedies for profit. Maybe I should change my major. I glance back towards Flynn and Carl, the Ram still visibly crying, no longer racked by quaking sobs. For some reason, I smile, if only for a moment. Or you could just marry the wealthy heir you helped save from abduction a couple of hours ago. I'm sure that comes with financial stability. TJ immediately stops crying, blinking at me, then Flynn across the table. Flynn's eyes go wide before he quickly furrows his brow.
Fuck you, Chase. Fuck you.
Despite everything, if the lizard could blush, I have a feeling he'd be doing so right now. Carl does seem to hug onto him a little tighter. The bells on the front door jingle as they're pushed open, and I can see Leo peeking in, searching for us. Once he spots our booth, he gestures in our direction toward the others as they make their way over.
I swear those useless fucking pigs were gonna keep me locked in there indefinitely till you vouched for me. Just because they can't do that fucking job, they gotta find someone to pin all this bullshit on. Why not the kid with the record? They're still
I mean,
they're still trying to figure out what exactly happened. And they won't, because it ain't the sort of thing that can be figured, you know? Oh, I do know.
Jenna closes her eyes for a moment, though they open again as she startles from Leo coming up behind her. I feel like that's not the proper use of that, but whatever. He's about to speak when a particularly rotund alligator woman saunters up beside me. He's wearing a white polo shirt, jeans, and a blue pancake house apron.
Why, hello there! You all got enough room here in the booth?
She smiles, seemingly unfazed by the sorry state we all look to be in. I suppose when you work at a 24/7 diner in the middle of the desert, you see some oddball customers. I mean, Leo doesn't even have a shirt on, for fuck's sake. What happened to no shoes, no shirt, no service? I'd be surprised if any of us have fucking shoes on at this point. TJ blinks, then mutters an apology as he scoots himself over, closer to Flynn. Do the same, and Jenna moves to sit beside me. Maiko and Leah take the opposite side. We're at a long corner booth that actually has several mini tables, but with all of us together, we're shoulder to shoulder in here. We each tell the waitress what we want in no particular order. Micah practically blurts out what he wants. 2 hash browns, 6 house-style waffles, toasted strawberry jam, and a side of bacon. Meanwhile, I ask for the largest iced tea with a bowl of vanilla ice cream. Jenna insists I get something healthy in my stomach, so she offers to split her turkey sandwich. I smile at her and accept, relaxing against the pleather backing of the booth seat. The server finally gets to Flynn and Carl, and both of them don't seem to be too focused on what she's saying. Flynn is staring at his phone, and Carl's leaning into him with a distant look in his eyes. TJ gingerly nudges the Gila, and Flynn quickly looks up at the alligator.
Oh, a banana split and a garden salad, please, with 2 lemonades.
Pink.
What?
Pink lemonade.
Yeah, you got it. Flynn looks at Carl like his last shred of masculinity can't possibly bear to utter those words aloud. Fortunately, the waitress...
I can't say it.
oh, you're gonna have to die thirsty. I'm sorry.
I can't. I don't have much left in me.
Fortunately, the waitress writes down Carl's correction with that same unjudging smile.
2 pink lemonades. And if that's all, I'll be back with you folks in a bit.
Carl lowers his noggin back into Flynn while the Gila goes back to staring at his phone.
I can't get a hold of my aunt.
Yeah, she's fucking dead. May aunt?
Yes, my aunt who's the mayor.
Maybe she's tied up with the police, sorting stuff out? I offer reassuringly, picking up a sugar packet from the table and emptying it in my mouth like an absolute cretin. Don't you fucking come at me! I slurp up those jelly packets like nobody's fucking business, and everyone hates me for it! Everyone hates it when I do that! It's food! It's fucking food!
Yeah, but you'd think she'd call me back.
Leo raises an eyebrow at me from across the table, taking a sugar packet for himself.
Hey, Otter. You should have heard Carl's dad falling over himself thanking Jenna over the phone. All the cops in there were calling her a hero, yeah?
Oh, quiet, you.
Hey, I tried to play big hero too. I just happened to get shot for my efforts.
Guess you're not as much of a smooth talker.
Jenna groans, folding her arms in front of her chest.
How's your wound doing, by the way?
My wing? Well, I won't be flying again anytime soon, which I'm fine with. Micah's wings are largely vestigial, as I understand it, but not meant to carry a fully anthropomorphic person in flight. However, they're still big enough to slow a descent when falling. Or keep you up in the air for a bit when you're being hung by a razor-bladed noose. Ah, the paramedic guy sprayed me with some stuff, and I should be fine. I've had worse piercings.
Piercings? I don't see any.
I know. Look at that smirk. Look at that fucking smirk. Dots. Jenna frowns. Leo gives the bat a sidelong look, thinning his lips along the contours of his jowls. He's going to find out where that piercing is. Wolf's attention flicks back to me before he downs one of the sugar packets in his grasp. He and I used to swipe these from the diner all the time. Creamers, too. He'd always go for the aspartame or stevia-based ones, though. You can see Jenna giving us a curious glance before refocusing her attention on me.
Anyway, the police were pretty happy with you, too.
Takes me a second to realize who she's referring to, and I quickly wave a dismissive paw. Well, I'm sure I gave them more work.
That's their job, Chase.
TJ, who has been relatively silent next to me, looks increasingly perplexed, his ears folded downward. With everything going on, I realized I hadn't told the rest of the gang about my discovery. For those not present, I found an old corpse on the side of the road from, like, the 70s. Oh, that's Sam. Oh, man. This gets Carl, Flynn, and TJ's attention.
Found is putting it mildly. You picked a patch of dirt and started digging until you found the guy's body and wallet. What?
I hold my paws, shaking my head. I can't explain it. I can't explain a lot of things. The fact the body is so old, though, means I'm not a suspect, at least. Weirdly sour feeling courses through my body, and I instinctively squeeze my tail beneath the table. But they ran the guy's name through the system. His disappearance was so long ago, they don't even have a record of it anymore. They did find living family, though, or at least a point of contact from what I heard. Well, I wonder who that could possibly be. Jenna smiles.
I'm sure whoever they are, they'd be grateful for what you did.
They'll be, who is it? Oh, I gotta know. I gotta know. Who the fuck is the point of contact for Sam? After 4 decades, I'm not so sure. Maybe it'll just dig up old wounds, raising more questions than answers. Not like I told the police my dream about the van or anything, or who the original owner was. Think. Sydney's dad killed a guy. No wonder he ended up the way he did. There's a moment of silence, Micah staring impatiently at the kitchen and Flynn dialing up his aunt again. Jenna exhales, breaking the quiet.
Regardless, I'm just glad you're all okay.
They really are just skimming past who it could be. Let me know in the comments, who do you think was the person they called to report the finding of Sam's body? I want to know.
Regardless, I'm just glad you're all okay. Micah's fingers and neck are healing up nicely, and you two are finally separated.
What? Jenna nods towards Leo and I. Oh, the leg. Yeah, there's no way in hell the phrasing wasn't intentional. I see that. Oh, Jenna, you passive-aggressive bitch. She has this self-confident smile on her face, though when neither of us respond, it diminishes. Leo just looks kind of distant. Not like before, of course, when he was all loopy post-beatdown, but like he's got a lot on his mind he hasn't really processed yet. I know exactly how he feels. Dick, Micah muses, idly tearing strips of his napkin off. Huh? Dick. That was a dick thing to say. Well, it's pretty rich coming from you. Mike is about to say something when Jenna cuts him off, speaking first.
No, he's right.
She brings her fingers to her temple for a moment, thinking, before focusing on Leo and I, making sure to meet our gaze.
Acting like we're all still in high school, teasing you two about your relationship, it's not appropriate. And ultimately, it's driven by jealousy.
Leo blinks. Jenna,
it's not something I like to admit, but a lot of what I do is driven by that. The need to have things I wasn't afforded growing up.
Micah looks up from his napkin, eviscerating. The edges of his mouth curled up into a soft frown. Flynn glances over as well. A prank I orchestrated over 3 years ago led to this whole situation. Picking at a raw nerve and leaving it to fester. My mind flashes to images of my smashed cell phone sitting on the pavement, Leo calling for me as I walked away. Do I think the two of you should be together? No. But is that any of my goddamn business? Also, no. And for that, I apologize. I mean, they shouldn't be together, and it fucking bothers me that the fucking vinyl figure for Echo has the Leo and Chase, like, dancing almost, but, like, that design had to come from the creator, and if the creator likes the design, then I have no thing to say about it. But books belong to their readers, and to me, those two, with or without the curse, would have ended up breaking up in a lot of bad feelings anyway. So no. Dots. Wow. Flynn speaks my mind. We should go through more tragedies if it gets you to admit you're just as shitty as us for a change. Flynn grunts. Jenna waves off Flynn's comment. But seriously, Leo, don't hump Chase at a children's arcade and then destroy it when you get caught. You smashed up an arcade? I did. Look at this expression. Oh, that's so nice. You don't get many expressions in this game. They're very subtle when you do get them, so it's very nice. It is worth saying, as part of this being the final recording, I remember when they didn't have expressions and it was just static images. I've been playing this game since, what, 2017? It's been 4 years of this game, man. Christ, I can't believe it.
You know, I'm a kind of a rebel. A real badass.
Leo clicks his tongue against the roof of his mouth, letting a moment of silence pass as he glances offward.
Nah, I'm a fucking idiot.
He seems to be purposely avoiding Jenna and I's gaze. Hey, people did worse things under the effects of a hum.
Manifesting a tulpa as one of one's ex-boyfriend is a bit much, no?
Ex-boyfriend. Oof. I suppose that settles it, though I can feel how much it hurt him to say that. He smiles, regardless, of course. Well, if the tulpa's given good head, there's not much to complain about.
Seriously, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
I can't help but chuckle, and a few others do too, including Leo. To describe any of this in any sort of way that does it justice seems utterly untenable. I don't know what that word means. Another word of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if this one's about military strikes. Adjective. Especially of a position or view, not able to be maintained or defended against attack or objection.
Look, I reckon it's best if we put some time and a few beers in between this event and us before getting into any nitty-gritty details, yeah?
Oh, planning another Echo meetup already? I ask, trying to sound more lighthearted than I feel.
Fuck no, Otter. We've got the internet if we want to talk.
My inbox is always open, though I think therapy may be the safer bet than beers. I could get you some other stuff. Jenna sighs. Like? She seems to regret the question the moment she says it. You ever had a foot-tall devil dog cake with strawberry cherry and raspberry filling? I know a place off of Santa Rita and Busby in Pueblo. Would take your mind off anything. I also could get you some heroin. Micah, for God's sakes! For God's sake, I'm just kidding. Christ. The cake place closed years... Asshole! The punchline is the cake place closed years ago. You fucking talking over it. Jesus. We talk for a few more minutes, mainly riffing on what the hell we're all gonna do after this. Food arrives before Jenna and I really get a chance to weigh in, though. Not that I'm complaining, of course. The vanilla ice cream looks delicious. And Jenna's sandwich she offered to split doesn't look too bad either. She sets it gingerly on my plate. Flynn glares at his pink lemonade as if it had just insulted him. Fucking hell. Glances over to Carl, who seems to be working up the energy to sit upright enough to eat his food. This looks like you're pissed after too many energy drinks. I was once. What? Carl speaks up in a sniffly voice. The lizard looks like he's about to take a tentative drink right when his phone goes off. Quickly snatches it up. Hello? Mark. He leans forward, resting his elbow on the tabletop. Yeah, hi, I left a message earlier. Have you heard anything from my aunt? He frowns suddenly. Oh, okay. Why? Alright. Lizard takes Carl by the shoulders and straightens him out. Bleary-eyed ram blinking some as Flynn tries to stand and scoot past him. I'll be right back. Uh-oh. Flynn, after accidentally hip-bumping Mike in the face a half dozen times, manages to exit the booth. Just fucking like, get your ass out of, fuck! He heads out toward the parking lot. Ordinarily, I get the impression this would annoy the shit out of the bat, but he's too excited for his plate of food to complain. He dives into the bacon first, shoving it all in his mouth as a whole wad. Even Leo raises an eyebrow a bit. Don't choke. They had to go through all that and then choke at a fucking diner? That'd be some shit. I think Micah mumbles an expletive at him. The hungry guy is already moving on to his jam and toast by the time I bite into my sandwich. We eat in silence for the most part. Well, it's not exactly awkward. I think we're just mainly content to have each other's company after everything we've been through. Can't fathom being alone with my thoughts after all this. Though in the quiet, I do get to thinking about that voice that spoke to me in the van, by the van. Seems like a distant memory now, but it was so clear. We've been together for some time. I'm with you. You are indecisive by nature. I choose. Those words stick out to me the most. Glancing around at my friends, I decide to try something. I let the ambient noise of the diner fade out, focusing on trying to remember that voice, the one I've heard before. Close my eyes, emptying my mind of worries and other thoughts. I wait. ... Jenna nudges my shoulder, a french fry poking out of the corner of her mouth. You falling asleep on me, Chase? I refocus, managing a reassuring smile. Oh, no, I'm, just taking a moment. She nods, as if this made perfect sense, no clarification needed. You holding up all right, though? You know, I think I'm okay, actually. Really? Her tone is skeptical, though in a sort of jokey way. Yeah, really? She finishes the rest of her fries, wiping her paws off with a napkin before something catches her attention across the room. Oh, would you look at that? A jukebox. Follow her gaze, spotting it by the door to the bathroom. It's pretty retro. It even has those plastic neon-filled tubes that flash when it's turned on. You don't see too many of those these days, or jukeboxes in general. You know what's funny? Every time I see one, I think that. But I've seen them so many times that I'm realizing it's not true. But I still think that when I see them. I think maybe most folks saw them as more of a nuisance than a mood setter. No one has thought of a jukebox as a nuisance other than the maintenance people. Remember when we fixed one for your dad?
That was so fun.
That was!
So happy.
Yeah. Come on, let's take a look.
Okay. Not sure why this is so interesting to her. After scooting out, she offers me her shoulder, her tail swishing gently behind her. Offer her a little nod of thanks, using it to help myself stand. Oh. Leo looks up at me from his plate of chicken and waffles. We meet each other's gaze for a few seconds, and he smiles.
Alright, easy now.
The EMTs already gave my leg a proper dressing after we got to the police station. Well, they tried to get Leo and I to go with them to the hospital. Yet, of course, the last thing Leo wanted was for us to get all split up again. I actually agreed with him this time. Plus, I've heard horror stories about ambulance bills. Very true. I relinquish my leaning on Jenna and we walk, I hobble, toward the jukebox. The music selection is pretty dated for the most part, though there's some modern dance hits thrown in there, surprisingly enough. They're scribbled on with permanent marker and sticky note labels. Jenna makes a show of inspecting the options, though she speaks up toward me. Hey. Hello. She lets out a little laugh and sighs. Sorry, I haven't gotten a moment to speak alone with you and for some time. Something on your mind? She nods. A lot, actually. There's a considerable amount of things we've seen, that we've experienced, that will never make plausible sense to anyone but us. Jenna gestures discreetly towards the rest of the group at the booth. I notice that Flynn is still not back. It does sort of put everything into perspective, I guess. Yeah. Part of me wonders whether I made the right decision. The music comes as some surprise. Jenna never one to really doubt her choices. Okay, so that wasn't me fucking up. That was a typo. Or at least make such doubt known. What do you mean? Well, from what I've figured from both your historical research and what Micah has said, this hysteria is clinical. It always comes back and ends up hurting whoever is around it. Now, I don't know whether it's gases seeping out through the ground, weird radio signals, or something in the water. I'm not sure anyone ever will. But what Heather wanted to do, flooding the town, that would certainly put a stopper on anyone trying to live there again. I don't think anyone is going to want to stick around there for a long time after this. Jenna's gaze shifts to the tile floor beneath our feet. Yeah, for a long time, she repeats. I try to think of what to say next. In the background, I can hear Micah saying something crude about the origins of syrup. I glance back and see Leo chuckling and TJ covering his face. Carl stares out the window. I don't know if you can really fight forces of nature. Whatever's going on feels much bigger than us. What you can do is help people, I guess. That counts for something. What you did for Heather, despite everything she did to you, that counts. Second chances and all that. Jenna smiles. Chase, that's very nice of you to say. Very sappy, of course, but still sweet. Not quite sure I can fully see it that way, at least not yet. Her tail thwacks me a little, and after a brief moment of nearly teetering over, I thwack back. I think we all turned out okay, noting the circumstances. Echoes this tiny town in the middle of nowhere, and the shitty situations brought us together in the end. And I don't regret that. She taps her fingertips against the glass of the jukebox, looking elsewhere. I wonder what it would be like if Sydney were still here. Question catches me off guard. As far as I knew, Jenna never really liked the kid back in the day. Still, guess he was a part of our group, hence the thought, maybe? I don't know. I don't really want to think about it, to be honest. Maybe he'd have helped Leo beat the shit out of Brian. I blink at her, the words sounding strange coming from her mouth. She looks at me, furrowing her brow. What? He was really into that wrestling stuff. I cross my arms over my chest. I guess. It's a long silence. I had a dream about him early on in the week. And once everything started, hitting the proverbial fan, I remember hearing these strange voices. She doesn't elaborate on the specific thought further, shifting focus to me. I didn't make anything of them at the time, but noting everything that happened later, she stops for a moment. If you want to talk to me about what happened sometime, just let me know, okay? I try to read her expression, the offer seemingly sincere. I don't see any sign of judgment or scrutinizing intent to her words. As usual around her, I find myself not quite sure what to say. Whatever happened to you claiming you're not a therapist?
I'm not. I'm your friend. And I wanted to stay that way for a long time.
Despite my wariness at the original question, I can't help but feel a little fuzzy from that statement. So, just a friend, huh? Now it's Jenna's turn to be caught off guard, but the surprised look on her turquoise eyes lasts only a second.
Oh, perhaps you got the wrong impression this past week.
I look at her and I feel my heart starting to sink.
I do mean, my mind was under the effects of a town-wide sweeping of hysteria after all. Can't be held accountable for my actions. However...
She sucks in her lip, staring at the ceiling as if in thought. I've been on TikTok, I know what that means.
If you wanted to take me on a proper date when we get back to Pueblo, I wouldn't be opposed.
I feel myself slowly starting to grin, and I have to quickly reshift my face into a less creepy expression. Oh, okay, not opposed, huh? She lets out a humored exhale, shaking her head.
To speak candidly, me teasing and flirting with you around Leo, that's not really me. Or at least, that's not how I want to be. I should be better than that. Otherwise, I'm no better than Flynn at the river, plucking at raw nerves.
I'll admit, I was kind of worried that you were just doing all that to be competitive with Leo, like I was some kind of game. You're a game, you're a fictional... You're on Red P. I played this right now. It's a joke. Jenna nods.
Oh, that's completely true.
What?
I was, to at least some extent. Hence the offer for something a little less... biased.
I look at her, a little gobsmacked. But at the same time, I can't help but feel appreciative of the honesty. I guess I'll, consider your offer. She smiles, and for some reason she kind of reminds me of those old femme fatale types from old noir movies.
In the meanwhile, I'm definitely going to start writing about our experiences here in Echo, specifically our most recent ones. How it augmented the perception of people, sometimes even in groups. It's almost downright paranormal.
Almost?
Nothing's actually paranormal. I'm certain there's actual inputs and variables which determine certain triggers that resulted in what we saw. On a personal note, I'm just happy none of the effects seemed to linger once we left the town. No Tulpa version of you hanging around Leo, no monster chasing TJ, no red figure following me, no visions of Keith for Micah or Heather. And you, well, how's that possession by the roadside ghost working out for you?
I rub my head, feeling the welt from Brian's pistol whipping peeking through my fur. I'm pretty sure he's gone.
Who says you can't run away from your traumas then?
She winks, and I find myself smiling a little goofily. This is all so insane, but I'm sure am glad she's here to talk me through it.
Now, Chase Hunter, the true question.
She turns to face the jukebox.
What should we pick?
Oh. Wait a fucking minute. Isn't this the fucking choices at the beginning of Blackgate? Almost exactly in this order. I wouldn't claim my memory be that good enough to remember that shit, but I'm still gonna save here. Well, what's the choices? I'll go with fucking soft rock. Dots. Oh, what? Those are the fucking Sam dots. And it does it every time we click on anything. Sam ain't gone. Anyway, he says, I don't know. You know what? I don't know. How about you choose? Oh, it's because Sam said that he chooses because we're indecisive. Fuck! Oh, fuck. That's unsettling. How about you choose? Jenna gives me a quick nod.
Whatever you say. Oh, here, this one looks good.
She leans in and presses a button on the machine. And... damn! Well, ain't that a fucking lead into the fucking sequel? So we gotta go in one more time to Jenna's route and see what happens when we pick Jenna. Okay. So this is the moment that's different, because before it was Micah. So we're back in Heather's house. Let's see how Jenna does. Considering the ending we got was pretty fucking good, I'm thinking this is the bad ending. Oh, God. Jenna also steps in, her arms already raised. Heather brings up the gun and points it at her. Oh, fuck, man. Oh, I'm worried. Because Micah got shot. And he has wings. Jenna don't have no damn wings. Oh, man. Okay, so now this is saying Micah. I don't know. We've already had one moment where this was... So, I'll just... Hannah, what the fuck are you doing? That says Micah's voice. It's me, Micah. What? What? It even says it's me, Micah, but it's not. It says Jenna steps in. I don't care, you need to go. What? She brings a revolver up, aiming it unsteadily at the lot of us. Okay, so Jenna tells Micah to stop talking. So maybe Micah was just there and we didn't... Okay, so maybe that was not a mistake. I don't fucking know. Micah, stop talking. That's a fucking dad in the closet. I know. I will kill all of you. Oh, shot rings out and I feel something spray against my face. Quickly reach up, rubbing my cheeks and finding a bit of plaster from the wall next to me all over my face and shirt. My blood turns to ice as I realize there's a bullet hole about 6 inches from my head. Leo's eyes bulge as he starts to move, but stops when that revolver is swiveled towards him. Heather! Jenna shouts quickly, trying to get her attention. Heather. She says her name again, this time softly now, and the wild-eyed feline is looking at her. We're here looking for Carl. Remember, like we mentioned during the bonfire? Kat's chest rises, she's hyperventilating. You know, we know that one. Been that way since the thing. She goes over to Carl, says she's gonna fucking shoot him. Calls him ugly. That's mean. She's crying. He's scared. Okay. Sounds good. We're happy to leave. Jenna does her best to put on a calm face as she nods to the rest of us. We'll take Carl with us, and we'll be out of your hair. We're planning on leaving town. Okay, so this is the difference. Micah was verbally like, what the fuck, no, that plan sucks. Whereas Jenna, in this one, comes up with that plan as opposed to us. She says, leave. I have nowhere to go, nowhere. Oh, used to be bad. Keith, talking about Keith. He says mean things. Heather, Keith is gone. He can't be speaking to you. I believe what you're hearing is a side effect of the hum. She looks over at Micah, who gives her a nod. Duh, stupid. You're so mean. You know that? You think you're so smart. Uh-oh. You think you're so much better than we are. Uh-oh. This didn't happen last time. I know you do. Jeremy told me. Jen opens her mouth to protest, but Heather shrieks a blubbering ew. She begins to press her finger closer to the... Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Carl, get... Jenna puts a paw on Leo's chest, trying to hold him back from as Heather's chest heaves. Now, that's the booklet she was going to use to fucking do the thing. We realize TJ and Flynn are outside. Jenna spots them. Ooh. Oh, didn't see that before. Jenna spots us too, turning so that her back faces the window. She swishes her tail from side to side. With Jenna in the way, Flynn won't try to take a shot, right? The idea of Flynn shooting anyone is unfathomable in its own right. Ooh. Heather, what do you mean? How are you going to fix the town? I'm gonna make it so there is no town. As Heather turns away, she catches a glimpse of the blood on the folder. She looks back toward the closet, screams... And she looks above it, Daddy, and she fucking runs. Still about checking Micah. He wasn't even involved, and she's still getting fucked. Okay, so the skip option came up, so everything is the same here now. Okay, we're at the bridge. Everything seems to be the same here as well. What the is really everything just the... Okay, so now Mike is getting... Yeah, I'm sure I could have been just as smooth as if I had been up there, the one talking Heather down. He's getting fucking shitty about it. I look at Mike and can't tell if he's being serious or not. Whatever you say, little buddy. So that was a different line of dialogue. So was there really not much of a difference? I'm gonna look into it real quick, because I want to make sure there was really no difference to the ending there. I'm gonna look into it for a second, hold on. Okay, so I looked on the Itch.io page, and there also seemed to be some confusion from other people who were a bit confused about the bad ending. And I think within reason, because like all the other times there's a bad ending, there's a choice at the end that seems to affect it. On this one, commenter Avian Vivo is saying that, and I wish I had seen this before I got rid of so many of my fucking saves, that if you when you talk to her on Thursday, agree with her and say that the town breaks people, and it'll lock you into the bad ending. So I'm gonna have to go from the fucking beginning, which sucks, but I don't know another way to fucking get there. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. This town breaks people. And apparently this will lock us into the bad ending. As confirmed by Avian Vivo and Mono D. Oh, this is interesting. This was not here before. Find some scattered plastered dust and marks of the wall near the basement crawl space. Because in Carl's route, that's where he is. He's in the crawl space. Yeah, maybe there could have been like an initial scuffle down there and he was held at like gunpoint or something. Yeah, that's very likely. This seems to be different. You see, the only difference seems to be really this line. Maybe. Where she's saying, like, you shouldn't be treating you like that. Talking about Micah and we're all adults. I saw what someone said might happen. And it kind of does hinge on the fact that Jenna gets more and more disillusioned and upset at the town. But it may or may not be what was said there, so I don't know. Oh, okay, here's a difference. This is the scene where they're all around the bonfire, and Heather's trying to say, like, I don't know why we were mad at each other, because the name Jasmine pops in my head, and I'm like, ooh, that bitch, but I just saw you now, and it all seems to be silly. And then this is where the difference came in. Jenna doesn't even seem to react to Heather at first. Shuts off the screen to her phone and exhales, looking Heather in the eye. She doesn't speak immediately, and there's this sort of latent tension in the air.
Silly isn't exactly the word I'd use.
Dark look crosses Jenna's face, her tail stiff behind her.
Your behavior throughout high school was utterly abhorrent towards me, and I think you know that.
Heather's face drops, the cat clutching her arm.
I told you my memory is bad, Jazz.
She puts on a kind of babyish voice as she says this, looking sheepishly at Jenna.
Do you honestly need a reminder?
Heather begins shaking her head, but Jenna is already speaking, her tone curt.
You were rude to me, even when I'd done nothing to you, but I figured you were just insecure and left it at that. Then one night you came to me with no one else to turn to. Tears in your eyes, you let me know everything that was going on with you at home. From that point forward, I was ready to defend you, to help in any way I could, short of going to the police, of course, because you begged me not to. It started out as little things, the favors. You were too emotionally distressed to do your homework, so I should do it.
It's starting to sound familiar. I checked. No, this is still different.
You couldn't come to class because of a panic attack, and the teacher wouldn't understand, so I should lie for you. You needed money to see a friend in Peyton, so I should give you the money. This went on for some time until eventually enough was enough. I had my own problems, especially at home. I just couldn't juggle the well-being of everyone. That is not my responsibility. I told you up front that I was going through a tough time and couldn't do those favors for you anymore, but I was always available to talk. That wasn't good enough, was it? Despite being busy with your fractured home life and the stresses of school, you still found time to create your elaborate revenge on the one person who cared enough to help.
Next thing I know, your latest boyfriend of the week and his friends are pounding on my front door at 10 p.m. And what does he tell Mom and Dad when they open the door? She deepens her voice, putting on a dude bro accent. Yo, I'm just looking for Jasmine. She told us to meet out here to get some. So not only did they convince my idiotic parents that I was fucking 5 guys, including your boyfriend, you told the whole school! I had my paw smashed in a locker, was fired from my part-time job, and lost almost all of my friends outside of a select few great people. Jenna looks over, gesturing at both Flynn and my direction. You made yourself the sufferer in that narrative, the one who had mistakenly trusted the weird, horny anime girl. Jenna takes in a sharp breath from her nostrils, her composure otherwise completely solid. And you don't even have the dignity to atone for your actions when the chance is standing right in front of you. You continue to lie and manipulate your way through every social interaction to make yourself feel better. It's the perpetuation of this endless cycle of perceiving yourself as the sort of eternal victim, when in reality, it's complete delusion that hurts you and everyone around you. With the way Jenna rattles off point after point regarding Heather's transgressions, it's evident that this is something that she's thought about greatly. Maybe even rehearsed. Heather stands there in this sort of wide-eyed, slack-jawed look on her face. You can practically feel the burning of Heather's cheeks, the shock of Jenna's words settling in, and her eyes beginning to moisten with tears. And by the way, it's Jenna now, not Jasmine. Oh, damn. I know. Heather moans slowly. She is having an attack now. It's like she's trying to refute what Jenna said, but she can't form the words. All she can do is make this bizarre whining noise. You're wrong. You've always had to be right, but you're really, really wrong. Oh, man. She's having a very adverse reaction, and justifyingly so, I imagine. Her paws curl into fists as she shakes and dignified. Flynn and I look at each other, and there she goes. Before we can say anything further, she storms off. In the distance, we can see her start running, her arms flailing with a palsy-like limpness at her sides. Can't help but feel a sort of queasy sensation at the sight. This is what this place does to people. Jenna, meanwhile, just lets out a long sigh. Wow.
World's worst fucking psychiatrist, Jesus H. You feel better now?
Jenna looks over at Flynn. Perhaps. It was cathartic. I didn't know about most of that. I just thought she was mean to you or something, like standard high school girl stuff.
Yeah. Must be nice getting the chance to do that, huh?
There's some bitterness to Flynn's words.
Probably ain't gonna help us find Carl, though.
It needed to be said. Flynn grunts, shaking his head some in disbelief.
Right fucking now, though? God damn!
Down the hill a ways, the dusty shape of 2 figures can be seen emerging from an old shed. One of them pauses as they see Heather sprinting off down the road, while the other ignores her and carries on. Eventually, though, both of them see us and begin making their way in our direction. Oh, boy. Well, yeah, I'm gonna do the bit. Yo, yeah, fucking, I don't care, whatever. I'm not saying the word.
Here comes the gang.
He spits on the ground, the faint smell of his venom wafting in the breeze for a moment. Guessing he bit the cap too hard. Not all of them. I quietly shimmy my way over to Jenna's side, lowering my voice some. Are you okay? Jenna seems slightly surprised at the question, giving me a light smile. I'm good, Chase. Thank you for the concern. After what just happened, I'm not sure how much I buy that, but I'm not going to press the issue. Oh, there's a difference. Heather screaming, I'm not a victim, Jasmine. You bitch. Oh, boy. Alright, here's something that seems to be different. The morning after we have our dream about the death of Sam, Jenna is talking to us. You know, I keep dreaming about my grandmother. Really? Yes, it's strange. Especially the one from last night. She pauses. I wait, looking at her expectantly. I was younger, and in my bedroom back in my parents' place.
Oh, it didn't look like my bedroom, and everything was kind of hazy, but I could hear the old hot water heater in the corner. I was being read a story from one of those children's books with the golden spines. You know the ones, right? I nod.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't thought about those in ages. My parents used to read them to me all the time when I was little. Couldn't fall asleep without them.
Oh, I can't recall ever being read a story outside of school, so that's why it was a bit unusual.
Who was reading you the story then?
Hold on, I'll get to that in a second. The story was a fairly basic medieval fairy tale, with the king having been eaten by a dragon and a brave warrior venturing out to slay the beast. Despite it being a story I was being told, it was kind of like watching it all happen for real, like on a TV. The warrior travels a great distance to confront this dragon, and when they finally find him, they falter. Inside the dragon's lair, the warrior finds a baby dragon, whom the big one was trying to protect. The king had wanted the dragons dead, stating that they were all monstrous, uncaring devils. But at seeing the big dragon protect his young, the warrior knows this is not the whole truth, and spares the dragon.
Noble guy.
It wasn't a guy. In fact, I believe it was my grandmother?
The one you told me about?
Yes.
How do you know that? Jenna's brow furrows slightly as she thinks.
I'm not sure exactly. At the time, it felt implicit, obvious. Like, who else could it be?
So, warrior grandma doesn't kill the dragon, and then what happens? Her gaze shifts as if searching for something fleeting.
I don't think anything happened. It just sort of hard cut back to my bedroom. I could see the sun just starting to rise through the window. The sky was still orangey and red. You know, like how it gets during a drought when there's lots of dust in the air. Despite all this, the room looked even darker. I couldn't see who was reading the story to me, just that they had these big red eyes. And then I woke up.
Dots. That last part sounds familiar for some reason, but I'm having a difficult time remembering why. Wow? Jenna looks slightly embarrassed with herself, fussing with her head for as she sits up some.
Discussing dreams can be a great way to help discern internal stressors in one's life.
Her tone is slightly defensive, the fennec using words way too fancy for this early in the morning.
The problem is, dreams are often deeply personal abstractions that...
She stops, frowning to herself some, then glances at the clock on the nightstand. Okay, now we got... Yeah, as they're about to switch to the duty to search... Skip! Okay, so this is different. This is where it's Chase and Leo are in the trailer with Micah right before Brian shows up, and it looks as though Leo just fucking shouted, "You better not fucking hurt him, you fat fuck." But this is he's saying that to Jeremy because Brian shows up later, right? So yeah, Leo just blew our chance of figuring out where Carl is through your method.
He sure fucking did. Now what's your point?
Those two, or at least Clint, probably knows what happened after the phone call you mentioned last night. A sick, twisted feeling starts to settle into my stomach. Stomach! Micah looked at me with a dumbfounded expression. This may be our one chance at, finding where Carl is.
Through torture? Fuck me, schizo. Don't be a bitch and get out of here.
He shoves my shoulder, but I manage to keep myself from toppling over, steadying myself on a mildewy countertop. Don't touch me.
I'll touch you all like goddamn one. My life here is over thanks to you. Yeah?
What a life it was! Dealing drugs, trying to rob my friend, then covering up a kidnapping.
You don't know how fucking good you have it, you musky ass bitch. Ass bitch. I don't know where Carl is, so don't pin that shit on me yet.
Bat glances out of the window and does a quick double take. Oh, now it's back now. Okay, so I guess that's just another hint towards the hostility towards everything. Are we gonna see the fucking thing? Oh, where's the... Uh-oh. There it is. Ugh. Yay. Hate that shit. Sunday. Ooh, that's so cool. They got the blinking red light in the van. That's so fucking cool. Dag. Just do it. I'm saving around this choice, even though I don't think it would happen, but and if they would change anything, but I am choosing Jenna again to see if that fucking affects things. That's fucking interesting. Okay, so I chose Jenna, but Micah's the one that's stepping forward. So if we choose Jenna, the dialogue all stays the same, but she doesn't do it. She doesn't try to defend them. Oh! Damn! Jenna's out there with them. Okay, so this is when Flynn is outside and is able to take the shot, possibly. Jenna's out there with them. She didn't even go in the room after she said she was gonna be the one to go. Oh my god. She's speaking to Flynn, pointing. The lizard is shaking, saying something back. The back and forth continues. Is she trying to tell him to take the shot? There it is! There it is! After she said, Daddy, glass shattered against my back, showering Carl below. Heather lurches forward, trying to scream, but all that spews forth from her mouth is blood. Jenna told Flynn to take the shot. Holy shit. It pulls through her gritted teeth into a puddle on the floor, Heather failing to gasp for air as fluid fills her lungs. She falls headfirst into the pool of her own fluids, tears still rolling down her face. Mike stands with his head in his hands, a look of shock plastered on his face. Nobody moves. Nobody says anything. Jenna enters the room first, her turquoise eyes fixed on the bloody form laying in the center of the room. Notice how she's not shocked, but Flynn fucking is. Flynn is right behind her, looking initially rather gormless. Word of the day, ladies and gentlemen. What the fuck is gormless? Chiefly British, lacking intelligence, stupid. Okay. Flynn is right behind her, looking initially rather gormless, though his eyes start to widen as he realizes what he's done. Oh. Good shot, Flynn. Everyone alright? I catch my breath against the wall, looking up only to see the slumped form still staring ahead in the closet. Quietly, I close the closet door. Yeah, I guess. Jenna looks over to Micah, spying the bullet hole in his wing. Her complexion darkens, and soon she's standing over Heather's body. Feline's eyes are still wide open, glassy with this sort of eternal shock. What?! Jenna promptly delivers a swift kick to her head! Heather's neck now's turned at a stiff angle. Bitch! Oh my god! This really is the bad ending. She is out for, well, blood, literally. Flynn rests his palms on his knees, exuding a dry retch. Leo steps over, trying to inspect Micah's wound.
Flynn? Guys?
Jenna's attention shifts to the ram on the floor. Carl, you can get up. It's safe now.
We're free?
Yes. And that makes 2 of these bastards who have tried to hurt us that we've put down. God damn! Flynn stops coughing up air long enough to gape at Jenna.
That we put down?
Flynn points to Heather. I killed her! I'm the one who pulled the trigger! Flynn's voice is strange, way more higher pitched than I'm used to. Right, after I told you to—
Yeah, I listened to you! And now someone is fucking dead!
Flynn covers his mouth, muttering quiet expletives. You saved everyone! Carl is okay, all thanks to you! TJ lingers in the doorway, half hidden behind it. Heather... She was leaving, we were all fine! Flynn sits in the corner, clutching his repeater with a grip so tight I figured the barrel would bend any second. Any second. Sorry, I was struggling for air.
Fuck! Don't say that! Don't fucking say that!
I have never seen Flynn like this. Figured he'd be the sort to take something like this as a necessity of the situation, but he's visibly shaking. Flynn, no one is going to prosecute you. She killed her dad and then shot Micah. You stopped her, saved your friend, saved Carl with a single shot. If you want to feel bad about this, that's your prerogative. Just stating the facts. Leo says nothing as he looks over Micah's wound, the bat himself visibly fuming. You told him to shoot even after she picked up her shit and was heading toward the fucking door? You killed my goddamn friend! That was not remotely apparent. The angle, fuck you, you piece of shit! Just like Jeremy said, you act like you know everything and then when shit fucks up, you blame everyone else! Seeing Jenna increasingly backed into a corner, I decide to speak up. I don't think that's exactly fair. Rot, bitch. Micah sees in my direction. Meanwhile, Leo mutters to him, seemingly trying to get him to calm down. Oh, is that where the moral high ground is? Where you're standing? You and your friends tried to break into Carl's house and tipped off his future kidnappers when he tried to flee from you. You are the entire reason we're here, Micah. You still defend them, even now after seeing what they're capable of? That's absolutely unacceptable. Unacceptable? Who the fuck describes that being pissed that your friend got murdered as unacceptable? Jenna, it's a little more complicated than that. Let's just get Carl and hightail it out of Echo, yeah? Leo looks to me as if quietly asking for me to back him up on this. And what Heather's capable of? Finally finding strength to stop her fucking skeeve of a dad? True monster, that! Jenna ignores Micah, her attention now on Leo. Oh, is this complicated for you? I'm so sorry, Leo. I know your sense of right and wrong can be a little addled sometimes. You know, with you running around beating up people, sexually assaulting Chase in the mall, and fucking and filming a child? Bullshit! What? TJ's looking bleary-eyed and baffled in the doorway. Leo's jowls part, the wolf restraining a snarl as he releases his grip on Micah. His red eyes glare down at Jenna in its absolutely menacing image in this blood-soaked room. Come on, Carl, let's get you up. I'll grab some snacks and bandages and we can get you all sorted on the way back to Peyton, yeah? You too, Swiss cheese. He pats Micah's shoulder, the bat's nostrils flared. The group exits quietly, Flynn still quietly, with so many quietlies, shaking his head. Jenna has her back turned to me now, facing Heather's corpse. Reach out to her, speaking quietly now that we're the only ones in here. Jenna, they're just worked up. It's this hum business, making people say all the wrong things, right? Why don't we get out? Her voice is curt and strange. Words almost gurgled through the frustration and rage. Damn. The next thing I know, she's got her paw on my chest, pushing me out the door and slamming it behind me. Jesus Christ. Press my forehead against the window, watching my breath fog up the glass. Carl straddling the middle seat with Flynn driving, and they seem to be doing a good job of calming each other down. Everyone else is in the truck bed in the back. Everyone. Except Jenna. She left without even so much as a goodbye, insisting that she would take Heather's dad's car. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. She kept claiming she had to do something. This is really making me think that that comment I read on the Itch.io page is correct, but for your sake, I'm not going to spoil it in case it's right. On our way out of town, we'd passed a couple of burning houses, and even heard a gunshot or two. It all makes me pretty damn glad this nightmare is almost over. Yet, we've been driving for nearly half an hour and still haven't reached the interstate. Usually Flint Road doesn't take that long to get through. Even Flynn is starting to get a little worried, checking for landmarks in the dark to make sure he hadn't missed a turn. You can still see the town in the distance, echo a glimmer of lights and smoke. 5 more minutes pass, but we eventually reach the interstate, emerging seemingly from nowhere. Streams of ambulances and police cars begin to pool in the opposite lane, all heading into town. glance out the back window for one final look at Echo when I notice something amiss. The lake. It's bigger. Way bigger. The shore is almost all the way up to the highway, with trailers and small vehicles peeking out from the tide. The others see it too. It's then I remember something. When Jenna was leaving, there was something she was holding on to. A slightly bloody folder and booklet that she tucked away into the Reclamation Bureau vehicle before heading off. I suppose you won't be coming back after all.
Oh. Fuck.
Excellently put, kid. Damn! So the comment I read was correct. The bad ending is Jenna following through on Heather's plan of flooding the town.